So how is it? Who cares? Like the zooming in and out is going to give you different form, no? Perspective. So why is that the battleground? And it has to be something else on top of that. That's the significance. It can't be the which perspective and shape. It's the why. Why is it this shape? Did something shape it wrong? Is there some force pulling it? And what's going on? I think that's the only thing I have as an issue with you guys. I think about the dynamics and details.
Oh, why am I a male and not a female? Can you start working?
God made you like that.
Exactly, because God made it like that.
The scientists have literally taken an embryo and let it do cell division right up into the point of sexual differentiation, and even seen the electrochemical process that causes it, and they're even intervening on it already. There's research papers.
Castle King already answered the question correctly, so it's all right.
Which is what?
God made
you like that.
If humans intervene on that most intimate cell division and alter it to different outcomes,
no, that's not what he's saying.
Statistically, what would you do?
He's saying God made it so that up is up, down is down. That's how he made everything. It's called the default configuration. It's the way things have been set up from the beginning to be type of thing. I don't know. Are you asking me why God did it like this and not the way you want to do it?
No, it's so.
Oh no, let me hear this other guy. Go ahead. What would you say?
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, explain what you said about the cell division and all that, all the way up into the point of conception or something. What did you say?
We don't need to. We need to get back to it.
We don't need to. Yeah, this is flat Earth.
Hey man, the question. You're trolling. You're kind of derailing our conversation with Castle King. He's really interested in what we're talking about.
I'm just curious.
He's really interested in what we're talking about.
I'm not doing the thing you're saying.
But you're kind of derailing. Can you?
Yeah, I can not derail. I can be quiet, but I'm not derailing.
You don't have to be quiet, man.
We were talking about the Bible and the flat Earth, and that's why I don't mind that discussion continuing. It's fine.
Man, we can talk about all this stuff, man. That's the whole point. Having these conversations.
Mm-hmm.
What chart that? What was that?
What are we talking about again? I forgot.
The Bible and flat Earth.
The Bible and flat Earth. I asked this question once before. I want to know if I get the same answer as last time. Can you be atheist and also a flat earther, or do you have to be like Christian or something? What are your thoughts on that?
I don't think it's an either-or situation. I think I've met a few, though, a long time ago, but who were atheists and thought the Earth was flat. It's dependent on the individual.
All right.
Hey, Castle King, I sent you a list of verses you can check out on your own time if you want to verify. If you want to look in the Bible and see what it says. So Genesis 1 is the good place to start, though.
All right. You gotta send me that friend request, oops.
Just stop at the water where he's got his face upon the deep. Just stop there and contemplate that water that already exists. It's already there and he's got his face upon it. Water's horizontal.
Water's horizontal?
Yeah. So when it's contained at rest, the natural static equilibrium of water is to lay level upon the surface. Level meaning horizontal. All horizontal.
You do know that it's only because of gravity.
Okay, so I'll agree with up and down, right? But I'm talking about the surface, and that's horizontal. If you're going to say that up and down is vertical along all points along the horizontal at 90 degrees, then we're just exposing that it's horizontal. Horizontal, not curved.
Sorry to point out the obvious, but again, I'm coming from from a position of ignorance. But I would argue that isn't that because, again, the curvature is so subtle from the naked eye?
Yeah, that's what I was going to say, right? Like, do you know it's horizontal down to the molecule?
Down to the molecule. You're talking about a molecule, dude. We're talking about an orientation.
Well, it's like really subtle curvature, like you can't notice with the naked eye. Then it's like,
Okay.
It would be curved.
I think that's a reasonable, right, counter argument to make.
I get it. I'm trying to answer, but understand your question, right? Too small to see. No, all distances we observe, measure, and practically use water as a horizontal reference datum. So mean sea level. Understand what you say when you say it's too small to see. According to the math, yeah, it is. We should be able to measure it. It should be obvious to us, but it isn't. In actual fact, we never see it's not there. But for all intents and purposes, it's just a natural dynamic of life. When contained and at rest, the natural static equilibrium of water is to lay horizontal on the surface. Horizontal, not curved.
Right. Okay. But why is it then that I'm sure, again, forgive me, I'm being totally, reasonable here. I'm sure I've seen like NASA, I don't know what they call those balloons, high altitude balloons, which, because the higher you are off that sea horizon, the greater the curvature becomes. So it's no longer so subtle. And they've showed images, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Right. So yeah.
Something that you might not be aware of. There are parallel observations, same altitude, further altitude, that don't show the curvature of the horizon. They show a horizontal horizon. You understand how lenses work, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Cool. So you understand that curved lenses, more the curve of a lens like a GoPro, it's going to curve horizontal lines at certain angles.
True.
Cool. So when we're perceiving a horizontal line, it's going to look curved if we use something like a GoPro lens, isn't it?
Yeah, that is true. You could tell me it's that kind of lens.
Yeah. And we understand that that's the idea. We're on the ball, and the higher we go up, we're going to see the curvature of the Earth. It looks pretty flat down here, but when we get up there, that starts where the curve is. And we get that. So lots of people have put things high up into the sky. And there's different types of observation, not just the one that you're talking about.
How do you know they're using these fisheye lenses?
Because they tell us.
Why are you so confident in this particular? Do you know what I mean? Like, surely you look this up. Like,
yeah. If you talk about confidence, right? We bring up people like NASA who's having confidence in these people. It's type of a slightly deeper story, but we understand that they are most definitely lying with the claims that they make about going to space. We understand that to be true. But we have to be critical thinkers when we're presented with information, right? Yeah, there might be a long way to go, but each way we've got to critically think about the information that we've got. And at the moment, it's me and you comparing observations of what happens when we go up into the sky and see curvature. I'm confident because they tell us that's what the lenses that they use. They advertise, right? The dog cam, different type.
GoPro. Sure, Jedi, but then you'd have to question the motive, right? I'm sure you've done that. What's the motive then?
Yeah, when you come to understand that a lie has taken place and what you've been taught isn't true, yeah, you're going to ask about the motivation, okay?
Why would they?
Why?
Yeah, obviously, because I can't imagine why they want to hide the actual nature of the Earth's shape.
And I've been doing this for 10 years, and my friends and colleagues have been doing it of similar types of time. And we all come to this question, why would they lie? And we sit around in Discord servers, and sometimes we speculate about why would they lie. But we understand that we're speculating because we will never know. So I don't know why they're lying, dude. I can give you a couple of guesses, but it's not hard to understand why people lie in the first instance, right? Information's power.
Yeah, I get. So let's not go down this speculative route, but again, go back to the lens. I know it's simple, but that does kind of pinpoint it, right? Because it is somewhat through indirect observation using a tool, but it's very easy to understand the idea of the high altitude balloon seeing the curvature. So hear me out. What greater evidence do you have that the lens is indeed that of a fisheye or curved than just a regular lens?
Apart from the fact that they tell us all lenses are primarily curved, they all display some kind of distortion, known as pin distortion, or in these instances, because of the curvature, barrel distortion. Now, we can use rectilinear lenses, which are pretty much a horizontal, as flat as you can get type of lens. and we can see a horizontal horizon. So it's just pointing out to different observations. How confident am I that the ones that are curved aren't actually the curves of the Earth? Because I know how the Earth is measured, and it's measured flat.
Oh, snap. I just thought about something.
Oh, good.
Wait,
Shoot.
so, wait, is this place... Wait, shoot, this makes sense then. You know how Superman has that opposite version of himself, Bizarro?
Right.
That's the flat Earth. Everything is square, straight, flat. Yeah.
I need to see this because I don't
This
know.
guy's trolling.
What the
That's
hell?
crazy.
Hours of
Oh my
thinking
God.
to get to this.
So you're saying in Bizarro
No.
Earth, the Earth is flat?
The-
That's crazy.
No, you got to flip it. You got it the other way around. Okay, the real world is flat Earth because that's how we all use it.
I just
It is the
overheard
globe
something.
that is Bizarro, and that's what we're trying to explain to you, right? Bizarro is the evil, messed up version of Superman, right? Of God, right? Right?
So you're saying you're evil?
Thank you, Castle King. I came upstairs for that.
No, we're saying the globe is Bizarro.
Okay, but again, why? It's hard. I want to internalize this, but it's hard because going back to the images from space, right? That's a really obvious argument everyone makes. There's images of Earth. It's clearly a sphere. Your argument is don't trust NASA, which fair enough. I can't go down that route. But then again, dude, there are now thousands of private satellites, independent satellites by different countries, which also show the same image.
All right, okay, dude. All right, first of all, we were talking about lenses, and now we're starting to talk about other agencies and them seeing the same type of thing.
No, brother, there's still images.
I get you. I get you. Okay. It's not just because of the images that you gave us that we say that the place that they're going, they're not going to. It's not because of that. That's just how they lie. They have to lie for a specific reason, because the place that they say that they're going to can't exist. That being the vacuum of space. So you agree with fundamental laws of nature, right? Like the second law of thermodynamics, gas laws, the ideal gas law, Boyle's law, all of these things, right? Laws of nature, things that always happen, and how we can work within the laws of nature. You understand what entropy is, right?
Yes.
Good. Now this can be expressed in a few ways. Opening a can, for example, that has high pressure inside. When you open the environment, entropy takes place. The high pressure disperses into the lower pressure environment. Always happens without exception. Law of nature, right?
Yep.
Good. So we understand if we're breathing gas pressure here on Earth that is uncontained from that available space, the law of nature will apply and the high pressure gas will disperse into the available space. We wouldn't have gas pressure.
Unless there was something holding the gas in.
Holding the gas in? Yeah.
Okay.
So
I don't know.
Entropy, I get you. Entropy doesn't work like this. When we're expressing the laws of nature, there's no holding it back from it happening.
No, I get that. That's why I'm confused.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. There is no holding back from it happening, because if there was, then the law wouldn't apply. Because it happens.
So
like
what
this.
are you claiming? What are you claiming confines Earth to a false form then? If I have to be direct at this point.
Confining Earth to a false form. What do you mean?
You're claiming the even propagated shape of Earth is falsely stated, and even what's causing this falsity? Do you imagine?
Yeah, I'm trying to answer
it together, right?
I'm trying to answer this guy's question about why the gas isn't fucking off, right?
Yeah.
When it should be. The only way that you can stop this and have the consequent of pressure is to have a container, right? You understand that gas expands in all directions, filling the limitation of volume. The only thing that stops that expansion is a physical container around the volume. The consequence of having the container around the volume of gas that wants to expand with entropy is pressure. There's a lot of gas in this space that you can't expand into, so it's bouncing around a lot. Especially with the walls of its container, we express this as pressure. To cause pressure, you must have a container, a physical boundary for gas to press against, as expressed in PV equals nRT, where P is pressure and V is volume, these things being the fixed boundary where the gas is pressing against. If you don't have a fixed boundary, you don't have pressure, and the gas will fuck off. So when we're brought up with pictures from the vacuum of space and marbles looking like the Earth, so we're told, we understand that the place that they're going can't exist because laws of nature would apply and we'd all be dead.
Well, they could if something falsely confined them to that form, no? And wouldn't that be compatible with what you said about the waters and other things, no? Earlier? You avoid things with me, but you're open with others. Why is this?
Because half the time I don't understand what the fuck you're saying.
You just mentioned something in the Bible, like, and I just re-referred you to what you said earlier. How are you missing what you said?
What do you mean by form?
The waters, the primordial waters in Genesis, horizontal, vertical component. Didn't you just air that 5 minutes ago?
Yeah.
Okay, so do you want to trace that to my comment? Because it directly connects. And that's
Okay,
why I
so what's
find
your
you being
comment again?
facetious.
So
Yeah, I asked you if your claim is true, which is that Earth is flat, yet so many institutions claim it not, that it's spherical, with false information. I wonder what you think, and it was a question to you, causes the falsehood to even be, what's the causal root of this falsity?
Why are they lying?
Huh?
Why are they lying?
Bigger than people. It has to be bigger than people.
Okay, so why
The lie
is there
capacity.
a lie to deceive people about the fundamental nature of God's existence?
Well, I would be more concerned with the mechanism, because we have access to mechanisms.
We're talking about how. This is one of the hows, how the deception is taking place, which primarily can be used as a vehicle to point us in another direction away from God.
Does the man not have any more details about such a significant claim? Like mechanical details?
What do you mean mechanical details? What? How they do this?
Yeah, how would one go about doing this in our universe to affect us here?
How?
Yeah, I would want to know that. Yeah.
How? By using geometry.
But geometry has to be force. What's the force component, if I'm not being clear?
What do you mean force component of geometry?
Okay. Sure.
Just talk about it.
I have a phone on my desk. It has a physical motor. It vibrates. If I wanted to do that, it would do that, and you would have to apply energy. So, like, where is the physical component?
What?
So the active component that can change things. Like it. So you're claiming the Earth is like these people claim the Earth is spherical. What do you think is forcing this perspective? Yeah.
What do I think is forcing that perspective as to why they would lie?
No, that even allows them to put forth the plausible idea that confuses humans. What's the ground of the lie?
I don't know.
Okay. Well, thank you. Thank you.
Did you understand his point about the gas pressure needing the containment?
I surely did.
Okay, good.
Did you want to carry on that point?
You inspired me to ask you that question. Like, that was a dear question for me to ask. So you inspired me to do so. I liked the conversation, actually.
Okay. So this is the fundamental rebuttal from arguments such as pictures from space. We can argue about lenses and stuff when we get on balloons and shit, but if we're going to rely on an authority or authority, and they're making a claim about this place called space, which is a vacuum that's uncontained from our gas, and we apply laws of nature to the claim, we understand the claim goes against laws of nature. As long as we understand this, then maybe we can get to a deeper understanding about that the Earth's not what they show us in this place then, because that place isn't real. It's like me taking a picture of Aslan the speaking lion from Narnia. We understand this is a made-up place. That wouldn't happen. Neither would this.
some people can. I like if you give me the mechanical leading up, I buy the story, the narrative. Some people need the narrative to frame their thoughts to understand the mechanics. Are you able to approach this from both angles? Just a question. I'm not trying to make a jab at you.
What do you mean by mechanic when you say that?
The things leading up to the big thing that you're saying.
I do apologise. Sometimes I'm not understanding all of the words that you use, and you kind of a little bit out of left field with some of the words that you use. I'm not being rude, just not fully absorbing everything you're saying.
Like the grand claim is the flat Earth. For someone to claim something else like spherical, like if somebody tilted the optics, it would sometimes tilt more in favor of like being able to falsely claim something else. Like if I were to change the color slightly, the person who claims it's red versus blue, the argument would shift. So I'm wondering if you have an answer for how people are able to claim like an opposite of what you claim. So you like, what is the root? If there were one central object, like in Superman, like the green crystal that he stole, for instance, is there something allowing the universe even to put on a false show to people to get tricked? What's causing this?
What you see is what you get. That's what we're saying.
Yeah, no, I don't have an answer for your question. I'm going to need to think about it a bit more. I think it might be a bit rude of me to try and stumble my way through an answer, but I don't think one.
Okay.
He actually mentioned the tilting, and you know that if you have water or something on a table and you tilt that table, the water or the ball or the spheres that you have on the table will fall, right, from the table. You know this, right?
Yeah, but centrifugal. It messes up a lot of things like this. That's
So
static dynamics.
So in any sphere, if you attach water to it, the water will go splash splash on the floor. In reality,
I wish the universe had a definable floor, like besides our floor on Earth that we call what is the universe's floor? I don't see it.
Is there any other floor?
You're standing on it.
That would be a question you would have to answer as well as me. I'm claiming I don't know where it is. So where would it go splash?
You're standing on it.
Why should if you don't know of another floor, then maybe there isn't another floor. Maybe this is it.
Wait, so if you're focusing on the only floor and asking what its shape is, all due respect, that's a very difficult thing to do.
Yeah, this is the floor that you know of, though. But that means that when right now in the building that you're in, you look up and you have a ceiling, and let's say just in a contained environment that we obviously are in because you're breathing air, so there has to be some type of containment. The container has a ceiling. Is there other floors beyond that point? Sure, but this is the floor that you're standing on this one. So this is the universe that we're in, or the place that we're in, and this is the floor. You're standing on it. So why you need to ask, where is the floor? It's right below your feet.
Can I feel like you got here. Can I ask you, or if this picture means anything to you in terms of flat Earth or this object?
So you know what space means? You know what outer space means? It doesn't mean. So you might think there's another place out there that you can go put your feet on, right? Like a planet or a moon of a planet.
No,
maybe
like that, right? Maybe the heavenly realm. That might be a place,
right? But if you think about it, okay, you may never. If the Earth was a ball and space and everything was real, we may never ever be able to go to space because of how ridiculously crazy space is, right? Do you understand that? Then you think about it, and then you realize all you'll ever do is think about it and imagine what it would be like. Watch movies about what it'd be like. fantasize about what, play video games about what it would be like. But you will never. You're gonna realize and say to yourself, "Yeah, I'm never gonna. No, probably nobody alive today is ever gonna be able to go there or do that." Okay, and guess what? The next generation is gonna think the exact same thing. On and on and on it goes. That's what's gonna happen in our lifetime. Don't you agree?
Every man
AKA
should definitely have different opinions on the matter.
AKA, it's a story, right, that you think about, but you know you'll never, ever experience it. What you're going to experience is here, is this. And when you look at this, what do you see?
Every man has a different. I hope every human doesn't agree like dullards.
Do you see a home for you, or do you see a place you want to escape? Because the grass is greener on the other side. Like, do you think you want to stay here forever?
In a very cryptic manner. What do you mean by this?
I'm trying to make you realize that that's what the globe is. It's a very cryptic, mysterious thing that is not ever going to be experienced. Because we are talking about water. We're talking about water. And when you realize that water's flat level, right? You're like, oh, but it's so big. No, it's not so big. Has a size. See, you're trying to go there to that cryptic place that doesn't exist. Go ahead.
Well, be careful, because if I find it, I'll subject others to what I find. Just like any other god would, or tyrant of creation.
Well, proof of the globe.
Let's stick to something inside chat. Do you guys ever wonder, the people lie to you in the little globe, little sculptures they put in there? Have you ever given thoughts to the sphere that's in the Vatican with the mechanistic gears? The sphere in the sphere is what the art project is called.
Yeah, under those spheres, there's a horizontal building structure that was placed in building a horizontal frame of reference using water, and then on top of all that, they put spheres with gears and mechanisms in place to be able to show you the construct that you're talking about.
Okay, so do you think this is them bragging about the deception?
It's just like the globe cartoon that you're thinking about, and saying, hey, water works differently. If we go to this place of the imagination, you can also create, like you were saying, everybody has a different story, and maybe everyone has a different idea.
The core is to get to the bottom of what drives the stories. Give me a second. So, like,
it looks
this is a famous. Just to give the detail, it's a famous sculpture that literally refers to the mechanism. It's called Sphere Within the Sphere at the Vatican. It's in the middle of the courtyard where they have their secret library underneath. So you guys are flat earthers. You've never given deep thought to why. Do you feel like this signifies anything? That's my question to you. What meaning do you think it does?
Well, remember, like I told you, remember. From the floor that you're standing on, and the floor on the Vatican, let's say you're standing on the floor in the Vatican, right? You're standing on the horizontal frame of reference.
Oh, give me a second.
The sphere
like this one?
Is built.
Yeah, like this one right here.
So you're standing on the floor, and you're looking at a sphere that you're looking at. When we look at the sky, the sky by many civilizations is being labeled the celestial sphere. Yeah. The celestial sphere, right? Even today, people talk about the sky as kind of like a sphere on a sphere motion. So they might be kind of sphere within a sphere, and people look up there and look at the sun, a sphere or circle. And all of these mechanisms that you're saying are being portrayed here in these
what do you think they're trying to say? Like, you guys try to further the flat earth thing. I wonder if you do you agree with
you're still standing on the floor, motionless floor, and then the sphere above it is moving and doing what it does. But remember, you're standing in reality.
Okay, so you haven't given deep thought to this thing at the Vatican?
Deep thought? I mean, it's a sculpture. Somebody made it. Just ask the artist what it means. There's no need for deep thought. What does it mean then? I mean, if you're an occultist, if you're some kind of, wizard or astrologer or something, maybe it means something to you. But if you just ask the artist, he'll just tell you what it means.
artists get commissioned, so they're never the reason. The people who commission it are. The title of this is Sphere Within a Sphere. It is a mechanistic sphere within a sphere with broken components, and the Vatican has spoken on what it means. Yeah, it means something significant about creation.
You're right.
Yeah.
I can ask you the same question. So you've been a glober. You've been a glober all this time, and you never thought why the Earth looks flat, or why it measures flat, or why we use it as flat.
Not a glober.
I mean, did you even know?
Truth.
Did you even know that it measures flat, right? Did you even know that it appears flat? Did you even know that people use it as flat, right? But we've been globers our whole lives, and we don't know these things.
I most definitely did. Here.
Or G even lift.
So if you look inside chat, right? I think somebody mentioned Superman. There goes the globe again. It was always prominently placed in Superman. I have a question. Why do you think, like, you're going against this globe thing? So I'm kind of holding your feet to fire.
Let's talk about Superman. All right, check it out. Let me talk about this thing, because superheroes.
What's going on here?
Go ahead, Jedi. Go ahead, Jedi.
Why is this sphere in a sphere important?
Because an institution commissioned it to mean the thing that you go against, and I'm wondering what your opinion on it is, to be quite frank, now that you asked.
Okay, so the Vatican gives us this. Okay, cool. See, it's interesting because this is the very people that give us the globe Earth model, and this is how they do it. So you might have uncovered the deeper truth. This being a terrestrial sphere inside a celestial sphere. Now, we understand that the terrestrial sphere and the celestial sphere are concepts that how the observer views, one, the heavens above us from a horizontal plane. The observer is actually standing in the middle of these two balls on horizontal planes, making angle measurements to the stars, because the stars is where we get the curvature of the Earth from. They did this, the Vatican, and they used people like Copernicus and Kepler and up through the ages, Huygens or Huygens, various array of people to come up with these mathematical conceptual models to predict things in the sky to explain their movements. One of the tools they use is the celestial sphere outside of the terrestrial sphere. The terrestrial sphere comes from flat Earth measurements, though.
Okay, that was thank you. I asked genuine questions. You gave me a genuine answer. Thank you.
Okay.
I'll consider it. Thank you.
And I typed you an answer in voice text.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
No problem.
You too, Bong Sa. Thank you. Wait, how do you pronounce your name? Sorry. Okay. Hope I got it right.
Bong Sao.
Bongs.
Bong Sao.
Thank you. Thank you.
Shishi. So do you think curved lines and straight lines are the same thing?
I always just wanted to get to the bottom of it. That's the thing. I never cared about the intermediate truth, just the root.
The root of the truth, my friend, that's God.
Well, I always knew him. There's a matter at hand that needs addressing, a very intimate matter, very detailed matter. So I needed things leading up into it, truthful things. I'm getting them. Thank you.
No problem.
And
it
beautiful.
Was interesting.
Gimsy, that image in your profile was catching my eye. I meant to ask you about it, and there we have it. Thank you. And I have noted the planetary alignment thingy in the sky, naked eye. Actually, how do you guys feel about that? The quote unquote, to give it some air of uncertainty. This planetary alignment thing, visible. What is your guys' take?
Didn't that happen a few days ago?
Yeah, it was leading until the 25th. I saw it 2 nights in a row. I can still see it, sort of.
I don't know. I think the Bible forbids us, reading stars and trying to divine, the future or
Wait,
the
Gimsy, what
meaning
happened
of
to that? Oh, did it go away?
things.
Yeah,
So
divination.
I wouldn't know. Yeah, I wouldn't
divination,
know.
I'm not with it either.
Yeah. I think that's what I mean. I
I'm
think
an honest
astronomy.
person. I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, so I think astronomy, NASA, all these things is basically those people continuing their arts, their religion, their rituals, their ceremonies, in under the guise of science. Science. It's sort of it's
What? Okay,
astronomy.
Yeah, this is actually, I'll be honest, like there's a lot of stuff to genuinely consider. So like my brain is kind of like all over the place right now. Cycling through like rearranging some things. Do you feel that spherical models give them an advantage of some sort? That's why they keep trying to enforce them?
Does it give them an advantage when they give us a model? Yeah.
Because it restricts your thoughts to the...
Well, yeah, it can do. We've broken out of some of those restrictions quite recently. But yeah, it definitely gives them advantage because they can give us a model. We know how the model was created, though. That is with flat Earth measurements. We can talk about that later. But yeah, it definitely gives them an advantage. They've got a story to tell, right?
Versus the human experience. If I were to put the two next to each other, it advantages. Would you say like this spherical story advantages more of this thing than the human story?
I think it disadvantages the human story.
Okay.
Because it's outside of our perception. We perceive a horizontal stationary Earth. The model is antithetical to our human experience, right? So then begins the engagement within the model and the paradigm that the model sets. Somewhere down the line, they'll tell you how all of this came to be. They'll give you a creation story. They'll start telling you who's engaged in this now globe model idea that they've provided for you. They've answered the questions, why you're here, how you got here, what your purpose is here. So they can definitely cage your thought from that point onwards and interfere with your human experience, if that answers your question.
Sincerely, I come with a certain like fiery energy, and you guys have almost correctly muted me. I've always been like digging what's behind the veil, to be truthful, like with you guys. I'm being more honest and not a clown like I usually am. Better outcome in the conversation. You've made me think deeply in the level I've always wanted to think, because it's never been about arguing the mechanics. It's more about the human story. You give me a lot to consider and think about, and you haven't even forced me into the flat Earth model proper, but you've given me deep things to consider. Thank you.
All right. You're welcome. Can you show the globe model and then show the flat Earth model in chat, please? I want to see it. Start off with the globe model. Let's see it in chat. Thanks.
Wait, what? It's just a planetary thing, man. A planetary system. Model.
No, globe model. I want to see it.
Wait, from who? A glober or flat earther? Me?
Yeah, you said the globe model and flat Earth.
Are you
model.
A flat earther?
You said globe model, and then you said flat Earth model, and then you had a flat earther rub your feet with the globe model. I'm going to ask him next. Jetty.
You can get to me in a minute.
Oh, you're coming at everybody. Oh.
Right, I'll go first. I'll go first.
It's not my room, dude. I'll let them do their thing here first.
It's fine. I'll step up to quantum arrays. It's no problem. So the conversation's been quite deep. The guy isn't coming from a flat Earth, globe Earth perspective. He's asking deeper questions. The question that he's asking is the advantage they get when they give us a model. Now, you're correct. I didn't jump into it's not a model, it's not a scientific model, they don't have a model. So you're right to chastise me on that. But I'm giving him the possible, from my point of view, advantages that they give when they give us this protracted idea of a globe and what it does and the stories that they tell us. That's all.
So there is no globe model. So when you say it's, there is no it's. So the entire premise of the argument falls apart right there.
Yeah.
Yeah. As long as we're on the same sheet.
Well, of course, and you know that I know that. But in this conversation, I forego that part of the argument.
Never, ever forego that. Ever.
Okay, boss. Yes, boss.
The end doesn't justify the means. Follow?
Yeah, of course.
Yep.
Huey, are you there?
I think so.
You think so?
Do you remember the name of that guy who what was it? The video of the change of the angular size of the sun needed on his computer. Do you remember his name?
It's hard to hear you, number one, and number two, I don't know what you speak of.
You showed a video a while back about a guy changing the angular size of the sun. He made it on the.
Oh, yeah, 2016. The heck was his name? I can't recall his name off the top right now.
Fair enough, no worries. Was a while back.
I just heard his name the other day too, and I said, "Oh yeah, I remember that guy." And I'm terrible with names, man. Terrible.
Same as that's why I'm asking. I think this is the second time I'm asked you.
Did I tell you the first time, or did I forget?
No, you told me the first time. I forgot.
I could see his face. Oh man. I got your message, Gemsy, but it's speculation Sunday. All right. Still models. That's not speculation.
That's fine. It's good to see you in here, though, Quantum Eraser.
Well, thank you.
That's yes. I've heard that you've been back, man. I'm kind of gutted that I hadn't seen you before. That you've been in like the last 2 evenings or so. It's good to see you, mate.
Yeah,
hopefully
just the other, my ban was lifted.
Hey, let the good times roll.
Hey, did you honestly have a question for me? Because it seemed like lighter tone than how it was delivered.
I have a question. No, it was Jetty answered.
Okay.
Yeah,
Cool.
yeah, it's no lighter tone or I'm just direct.
Okay.
When I hear cod swallow bollocks, I'm all over it. Like models, especially since I've been teaching how there is no model. The Globetards don't know what a scientific model is, and they never had a model. And I've been teaching that since 2016. So it's kind of a sensitive topic to me.
Yeah, we get it. It's interesting though, right? Because this conversation started with our friend here posting an image of in the side chat. Superman. It's I can't remember the Daily Planet and the emblem of the Daily Planet. And when you look at the emblem of the Daily Planet, it's a sphere within inside a sphere. And the question was asked because he was put into comparison of the Vatican having this emblem of a sphere within inside a sphere. So I was answering his question from the point of, well, this is the celestial and the terrestrial sphere. The terrestrial sphere inside the celestial sphere. Blah, 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 horizontal plane. That's where that conversation come from.
I'd like to see that celestial sphere in reality. Anyone got a pic of that?
Shit. Yeah, it's just a concept, isn't it?
Oh boy.
Wait, do you believe in evolution, in Darwinism?
Oh,
Oh
get
my
him.
God! You
There you
step
go, John.
right. You step right from the fire, right into the blast furnace.
Love it. That was my entire intention. But no, but in all seriousness, I don't understand why you cannot subscribe to that theory.
Well, because it's not number one. Why I can't subscribe to it. Number one, it's not a scientific theory. Number two, it's undefined. Number three, I got a degree in biochemistry, so that's why I don't.
Okay, so it's no direct relationship to flat Earth. It's
no direct relationship to anything. Maybe invisible three-toed gnomes. Perhaps. I think invisible three-toed gnomes have more proof. At least they can. That can be defined.
Wait, I feel like I've had conversations with you before, Quantum Racer, especially because you mentioned you wait, you said but so what's your flat Earth mechanistic?
Sorry, I just wanted to add this is a new account of his.
Oh, sorry.
The person on the account.
Quantum Racer, are you a flat earther?
Yes.
If I ask you your most mechanistic, detailed explanation for like primordial flat Earth theorists, do you have that?
It's not a theory. Number one. Number two, it's a what is question. Yeah, I got many proofs. They're on my website.
Oh, is it in your profile or something?
I'll give it to you. 1 second.
Okay. I'm not looking to argue. I'm not looking for details to argue with you. I'm looking for I'm literally looking for as an engineer, I want to see the gears type of thing.
Engineer? Okay, I'll give you a gear. How can you have a horizon on a globetard?
Well, no, not the defense. The mechanisms of flat Earth.
I'm going to give you a mechanism. And by the way, I just posted that website in the chat at 38 minutes after the hour. So
it's best given to me. I render as you go. Versus question Q&A.
I'll give you a mechanism because you can't have a horizon on a globetard. The reason being is that according to the slope-intercept formula, y equals mx plus b, all horizontal lines, which are derived from horizons, have a rate of change of slope of 0, the Baltard's IQ. But we're told that we must have curvature, but there's a problem there because the United States Naval Academy defines curvature as the rate of change of slope of non-zero. So there's a rate of change of slope of non-zero, according to the narrative, the fairy tale story from the globetards, from every point along a tangent from our feet in every direction. But how can you have that when we have horizons that have a rate of change of slope of 0? See, that's a paradox. You can't reconcile that. That's a mechanism right there. See that mechanism in betwixt that? See, you can't reconcile that. It'd be easier for you to distill Alexander the Great's tears out of the Euphrates than to reconcile that paradox. Married bachelors in a corner blushing. How about that one? That's not on the website, by the way.
Well, I know. I picture it. But I mean, they're putting faith in the idea that it's non-zero and then just going with it. And
That's not faith. Yeah. It's defined. It's axiomatic. No faith required.
Well, if you go against your axioms and it produces a functional model, what's
really model?
With your axiom?
What model?
No, okay. Let me be better with my tongue. The idea is they went with something that they're able to convince.
Okay, let's stop. Who are they?
The people who went off the horizontal plane with the non-zero slope. Yeah.
The people that went off the horizontal plane with the non-zero. That doesn't make any sense.
Allowing them to make the globe Earth argument. I went with
what allows them to make the globe Earth argument is wiki. That's the only thing that's allowing them in their fairy tale idiot imaginations. That's it. They're just mindlessly parroting headlines. Simple. Can't get
Why
out of
don't you
that
have your
argument.
website and go through some of these details.
Okay. Good luck. Oh, for that evolutionary guy that posted, I'd like to speak on this for a second, because I've been dealing Evotard's death blows. Now, not just your average skank and foul Evotards. I'm talking about PhD cellular biologist and microbiologist.
Sounds
for
fun.
over 10 years. Wow, it's way over that, since 2008. So I'm going to tell you a signature you'll see in every Evotard quote unquote debate. You will never, ever hear any Evotard define evolution and provide the scientific theory of evolution. They will all start out with evidence of what they haven't defined. Every single time. Yes, sir. You mark my words. Pull up your random Evotard video. Just pull up 10 of them and check to see if I'm correct. How can you provide evidence for something that you haven't defined?
Do you guys imagine, as time goes on, technology advances, that the argument, the plane of which the argument is occurring between globe believers and flat earthers is going to rise to a point of almost like manifest proof eventually?
Number one,
of which one's correct.
Number one, you feebly obfuscated to a different topic. Number two, there are no arguments for a globe. There's I can't think of a single one. When it boils down to it for the Globetard, all you have at the end is photos from NASA, which aren't photos. That's all you got. That's it. That's what it boils down to. That's all you got. Everything else is just flailing smoke and mirrors. That's it. That's all you got. Now, back to my question. How can
well, that's not true, though. I'm sorry, but that's not true. I know I'm not saying this is a very good... No, it isn't. Because I'm pretty sure in ancient Greece, didn't they measure the curvature of Earth based on the degrees of shadow?
No.
Which is a very stupid, simple example, but it is
No,
one.
They haven't, unless you can provide the measurement.
Well, that's what the degree of the shadow illustrates.
The shadow? What shadow?
Degree.
The Greeks.
Degree.
Degrees? No, the Greeks. He said Greeks.
The degree of the shadow. I'm pretty sure the ancient Greeks.
You're pretty sure?
At least mathematically.
Measures a degree.
He means one Greek with his boyfriend measure shadows, therefore Earth curvature.
Okay.
Sorry. Did he measure? Say that again.
Ancient Greeks. I don't know exactly who.
Measured one Greek
shadow between 2 points, which kind of, I guess, illustrated that the Earth is curved.
So a degree, that's an angle, right?
Yeah, a degree, yes.
Okay, what's an angle?
I don't know how to define it actually mathematically, but it's like a line that's been...
Line, yeah, good.
Side.
Straight, yeah, side, good. Straight side, right? Two straight sides meeting at the vertices where we measure the separation in degrees. All right.
Right.
Good.
Yep.
So no curve measurement here then.
No, but the change of degree of the shadow between two distant points.
Okay.
I think they used that.
So 2 points forming the triangle with the sun. One directly underneath the sun, no shadow. One over there, not directly underneath the sun, shadow. It's a triangle.
I guess so, yeah.
Yeah, so no curvature measured here then.
Yeah, okay. I don't remember how this went down. It's just a small little memory. I shouldn't have even brought this up. I apologize. Carry on.
Other Jedi.
I had no point to prove. I just remembered something for some documentary.
Hey,
but
the
again,
other
the
Jedi in
documentary is a
chat.
source of authority, which we question.
Thanks.
Again.
The other Jedi in chat preempted this. He said this is going to be a bloodbath.
Yeah. Again, I wasn't even trying to have a fight. It's just a little memory that I had from long ago, which clearly I cannot fully retrieve.
Yeah, it was.
Sorry, I disturbed. Karen.
It was probably better. It was probably better for you not to say anything.
Don't you find it odd that you believe that one guy that you don't know the name and what he did, and you don't even comprehend what he actually did, makes you believe in something that you cannot measure or demonstrate?
No, I didn't necessarily. But I don't believe it because of that solely. But earlier, I believe the gentleman said that the only source for the globe are images from space, and I just remembered. Actually, I'm pretty sure there was some ancient methodology that
images from space. Oh.
Sorry, but then the gentleman who was QE said everything else is flailing around, which is what you did.
You just did.
I guess so.
That's his point. Yeah.
Carry on. Come on. All right. Stop.
You're all right. You're all right, David. It was pretty funny that he said "nuh-uh" and then just confirm what I just said.
Yeah, I've got nothing to hide.
Lol. That's pretty cool. You're fine.
You've forgotten what you were talking about now.
Evolution it was. Or why you don't have pictures from space even though you think you do.
Which one?
Well, you went from evolution to... No, I think you were just generally talking about people believing in theory or in something without substantial evidence. In both cases.
Yeah, the globe earth or flat earth, there's no theory because that's a category error. It's not science to begin with, it's geometry. With evolution, there's nothing there. Invisible three-toed gnomes have more veracity than evolution. Whatever that is. And yes, I'm still laughing.
What are the theories that the common man believes to be a pretty plausible theory that you don't deem as very scientific?
There's a problem in your speech because you keep saying the believe in theories. Belief means acceptance without evidence, and scientific theories are confirmed and validated via experimental evidence. So
I meant what I said, and I say believe because I don't believe in absolute truths. So everything at the end.
You don't believe in absolute truth. So
correct.
Okay. So is your statement absolutely true?
Ha! Very funny. Yeah, I've heard of this before. I don't know. I don't know.
And you're still parroting it. Damn.
Funny.
I don't know, but I don't like the idea of claiming something to be absolutely true. At the end of the day, it's a belief because the path of what is true is always changing through my personal experience as I become hopefully a bit wiser and older.
It's just going to start having arguments with apples in a minute. Don't like the idea that you're always an apple. Be something else.
Yeah, yeah. That's why I say belief. Anyway, are there any other theories that are deemed today to be good, the most plausible theories, explanations for something, systems, concepts?
Explanations? But that was really hilarious, David. I'd like to thank you because I needed that this evening. I appreciate that a lot.
You're welcome. Anytime. But are there any others? Are there any other theories that you outright reject, such as
scientific theories? No, there wouldn't be any scientific theory I could outright reject because if it was a scientific theory, then it would be validated by experiment. The only way that I could outright reject a scientific theory that's been validated is to find some type of problem in the experimental design. And I haven't come across one yet. That's not meaning that there isn't one. I just haven't come across one yet. Do you have a poster child example for us? We'll evaluate it.
No, but okay. So your standards for what should be a scientific theory is much higher.
No, that's not my standards. No, it's not mine. Nope. What is define a scientific theory? Now, don't talk. Don't keep talking. Define a scientific. It's defined. You understand that?
Well, yeah. I guess so. Yeah, it's got certain criteria. Yeah.
Yeah, it's not mine. I didn't state these. Let's take a look at them.
The scientific community has
there is
standard for what categorizes.
There is no scientific
to become a theory.
There is no scientific community. If there is one, can you provide their phone number or email address for me, please?
No, I mean there is. So, for example, university institutions have a clear-cut criteria for what constitutes something to become a theory.
Yeah, scientific theory. They're right at 53 minutes after the hour. I listed them for you.
No. For example, I believe, if I recollect correctly, of falsifiability.
No, falsifiability. Nope, that's not it.
No, okay, then I don't know. Then I don't even know a single characteristic of what constitutes a scientific theory.
So let's go through them. From chemistryabot.com, scientific theory summarizes a hypothesis or group of hypotheses that have been supported with repeated testing. From Quarks to Quasars, a scientific theory consists of one or more hypotheses or hypotheses that have been supported with repeated testing. From Scientific American, a scientific theory is an explanation of some aspect of the natural world that has been substantiated through repeated experiments or testing. From the University of Rochester Physics Labs, a scientific theory represents a hypothesis or group of related hypotheses. You hear the echo in here?
Yeah, I get that.
Which has been confirmed. I'm not done yet. Which has been confirmed through repeated experimental tests.
Yeah, I get that. Yes, I knew that. Yeah. So
you did? You said falsifiability.
Correct.
Could you point out that word in this one of these definitions in here?
He don't even understand the word. That's crazy.
No, I do. It's for, like you said, for the experiment to with the same results.
Yeah, David's right.
Yeah, David sure is right. He didn't have a clue of what it was.
He did, but you kept on cutting him off, being like,
"Yeah, right." That's why I cut him off. Yeah, that's why I cut him off.
Nope. Anyway, you kept on cutting him off and not having a good conversation.
Falsifiability. This isn't a conversation.
Falsificationality. Yeah, try that one.
Okay. Well, all right. So based on that standard that you defined,
I didn't define it. I didn't define it. Stop. Okay. Stop. I did not define it.
Who defined it then?
Chemistry Abot, Quarks to Quasars, Scientific American, and the University of Rochester Physics.
Didn't I say there's scientific community? Come on,
That's not scientific community.
So they make up the scientific community.
That's not the science. Do you know what natural science is? What's natural science?
Code of science? Yes. So some would also refer to it as a hard science. It predominantly makes up things of science like biology. Chemistry.
Nope, I didn't ask you for examples of it. I asked you what natural science was. Pay attention to the question.
Okay, it's a science that observes and studies the natural world as opposed to society, like a social science or soft science.
You can't use science in the definition of natural science, for God's sake.
But it's a category of science. All right, it's a form
so natural science is a category of science. No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
No.
Yes, it is.
You're a moron.
Okay. I don't know what he's talking. Yeah.
You're a moron, dude. You're just making shit up.
I'm not. Like I said, there's social science. There's
I just compromised you like 10 times in a row, and you continue to speak. Why is that?
Because you're not giving me your own answer. You're not giving me an explanation.
I'm not giving my own answer. That's why I'm not doing it.
Well, clearly it takes time for you to figure it out.
You're a pretender clown. What's a
I can see
hypothesis?
why you've.
What's a scientific hypothesis right now? 10
Off
seconds.
the top of my head, it's. Are you actually asking me? Yeah, it's
Yes,
like
10 seconds.
It's a prediction. It's an explained prediction on some like outcome.
Incorrect.
Like so you can
Incorrect.
Yes, it comes from an observation.
Yes,
the observation
incorrect.
is
That's incorrect.
Then one sees a pattern in the observation.
It's incorrect. There's no patterns. Incorrect.
Okay. So what is a hypothesis?
It's a special kind of prediction. You got one word, right? That forecast how the independent variable will affect the dependent variable.
Yeah. Okay, that's really good explanation. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, I agree. Sure.
Of course.
So what's a hard science? What's an actual science?
No, a hypothesis is not a hard science.
No, I never said that. Whoa,
you just said it.
No, I said what is a natural science or hard science? Because I gave you my explanation, but you weren't happy.
I'm done playing little reindeer games with Mr. Retard here.
Okay. Anyway.
Yeah. Bye.
Right. Well, I just wanted to ask you one question, but it took us this long. Let me just ask you this: what alternative explanation do you have for
your sister?
The origins of life? Let's say
I don't need an alternative explanation for anything. Because alternative explanations are based on that explanation, the first explanation, being correct. If you said you had, I'll bet you don't even know what an explanation is. I'll guarantee you don't.
I don't think it's relevant to this conversation.
Explanations are absolutely worthless without demonstration.
Okay, description.
No, explanations are the antithesis of descriptions. Just leave. What the fuck, man?
Okay, so you have no alternative theory for the origins of life.
Get the fuck off. You don't know what scientific theories are, you don't know what explanations are, and you don't know what descriptions are. You're a moron.
Okay.
Yeah, okay. Bye.
No, I'm not leaving. You'd have to kick me out, which I'm happy for you to do.
I'm not kicking you out.
Wait, is this... Wait, the guy who's playing Pity Pat, like, do you have a driver as a Glober or something? Like...
I wasn't even trying to argue it. I genuinely want to know if there's a different explanation for evolution, because that would be quite interesting.
Different explanation for
that's not a topic.
Yeah.
That's not a topic. Wait, respectfully,
gnomes, you dumbass.
Can I say
different
respectfully?
That's not validated. That's so weak. You're such a dumbass.
I'm not trying
if
to.
If I can get a word in, dude. Hey, dude, the guy who thinks you have an argument with evolution, it's the most non-understood process in science. So you pick the worst thing now, try to like, what? Nobody has an answer for that. What are you on about? Well, nobody. Yeah.
Answer for what?
But does that
the alternative explanation?
The term. No. The
alternative
term
explanation
evolution
to a fairy tale. It's a dumbass.
I'm not even going that deep. I'm just saying the word
I agree.
Evolution is not a term you can argue about, bro.
I agree with you, which is why initially in this conversation I asked about his standard for what is a scientific theory, but then he started like questioning what I believe in this. That's all I wanted to get to the bottom of.
Did you pick evolution? Because that's the worst topic to pick.
That was no. It's a good starting point because I want to know what his standard is for.
This is why he's treating you this way. This is why he's treating you this way because a high schooler would pick this like not knowing.
Okay, no, you're missing the point. Let me ask you this. Look, perhaps I took it the wrong way.
Dude, he has a degree in biology. Did you listen to him? What are you on about? What?
I didn't. He said that afterwards. Does he? Do you believe in any scientific theory? I just want to know. Like,
I have a master's of science. I have a master's of science. Yes. Well, what the? Yeah, I have a degree. Yes.
I'm talking about quantum. I'm talking to quantum. I was never talking to you.
He said he has one, bro. Like, you're not listening to him. He said it 20 minutes ago.
So can you give me one scientific theory that he believes in? I want to know one fucking scientific theory.
Wait, science can't give you that. That's the thing. I'm with my master's of science degree, I'm beating you over the head because science doesn't have that. Why are you asking him for it? Like, what?
So there's no...
I say that confidently. Like, what are you doing, sir?
I'm so confused. There's no scientific theory.
Would you like me to post a picture of my degree to unconfuse you? What are you doing? I have a master's of science. What are you doing with claims of academic anything with evolution as a topic? It's a research topic. It's just a topic you go into research about. It's not a definitive thing you put your hand on, much less argue. What are you on about?
Did you hear him when he said he circled back to his first question concerning my belief in scientific theories? He went right back to, like a dog, right back to his vomit after I ripped his ass up.
Yeah, they always go back to evolution because it's the most enigmatic thing.
I'm not that.
No. He went back to the same question he asked me before. Not about evolution. He said, what scientific theories do you believe in? I tore him up for the past 10 minutes with that statement.
I heard that. Sorry. Yeah.
Yeah, and he went right back.
That's why I came back and was like,
yeah, I did. Well, that's
because you're a fucking idiot.
Oh, Pickle. Don't be so conformist.
No, I'm serious, bro. I went downstairs to make tea in donut holes, and I came back up into my workstation.
I'm just trying to understand
what you're doing.
I just want to understand what I can't use the word explanation. I'm going to use a description. Like, how does he...
What framework of reasoning do you use besides this one? Just ask him that, dude. Yeah.
But yeah, that's one way to phrase it. So do you actually...
It's phrasing. It is phrasing.
Reality through direct observation. That is it. For direct observation only. So you make sense of the reality, right? These patterns, these predictions in your mind through direct observation only.
Because be like, no, I got it. You should be like, you should wait. You should be like,
you should pause and reset, recalibrate, dude. You're like stumbling because you're just stumbling into it. Just recalibrate what you want to really ask him now. Rephrase it.
Well, I tried to ask him if he believes in any scientific theory, to which he cannot answer.
No. You should be like this. Do you even science, bro? Do you even science, bro? Yeah, ask him that.
It's not what he's trying to ask. He's trying to ask how everything was created.
Your sister.
But he's trying to get, well, if not evolution, what then? How was everything created?
Invisible. Yeah, it's moronic.
Don't worry about me. I asked a dumb question, clearly. So I apologize for embarrassing myself. And you for having to interact with such an idiot like myself who asked whether you believe in any scientific thing.
Hey man, no need to insult yourself.
He's asking it.
It makes me feel better. It's okay.
He's told you that. Oh God.
There's a paper called "Origins of Life." You can just go read it.
What does Origins of Life have to do with this?
Evolution, I think. How we apply.
Well, let's see. Somebody define evolution. Let's see if it has to do with origins of life, and then we'll make a distinction. Okay? Go ahead.
Okay, I probably won't be able to do that. I always think of evolution because I don't believe in it as in the fucking story of how we all got here.
At the end of it, Darwin was like, "Oh, but I could be wrong," and he was wrong. That's why it's not a thing anymore.
Really? Did Darwin put a scientific theory in his book?
No.
Can I see that? Can you post that in here?
No, he didn't.
Oh no, I just remember the stuff I remember. Yeah.
Right.
If you've got a scientific theory and it's been scientifically validated, you won't have to believe it.
Exactly. You got it, KC. You're on it.
Maybe I'll ask the question again.
Sorry, I've disengaged. I wasn't even listening.
You've disengaged from the beginning.
I appreciate your efforts, but
these donuts are good, dude. They really are.
I'm just chilling. I'm playing a video game right now, but it's interesting.
Right? Can I be honest, dude? The having this dusty degree in like 2, 3, 4. Yeah, I have 4. Next, I recently moved and I have it. Bro, the thing about this is it doesn't entitle you to correctness or perspective. Like, you just ran through the 4 years. So out the other end of it, I hope you are looking for deeper truths in this earth, and you inquire in this way, like the test people thing, and do you know this, and evolution, like a high schooler. This is not it. No, it's not going to get you anywhere.
Yeah, great. Thanks for the advice. That's wonderful.
And I got 4 of those stupid things, in an envelope. So yeah.
But do you not feel like you have to at least put preference over some explanation for how things are, so that you can make decisions or
Can I just quickly answer him? I won't be too long. The issue with it's a very slight and dangerous issue. Is sure, but like towards more significant things, you have to dedicate significance and mind and everything. As the thing increases in multitude of components, you have to increase the components. You go deeper with it, right? So for evolution, you pick the deepest topic and the most enigmatic. Okay, you don't do that, but you're jumping in the deep end, bro. Pick something. See, but you should know better. You have the degree after all, right? You don't do that.
Okay.
So you could have segued in better, lighter, more constructively. Evolution is useless as a topic, always. unless you're doing the research, it's useless as a topic because you're not even getting anywhere when you discuss it proper because it doesn't have a grounding.
Again, I said earlier, Pico, I just wanted to know how low is standard for what a scientific theory is. Okay. I fully acknowledge what you said. I recognize that, but
can I mess it, dude? When I was in high school, we took a bunch of AP courses. One of them was like AP Chem, AP Phys. Bro, they taught us not to do the very thing you're doing in high school about evolution. All right, my teacher used to beat us over the head anytime we did, with a ruler, and he would even joke, right? Like they used to hit us back then. Take this ruler, show me the precision and accuracy in the ruler, right? Yeah, that's physics.
Listen to this guy.
Yeah.
What's your master's degree? Yeah, precision and accuracy. I got tired of hearing that the first day.
Yeah, he used to hit us with a ruler, the long wooden one. He used to all the way across his desk because it was so long and pop you with it.
What's your master's degree in?
Electrical engineering and computer engineering.
That's not
embedded systems.
That's not science, man.
Kung Fu.
It's the stuff that you have to complete the engineering degree that is science.
Okay. That's fine.
No,
it's not a natural. Engineering's not a natural science.
It's at the university. It's a proper degree in the sense the scientific courses proper you have to take in math, probability, proofs, and statistics.
No, that's not science either. Probability and mathematics is not natural science.
Help me out. What's going on?
Oh God.
Engineering.
What is science?
No, it's not natural. All right. Are you in voice text? I'm not questioning your degrees. Engineering degrees are highly sought after, and
it's just on the paper.
I can appreciate.
I can't help but read it.
I'm not done yet. I wasn't done yet. Engineering degrees are highly sought after, and you can't be a numpty dipshit to get engineering degrees. But my topic was natural science, and engineering is definitely not that. At 9 minutes after the hour, Professor Engineering Henry Petrofsky,
IEEE, beautiful.
Duke University. Engineering is not science, and confusing the two keeps us from solving the problems of the world. From Boston University, engineering is, these are the titles of the papers, by the way. Now, I'm not just using these as proof, because I'm going to ask you to give me a scientific hypothesis in engineering. I'm going to show you what these gentlemen are talking about.
Here's the thing. I went to a very good university. I can tell from the BU and your natural science reference, where you probably... So I do respect this, because when I applied, I understood if I would have went to a more holistic natural science institution, I would have gotten that versus a research institution, which what they do to us there. Yeah? Mm-hmm. Okay, so I do know the difference, and I do respect it, genuinely, right? So although I have my master's of science in electrical engineering, computer engineering, I would never come to you and try to speak on holistic topics and matters of science, yeah? I would never come to you and try to use my degree and credential to try to act like it's better, because it isn't. So then,
I'm not saying it's better.
No, not in the kitty sense. In the sense, I respect what you know about natural science in a proper scientific way than what I learned and to earn the master's of engineering. Yeah, I know what you're trying to say, essentially.
Yeah, but you got a master's of science in engineering, but that's the term science is used as an equivocation with universities, as in knowledge. But when I say natural science, I'm not doing that.
I know what you mean by that, and I respect that. What I'm saying is I agree with your position you're putting forward, I agree. Yeah, I see it now.
Sure. Yep. We're good.
Yep. It's the BU that got me. It's the BU that got me, by the way. I'm like, yeah, I get
it. Yeah, that's not a problem.
So does that mean
by sophomore and junior year, I wished I was at that university versus where I was at, because they forced a standard of repetition and precision and accuracy. Understanding.
No, engineering is not for the faint of heart. I understand that, but that's category error to what I'm talking about.
I agree. I'm man enough to agree, even at 40 with that. Yeah.
Is it accurate to say that engineering proves flat Earth or debunks the globe?
We don't even touch it. That's the thing about engineers. We don't get involved in the deep natural sciences.
You have to use what comes from science,
to do something.
To build things, right? Yeah. So I mean, does that not automatically debunk the globe, like water is level, for example, and stuff like that?
No, because so if you get taken through the natural sciences proper, get some good natural science professors, especially in intro courses to humble you, you'll understand very deeply the difference, even, right? Not even going as deep as natural science, but the difference between science and engineering. Science and engineering, your degree versus science. We've had professors beat us over the head with that proper in freshman year. Never would confuse the two. And then they even said, hey, you want to go over to that university to learn that type of thing? Go over there, because you're not going to make it through here. And then they brutalize you for 4 years. So the guy who mentioned, you're not going to get understanding after 4 years of brutality. You're going to be a good engineer, though.
Mm-hmm.
And you're going to scope you into it. They're going to beat your brain into submission.
Yep.
So you don't get scientific understanding. I left the university years later, doubled back to Feynman's lectures. Yeah, because a professor used to play them at night when nobody could go because we were too busy in the labs trying to get our assignments done. Yeah, I doubled back after graduation, watched it, and I felt like I didn't learn anything as far as electrical engineering went after just watching a couple lectures. So I was like, yeah, that's the natural science, and they bludgeoned us with engineering.
Be careful with Feynman, though, because he himself was a theoretical physicist. That is, by definition, not a natural science.
I knew about his poetry. You have to be careful with the way he'll worm ideas into your head. Yeah, I know about that.
I debunked him back in the day, by the way.
I believe
my son's he's an apprentice. He's about to finish his apprenticeship. He's a mechanic, and he wants to do electrician. But what would be the proper engineering path, or what would be
mechanical engineering?
Yeah. Oh yeah, mechanical.
That's the future is a difficult job.
All right. Okay, thank you. That's not. I was just wondering.
Am I right about that? I just said that off the cuff because it just hit me.
No.
Yeah, I figured I was wrong.
Mechanical's been getting destroyed since I graduated. I graduated in the early 2000s. Mechanical was getting destroyed back in the early 2000s because everything was turning into software control.
Right. Yep.
What about the electrical?
Software models, blah blah blah.
What about the the electric industry? E-cars, e-bike. Is there a
technicians or engineers? Electrical engineering is all done in Asia Pacific, or for most part. In Silicon Valley, it got gutted because everybody moved to system on a chip solutions and hardware, where power, everything is in one chip. That destroys anybody making custom chips. Then it aggregates who are system on a chips, and then you get to profit margins fitting of Asia Pacific at scale. Nobody in the West can compete, so the whole job market dried up. I was at companies and I saw departments laid off year over year.
Well, what do you guys think? What do you guys think? How much longer a car is going to be a thing? You know what I mean? So I guess that's what I'm asking.
Transport logistics are all like government politics. That gets messy then to predict because there's so much crap going on.
I'm interested now.
I'm sorry. So, you were a Glober?
I've forgotten you.
Me?
Yeah.
I try to be neutral in search of answers so I can move fluidly through information that I get exposed to and work through. I then wouldn't ever argue, right? I think when I came in here adversarial, it's like the pinata. I wanted to like beat all the information I could at you guys, the novel information. Yeah, that's my technique. It gets it out faster, right? So I apologize, but like I do value this conversation. Genuinely, I have a lot to think about. I'm even just drinking tea, letting it soak in.
That's
the answer was
I'm on the fence.
Well, then you haven't heard the right information.
I am a hard person to convince, even myself. It's hard for me to convince myself.
If someone's measuring something, are you convinced of the measurement, or you got to believe in the measurement, or is it just measured one and done?
I'll be frank with you. It's got to be something primordial, like full spectrum answer.
Listen,
feels primordial. I'm being honest with you.
I'm losing brain cells.
Well,
exactly. Like this is why I try not to explain it. It's not pretty.
Measure twice, cut once.
Maybe I just don't get it. What do you mean?
If you look at my comments in side chat, I'm staying true to it. Like I need deeper reasoning for accepting it, because it has everything to do with my existence,
accepting
right? So,
what? Like you don't even what are you accepting?
Okay.
What are you talking about?
The causal reason for this plane of existence. Yeah. That's why I actually got the root.
No, it's not a causal explanation. That's a problem.
What kind of explanation?
It's not a causal explanation. It's a what is question. It either is this or it's not that. No causal mechanism.
Okay. If I go with that, how do I capture the spectra of information that fully encompasses all of that?
On my website.
Give a breakdown. Give a simple answer to me here.
Well, I did. I already gave you the hypothesis one. I'm sorry. I was thinking about the other guy. I already gave you...
Keep in mind, consider your sources.
Hold on. Horizontal. The horizon is it's like... It's the elephant in the room. Isn't it?
Yes, it always is. I agree.
That it's not an argument. It's just what
it's
is.
There, yeah.
Yeah.
Can I just say one thing?
Yeah.
No.
So if you
what's your name so I can make sure the answer is definitely no.
You're trying to know what a foot is, right? And then someone else is measuring foot, like what a foot is, feet. And they're showing you what it is, and then you can measure it. It's based on what they said, but it's still a measurement.
So repeatability is what you're getting at?
No. Nope, not repeatability. We're not into that. Repeating, like close your eyelids and then open them back up again and you repeat it. No, that's not what we're going for.
Hey, the engineer in me is coming out. You see?
Let's stick with the horizon. How can you have a horizon so everyone can focus on a globe?
Just go to the middle. You get a sphere and you go to the middle.
You go to the middle of a sphere, you won't get a horizon.
Well, I guess the middle is the middle on every perspective of a sphere.
Middle of every perspective. Are you talking about Middle Earth or on the equator?
I get a balloon and I cut it in half. Boom, I got a horizon.
You get a balloon, so you're cutting the Earth in half?
No, if you take a spherical object and you put a sheet of paper through the middle, I can call that a horizon. I can call it a horizon.
You can't, but you're not looking at the horizon from Middle Earth.
Well, I would get on okay, so then I would change my orientation. Yeah, okay, I get the slope thing. I get the slope thing now.
Right,
okay,
I know you did. I knew you did.
I get it, bro. I get it.
I know you do.
Shit, man. Come on. All right, bro. I need more time.
That's fine. Just think about it. I'll be in here periodically, and then I'll come back. I mean, you're an engineer. We're talking You know, it's not even logic. It's like it's right there. It's what is.
That's why I stopped when I did this. When I was like, yeah, you get to you change or
That's all right. Just chill out, man. Just think about it. You'll get it. And then check out the rest of my proofs. We can go into elevation angles. I mean, you're an engineers don't use
it's baby steps. I don't have a natural science fortified mind.
No. The globe Earth or flat Earth doesn't have anything to do with natural science. We just pretend to call them baltards that come in here and say, well, science proves things, so we expose them that way. But for you, it's going to be different. So we're going to go on a different tact. Right. So we're going to use measurements. That's why these guys were saying, measurements. Because you can relate to those. Right? Yes? You got to measure that shit. So elevation angles. What is... I'll just leave you with this. We talked about the horizon. I'll leave you with this. And you're going to see it on my website anyway. So elevation angles. So specifically, we deal with celestial navigation. And the cornerstone, the rate limiting step to celestial navigation, that is the first primary step that you take, is to measure an elevation angle from your position to a celestial object.
Azimuth? Is that what the term is?
It will have something to do with azimuth down the line, but nothing to do right now. It's just an elevation angle.
Sure. Yeah.
So we're going to have to define that monkey. So elevate. What is? And it's not a gotcha or anything. I'm just asking, what is an elevation angle? That's my question.
I'm guessing. I mean, you could do it from the ground, your eye perspective, anywhere along your height, and just tilt up, and just what's the change in degree? The tilt angle. Like how many? What's the rotational between? Yeah, there you go.
Dude, you're spiraling, man.
Sorry.
I know what
you guys have cooked. Like I said, I had a lot to consider, but
it's
cooked,
right,
bro.
Right. No, you're not cooked. I'm not trying to cook you here. I'm just
saying. I know my brain is fatigued, dude.
Okay, that's fine. But what you got to do, if you don't know what it is, you're trying to tell me what you think it is, and you're close. But what is the definition for an elevation angle? So you'd have to look that up.
Did Jedi cover that in side chat? I'm just going. It looks like
I don't know. Did he?
I posted a protractor, the definition of an altitude angle, sometimes referred to as a solar elevation angle, and I posted a model for the celestial sphere, just so we can all understand what angles are and how we're measuring with them.
Yeah, I'm okay with this. Yeah, I agree to this.
So let me post 2 in here real quick. I got about 30 of them, but I'll just give you 2, so I'm not going to overwhelm you with anything. So let's take a look at these. And so the audience, it's not just for you, it's the audience also, right? We have to take those guys into account. So let me post these. This is from radartutorial.eu in GCSE 2021 edition. So from Radar Tutorial, this is what they say. An elevation angle is the angle between the horizontal plane and the line of sight measured in the vertical plane. From GCSE 2021 edition, an angle of elevation is the angle from the lower object to the higher one, while an angle of depression is the angle from the higher object to the lower one. Thanks for that, GCSE. Both angles are measured with respect to the horizontal plane of the reference object. My question, can you show me a horizontal plane on a sphere? That's the question. The answer is
no. I mean, all of it will be a trick. If you even do it, it'll be like a slope trick.
You can't do it. In fact, it's worse than dividing by 0. In fact, if you go into AutoCAD and you, look at you, I got you.
Taking me back to freshman year, huh?
I got you by the
elective
balls.
course, bro. The AutoCAD divided by 0.
I got you by the balls, man.
all right, you got me, man.
No, I'm just saying, if you go into AutoCAD, right, and you put an elevation angle, which are all right angle triangles. Now we're getting into geometry, right? And if you attempt to find an elevation angle anywhere on a globe, you know what it's going to tell you? Because it has that command. It'll have the command in there to get from the hypotenuse to the adjacent. And you could put the question in there. What is the angle between the hypotenuse and the adjacent? You know what it's going to tell you?
Angle.
Let me tell you. I'm going to tell you what's going to tell you.
The algorithm is going to like cycle, and it's going to get
It's going to say you're a retard.
Yeah. We've done it. I'm laughing because I remember we literally used to induce this to show the limits of the software calculus and stuff.
Well, yeah, and that's why most people in here. I've been seeing this a lot lately. By the way, most people in here they're going to give you a test on what a triangle is.
You've seen that. That's good.
I've been seeing that everywhere now. What is a triangle? Oh boy. So I'll leave you with that. I'm not going to overwhelm you with everything else, but you're seeing where I'm coming from with this, right?
Yeah, like even there's something about I'm a difficult person in general. This has been abated today by like a fresh kind of approach to things, and I see things now, like truly. Okay, you have like parity with me because of some of our academic overlap. So when you say things in this condensed and I know what you're referring. I can see it quicker even. So I get it.
I try to keep it condensed and you know that's the key. You already know who you're dealing with.
Yeah. All right. I'm gonna digest now. This is
dude. Most people out here, the Globetards, most of these guys are they didn't even graduate junior high school, dude. I can tell right
of something. Hold on.
I could tell right away too. You know how I can tell. You know. In about 5 seconds, I could tell right where they're at.
Wait, okay. Do you not related to the establishment of the it's to Earth, but Casimir effect?
The Casimir
fluid
effect,
dynamics?
yeah. Yep, I've heard a lot of points about the Casimir effect many years ago from ether believers that use the Casimir effect as proof of their ether, but then they all deny virtual photons.
Which would arise out of the Casimir solution, which is silly. Yeah. Okay, I get it immediately. Okay. Okay.
See,
So
this is
speaking of
refreshing
this,
as fuck. Why can't all day be full of people coming, like people like you coming in? You know?
Yeah, because he's degreed. You're not going to get these people in here. He's
that's what I try to tell you. I had those, but it's not. It's hard to. It's institutionalizes your mind to be effective in things. So like you can more quickly communicate with like others. Like I'm not one of the like Kool-Aid drinkers. I was on Eric Weinstein's server, like talking with people with advanced degrees from the top universities. They will argue you with you showing them credentials or being from the same alma mater. Yeah, if you start attacking an institution in any way or any of the thinking, dude, they were attacking Eric and everybody. Yeah, try it. They'll attack you more because you should know better. So it doesn't work with them.
Yeah, but it's easier discussing Remember, I told not you KP, whatever the hell your symbol is down there. Whatever.
Wait, speaking of which,
hold
profile picture.
Hold on, I got a point. Remember, I've been telling these people for years, I would rather have a discussion with an educated person, like somebody that has a master's degree, rather than a PhD, because PhD is hyper-focused. most of them are morons. They can't tie their shoes. If you go outside their sole focused PhD, dumb as a Cracker Jack box. But with master's degrees, that's when you got to take a step back and make sure you got all your ducks in a row. But what I was saying to these flat earthers and idiot globetards that don't know their
that's when you knew better than to get fully indoctrinated, and the masters is where the people on the fence are.
Well, it's easier. We
saw enough, and then we got out of there.
Even though you don't have a natural science degree, you have a master's degree in engineering. It's very easy talking with you. I have no concern.
You can't. If I had a PhD, you wouldn't be able to do that. I wouldn't even be here. See, because you're fully institutionalized. Period. Like no matter what, if it's engineering. That's why, honestly, like the people who kind of get the institution and its limits and the indoctrination, you gotta nope out at a master's. They'll cook you if you don't. It's really hard not past the point.
PhD is too focused, but people throw PhD around it. They don't know what a PhD is. They don't know what it takes to get a PhD. They're absolutely clueless. So I've been telling them for about 8 years, but most people still haven't got it yet.
Yeah, you have to prove he's indoctrinated you, and he'll stay with you for years to.
Yeah, but
I had a friend be held for 7 years to get a PhD.
Yeah, but they're too focused. I can rip a PhD in physics. I can rip them to shreds.
That's because the professor, right, that the person granted access to their mind, literally is grooming their mind over that time period. So yes, they're going to narrow them into.
You're still missing it.
An instrument.
You have a PhD. If you have a PhD in a discipline, that's different. Holy shit! Yeah, that was from Collapse. I think it's collapsed.
Dude, what are you talking about?
I seen you light up when that collapse happened.
Oh, he ran earlier.
No, I had to leave the car. I mean, we could go back to the car.
No, it's a loud noise you made.
Yes. So a PhD is focused. That is the difference between a master's degree and a PhD. A master's degree demonstrates already existing knowledge of a subject. Whereas a PhD, now they have a master's degree, don't get me wrong, but they're so far removed from it that their PhD is so hyper-focused into one little itty-bitty part of their discipline that once you talk about anything outside of that, they're clueless.
Yes, this is the part of the indoctrination. I wasn't joking. It literally is. I'm going to pigeonhole you, right, over 5 or 7 years. And if you try to deceive me that I have successfully pigeonholed your brain, I'm not going to give you your PhD. This is why people can take 4 to 7 years to get it, because you're going to have to prove to a committee of people even who are experts at assessing whether they pigeonholed your brain, and then they'll let you. So this is why I avoided getting a PhD.
That's more of a philosophical, not a philosophical, but more of a procedural point.
So the idea for me is, I was joking about like if you're smart, you kind of look behind the veil, which is grad school, for a year or two, you get out of there before they get you. That's what I was joking about with the masters. Look behind the curtain, get some, and then get out of there before they really put you behind the curtain too.
Well, all I'm saying is, and you proved it tonight, it's easy to talk with you. It's like a breeze, because I don't have to put up with any retard bullshit.
Take space away.
But it's okay. So
you want me to take space away from him?
Yeah.
A question I have to you. I'm noticing a lot of Casimir patterns in side chat. You have the skull with the green eyes. Yada. Is there a meaning to this, sir?
Oh yes. Back in the day in 2016 when I first came out here, I was on Globe Dumpsters, but Globe Busters I call them Globe Dumpsters. But back in early 2016, I was in one of their chats, and Charles Flat Earth Math, who is a famous globetard, was making all kind of claims in the comments section. And what I did was I took every one of his claims and eviscerated it like 1, 2, 3, ABC. And after about 2 hours, it was about 80 comments. Some bystander came in and said, "Holy shit, you're the Globe Terminator brought back from the future." So I fucking remembered that. So I made my avatar and I made my whole theme of my channel as the Globe Terminator. Make sense?
Sense, dude.
There you go.
That's okay. This is the imagery. It hit me, so that's why I was like, it means something. It makes sense. Yeah,
it does. It meant something to me, so that's why I kept with it. That was many, many moons ago. So yeah.
So bong.
Bong.
The bong saw. I'm gonna mispronounce his name. Ball Earth proofs, and then you see the imagery in there. You see the world egg and the cosmic rose, the esoteric, and you see the obelisk. Yeah, you could do funky things with projections. Yeah, so the meme has some kind of truth to it.
Well, before you get the bong, somebody wanted me to take space away from you.
That was me. Yeah.
Oh. Sorry.
So this was what converted. See, I was back in 2008. I just retired from the military, and I was in there, and people were talking. I was just perusing, I didn't have anything better to do, right? So I was perusing physics, biochemistry forums, and Christian forums, and I run across a lot of people discussing. In fact, I was bashing evotards and many morons with the second law of thermodynamics because I'm well versed in it, obviously having a biochemistry degree, but I digress. And I kept bashing these evotards. I mean, it was for years. It was like for 6 years. And I guess somebody caught a hold of my comments and was just waiting out there for me, right? And I wasn't a flat earther. I had never even discussed the topic, never even thought of it. Although I knew that astronomy, cosmology, and astrophysics were demonstrable pseudosciences. Real easy. We can get into that topic later if you want. You mark that down. We'll get back to that. But anyway, they seen all these second law of thermodynamics arguments, and they said, "Well, wait a second." They messaged me and they said, "How can you have gas pressure without a container?" And I was a flat earther in less than a Planck time. Because I knew with that question, when they challenged me with it, whoever's out there that did that, kudos to you. You caught me. I knew, like I said, within a Planck time, that the entire heliocentric spinning ball space monkey religion was an absolute belly-laughing train wreck. So that's why Jetty kind of said, why don't you hit him with the space? It's not actually space that's a belly laugher. It's the vacuum of space next to a containerless ball-tart Earth that destroys the entire heliocentric ball-tart spinning space monkey religion within a half a second. You know why?
So, well, if I remove, Jesus, well, my brain, I can feel it shot. What time is it? No, I mean, I went for something and my brain was not there. Hold on, give me a second.
No, go ahead. No problem. Take your time.
Because you're taking a lot from me tonight. My brain's like, hey man, I don't got anything left. All right, so we take the vacuum component out. I still call it this term space because I need to call it something.
No, you can do that. That's length.
Do I need the vacuum component?
Yep, that's the problem.
Why?
Why? Because it's a direct violation of the second law of thermodynamics. You cannot have gas pressure existing next to a vacuum that is a high vacuum or extremely high vacuum without a physical barrier?
No, okay, so you missed it. Okay, so
I missed
Masters of Science in Engineering. I've been in a great deal of labs or two, starting from sophomore year,
Go ahead.
concerning the DARPA Grand Challenge with
The
self-driving
what?
cars.
Okay.
This DARPA Grand self-driving cars.
Okay.
40, so I was in college around that time. So I did great things in labs, all throughout my career and beyond. Okay, so labs, what you can and can't do. Professor, you come to me with something to do. A little radical engineer. I'll find some. I'll whip up something. Okay, so gas pressure, pressure, whatever, pressure gradients. That's very familiar.
No. Not pressure gradients. Which comes first? Gas pressure? X or gas? Hold on. Which comes first?
We're on good ground.
Hold on.
Okay.
Hold on. Which comes first? Gas pressure, that's X, or gas pressure gradients, delta X?
The pressure comes first.
Right.
And the gradient
Gas pressure.
develops. Yeah.
Yes. You have to have gas pressure before you can even appeal to gas pressure gradients. My question is,
let there be
how
light.
do you have gas pressure without a physical container?
Well, let there be light. There's going to be the initial condition, as you know.
Not let there be light. That has nothing to do with my argument.
Well, we're dealing with space and time as a variable.
No, we're not dealing with space and time. Those are concepts.
What are we looking at in terms of a system then?
I'm asking you to show everyone in this channel gas pressure, pressurized gas, without a physical container.
This is like a chicken and an egg, though. And
No, it's not.
I'm an engineer,
Nope.
so it's just
Nope.
split it into different components of time.
It's not. Because
Okay, I don't want to race past you because we're like I'm trying to respect you as a lead. Oh, give me a second.
Just
All right,
relax,
so
man. You're off topic.
can you help me out?
You're off topic.
Can you help me?
You don't know what the second law of thermodynamics is. That's what the problem is.
Let's not go there.
Yeah, you don't. What is the second law of thermodynamics, sir?
Okay, this is going bad already. We're on good ground. This is
it's going to go bad for you here real quick. It's already going bad.
Okay. Did you see the quick respect I gave you when I saw there was some relation to BU?
I did. This is not personal. I'm asking you, what is the second law of thermodynamics? You're stalling.
No, I have a very complicated answer. That's in quantum
That's not a complicated. The second law of thermodynamics is not complicated.
It is, because it can be violated.
No, it cannot. It will never, ever be violated. Ever.
Uh-oh. Sensitive topic.
No, it's not a sensitive topic. I'm going to destroy you right now. The second law of
I'm on a
thermodynamics.
workstation of sorts.
I'm going to destroy
You're going to destroy the thing I'm on
I'm going to destroy you right now. The second law of thermodynamics has never, ever been violated. Ever.
What would you do if somebody was able to do it? No, what would you give for it? What could I get from you?
Listen, dude. You haven't even stated what it is yet.
Did you see how I perked up when you got on this topic? I'm on a workstation of sorts. I'll say it to you again, but like you're saying you can't do what?
Perk up all you want. I'm gonna chop your fucking legs off right at your knees.
Violated, bro.
I needed to hear you say that. Okay, you're confident. You're really confident.
I'm confident. Okay. Yeah, you bet your ass I am.
So this is the battleground then?
It's not the battleground. Show gas pressure without a container.
Hold on, let me write this down so I make sure I know this is the battleground. You see?
Yeah.
I'm going to say good luck to that. I'm just going to give you good luck.
Yeah, I'm interested. How can you violate it? Come on.
It's never been violated ever.
And none of the other laws. You just want the second? Just the second.
Just the second law. Just the second law.
Oh God. Yeah. Listen, give me a day. I got something for you.
Okay.
Yeah.
He will never be seen again.
Womp womp womp.
It's
No,
always
it's all right. Don't mock him. I admire his
You're worth
tenacity.
it. You're worth it.
Yep. Yep. I want to see the second law violated.
Won't be a
If I
freaking
put in
law.
Sublime text editor, second law of thermodynamics can't be violated. And if in a day I come back and really like throttle you with this,
You're not going to. Your delusions of grandeur. Never, ever
Thank
will
you.
that happen.
I mean, if you could do it tomorrow, why can't you do it today? You know.
Nah, let him
The
go.
thing is, Hachi has been violated.
Tonight,
According to his model,
I'm a
Hachi has
truthful
been
person.
violated when they.
Tonight, you guys have inspired me, including Mr. Quantum Racer. So I have a lot to follow up with what you said, so I don't lose it, because I do value you ideas that are given to me that I think are true. And then when I wake up tomorrow morning, I'm gonna get to cooking. So by the afternoon, even, I'll be here. Yeah.
Get the cooking.
Oh, we look forward to it, dude.
So
Great.
Jetty, you knew that was a hot button topic because I took that question from you.
Well, I know, and this is why I giggled in the background, because the conversation was going so well. I just wondered if
you had to,
that was going to cause an issue, and it more often than not does. It's always space.
Well,
This is
Pickle's
going to be
always in
great
here.
for both of us. This is going to be great for me tomorrow morning, too. I got something really to chew on. This is going to be good.
Yeah, Pickle always comes in here spamming photos from like Hubble or James Webb and talking about how dumb flat earthers are.
My match, it seems, yeah, or maybe not.
Nah, it's not a personal thing.
No, I mean in the sense of challenge. I look at the idea. I'm forwarding ideas. You're forwarding ideas with my background. And, yeah, so I don't attack a person. I don't even get excited about attacking ideas, because if I can easily attack your idea, it wasn't worth attacking. I'm excited about the challenge. I have to get some things together. I like this. Yeah.
Yep.
Good.
Tell you what, when I learned the second law of thermodynamics and got that question of gas pressure about a container, I must have spent 2 months trying to figure out the cause. It drove me mad. I never looked at a suction cup the same way again.
From A.B. Papard, Elements of Chemical Thermodynamics for Advanced Students of Physics, 1966. There is thus no justification for the view, often glibly repeated, that the second law of thermodynamics is only statistically true, in the sense that microscopic violations repeatedly occur, but never violations of any serious magnitude. On the contrary, no evidence has ever been presented that the second law breaks down under any circumstances. End of citation.
I got 2 files already set up. Good to go.
Yeah.
Are you okay if I do this on the horizon? It's calculus of sorts.
On what? On the horizon.
You said the horizon's crucial. I already got a tab for that in my Sublime editor, and I put second law of thermodynamics next to it. So I like to artistically play with the idea of the Casimir effect. So I'm going to violate the second law of thermodynamics on the horizon. Are you okay with that?
No chance. That doesn't even make any sense.
All right, great. No shot.
What does that?
Violate the second law of thermodynamics on the horizon?
Yeah, I'm gonna really do them, man.
It even got all these people saying, "What the fuck are you talking?"
Let's go for gold.
Yo, why do you keep on name dropping Sublime Text?
What? Because it's just the editor I use, bro. What?
Yeah, just
this is great. Well, I either spiral into the abyss and crash out my brain, or
your brain's already broken.
Yeah, they're totally disparate topics.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Pickle, your mind broke when you said flat earthers are a TOS violation, and you went on a tirade.
And I was lying to people who are young and feeble-minded.
Did you call
I said
him
all
Pickle? Yeah, that's
I have an old name and reputation.
Oh,
more fiery,
sorry about that.
Right? Like Pickle Rick? Yeah, you're more fiery character.
Pickle Rick.
No.
It wasn't inspired by that. It was even an accident of correlation. Casimir effect, see?
You're on this Casimir effect. You're all about
You know why?
that.
I just today found out who Pickle Rick was.
What about the Casimir effect? Why y'all hyped up about that?
I'll put a video inside chat to detail why. Or sorry, to give a clue into, yeah.
Are you an ether? Are you an ether believer?
Pickle, you should watch an episode of Rick and Morty. I think you would enjoy it a lot. You remind me of Rick for some reason.
I'm scared too. Does that make sense? It's a mental hazard.
No, I think you understand it. It's got a lot of references to different philosophical ideas.
Okay, if you are the thing that a show like really like psychedelically like messes with, it's probably not good that you like kind of escape into the thing you do all day. So like as a researcher, I have to stay away from haha psychedelic research shows. Makes sense? I gotta ground myself outside of my work, dude, so I can't play with my ideas like that mentally.
The whole Rick and Morty show is just some old guy who moved in with his daughter, hates his son-in-law, plays with the kid in the garage with a bunch of tinkering and stuff.
Yeah, Pickles, it's not going to harm your fucking, I don't know, intellectual integrity.
Hey, buddy. I'm 40. I have all that. Yeah, so I've had friends of mine have mental breakdowns who work in Silicon Valley who don't even, in R&D, it's more stressful. Like, there's cases around me, and, like, I have had to, like, take pauses, like, sabbaticals, because there's cases around, so I know my own, I know what I do. Just worry about yourself.
I believe you do. I'm just reassuring you that it's a comedy TV show. I don't think it will mentally scar you as much.
Thank you for letting me know.
Yeah, that's deep right there.
Anyway, let's let go of this. Thank you. I posted the video I was referring to in side chat about the Casimir effect.
About the Casimir effect, man.
I'm giving you the video that gives you the deep reason why I am. Like, it can convene on your consciousness, I'm convinced.
Pretender clown sirens. I don't know.
Yeah. Listen, you do you with the clown jokes in the background, and I'll do me, which is not
Damn, he's busting your ass, Big Daddy Flurf.
Well, I mean, I already know he knows enough not to act stupid in that last 15 minutes ago that he did.
You probably just didn't interpret something that's super complicated, yeah? And you're thinking it's me, cuckoo brain? You commented? No, not hardly.
You think I'm fine? Like that work? No, we heard what happened 15 minutes ago.
Well, you could just be a man right now and tell me what you're really implying, and then I could satisfy whether you're right or wrong.
Again, do you think I'm 5, appealing to whether I'm a child or a man? Again, we heard you.
Oh, just tell me what you think about me so far. You thought I went cuckoo in the last 15 minutes?
Mm-hmm.
No, I didn't. So, you need me to help you out with that?
I wouldn't try and violate a natural law with a current position.
No offense, I wouldn't be one to question whether I can or cannot without any kind of degree. Yeah, what? Like, I'm not cuckoo. I had to do something to get the paper next to me, but what did you do to tell me I was cuckoo? Nothing. You just said it. So this is why those words are different coming from you.
Matter.
Right, it doesn't. Shouldn't have said it.
Okay.
Word is Bond eating popcorn out here. That's too funny.
I forgot. Does he believe in ether or not? Was that a thing?
I take inspiration from everything. So I've looked into AETHER, ETHER. I've looked into all the different theories. Was pilot wave theory?
Is that actual scientific theory though?
There are a bunch of theories. How good they are.
I don't think they're scientific.
I ran through them. I ran through them. I read about them. Yes,
I don't think they're scientific theories, though.
Okay, there's somebody's theories I read about.
Theories? Somebody's theories? Those aren't theories. You're misusing the word. It's called speculation.
Okay. There's somebody's speculations I've read about and understand.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'm familiar. That's the thing, I'm familiar. You see how nothing else follows when people bring these things up? Yeah. You're supposed to be using these things for something. If you can't or don't, you're supposed to move on. Which is, I've read about them, but they weren't useful. So I moved on.
haven't claimed any allegiance with these speculations then? Like ether. However you spell it.
It's a useful concept when you're trying to reason through something and you don't have a better one, but while you're using it, if you discover a better way to look at a thing, then you'll quickly, many people who are inclined to, will progress past ether theory as something to reference out loud to other people, such that the number of people who even use
Ether.
it as
Hold on. I'm sorry to interrupt you. Ether.
I'm trying to explain the reasoning. Oh,
What?
God. Ether speculation?
Now, ether.
semantics?
What is ether?
My point was people move through it so quick that you're not going to find many people who hover on it to debate because it's not something that's solidified.
I didn't ask for a debate. I just asked for what it is.
It's like saying in the beginning of the universe, Big Bang, and they treat the universe like a sheet, stretch it out, and therefore,
what?
Yes, all of this is included in ether.
What?
Man.
Ether's Big Bang? Really?
Yeah, it's the stretching of the.
Did somebody call Witsit and tell him the ether's a Big Bang, for fuck's sake?
Oh, give me a second. Let me get a summary real quick, since you're acting like this isn't the case.
I'm just telling you, I've been preached to by Etherites. Do you want to know what they told me ether was? I had a whole slew of them in a hangout, and they told me what it was. Do you want to know what it was?
Nothing.
No. I'm telling you, I had 20 Etherites in 24/7. And I asked them the same question I just asked him. And I said, what is ether? And I marked down every single thing they said. And that was 5 years ago. Do you want to hear them?
Yeah. Definitely.
Pickle. Is Pickle still here?
Yes, go ahead. I'm on a workstation. I have to click on the window to get push to talk, and sometimes go ahead. It's sometimes delayed.
Yep. This is what they told me.
By the way, I posted something in side chat. You go ahead.
Thanks a lot. This is 21 things that they told me ether was. Here we go. Non-manifested medium, the oneness, the dome, magnetic fields, space, the substance of space, liquid flowing in and out of matter, everything, photons, the background medium, we can see it, we can't see it, quantum foam, subtle energy, inertia, lightning, no cookies, vacuum energy, air pressure, spirit of creation, and cosmic goo.
All right, so you said you said a lot. I would corroborate that those terms and ideas have been throughout the history of the terminology associated with it deeply enough to be reflective of what people have been trying to claim it means. However, if you look inside chat, that's what I associate with it. It's something far deeper and intimate, related with the Big Bang, like I explained to you. And now you have the functional framework for how I reason.
The Big Bang is not a theory, scientific theory anyway.
And
I'm going to post in chat what theory, what actual ethers are. Are you ready?
I never subscribed to these dodo brains, by the way.
I'm not going to give you a dodo brain. I'm going to give you... Can you relax?
Yes.
So, I'm going to give you what ether actually is from James Clerk Maxwell. How about that? From James Clerk Maxwell. Easily, holy fucking shit, Pickle. Really? You going to interrupt me?
I apologize.
Thank you. From James Clerk Maxwell, 1878, ether. Ethers were invented for the planets to swim in, to constitute electric atmospheres and magnetic effluvia. Talk to your sister about that, but I digress. To convey sensations from one part of our bodies to another, and so on, until all space had been filled 3 or 4 times over with the ethers. This is the important part. The only ether which has survived is that which was invented, good word, by Huygens or Huygens to explain the propagation of light. End of citation.
Hey, I think this is a garbage definition as read with the text you provided. I provided better text for what I'm claiming it's always been a concept.
So Pickle is more affluent with ether than James Clerk Maxwell.
People who have
really
found value. Can I explain what I'm doing?
No, you can't explain
I'm trying to be
it.
truthful.
No, you're a muppet of epic proportions, dude.
Are you going to be here tomorrow afternoon or night?
I don't know. I don't know when I'm going to be here.
He's going to
whenever
win
you
a
come back,
Nobel
I'll be ready
Prize.
for you, by the way. Yeah.
James Clerk Maxwell versus Pickle.
Yeah, I would call him an idiot to his face if he was alive. For this garbage.
I got money on Pickle. He won 3 Nobel Prizes.
Oh, by the way, I did take something from Feynman. He once stated you should have a certain disrespect for respectable things. I kind of got the degree just so I could look in their face, many of them, and tell them they're idiots. So yeah, I'm not. That's why I'm the way I am. And I did earn it by that way too. So
Well,
yeah, I'm that dude. I would tell him to his face.
Feynman was, like I said, a theoretical physicist. But, however, I mean, some things he got right, but many things he got wrong.
What do you think about the idea of being disrespectful to respectable things just in case they're lies or there's wrong or false?
Now, that would have to, there would have to be cause for that.
The cause would be speculation as to uncertainty even.
No, the cause
shake
would
the tree,
be
see violently what's left.
No, the cause would be that constitutes disrespect is somebody just making shit up and I expose them.
Well, he didn't mean it in a colloquial sense. He meant it in a sense of a thing is told not to be done a certain way, for instance, right? Maybe there's some novel new way to do it, and if you don't
New
go
way to
beyond
do
the
what?
bounds, how will you discover? Huh?
New way to
A
do
thing,
what?
a thing,
New way to do what? Do ethers? Are you going to do ethers for us?
Yes, I've redone Ether. That's the text I provided that you didn't want me to read or explain.
I didn't want you to read. I ain't going to read your horse shit while you overtalk me compared
Pickle, can you read it when you get a
James
chance? It sounds
Clerk
very interesting.
Maxwell, you friggin' bozo.
I read it. I said it seems
I don't
sophomoric
give a
and
shit
garbage.
what you read, you glue sniffing numpty.
What the hell is going on?
Versus Maxwell, James Clerk. No, I'm not going to take your fucking made up horse shit.
Pickle,
What
can
the
you read what you were saying?
Dude,
It
are
was
you
pretty interesting.
delusional? Are you the delusional engineer?
Wait, I don't want to be disrespectful just to read it out loud.
Disrespectful? You're a fucking muppet.
Wait, well, you've already said this, though. That's why I was quiet.
Fucking muppet, dude.
You thought Kiwi was your friend, but you didn't know.
Clown, man.
I just want to make sure you're ready for the real thing. This is just a
The
test.
real
Like,
thing.
are you good?
I got a real thing for you. Ask your sister.
Wait, these things don't affect me. I don't do emotion type.
Emotion? You don't do emotion? What are you, a computer?
No, you're trying to use that as a
He
vector
does
of attack.
ethers.
Yeah, so I'm removing it from your accessibility.
Like an only child with the
No, I'm
mother
not.
and things that we don't notice. But I was also
Hey, buddy in the background who needs to make smart comments when you think your opponent's already taken licks. I'm
Because he
black.
can't
Don't come
stop
at me like
talking
that,
when
bro.
other
Yo,
people
bro, don't be coming at me like that from the background. Who was talking to you? Like, champ, shut up. Yeah, trying to come after a man when he's taking beat. Yeah, shut up, punk.
When he's taking a beat.
No, I mean, yeah, this guy's all in my ear, and then you like a little attack dog. You jumped in at the end. I saw you do this twice. Cut it out, bro. Weak man.
He's going to dunk on your ass, Pickle.
I'll do you one-on-one if you want to hop in here. Don't be taking side shots at me. Yeah.
He's
What's
right.
a triangle?
Don't beat on a beat man. You feel me?
Yeah. And I'm black, so don't try that garbage. I don't try that.
What's a triangle, son?
Yeah, welcome to Flat Earth, punk.
Yeah. I can
Why
tone
doesn't
switch.
Spike
Don't make the
Club-
degree fool you. All right. Anyway, back to what we were talking about.
Don't make the degree fool you.
I don't do emotion.
I don't know. I think it's fooling you.
Pretty much. It
That's
isn't.
pretty
You're
funny,
hanging
man.
up on my words is what you're now doing.
I want to see you dunk on Big Daddy Flurp.
I know how. He's going to violate the second law of thermodynamics.
How's he going to do it?
You think I'm gonna do quantum entanglement across an event horizon? How do you think I'm gonna do it?
Wait,
'Cause-
what?
oh shit! Yeah, it does violate thermodynamics. I could easily do it that way. I'm gonna go deeper though.
You're delusional, dude. You don't know what quantum
He said
mechanics
the
is.
event.
You wouldn't
Wait,
know
did
what
you
quantum
not-
mechanics was.
Oh, you didn't. You
You
don't
wouldn't
agree
know
to
what
Stephen
quantum
Hawking's
mechanics
information
was.
paradox.
You
I
wouldn't
caught
know
you.
what quantum mechanics was if it climbed up your arse and started kicking footballs wrapped in Carolina Reaper lace concertina wire.
Wait, QED? Wait, hold on. QED Feynman diagrams? I wouldn't know about
That's
that. That's
QED.
crazy.
QED. That's
Well,
not quantum
electrodynamics.
mechanics.
We could do
That's not
QCD.
quantum mechanics, clown.
Wait, QCD and QED aren't covered under quantum
No,
mechanics?
they're not. No,
Say what?
no, they got the word out in front. It's like
I didn't
quantum
say that.
field
You're
theory.
talking to
Hey,
a person with a
clown.
master's.
Don't
QFT?
overtalk
Yeah,
me.
QFT, bro.
Don't
QFT.
overtalk me. You and your Casimir effect horse shit. That comes from quantum field theory. Quantum field theory is not
QCD,
quantum
QED,
mechanics.
QFT.
Dumbass. Yeah, clown. What is quantum field theory? What is quantum
It's,
field theory? Tell me right now. 10 seconds.
It's the quantum dynamics and field
It's
theory.
not quantum dynamic. My God, you sound like Phil Bell. Don't waste my time.
You're really
kid.
you're really torching things right now. I'm not even really saying much in
Yeah,
response.
fuck off.
Okay.
Right. Also, if you violate the second law of thermodynamics, it wouldn't be a law anymore.
He's gonna win a fourth Nobel Prize. I'm telling you.
I'm gonna do something real dirty. Like you can hear it in my I'm gonna get real dirty. All right, I'm gonna focus on what we talked about tonight. Thank you guys.
No problem. We've all discovered what an angle is. We've all discovered that together. Now we've got to figure out how you can have gas pressure without a container.
Yeah, so how do you think I'm going to approach this gauge duality as I try to violate the second law of thermodynamics with a zero slope? Yeah, I'm going to integrate this whole conversation into the affair. It's going to be lovely what comes out the other end. Where you cover 3 birds with 1 stone, not 2.
Lovely. Seems like you're talking out the other.
Wait till the LLM runs it for me, and the LCM and other things.
The LLM. Why don't you just say AI?
LCM, large concept model, because it's hit a new frontier. I can run a concept by it, and it can do it.
Yeah, but you said LLM, right?
Concept model.
Yeah, large concept models just came out about a week or 2 ago.
Which one are you using?
Magic on the research frontier. I have self-hosted, bro, with an orchestrator.
How much you pay for it?
It's self-hosted. It's my code.
Well, how much does the host cost? They're large models, right?
How much does the hardware cost? And then you're just going to keep asking me questions. So let's try to cap this. Where are we going? Yeah, what do you want to know specifically?
A large language model or a large concept model. The purpose of large means there's so much data that gets automated. So how much does it cost you to host it? Because I'm assuming it's thousands a month, no?
No. So Facebook, others use API access. They have tiers of API access with different little funky stuff mixed in. So for the researchers, yeah, if you're poor like me, you can reach out to these companies, prove your researcher credentials. They'll give you research access to APIs. Limited,
But that's not a self-host. They're using an API.
Yeah, it's a large concept model access. Yeah,
but it's not yours. You're using someone else's.
Yeah, that most people do. We don't have the infrastructure.
You're now trying to dig around in the structure of code.
That's fine, but
It's called an orchestrator.
Hold on, that's fine. But when you connect to an API, you're limited by their constraints, right?
Okay, what you do with these APIs is ferret certain very specific stuff that you can achieve because it's costly. Yeah. And then you integrate it locally. The local sauce that you run it through right there at the end before it's presented to the end user is everything. It's the cherry on top.
It's not.
You better have something.
The API has its own built-in constraints,
May I
right?
please finish?
You can prompt it and guide it. All right, go ahead.
Have you ever used any of these? Like to be trying to argue with me right now? What are you doing?
I've got many models that I use APIs for, which I connect to, but we're very limited to constraints. So can you tell me how you expect to connect to a LC concept with an API that you're going to code to no constraints?
Jesus Christ. You want me to expose all sorts of just random IT to you
impossible.
for
You're
no
not going
good
to be able to
reason
go through it.
detail and explain it to you. Hey, there's a company called ShapeSync.
It's a far cry to call it self-hosted if it's an API.
No, you wait, hold on. You know who ShapeSync is?
No, I know what Shapes.gg is, the company that has all these self-hosted bots that you connect
Google
to APIs.
Shapes Inc. Google Shapes
Shapes
Inc.
is
Right?
just a company that has APIs for their own self-hosted bots that you can connect
For
to, right?
chatbots, right? Chatbots.
Yes, chatbots. Like.
So you're familiar with
Discord chatbots
ShapeSync,
and
right?
shit.
Yeah.
Sure.
Great. Do you know how their stack is structured, software-wise?
No, I don't.
Okay. The
I know
details
they
of
have
it.
public APIs that are really
The
shit.
details of it would blow your mind, right? Do you know how to prompt one of their bots to leak out what the structure of the code is?
They can't. It won't do that.
It won't do it.
It's impossible.
Okay. It's impossible to do it. Okay.
Can you prove me otherwise?
So give me a second. I'm going by what you're saying. So
Sure.
now let me ask you a question. You're asking me, who's acting like, to just really give acting like I have a self-hosted thing like their tool. You're asking me to tell you the detail that their bot won't even leak out. Do you think I'm stupid?
Right. So when you said
right. Now that I know you know about one of these types of things, it's funny because now I get to ask you a simple question.
You gotta calm down, yeah. When you said you have a self-hosted,
Oh, you're the guy I talked to earlier.
Okay,
You're
so
the
when
guy
you
I
said you have
talked
a
to
large,
earlier.
stop talking. When you said you have a large concept model that's self-hosted, that means there's no constraints and you can run whatever the hell you want by it. To host such a large model, it costs a lot of money because it's a very, very
Are you
large.
sure
data
about
set.
what hardware you need to run a
Dude,
LCM?
you need some freaking crazy hardware to host a large concept model. There's companies that'll do it for you for thousands and thousands a month.
I'm
But
glad
when
you're
you
saying it
said-
like this
hold on.
too. Wait,
When
yeah,
you said
continue.
Stop
Yeah.
talking. When you said ShapeSync, which is a public model they can connect to that has it's free, right? It's really constrained. It's really shit. If you connect it to an API, you can probably give it some guidelines on how to act, but you can't tell it to do anything that it's an inbuilt constraints, to limit you to. That model is not possible. What you said you were going to do with it, you can't do with it.
Okay, what if I did it and I have proof, like screenshots?
Okay, connect to the API. Give me the API. I'll connect to it and I'll show you how limited they are.
Yeah.
It's
Okay,
public.
so I
Why
don't need
would
you
you
to
do
show
that?
me anything. I don't need you to show me anything, right? That's for damn sure. It's concerning ShapeSync, little bots running around Discord, ferreting yeah, you don't need to show me anything about that. But I claim, what? Yeah. Anyway, so what I'm asking you, because I'm laughing, how
you haven't said a
do you
single
imagine? No, we're not going to do that, right? I'm asking you, how do you imagine you're then going to ask me, since you know
Here
a
we go.
company should never reveal this detail? How do you imagine you're going to ask me, and I'm going to be dumb enough to answer you right
You
after?
are quite. So I just posted the Shapes Inc. AI models. All these models.
Oh, great, good. Where'd you
publicly
post this?
available. You can put it on the side chat. You can connect to any of these APIs. They don't have any of their own. None of them are self-hosted. You can't actually host any of these models. You're actually retarded. Whatever you said you're going to use these models to do to prove what concept you said, it's impossible.
What time is it? It's already minute.
Guys,
Okay,
my
so-
nigga put some Fanny in my purple drink, nigga.
Okay, back to you. So you've posted a link to at ShapeSync. We have a variety of models for running your shapes. The models available run on. Sorry, give me a second. They run on different AI
So which one of these
companies
models are you
APIs.
using?
Give me a second. I'm reading through the link you posted. You
Yeah,
want
so
to be
which one
taken
of these
seriously,
models do
right?
you use?
Can you let me talk to you about the link you posted, sir? I'm
Yeah, but
asking you questions.
sure,
I got to be able to
but you-
finish a question. Otherwise, you're trying to
go
play a
ahead.
game. Can you shut your mouth?
Okay, go ahead.
So I go to the website. I see that they're disclosing that their product uses a ton of other companies' APIs, and I already see some advanced ones, right, to run their product. Now, there on this particular page is detail about how their product is structured, how it integrates these APIs
None of them are
into
their
the
own
product.
products, bro.
Excuse me, I'm not done talking because this
Okay,
is a
can you
question
just
to
tell
you.
me
This is
how
a
it-
question to you. So you
Go ahead.
kindly shut your mouth so I can
You need to
finish
just
it so you
ask
can
the
answer it
question without
intelligently.
yapping, bro.
This is a flat earth room even. Why are you in here doing this? What is
Because
going
you said you were going to use a AI self-hosted large concept
what are you
model.
what are you
to
do what are you doing in here with this?
unsustainable
Hey buddy.
thermodynamics. Can you explain how that's
You
possible?
hear my fingers clicking? What are you in here asking me AI questions for in a flat
Yeah,
Earth
sure.
room?
So when you said you're going to use a large concept model that you have self-hosted to
I
debunk
see
the
what's
second
going
law
on
of
here.
thermodynamics
Buddy,
on
are
the
you good?
horizon, well, are you going to listen or not?
Were you invited in here to do this, by the way?
Bro, you can't have an API that's self-hosted, bro. Like, you contradicted yourself.
Wait, hey, Flat Earth hosts, are you guys okay with this conversation? You co-sponsor this? What's going on here?
Yeah, we are all for the truth. So if you say something that seems to be untrue and someone wants to contest it, then
I just want to hear someone from the room saying they're okay with this conversation because this kind of means something deeper than, yeah, okay.
I don't think anyone has an issue for me calling you out on your bullshit debunking second law.
Well, you're not doing that, I would contend. Excuse me, sir. You're not doing that, I would contend.
Moderation.
But hey, hold on. Yeah, thank you.
Moderation.
Thank you, Zimzy.
Just have a back and forward, and whatever he's proposing, just listen to each other and try to exchange the information. Just keep it cool, guys.
That's fine, Zimzy, but he's trying mods on it.
Hey, do you notice this is co-sponsored? Give me a second before you're talking a lot. I'm not going to exchange with you where you play this game you did in another room. This is co-sponsored, so I can speak to you different now, sir. Right? So here's the thing. You have linked me to a company detailing what APIs they use external to their own software.
This is the company.
Do you imagine you've done anything else? Yeah, I did mention them, and I know all about this website, even in this particular spec sheet that you.
Are you going to answer any questions or no?
Are you going to answer questions about the link you posted? This is nothing, fool.
You said
What did you think you posted? Wait, hold on. What did you think you just posted? This is not a software architecture spec doc. This is nothing. What did you just post?
Yeah, so this
You're not going to carry forward with an argument as if you have something when you've posted nothing but an external API reference link.
Sure. So I'm gonna format my question.
See how we're going to treat you different now that I know your intent and what's going on here. What are you doing?
You said go back and forth. Why are you talking so?
No, I'm in the background listening to the combo, and I do want to learn as well. So if you guys can just speak to each other, let him speak as well. And I mean, I am not.
Yeah, you're gonna.
I am not speaking. Who is it? Pickle. Just exchange that so I can listen because I want to learn too. I have a big idea of what you guys are talking about. So just go ahead.
So I'm gonna give a rundown, then I'm gonna propose a question. So Pickle mentioned that
I'll take the lead for a little bit. I don't trust you.
Okay, I'm gonna mute you because you're annoying me. So there is so he mentioned that there's a large concept model that he has self-hosted that he's going to use to debunk second law of thermodynamics, right? And he also said he's going to do it on the horizon. The reason that I call bullshit is because he cannot self-host any of these AIs. Very, very costly, very, very hard to do. So he has to use an API, which I proved that he's not self-hosting, he's using an API. These APIs are very limited with constraint. You cannot ask one of these limited constrained APIs to debunk anything. You cannot run any simulations which violate the laws that we have set in place. These AIs have been taught on the laws that we have. So if he tries to violate them, the API will laugh in his face. Can you explain to me which one of these models you are using and which one of them has enough open constraint to allow you to do that? Sorry, Jemsy, I'll mute him. Go ahead.
You're making a grave mistake, and I can tell from your voice breaking up. Can you look inside chat? I got ChatGPT to answer your question that you're claiming is an impossible. Can you self-host LCMs? Do you need me to take pictures of my fucking hardware?
Oh, yes.
Of course you
need me to take pictures of that hardware? Since you see how confident I am now, you need me to take some pictures? Broken voice as you say what you said so confidently? Because now you can host it. You can host it. It seems you can do it. You just need a certain amount of hardware. And let me see, smaller models. You see the 7B. You know what that is in terms of parameters, right? That's small, bro, right? I already know, since I actually deploy these kind of things all the time, 7B is nothing, right? You should know that too coming in here like you have, right? So are you claiming I can't, hey, you idiot, are you claiming I can't self-host a $7 billion perimeter model? Are you stupid?
That's a 70 billion.
That's easy. That's easy. Seven. See the 7?
Oh, you want the smaller?
See the 7? LCM is just the academic term.
Yo, show us your self-hosted LCM that you're sending HTTP API requests.
All right, Collapse. I'm gonna.
You thought you were gonna come in here and shine me. You know, look like
yeah. So I'm shining still. But LCM sits with a large.
Quantum Racer, I want you tomorrow.
Yeah. So LCM sits with a large model.
You're done.
Collapse, you've been doing this for too long. I'm detaining
Try
you.
again next time, bro. I ain't the one.
Okay, this guy's
Bro,
going a little bit.
you're not making sense, bro. You're trying to say it's
as I said,
self-hosted. Oh, hold on, let me just say this. He's saying it's a self-hosted LCM, and then at the same time, he's saying that he's sending HTTP API requests to integrate it.
Yeah, for other
those two
people.
things are mutually exclusive.
ShapeSync.
They're mutually exclusive. You have to understand that. You're
You
contradicting
need me to draw a flow diagram?
Yeah, so he went from large concept models to a small model, which is less than 1/12 of the
You
size.
guys need a
of
sequence
LCM,
diagram
right?
like freshman
So
year in
1/12 of the
college?
capabilities of an LCM. and he has
Direction
a
diagram? What do you
hosted
need?
on the computer.
What you need?
Hey man, can you stop talking over me? Is that okay?
You're wrong and dumb, and you're attack dog.
Can you let me
No,
speak
you're
and then you
done.
can tell me
You're
what I'm
emotional right now. So you can
I've defeated him with the source, which is
Yeah, so he
ChatGPT.
posted.
So he's
So I'm going to reply to both of his images. So he posted a picture of what is required to self-host a
future's looking
LCM.
bright, man. I'm
By
beating
the way,
the hell out of people
LCM
like
says it right there, large context model, right? And when he posted his hardware requirements, it says smaller models require a single GPU or 24 gigabytes of VRAM. The only
a
GPU
smaller
available
LCM model.
has
Yeah.
one
You can condense the model. You're talking like you've never interacted with the
It's not a
deployable
larger
model.
context model, is it? So you're using
I'm in IT too. LCMs are not inherently large. Okay, you can have
It's
small
large.
models
It
of
says
LCMs.
large,
It's large
bro.
normally because it's
It
large.
literally says
What does the L
large in the
stand for, bro?
name.
What does the L stand for?
Oh, yes, large, but they're not inherently large
It's
models.
large but not large. One is one but not one. One is two,
Come on,
right?
get out of here, bro. You're embarrassing.
You guys have limited issues with your comprehension abilities. Large context
Like it's-
model needs to be hosted by a very capable computer. Large models require 70 billion plus sizing of data.
Like, dude, you
Advanced
can get 1B
multi-GPU
models.
clusters.
I can get a 1B LCM right now off Hugging
Okay, it's
Face.
not
What are you
called
on about?
LCM at that point, bro.
Is that your debate? Dude, get
Which one
your
is
crusty
self-hosting? Which
behind.
one is
Get your
self-hosting?
dumb behind out of here,
What
man,
are
you idiot. You
Okay, if you want to use a small language model, a
You're out of
very
your
small
mind.
model,
I
which
just
is
figured this out.
1/170th of the model that you claim to be using, it's a 1/170th capable. You do realize how shit those models would be? They would fail to answer simple math questions. You know how limited they are, and you're going to use that to debunk the second law of thermodynamics. Are you on
Dude,
drugs?
are your hands shaking right now as you say this? Like, are you good?
Yeah, I'm fine, man. Are you going to answer my question?
Yeah, dude, you're a joke. You don't know anything. You don't even know about like log
Adam,
Hugging Face.
Adam,
Yeah, you don't even know about going to a website like a teenager and downloading a 1B model. Like, get out of here, bro. You bozo.
Yeah, so you
I
can
have to
do
say
that,
that to
right?
you.
1B
Yeah, you
model
can. I
is
can get LCM. I can get a 1B LCM from Hugging Face right now. It's been on there for months. Like, what are you on about?
Okay,
Shut up
let
and
me
get
ask
out of
you this
here.
question.
You
If you use a
embarrassing
one-
idiot. Yeah, what?
If you use
What
a
now?
1
You're
billion,
definitely
Can
a
you stop
fraud.
talking over me?
Yeah.
If you use a 1 billion model, which is one
What can you do with it?
1/170th, so stop talking. 1/170th, right? 1/170th of the capabilities of a large context model. What is it capable of doing? Can
Large
it
context.
debunk?
Well, bro,
Can
you're
it
just picking
hello?
terms, bro.
Can it debunk the second law of thermodynamics with 1 billion data?
I would have to wake up tomorrow and test the limits, bozo. But you're
Dude, it's
perturbing me on even doing my work. Hold on, man. Hold on, man. Just to entertain your stupid questions,
is
man.
also not a good indicator.
David, can you answer this fool? I'm over this, man. Can you satisfy my debate side of this? Because this fool right here is just
not
a fraud.
But the key difference.
Wait, no, not
LCM and
the.
LLM.
Excuse me, David. Can you deploy a self-hosted 1B LCM right now? Can a teenager do it?
1B, yes, 100%.
Yeah.
100%.
All right,
That's no problem.
you're done, bro. That was your main contention. Don't worry about the thermodynamics. That's above your head, dummy. You don't even know you can self-host the LCM. Get out of here. Like I told
A
you.
1 billion model is not an LCM. You're retarded.
Hang on, gentlemen. Can I get in here quickly?
Yeah, you guys shouldn't allow this to happen. This guy's an idiot. Like, get out of here, dude.
I don't.
I can get a teenager to do what you just said is impossible in less than 5 minutes.
Newt, can I ask you something?
1 billion.
Dude, I do. May I? Or am I muted?
Oh, no, you're allowed. Go ahead.
Thank you. Newt, I jumped in about 10 minutes ago, and all I heard was bickering and shit. Could you summarize what's going on, please?
Simple. There are tons of websites where you can download models that people take from big tech companies and reduce down so people can run them on their home computer, right? Hugging Face, right, is one of them. Can I finish? Yeah. So this guy said that you can't get an a large concept model because he saw the word large. He thought it's big. You can't run it at home. literally like a dummy. He didn't understand that like you could just go to one of these websites, get an LCM like 1B, 7B graduated tiers. Depending upon your hardware, I got a lot of great hardware, bro. Okay, I got 100 gigabit Ethernet, like optical.
You asked the wrong person.
So I'm trying to answer. Shut up! I don't need people to start yapping while I'm almost done. Shut the fuck up, right? So essentially, I can run that thing at my house, right? So that part of the question is done. The question as to whether or not I can do the thing that I said I was going to do at Quantum Eraser is to be satisfied tomorrow. He's coming in here, doing all of them and jumbling it and fumbling it, and teenagers can deploy this by typing a one-line command from Llama. They just give you the command, it downloads everything, installs it, you can, boom, you got a prompt. He just said it's not possible. I don't want to talk to this guy. This is wild.
I'm gonna show you how
something that's a common reality.
I will give you $1,000 if you can.
So what are we doing? What are we doing right now?
I will give you $1,000 if you can prove that you're going to self-host a large context model and try and get the. Hold on a second. I will give you $1K USD if you can prove to us that you are hosting a large context model and you're going to use this to try and debunk thermodynamics. $1K US. Go ahead.
I don't think he knows the difference.
I'm not a teenager, bro. Get out of here, man.
Okay, I'll make it.
He doesn't even know what an LCM is. He thinks a 1 bill is an LCM. He's
Wait a minute. Yeah. Who should get out of here?
No, I agree. That would be a very
he keeps badgering me with something that he doesn't understand to be wrong. So I don't know how this could progress as a conversation.
Like I said,
can I just say what's going on?
Can be small model.
David, stop. Okay, the conversation is him trying to get me to debate him on something that I've already proven to be wrong in some.
No, the conversation was exposing you for lying, saying you have a self-hosted LCM, and then you're saying you're pulling HTTP API requests.
What are you on about, kid? I'm not going to. You think I'm going to start showing you? Stop. You guys are punching above your weight, and I don't want to answer you or entertain you anymore.
Don't reply then. Just speak when you're done.
Shut up then, idiot. Talk to somebody else.
You mentioned I'm talking to myself in the room. He mentioned that he has a self-hosted large context model, which is free.
Are you going to cry because I don't give you proof?
Okay, I'm going to mute you, and then I'm going to speak, and then when I'm done, I want to mute you. So a large context model is capable of progressing at least concept. There's different models. So a large context model or a concept model, whatever these models you want to call them, are capable of great things. And if they're self-hosted, they have no restrictions or no restraints. Have you ever asked ChatGPT, how many Jews were killed or something crazy? And it said, we can't help with this, right? That's because of the restraints. If you self-host it, it will give you whatever answer the web has, right? So when he said self-hosted, it must be self-hosted for him to try and debug the horizon or thermodynamics or whatever the hell he's trying to do. It must be self-hosted to avoid these restraints. When he then said there's a company called Shapes Inc. or Shapes or whatever the hell you call it, those companies have language models that are pre-made like ChatGPT or Gemini that you connect to with a free API. Right? Those have constraints and restrictions. If you said debunk thermodynamics, he'll say, no, I'm not going to do that, right? And then he moved on to a small language model, which has, 100 million tokens, 1 billion models. Stop talking.
Sorry.
When it says 1 billion tokens, you can ask it simple questions and it'll get them wrong. You can ask it math equations and it'll get them wrong because it hasn't been fed enough data. So this guy is apparently trying to solve or try to violate the thermodynamics with a very small language model, which I still don't think he can host that model on his computer, by the way. It takes a very, very high amount of hardware. I still think he can do that.
He's not training a model. He's not creating a model. He's using an existing model, right? That's been, how models work, right? You have a base model.
Dude, who said he trained his own model, bro?
Data, then they train it and it turns into a full file of parameters.
He said he's self-hosted and coded.
Stop with the autism. I can answer anything since I'm not BSing you. Can you stop talking, man? So I can answer you, right? So, dude, you realize I can go and get AI models, right? Physics-inspired LLMs that have been trained on nothing but fusion reactor data.
Hey, what does LLM stand for?
Thus, can I please finish, bro? Thus, if I want to work on fusion-related stuff, I'm actually better served using something more custom trained, unless I'm asking like polymath or cross-disciplinary questions on that specific one, right? So in the field of LCMs, right, the research has been around for a while. There are already tons of open source LCMs that have been trained on specific stuff. You have no clue what I'm running, right? but you're arguing my ear off for for information you even need to begin arguing me intelligently. You need me to reveal a lot to you, to be quite honest.
Okay.
I'm not going to give that to you, right, in any way, shape, and form, just like you can't find it on Shapes Inc.'s website. That's why I was happy you went there and got that. Good luck finding it for any company. I said, do you think I'm stupid earlier? Like, I'm not telling you it. So what are we doing right now, bro?
Right, I've got $1 trillion. So I'm going to show you.
You don't recognize real. Maybe you can fool the neophytes, but you ain't getting past.
I'm going to
increase my offer to $5K.
This is why I'm sitting here like shocked out this.
I'm going to increase my offer to $5K US dollars. They're going to come here tomorrow and be like, "Whoops, sorry guys, I couldn't do it."
Yeah, I mean, guys,
can I kindly ask you to end this with me? Like, because I don't want to go any further with you.
Sure, you can just say, I can see it, I have no idea what I'm talking about, and we can move on.
I'm not going to do that. So, do you need me to mute my mic so you can feel like a tough guy? Like, what do you need, bro? I want to end this.
Can I ask a follow-up question? Because to be honest, my question wasn't really answered fully. I have no idea why the fuck you guys are talking about AI models.
Do you want me to summarize it for you, Mick?
Please. Because this is really...
sure, I'm going to need 60 seconds to speak without any interruptions. So Pickle claimed that he can violate the second law of thermodynamics, and he's going to run it through a large content model or context model or concept model, whatever the hell model he wants to use, right? And he said he has a self-hosted model that he's going to run it through to try and violate the second law of thermodynamics. And I made the claim that you don't have a self-hosted model and to tell me what it was. And then he said he's connecting to an API, which is restricted and cannot possibly violate any laws if requested to. Then he said, oh, well, I can just download a small model, which is not capable of very many things.
You spent more time talking about this than...
So what do you interrupt?
Buddy, do you know how fast I move through information? Bro, in the 30 or 40 minutes you've ran your mouth trying to like prove something to I don't know who, definitely not. Yeah, dude, I could have got so much work done. Like, what the fuck what are you doing, bro? Shut the fuck up.
Just take the L, relax.
Let him finish, dude. I have no idea. Please, let him finish.
Well, that was kind of the summary, right? He tried to prove that he can violate the second law of dynamics, but he can't.
Which I haven't even prompted this stupid thing to do. Yes.
You don't have a language model to use.
I'm not. So he's gonna theoretically violate the second law of the thermodynamics in a model.
The stupid thing.
Yes, it wouldn't be an actual demonstration.
He will not violate it by proving to us the existence of gas pressure without a container empirically. So that is his.
Okay,
like, dude, I'm gonna get.
You're gonna make some model and
Jesus
you're gonna fantasize. So to put it easily, you're gonna fantasize in a model, in a computer model, right?
Yeah, pretty much.
But it easily, Berserker, he's not even going to do it theoretically. He can't even do it theoretically, let alone empirically and demonstrate.
Right. So check this out. Right. According to your
Narnia, he can do it in Narnia. That's the problem with theoretical physics. But what Q asked him is to prove it empirically, to show us gas without a container. This is what they cannot do. That's why they go back to models and computer and fantasizing. Imagine.
So if we get the claim straight. Right, according to what's his name, Pickle or Newt or whatever the fuck, right? According to I'll call him Newt because that's what his handle says, right? So going by his screenshot of the hardware requirements, hosting a large model, 70 billion plus. Okay, does he mean to say that either he has the hardware of what? 80, 90, 100 gigabytes of RAM.
7 billion.
VRAM, not RAM, VRAM.
VRAM.
8 times 3, bro. 8 times 3.
It probably costs you like close to $500,000.
That's irrelevant. That's irrelevant. It's just a theory.
See how you're looking for it out.
So guys, I want to demonstrate. One second. I just want to demonstrate. If you don't mind,
I just want to clear the air. I didn't finish my statement, please. I just wanted to clear yes or no. Okay, Newt, are you saying that either you have the machinery or are renting, for example, a VPS somewhere?
Dude, you're not asking a complicated question. Let me answer you, bro. Yeah, go ahead. Hey, buddy. I can get a card off eBay, old school Nvidia cards. The compute component is dog doo-doo. It has 24 gigs of VRAM, one card, easily for about $400 or $500 on eBay. I got 3070 Ti's and 3080s. And every Threadripper machine I have that has 128 gigs of RAM, right? 9080 Pros, 2 terabytes each. It has about, I could even take a picture and show you with the RAM and everything. Yeah, hold on, bro. So wait, how much do you think that costs? That's like $2,000, $3,000. Idiot. So obviously anybody can have it. I don't know why I hear voices in my ear. I don't know why I hear voices in my ear. So, idiot, anybody can do this. Why are you yapping, bro? I'm answering you, you weirdo.
I understand. So it's clear that you do have this.
Anybody can have this. Anybody can have this. That's the point. So get it right. Fine. Get it right. Since you're digging so much and we got there, anybody can run this, right?
Thank you very much. I'm clearing the air.
Yeah.
Right?
Okay, so I'm gonna point everybody to side chat. You're not saying anything, Mick. You're really saying nothing.
You two
I just want to make something you said, Mick. Mick, you said that the large as 70 bill. That's like when you deal with LCMs, there's like it's stratified. There's small smaller ones and larger ones, right? 70 bill is like the minimum.
That's on Hugging Face. He's never even been to Hugging Face.
I just want to say this one thing before you keep talking about literally nothing. So if we're going to side chat, I posted a prompt to ask ChatGPT. I said, pretend like you can violate the law of thermodynamics. Can give me a hypothetical.
Jesus, he did.
So I went all the way down, right? And if you see the reminder at the bottom,
can you post
it says this is purely a thought experiment and cannot exist in our universe. The second law of thermodynamics is one of the most thoroughly tested and verified laws of physics. That prompt there that says that, this is why you can never use a language model to try and debunk this, because they're constrained and restricted through the 9 yards, right? So if he says he's going to
models, some of them are fine-tuned.
Don't use any model. I have it. Okay, name one model. I have 15 models here. Name one.
There's actually probably over 100.
Why are you doing this way? Give me David.
I'm gonna post a screenshot of the largest
Somebody
model.
calm this guy down. He's off the rails, man.
But you guys, it's ridiculous. You guys are making no sense. I posted a screenshot. Those are the largest, most successful models on the available to us right now.
AI is going to destroy. You're proving to me that AI is going to destroy people's brains. Like, because I could see yours just getting eating up in real time.
Which one, David? Which one do you believe is successful of doing it?
They're all generic. They're all generic.
Which one are you self-hosting? Which one are you self?
I'm pretty sure I'm not.
Dude, there are over 1,000. This is why this conversation is sad. What is
which one are you self-hosting?
In research, you tend to use the entire AI models like LCMs, which again
I have tuned.
Like
I've access to 100 of these. Pick one.
Specific papers that none of these models, no matter how big they are,
actually. Okay, name one.
Yeah.
Name one.
What?
I don't know. I'm not a researcher.
Why are you saying why are you saying they exist if you can't name one?
Because I know. Because I know you got this.
Dude, you smoke. I hear about you drank too much today, right? So I'm gonna reiterate my point. If you believe
I am not
AI chatbot,
because I actually fear for your mental health past tonight. I'm gonna get a user. Give me a second. I'm gonna give a user who's like mod.
If you believe there is a singular chatbot that can give you a rundown on how to violate the thermodynamics law, I want someone to tell me the name of the chatbot, and we're going to run through it together, right?
No, that's not what anyone was claiming.
That's what you were claiming, David.
No, that's what he was saying. He's going to find out if it can. All right, and then you start questioning. Oh, you can't run this locally, and started going into the size of the model, and then going, oh, LCMs are large because it has the word large in them. When we've been trying to tell you, no, inherently they don't have to be large fucking models.
If you generally believe a singular model,
you can have a 50. By the way, you can have a 50 million parameter LCM.
Okay. Yeah, you're losing it, bro.
Or really simple math question. You can still get it done.
But can I answer a singular
somebody else
question?
talk besides you, bro? Like back to you? Can I talk back to you? I'm not. Like you're not letting me breathe,
man. We're just gonna leave it at.
You were fronting on the internet to try to impress like random strangers, and you got caught.
You sound like a teenager past their bedtime. Don't talk to me, son.
Hey, P, hold on. So we're just gonna leave it at.
You don't have to say face on it. Don't dig yourself deep.
We're gonna leave it at. We're going to leave it at the laws of thermodynamics cannot be violated. Right? We're just gonna leave it like that. And move
until tomorrow.
Forward And we're just gonna move on to curvature or something that we can agree on or work on or talk about, discuss. Yeah, how about that?
Can I just say this is a testament to how powerful AI is? Can I just say it's a testament to how powerful AI can be on like social exchanges. I fear for people's mental health with this. Yeah, Jesus.
So, Bonsu, did you say we can agree on curvature? Bonsu?
Bro.
Wait, actually, can we go back to the thermodynamics argument? What's your argument?
No. We're not doing this anymore. You guys are literally brain dead. Bonsu, did you say we can agree on curvature?
We should talk about curvature and straight lines, right? We should try and agree on the definition that they're different, that they can't be the same thing, or else what are we going to talk about?
They can be the same thing because you can have a straight line of cocaine and it's called a bump.
I was gonna say, yeah. Let's definitely change topics. Leave Newt to actually do his test or whatever. Okay, give him the benefit of the doubt. Give him the benefit of the doubt.
I still got that 5K US on the line. So if anyone,
actually, how about we skip up some rooms and we discuss the Kaaba like you avoided earlier? Why don't we start there, me and you?
What did I avoid?
Why don't we go into one-on-one and we can figure it out?
Come back tomorrow, Newt. Come back
to the audience.
It's a bit homosexual. You want to go one-on-one with me?
Wait, we want to talk to you as an engineer about other things, okay? About the globe Earth and the flat Earth. We want to talk about our topics with you because you're an engineer.
Open for it.
We don't want to waste our opportunity with you to talk about stuff that doesn't apply to the topic.
What do they call that thing? Rapid questioning. If you would prefer efficiency, you could just rapid question me. I'll be honest and forthright with what I think. We could just run through the list of questions. Yeah.
Okay. Here's my question: what is the probability of you violating the second law?
Can we agree? Questions, not trivia questions, bro. Like
here's the question. Here's the question. Wait. Here's the question. I'll ask the question. I'll ask the question because this is the question QE would ask you too, right? How can you have a horizon? You can think about it. How can you have a horizon on a globe? It's simple, right?
Wait, I expressed genuinely, and I said I'm gonna be consistent that you opened my mind to. That's why I stopped there. See. So that's something I'm looking into tonight. The slope thing that Quantum Eraser mentioned and the way he did, I'm looking into that tonight.
Okay. Okay. Cool.
Yeah. So probably tomorrow. It'll be best tomorrow. I'll come back actually having
24 hours from
into
now?
things, and I'll have answers. Huh? For myself, I'll have answers. So I'll have answers for you.
Would you say 24 hours from now?
Yeah. Okay. It's 12:43.
KP,
I can get through this in an hour, bro. That's the thing. You're playing games with me. I can get through this in an hour. So I just need focus. Genuine focus.
Okay, well, you've been arguing with us for an hour. Why don't you just leave and do it?
I've allowed you to chat my ear off with BS. Yeah, I've allowed it for reasons.
Well, it's been an hour plus of us talking, right?
I woke up at 7:30, right, using my brain for most of Sunday, right? So the fact that you get access to me now is because I want to turn it off. You're not getting access to my prime brain. It's shot, dude. Okay, so.
But hey,
I think
it's not.
Sorry, drop it here and then come back tomorrow and see if you can violate the second law of thermodynamics.
Yeah, I appreciate you guys. I don't want to ruin what we did. It was productive. Thank you, guys. Thank you. Thank you, Quantum Eraser. Just to give credit to the people. I don't know if the other guy's here. Where is he? Yeah, there was 3 guys who helped me see something I didn't see before, and I thanked them for that. It was Bao, it was Quantum Eraser, and the other guy with the swan.
You're welcome, little boy.
Thank you. You, Mr. Yeah, I'll deal with you later.
Don't forget Dempsey.
Yeah, Dems as well. With the DM. Yeah, I accepted his friend request. Yeah.
What's up, Berserker?
Yes.
Can we agree? Yeah. Can we agree that you have already failed because Quantum Eraser required you to provide an empirical evidence for a gas without a container? So your intent tomorrow, you are buying time till tomorrow, not to concede that you lost, by promising us a theoretical worked out on a computer model. So you are promising us a theoretical violation of the second law of dynamics. Yeah, correct. Okay, so you can see that means you can see that you cannot provide an empirical. Okay, that's good.
Yeah, I'm an honest person. There's defeat in that. I can't do that part. Yeah, if that's what it hinges on, I won't be able to satisfy.
That's fair enough. That's fair enough. Yeah, because I also studied civil engineering, and I just asked in a DM, Quantum Eraser, if civil engineering, when you consider concrete construction, steel construction, highway construction, if civil engineering is a natural science, and he DM'd back to me because I said I would like to clarify that for myself, to refrain from making a false claim that civil engineering is a natural science, and he replied that it's not.
Sure, he's a honest. Yeah, it's very simple for me. I'm an engineer, and I like challenges.
Yeah, me too. And I have to admit I respect that. Yeah, that you are.
So I'll even stick my neck out so you can chop it off, so I can challenge myself.
No, it's not about chopping, bro.
No,
mate, we were all globers. you see, that is something that you
Let
forget.
me satisfy the rest of it. So it's the effort.
You heard that. You heard that I respect your position. I mean,
yeah, I don't think you know.
When you're wrong.
I'm just giving you the last bit of detail so you understand the human intent behind it all. When I'm going after this second law of thermodynamics violation on the horizon, I know I'm going to discover very interesting things regarding me processing what you guys tried to tell me. So I'm going to get value in that. I know I'm going to get that. So I'm going to go after this all the way. Seriously, like I'm actually intending to win tomorrow because I know I'll gather a lot of truth and understanding along the way. So I know it's a journey. I'm not trying to like win. I'm not a teenager.
Do you work as a civil engineer?
Okay.
Okay.
Berserker, do you work as a civil engineer?
Talking to me? Sunset Money? Hello?
No, I was asking Berserker, are you a civil engineer?
Yeah, but I quit on the fourth year, 3 months before making the bachelor in engineering. I studied 3.5 years, almost everything. Yeah, as I said, I was interested because I wanted to refrain from making false claims when I argue with globers. You know how it works. We get a lot of globers who come here and try to look down to us flat earthers, that we are not educated and we understand nothing about science. And so when I try sometimes to refute that, I wanted to know finally if civil engineering is a natural science, so that I will refrain from making that claim. And I would like to say that it's very respectful from KP that he admitted that he concedes that he failed to offer and provide an empirical evidence for violating the second law of dynamics. I hope you heard that, right? That's very respectful.
Yeah, I'm gonna go for gold. Like I meant that. Like I'm gonna wake up driven to find this answer tomorrow. I'm gonna drive my mind until it can get to that limit of what I think it can do to satisfy it. Right. All right, guys.
Yeah,
I gotta get to do.
Okay. Okay, bye.
Thank you sincerely though. This helps me with the thing I need to do it. Thanks.
No problem, mate. Yeah, Bong, are you still here?
Yep, I'm here.
Yeah, I just wanted to ask if my answer, yeah, I answered your question. So I studied almost everything. It was a study of 4 years, but I quit at the fourth year, 3 months before finishing the whole study and getting the bachelor.
Yeah.
But I mentioned a couple of times that I would like to make. I don't like to talk about it, but when Globers come and brag about them being the people who respect science and that we throw science out of it, then I come and tell them, look, I studied that. I studied a lot of science too, and structural engineering. And I have to admit, and it is meant as a compliment, that I found out 2015 that the flat earthers are smarter than me, because even though I was told in survey, now when I found out that the Earth is measured and presents itself as flat and looks flat, is flat, I remember that even though I was told in surveying that we should not consider the curvature of the Earth in surveying and calculations, even though when they claimed it is yet a globe, but we should not consider that, I didn't critically think and question how is that possible. And the fact that the flat earthers, even though there are also engineers and people with degree, but also those who don't have any degree were smarter than me. And yeah, I was humbled. So that's why I don't like it when Globers come and tell us flat earthers that we have, sometimes they tell us we have low IQ. And that is when I get angry and some flat earthers you say, bro, you're cooking, hold back a little bit. You get what I'm coming from, right?
Yeah. But I don't think it has anything to be like with being smarter. I think it's just it's like a spell. I think it really is like a spell, and everybody has a different way of waking up from
Exactly. I have to interrupt you. I also formulated the sentence. All my degree and study and math and everything, and was not able or were not able to protect me from being deceived. My degree wasn't able to protect me from being deceived, as the Earth is not a globe. So, sorry for interrupting. You can go ahead.
Yeah, because it was working on it's like on our trust. Because it's the question, why would they lie? You know what I mean? We trusted our parents when they sent us to school, and then that trust. You know what I mean? And then the encouraging to learn more and to go higher. So I don't think it's I think it's the perfect lie or deception. And it just feels like something that's supernatural. That a man can't do on his own, that a whole generation, like takes generations to execute. This kind of plan. That's why I believe the Bible, that there's a supernatural power, wisdom behind the deception. You know what I mean? So, but when people wake up, it's like it's yeah. Go ahead.
And it works on you as a kid too, man. You don't even have the capacity to think about it, reflectively or analyze it. You know what I mean? So,
right.
It's beyond the intellect.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's why I like the. Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
Okay, thanks. That's why I just wanted to say it was nice how you put it by saying it is like a spell and the trust, because I went to the college and I had to trust. I mean, I didn't have a reason not to trust a professor, PhD. Yeah, you come so good-minded and trusting, and then you get lied to, and a spell. It's like a spell. It's like hypnosis. Yeah, I agree with you. It's there is a lot of psyops in it, playing with
I was
the
going to say,
psyche, with the mind.
I was just going to say one thing. It's not to
Yeah, go.
bring you up, you know? You don't go in there and then they're going to bring you up, or saying that you came in flat earth and then they brought you up and you weren't as smart as them. It's that they put you down to think that.
Yeah, it starts from kindergarten. We know that from the beginning.
Yeah, and this the seven, the arts, they call it the seven sacred arts, right? Those are the seven, that's the bachelor's arts, bachelor's arts, arithmetic, astronomy, I forget all of them. It's for the trivium and the quadrivium. Those are your seven. So rhetoric, arithmetic, numbers, right? So numbers in space is astronomy. Numbers in motion is time, and music. I think music is. Yeah, it's like the seven arts.
Did you know?
So yeah, go ahead.
Do you mean something like? Do you know the fact that the architectural design is also considered an art? It's not close to science like civil engineering. You know that architecture. Most of the time, civil engineers quarrel and fight with the architects because the architectural designers, they always come with stupid designs which are difficult to build in reality.
Yeah, look up Frank Lloyd Wright if you don't know who that is. Frank Lloyd Wright was an architect, and his buildings are absolutely stunning, beautiful, artistic creations.
Yeah, I don't know who is.
I prefer Flat Lloyd Wright, personally.
Yeah. But he's really amazing. Check him out.
Yeah.
What was that name? What was that?
Frank Lloyd Wright.
Okay.
He's world famous. Probably, back to the 20s, 30s, 40s, 50s.
Okay, got him.
We have an architecture teacher, professor that comes in here time to time, hangs out with us. He's a flat earther.
Flat Lloyd Wright.
Okay.
Flat Lloyd Wright. Yes.
Okay.
Usually in the mornings. I think he's more of a morning guy.
What's this argument about the second law of thermodynamics and entropy within a container? I keep hearing it. I don't understand. I don't know the full argument. I never heard it in its
I'll give it to you really quick. So,
Shoot.
yeah. The second law of thermodynamics is outlining how entropy will always increase. So high pressure will always go to low pressure, and so on. So we are addressing that in light of the claim that there is a vacuum adjacent to the gas pressure that we're breathing. And the high pressure gas is not going into the low pressure vacuum and dispersing.
Oh, I see. Right, but then surely one would just say, "Oh, gravity."
Yeah, that's usually what people will just say, but they don't know the extent of what they're trying to. They're going to give you gravity, but what's gravity? And we got to go through that, and you've got to give me whatever scientific experiment that validated the cause and effect that you're trying to say is just gravity.
Yeah, and you can't prove gravity. Gravitons are theoretical. Yeah, there's no. Yeah. Right, fair enough. Yeah, that's it. That's all. Okay, case closed.
Cool, man.
Yeah, I like simple. I like to just be simple and state things in a simplistic manner.
Gotcha.
It's Speculation Sunday. Anybody speculating on anything?
Evolution is true. No, I'm kidding. I can hear you breathing, like inhaling, getting ready. Nah, don't attack me. I just want to chill, drink my tea, and observe.
That's pretty good.
So British. I want to drink my tea.
Drink my tea. Drink my tea.
Yorkshire tea, obviously imported from India, but yeah.
You know, what's funny about you even mentioning evolution? QE that was in here earlier. He's still in here, but he's deafened. Before he became a flat earther, he was tearing people to shreds over them claiming evolution and whatnot. So, and he used the second law of thermodynamics a lot with that as well. So, when someone
that's why he got triggered when that's why he got triggered when I joined scientific theory and the word evolution. He went crazy. That explains everything.
Oh yeah, he freaking will, because that's what he was doing before he became a flat earther. And a flat earther, brought up to him while he was, ripping these evotards, is what he calls them, evotards to shreds. Somebody brought up to him, since you like to mention the second law of thermodynamics, how do you have gas pressure without a container? And then the next day, at that moment, he became a flat earther when somebody asked him that question.
Wow!
He realized that you can't.
The best part of that story is that he went back in and started to talk about flat Earth with all the evolutionists, and they fucking kicked him out.
That's what in a lesson.
That's hilarious. Anyway,
how did he get back in?
I don't know if he,
Traitor.
It was a lesson, though. It was a lesson.
It was a Christian forum. The people that were running the Christian forum, it was like a debate thing where he would go in there and he would they would do those posts like you do in forums where you can interact with their posts. And he was always doing that on that forum. And he started bringing up certain things about flat Earth, and the people that ran that Christian forum kicked him out. Yeah.
They just kicked his ass out. Yeah. Get out of here. You flat Earth.
Damn. That's just cruel. But then again, it worked. I guess it worked.
It's classic.
It made him think twice, like literally, about what is evolution.
Yeah, when you apply gravity to the gas pressure as a gas pressure violation or remedy, just an answer. It's similar to saying that you go to the propane guy and say that you want some gas, but you don't need a container because you got gravity. You brought gravity with you. You're gonna take the gas pressure without the container.
It's so ridiculous. It's ridiculous.
Well, I don't understand. I get the idea of questioning the existence of gravity in the first place. Yeah, we cannot prove gravitons, not yet anyway. But
no. It's the fact that you're breathing air, the fact that we have gas pressure around us, And then the antecedent for that will be containment or a container. So when they say that we live in a spinning water ball through the vacuum of space without any container, that's just against everything we know.
Right. And container being a closed system, right?
We live in a closed dynamic system because we have gas pressure around us, and you can breathe. That's what you're breathing, gas pressure, air
that's
pressure.
the confounding. That's the confounding variable. There is that there is gas pressure.
Because the gases are expanding in all directions, and they're pushing against the walls of the container, creating the pressure.
Right.
Yeah, David, why don't you say it?
Well, it's not that easy. I'm going to need a little while.
How about that? I'm waiting for a Glober. I'm waiting for a Glober to come and say this sentence. I find a lack of your faith in gravity very disturbing.
That won't be me, mate. That won't be me. But I'm looking forward to that person as much as you are. But you do recognize that obviously there are different levels of pressure depending upon like the layer of atmosphere, right? We're referring to.
Yeah.
Right? So entropy, exactly. You've got different order, like a different order of entropy, right?
Sure.
So the container, when you just look at the container, so to speak, which is only at the bottom, right on the floor, like the ground of the Earth. So
No. You can have with depth, like if you go to the ocean and at the bottom of the ocean was 1 square feet of water at the bottom or at the top, they have different pressure, but they still are 1 square feet of the fluid. And gases, when you go to the bottom, so the depth of the container, you have more gases that are being produced at the bottom, but you still have pressure above that high pressure. But you still have pressure. It doesn't. But all of that is happening within a contained environment, and it's also a dynamic system, because we got the sun introducing heat or exciting the particles.
Yeah, absolutely.
And we have all these things happening. So it's a dynamic system. But the fact that we have a pressure gradient doesn't mean that there is something else going on besides the containment of gases, because the pressure gradient is happening within the pressurized dynamic system.
Right.
I would like to make a comparison here, saying that there is no container for gas to have, the gas pressure that we're breathing is equivalent to saying that you see the body of water of like the ocean and assuming that there is no bottom to it. It's equivalent.
Right.
Yeah, the confounding factor in that one would be the body of water, knowing that bodies of water must be contained. So having gas pressure being the confounding factor, that it must be also contained. Regardless of the gradient, that happens in a dynamic system when you have fluctuating temperatures and pressures.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm too thick for this shit. I'll be honest with you.
I wonder if you understood your analogy, Letzi.
No, I understood. No, I did understand the analogy. I just still don't understand whether.
Well, think about it. An antecedent is contingent upon the thing that it relies on, right? So, if you have a container, gases can be contained. If you have a container for water, water will be contained. But if you say, we've never seen the container, therefore it doesn't exist, it's equivalent to what Flatzy told you. Well, you've never been to the bottom of the deepest ocean, but there's a floor underneath that water, right?
Yep.
David?
Right, the confounding factor being the body of water.
Let's hear him. I want to hear the pennies dropping. Did that make sense?
I don't understand. I just don't understand. Okay. Because look, the reason I don't understand is this container.
Hold on, David. If you put water in a cup, if you put water in a cup, the bottom of the cup is the floor, right?
Sure.
So could I pour water in a cup if it had no floor?
No, I mean it would just
So
the water wouldn't be.
What is necessary for water to be kept in a location?
A surface,
bottom, right?
A bottom. Yeah, exactly. The floor.
Okay, so the bottom is the antecedent for the containment of water. Of course, that's just the bottom, right? But of course, the walls around, around the body of water, like the cup, would contain the water inside. But it would need a floor in order for you to. It's like this. You've never seen the bottom of the deepest ocean. People can't go there, right? Pressure's too great. But that doesn't mean the floor is not there. You don't need to see the color of the floor or what the floor is made of to know that the floor is there.
But why?
Do you get it?
Why do you need I do get. I get it with relation to container.
Okay, so if we have a floor at the bottom of the ocean, then on the very top, gas pressure would dictate that the antecedent is containment. So we have a container up there, somewhere.
Oh, okay.
Get it?
Yeah, I do so, more so. I understand why you find the need for a container.
Right, because it's an antecedent. You can't divorce them. There's no divorcing the fact that gas pressure requires containment. It's in the definition. If you look up the definition for gas pressure, it's defined that way. It's not that we need it to be that way. That's how it's defined.
Yeah, but with the relation to the need for a floor, again, I can definitely imagine, unless this is just propaganda that's been fed to my mind, imagine a water droplet in space. You can imagine that at scale, where the liquid form hasn't turned into a solid form, and yet it's still, deep enough for you to be swimming in. So it doesn't actually have a floor. You go straight through it, right? Stuck in the center.
David, water couldn't exist in the vacuum of space. It would sublimate.
Oh yeah, it would, of course. You should. Sorry. Yeah, that's stupid.
Okay.
Good try though, bro. Good thinking though. Yeah. You're on track, man.
Yeah, it was thinking outside of the box, but you got to realize, man, we're bound by the natural laws of the world. And as much as you want to live in this idea that the Earth is a globe and you got all this kind of crazy, fantastic things going on, you can't negate the fact that we have natural laws, which it grounds you to everything that's real. You can't keep your head up in the clouds, so to speak, because you have to abide by all the physics and the science of the world that is applied, not something that is, kind of these theoretical ideas. That's just not going to win the day, David. You really have to stick to what applied sciences are giving us so that we can understand the physical natural world. There's no way that you can deviate from that unless you are, going off in a different, it's not science anymore. It's just ideas, postulations.
Violations as well.
I'm just, I know, I get it, man. Look, we all came from we can identify from your position, and we know that the reason why you feel like we're not getting your position.
My homework. I have to do what you guys did and just sit down and study the physics.
Yeah, it's not easy, David. Listen,
natural science, and then come to a conclusion which may well be your own, right? The same conclusion you found yourself.
Yeah, and that's all we listen. At the end of the day, that's all we ask, man. We're not here to twist your arm so that you can be like, oh, flat Earth, okay, I get it. No, I don't. Honestly, if you continue on in your life and you're like, the Earth's a globe or whatever, that's your life. But when you're confronted with your own, when you critique yourself, what do I know? Do I really know if the Earth is a globe? Then you start kind of going through all the things that they've told you, and then you go through all the physics and chemistry. You go through science. Then you start to realize there's a lot that's wanting with the information they give you for these theories, these ideas. And all we're saying is that because of that, we're always relying on those who, we know in the globe paradigm, those who carry more intelligence in a specific, idea or whatever, whatever it is. You rely on them to tell you what because you're not a scientist in that field or whatever. And I get that too, but what we're doing here is because all of us are, when we found out, we were pretty upset about it. Like, hey, wait a minute. How come I've been believing this for the whole time? And, I'm just an average Joe. I'm a workaday Joe. I'm just going about my daily life. But now I find out that this doesn't have any merit. Like, now I'm going to research it. I'm going to figure this out.
Why don't we have more mainstream, I say mainstream because they are mainstream scientists. Just go, guys, this is a lie. NASA is forming a lie.
Oh, that's easy. That's an easy one. It's a giant, David, it's a giant club and you're not invited into it. That was easy. The science, like those guys, the way they operate, it's basically like, if you have tenure in a college or whatever, like you have to abide by the curriculum. You have to do what the school is wanting you to abide by. There's no deviation from that of course, you can think within within certain parameters, but when you start, kind of being a cowboy and doing, say, hey, look, this is what we're going to do today. The earth is not what you've been told. That's not going to fly. You're not going to teach something that the school's not going to be like, oh, okay, we're going to review what you've been saying, so it's like blasphemy. It's, to this paradigm. I don't know if FED wanted to say something.
They're labeled as conspiracy theorists straight off the bat and then discredited. The
critical eye will never look at anything that we have to say because it's outside of the, of the paradigm. So we're proposing something that shakes up the foundation of the very reality and the very existence of where somebody is in the universe. So it's not like something that's welcome with open arms. Like, oh, okay, come on, let's hear what you got to say. They will chastise anybody in this room. Nobody will have I'm telling you, David, none of the things you think would happen, us submitting papers for peer review, nothing, none of that. It would all be like discredited and like, oh, okay, that's a fancy idea. Thank goodness we now are not living in caves no more and drawing in them either. We're now in a more advanced society. So, it's enough. There's nothing we can do about that. But the thing that we have on our side is the natural sciences that speak to what we're, physical natural world things that we've always known, but taken for granted.
Just one thing, I still don't understand why there is a need for a physical container for the gas not to disperse.
Well, you can't show it in a lab that this is actually can happen without a container.
That's very true.
So that's kind of where I stand anyway.
God damn it! Oh, why are you right? That's annoying almost.
Yeah, and the thing is, that has like you're a pretty charitable guy, so usually we get people that are really up in a tizzy about it, and they'll argue about it. What we ask them is, if you think that's true, go ahead and show us a demonstration of gas pressure without containment. Now, if you say it's gravity that's containing all the gases, show us a demonstration of gravity acting upon gases in any way. Because what you're going to find out is, according to kinetic molecular theory, gases do not attract nor do they repel each other. So you got a tough one there. Gravity's not doing anything to the molecules of gas. Not according to the kinetic molecular theory.
Fuck.
Say again?
I just said you can't scale that experiment. Like if we were trying to demonstrate it, you can't scale it.
Right. And that would be the other hurdle you'd have to cross is like, well, I don't have a planet-sized example other than the one you're standing on, right? So that would be
that's all you
get. Exactly. And any observation of Earth from outer space, how do you know it's real? Right? Those images, how do you know they're legit? You didn't see them.
None of us have seen that view, unfortunately.
Yeah.
So everything that you think will solidify your point, David. What it happens being is just a belief that you have that somebody figured it out, and I'm not that guy. I'm not the astronaut. I'm not the scientist. They figured it out. So your appeal to somebody else doing the work will fall short of you knowing what they've done. because you don't know. You're basing your whole worldview on somebody figured it out. And what we're doing in here is asking the person. That's fine. You can believe somebody's done it, but you don't know what they've done to actually make it true what you're saying. So you carry a belief. Yeah, it's
sorry, Dave.
Look, man, the truth is stranger than fiction, man. I'm being honest. Like,
yeah, it is. Oh my goodness.
But but what really got me is the fact that you can't actually experiment. You can't demonstrate it. Because again, you would need a planet-size fucking. If it's true, you have to have a planet-size fucking object.
Example. Yep.
How do you explain planets?
You would have to abandon the idea that physics would be scalable. Then it's like what you would call special pleading. So this is the one that it can happen, but you can't achieve it because it wouldn't be scalable.
Right. Exactly. That sucks.
What were you going to say, David?
Planets like, I see gas giant. Surely that's running experiment.
No, it was. When you look up at the night sky with your telescope, you see a light in the sky. Excuse me, maybe a different color or whatever, but you're not able to tell by looking at it what the elemental composition of it is. Now, if you were to be honest with yourself, I would ask you, when you look through your telescope, what can you tell me about the light in the sky that you call a planet? What features can you tell me, or attributes?
You're right again. And then in order to get the matter, the state matter, you'd again rely on third-party tools. It's a source of authority, right?
Somebody figured it out. Somebody used spectroscopy or whatever it is. You think that it might be a verification of the thing up there, but then again, you'd have to. It's so convoluted because then you'd have to ask. Okay, so the method was spectroscopy. What did they use, and how did they use it? Like, if you were really researching and investigating all of this, you'd find out the base of the information is an estimated guess. And it would rock your socks because you're going to be like, dude, I can't believe all this time I've been believing on somebody else's educated guess, but I thought it was a foregone conclusion, like God's honest truth.
Yeah, and so you're just... There is a separation between what can be done with the observations, and anybody can look at the sky, observe the luminaries from their angle of view. You can combine a bunch of observations from multiple points across the earth, and you're gonna see different lights and different events happening on the heavens, on the celestials above. But then there is the personal conclusion that everybody can make. I can make a conclusion about what's happening. You can make another conclusion. So the thing in question is not the equipment or the process that is being used, the method that is being used to observe. Either it can be your eyes, a telescope, X-ray, infrared, thermal imaging, radio surveys, electro-opticals, all sorts of tools that can be used to observe the events or the phenomena we call the luminaries. All of that is observable, nobody's denying it. But then some people will draw you cartoons and replace the actual observation from the ground. Because remember, you're observing all of this from the ground or maybe from a balloon or whatever, right? But then they will draw you a cartoon from an outside perspective and say, hey, from the outside of reality, this is how it works. And they draw all of these ideas and all of these different things from the outside, a place that you and I cannot go. They're never been to. Nobody's gonna go there. And they're replacing the actual observed phenomena with some man-made cartoon version of that.
Just so you can see what they want you to see.
And then they present and say, this is how it looks from the outside. And you're looking at cartoons, but since you want to trust them because they are the experts, they got the tools, they got the telescopes, they're not seeing the cartoons that they're showing you. That's not what they're seeing. They're seeing the lies that you and I see.
I feel like I'm trapped now. Are we just slaves to some bigger society?
In some aspects, yeah, I think.
You could be slaves to the information, not the actual. Like nobody's actually your slave master or anything like that. But because you have choices every day, David, you have to make the choice to actually want to believe in this. There's not a guy be like, are you getting the globe answers right or wrong? You got to be faithful to the globe now. Then nobody's out there doing that. You're policing yourself, basically. All you got to do is like, okay, if something is true, it's true. If it's not true, it's not true. You have to really talk to yourself about it because, like, at the end of the day, it's either true or not true. You can't just keep thinking, well, I mean, I can believe that somebody else figured it out and everything's going to be just fine. But I mean, you're never going to know truth that way. You have to find out whether or not, knowledge.
Yeah. I out of curiosity, do you among yourselves discuss about the motive behind people who are just lying?
Sure. Yeah, you betcha. Yep.
This is purely speculative.
Sunday,
right?
man.
This we don't know, right? But
Speculation Sunday, man.
Yeah, this is Speculation Sunday, so
that's right.
Anybody that wants to speculate about this, you can. I mean,
thing, man. I mean, why would
does raise big questions?
I mean, big questions. For NASA, it might be 70 million reasons every day.
80, I think it's 82 million, but 70.
So 82. So listen, for NASA, only for NASA, it's 80. The guy just corrected me. $82 million a day. That might be a good reason. Money. Some people lie for $10.
I can't imagine what.
That's just one company, man. NASA. Don't forget about ESA and JAXA and.
Well,
it's literally.
You also gotta remember that a lot of the people just believe it. Like the guy that cleans the toilet at NASA, and you can verify this when you go to NASA. You go to the restroom, the toilets are clean. You use it, and then he cleans it again. He's getting paid to clean the toilets. He's not lying to you. He also believed that the payer, he being the payee, receiving the paycheck, his boss. It probably also believed that he lives in a spinning water ball through the vacuum of space. Most of them, they're not lying. They just believe it, just like your neighbor watching Star Wars.
So deep. But then, is there a society out beyond the Arctic wall?
No, none of us have been there. We can't check that out. We don't know for sure. It's speculation at best.
Is this something maybe you believe then?
I don't know. I know that water has to have a container. I don't know what it's made of, or if it's beach, sand, rock. I don't know, man. But I know that water. We all go to the ocean, check it out. Something's contained in the ocean, man. Most likely, it's a beach of some sort, man. In my opinion.
Yeah, there's some lizard people on the other side of the wall, and they're waiting. They've been waiting for us ever since, like,
Outer
10,000 years. So
Outer Ponders, bro.
Is Elon Musk one of those lizard people? Because he's quite persuasive, right? If you think about it.
Well, I mean, he wants to be like them, but they don't really like him that much because he's failing at his rocket. They always explode.
I do come in here for the laughs. It's amazing.
There is a lot of.
And don't forget about the.
Go ahead, bro. Don't forget about.
No, I'm just making jokes. I gotta go anyways, but go ahead.
Is that what happens? These rockets are just hitting the container, the physical container.
You're
trying to get out.
Oh shit, he's got to go. Yeah.
Actually, it's one thing what is probably done with some of the technology. Like there is definitely equipment that can be sent to the high layers of the container, or maybe the layers above. Maybe there's limitations to that, but still, that doesn't mean that they have stopped trying to send equipment up there. You can see there's multiple technologies, high altitude balloons, tethering, locking, electromagnetic tethering, locking, quantum locking. There's probably different ways to put equipment up there that is above our heads and maybe beeping, and they're probably charging billions of dollars just for one or for a few, So there is a market for the engineer here down on the Earth compartmentalize. He's making a switch. He's making a board circuit, and the other guy next door is making a equipment, and then they'll give it to the other guy that is gonna put it inside a rocket or on a balloon to send it very high up. And everybody, I mean, most of them do believe that they're doing space technology, right? But that doesn't necessarily mean that they can actually violate the natural laws, right? But there is stuff that I believe they do send stuff up there, but it's not outside of reality. They're not going to the cartoon water balls spinning through the vacuum of space and sending things billions of miles away from the Earth or whatever. Because we do live in a contained environment, so whatever is up there, pretty sure they try to figure it out or do things. But then the cartoon version of that is obviously not the truth. Like when they show you the solar system from an outside perspective, and the Earth is included there with blue and green. That's not the Earth that everybody sees. They give you a cartoon, you draw your own cartoon on yourself of the sun 100 times bigger than the Earth and whatever, and the planets and these cartoon versions of the thing. But that is not the thing that we observing. When we look at the sun, the luminaries, the stars, the moon, when we look at that stuff, that is not the cartoon that people draw when they're children, like from an outside perspective. Go ahead, my bad.
So
sorry, go ahead.
And none of us has seen, that perspective of, the globe, right? And with our own two eyes, right?
I haven't. I look at the horizon.
I haven't. Nobody in here has. I'm pretty sure.
But quite literally, through direct observation, I have no evidence to claim that the Earth is a sphere.
Exactly.
Like literally. But then again, some would argue it's beyond, obviously, our perception because of the size of the Earth. So the curvature is so subtle, it is not noticeable to the sensory register of the eye. But then again, how else do we prove it? Oh yeah, the hot air balloon, and then you can see the curvature at high altitude. But then you've got to question the source again, because you can have the fisheye lens, or it might be
planetarium director Paul Larson said that he did the math, and you wouldn't even be able to see curvature as high up as the claimed altitude of the ISS. And he states that it's because it only sees 3% of the Earth. So you don't even see curvature from the ISS wherever it's claimed to be.
That's 250 miles up. 250 miles. Black Swan, that's a whole nother easy thing that we did. Yep. They gave us the radius, they gave us the circumference, they gave us the diameter. We went out and checked it. It turns out it's way off, man. Like by 10 minimum. So there's a problem there. That's all. It's not that hard to check out for yourself, man.
Dude, I'll be honest with you. I'm not trying. I'd love to go to the Arctic and see what's like beyond that. If I had the money, I'd love to do like a private expedition. Like fucking Columbus.
Oh, sure, man. Sure.
But I suspect the reason why no one has yet is because authorities prevent people from reaching the wall. Or it's just too cold. I don't know.
You're gonna see and confirm what you already know. You're gonna see horizontal frame of reference water. You're gonna go high or low in altitude. You're gonna reach the seashore. It's not gonna be a bowl. You're not gonna find a bowl anywhere. You're gonna see horizons, And all across, you're gonna travel all across places that you want to go across, and you'll never feel the ground under your feet spinning or moving unless it's an earthquake. So the globe goes contrary to everything you can experience, detect, verify. And it's also, you guys mentioned the curvature. You will have to believe that balls can hold water and pressure on the outside of the ball, inside of a vacuum. Like, just try to put a ball in a vacuum with the gas pressure on the outside, and the water being retained by the outside, the surface of the ball. It doesn't work in reality. It just doesn't work in reality. There's so many claims on top of the globe that's why it has to be a cartoon or some type of Hollywood version of it. Cannot be demonstrated in reality, and that's pretty simple. That's how you know it was never discovered. It was invented. Outer space was not discovered. It was invented. The Big Bang, Big Bada Boom wasn't discovered. It was invented. The curvature of the Earth wasn't discovered. It was invented. Gas pressure without containment wasn't discovered. It was invented. The solar system with the Earth as part of the sky, it was invented, not discovered. So it's like stories of men.
That's a lot to digest it.
It's lore. It's what it is. I mean, the best way to describe it is lore. Just like any religion will have its lore, so does this religion of a globe Earth that you can't see, but you just got to believe it's over yonder, that curvature. And you live in a paradox when you think that the curvature should be a rate of change of slope, but you look at horizons that you derive horizontal lines from with a zero slope. So that's a paradox. And it highlights cognitive dissonance in your everyday person who can hold two contradictory views in their head.
Right. That's why people like me struggle, I guess. You mentioned the black swan. Someone did, the black swan theory. Well, why is that relevant to flat Earth? Because surely it's not an event. It's just, yeah.
Yeah, I'll explain it to you. I can't. Was it Karl Popper? He's the one who laid out the fallacy, the white swan fallacy. Anyone who would say that all swans are white, only one black swan would be could be introduced to debunk that.
Makes sense.
So
I don't know if that was the person, but I get you. Yeah.
Well, yeah, I got you. The idea is that all you need to do is present one black swan to debunk that all swans are white. And in this case, that all observations show that you don't see, due to the curvature of the Earth, however far you're from the observer to the distance to the horizon. So the distance to the horizon would be a set distance. It couldn't vary or change. So if we present where our black swan is us presenting that you can see well past 10 miles, and the horizon is, let's say that it's 9.41 miles. We'll go with that. So it's beyond 9.41 miles, which is impossible on a globe with set dimensions of a radius of 3,959 miles. Because that would simplify to the distance to the horizon would be 1.22 miles times the square root of the observer's height in feet.
Yeah. Okay, that makes sense too. Well, there may well be a black swan moment in our
There is. I've got one for you. There's plenty. We've got plenty, but this is the one that we use for that, the white swan fallacy.
I'm just looking at the sky right now. questioning nature.
That observer height there on the black swan photo is approximately 1 foot. So
yep,
that's why it's formulated. That's why she said it that way. Good job, Lassie.
Oh yeah,
I
you
see.
got.
Right,
So
yeah.
it's
I mean, that's a lot to explain. Picture does help a lot for idiots
yeah,
like me.
and luckily we've got a modus tollens that goes along with it. So this is kind of our logical syllogism. So if P, then Q, not Q, therefore not P. So if the Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles P, then every horizon distance measurement must be no more than 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet Q. And not Q, because the horizon is beyond 9.41 miles, so therefore not P. Earth is not a sphere.
Good job. That was awesome. The oil rigs in the photograph also are there as to demarcate distance. So those are set oil platforms that are anchored into the earth, into the seabed. Good job, Flatsy. That was awesome.
I may have done it a time or two before.
Just a couple times. Hey, I've been to that beach where he shot that several times. And yeah, the platforms are there. They're still there as of today. And we can see too far, man. That's real simple, Dave. You really don't believe us, man. Go check it out for yourself, man.
That is only it serves a purpose because the claim on the table is that the Earth is curving at a certain ratio, so certain geometry. So when you put that to the test, that claim, and this observation and many others falsify the claim. So it's pretty simple. You can see beyond the geometric horizon of the ball of 3,159 miles radius. So if you can see beyond that and you still see 10 miles, 30 miles beyond, and if you pull out the infrared opticals, you can see even further.
Oh, yeah, way further, especially if you're in an airplane. You can see really, really far with one of those infrared cameras. Oh, my goodness.
So this is just falsifying one of the claims, which is the curvature rate. That is nowhere to be found in reality.
It's not there, man. There's no curvature. We've been asking for curvature for a long time. They keep pointing to the sky and say, "Hey, there's your curvature up there." I'm like, wait, what?
I get what you mean. I totally do. It's just that it's appeared higher than the closer object, which is weird because if it was curved, then surely it would be lower. Taking into account the
curvature rate,
and the height of the observer.
Observation height, yeah.
He thinks that the observer is a little higher, but even if it was, let's say a 6 foot man, the horizon will be at about 3 to 4 miles. Should be the geometric horizon. We still see beyond 10 miles.
This is at 1 foot.
Yeah.
And the guy took that shot at 1 foot, so it's really low to the water level.
Yeah,
hey, I actually did the math on it, right? So even if he was 10 foot high, 20 foot high, 50 foot high, that's still not high enough to see whether we see the horizon, right? Once you do the math, it would actually have to be 65 foot high to have a 10-mile geometric horizon. You punch it into the Earth curve calculators, 65 foot observer height will give you a 9.8 mile horizon, right? So it doesn't matter if he's a bit higher or a bit lower. It's such a huge discrepancy. Right? Even if you say, oh, he's 20 foot.
It gets even worse than that.
I get what this is showing, but I just hard to believe it's true. It's just hard. Like, what the hell?
That's the good thing.
Worse for the globe though, because at 1 foot observer's height, seeing this the horizon distance being this far, it would mean that the radius would have to be like 250,000 miles.
That's the math. That's the math. Yeah, 250,000-mile radius. Get the fuck out of here.
Yeah, that's not. Yeah, that's not right.
Yeah, so the thing is, right, it's actually been repeated on different days, right, and at different heights, right, over and over again. So yeah, there's another video I posted in the chat there. You can see he's doing it from 8-foot height, and he's doing it late in the afternoon when it's really calm conditions, and it's even clearer than the 1-foot observation. And then he did it from 1.5 foot, and he did another one from, I think, 30-foot height. And yeah, the higher he goes, you can see magnitudes further. It's really, really crazy. And then they've been repeated in different locations, right, by different people over huge distances, right, over lakes, like frozen lakes, salt lakes, all different places in all different locations, different weather conditions.
I'm trying to find an explanation for this, like why it's doing that, besides Earth being flat, and I don't know.
I could give you a hint. A lot of people will come in here and say it's because of refraction.
Oh my god, why are you saying that, bro? That's not even...
Is that your hint, is it?
I'm gonna thump you in the ear, flat Earth dude. I'm gonna thump you in the ear. I'm just kidding.
The refraction requires two different isotropic mediums with a barrier or a surface between the two mediums. And where is the barrier or the surface?
Your face. Yeah.
Yeah, that's the other thing you have to consider with refraction is it takes two mediums to pull it off. And there's only one medium here, man. And it becomes a huge problem. In my opinion, for the globe, huge problem.
Well, refraction would invoke Snell's law, and that has nothing to do with working through one anisotropic medium. So
exactly,
you're having to really make some leaps and bounds logically to kind of fit that circle into a square.
But there's many observations that have been done all across the world, and then you can, like I mentioned, you can pull out the infrared, and the infrared will show you and break through the haze a little better, and that will give you longer distances, so you already confirm or you already know that you're looking across a horizontal frame of reference that is not curving away from the observer. It's kind of simple. This is the simplest thing.
When you guys say that refraction requires two isotropic media,
yeah,
you guys saying that refraction isn't a thing then?
Well, of course.
Like in the
None of the
refraction is a thing.
In this observation, the 5 types of refraction, you won't be able to point out any of those happening on this observation.
Right. So even in, the anti-flat earthers, they like to say that refraction covers what can happen to light, and that it will bend to the more dense part of the medium. That's crazy, first of all. Second of all, you would have to have extreme conditions to even prove such a thing. That's not happening in the air above the water. Those extreme conditions that you would have to. So even in their own paradigm of what refraction would be, with the light bending towards the more denser part of the medium, all of those mirages have you can't. I mean, you're going to try to put one to this observation, and it's not going to fit. Just like Jimsy was saying, so you can wreck them. You can wreck them down that road too if you want to.
What does Matthew say? It only has to be one arc minute, something like that.
You guys need to decide whether or not air is one anisotropic medium, in which case there's no refraction, or there is refraction and you have these these refractive effects that Dempsey was talking about. You can't have both.
Yeah, you can have distortion and compression, but it's not
and
refraction.
diffraction and the way the light would scatter. These things happen. We see that, but you can test these things. That's why they have names.
Exactly. So I don't know why you're saying like that. There's no refraction. That that requires like it's one anisotropic medium, so we can't have refraction when we have inferior mirage and Fata Morgana and all this other stuff.
Okay. So you're trying to argue for it being refraction in the anisotropic medium?
I'm saying air is not a single anisotropic medium. There is stuff in the air which causes refraction, and that's why we have the observations of Fata Morgana and stooping and stretching.
Hold on. I think you're confused. See, this is anisotropic versus isotropic, right? So the air would be anisotropic, an anisotropic medium, and that if that would require, the criteria for that would be that there's different pockets of air here and there. Like you're looking through dynamic, like weather and temperatures. So and
exactly. So it's not one medium.
I got you. I see what you're saying. But when you invoke refraction, the law of refraction is Snell's law, and it doesn't meet the criteria for that at all.
It does. Because everything that's in the air, anything that the light goes through, anything that the light goes through is a new medium. You understand that, right? If it goes through a droplet of water, that's a new medium.
If it's raining,
I understand Snell's law. I don't know why you can. Okay, somebody else can talk to percentage if they want to.
So you're saying like if it's raining and the light goes through it, it's going
not
through
even just humidity, like moisture in the atmosphere.
Well, isn't
that
when
light goes through that's a new medium?
Bro, isn't that just called the atmosphere?
No, but when we're talking about the propagation of light, like the path of light, that's what causes refraction.
Goes through clouds, goes through different.
Air is only one medium.
Mark is correct in what he's saying. Technically, right? There's a citation from Stony Brook University in the side chat there, and mirages are classed as a type of refraction. Right? It's not like normal refraction that does require two transparent mediums, but you do have vertical temperature gradients where you can have these different types of mirage effects, which are very common, like stooping, sinking, inferior mirages, and whatnot. Because the light has to go through different density layers of air. Right, so when you have cooler air closer to the surface of the water, it's more dense, right? Because it compacts, the gas particles compact when there's a cooler medium, right? So the light's going to travel differently. Right?
No, you can't class that as refraction. There's no.
Okay, so there's.
Listen,
hold on a second.
No.
Let me finish first. Let me finish first. There's a citation. There's a citation in the side chat. I can provide demonstrations and citations for everything I'm saying.
All right, let me look at the side chat. But what you're alluding to is the movement of light through the same medium with different density gradients of moisture.
Mm-hmm. No, that's temperature. Yeah. So that's what this is, right? So it's different. It's a vertical temperature gradient, right? And the cooler air and the warmer air has different refractive indexes, right? So that's going to cause the light rays to bend up or bend down, and that's going to cause the object that the light's bouncing back to your eyes off to appear higher or lower. That's why we have different types of mirages, like sinking. Or if you have an inverted temperature gradient, you have looming, right? And there's a big list of different things that can happen depending on the vertical temperature gradient.
All those
and they're all classed. Well, hold 1 second. I'll let you go in a second. All of that is classed as different types of refraction, right? Mirages are classed as refraction. I mean, have a look in the side chat. The .edu citation. I do get where you're coming from, but it is like it's not two separate mediums, but there's two different layers of air, which causes a temperature gradient, right? So you've got what is acting like two different mediums in a sense, right? Because the light, it's in the same medium, but because of the different refractive indexes, right? That's why we have sinking and stooping and all that sort of stuff.
You've just posted Snell's law, yeah?
Yeah, about looming. We got looming, sinking. I mean, there's a lot of shit going on here, man. A lot of things are
there are
happening.
types of mirages, and technically mirages are because of refraction. Like it's a type of refraction.
What did you post? Did you just post Snell's law? Where did you post? What time?
It's the most recent post.
5:47.
51. Oh, T-Dub posted that above, right? And that's also correct. It's the same principle.
So there's no doubt there's an effective optical response in relation to a single media, in relation to air, that has different objects, especially when you're talking about moisture levels. Not only moisture levels, we're talking about different density layers, such as different gases, different molecules, dusts, particulates. There's no. Hang on, just let me. I'm just going to jump in and just say this one, and then you can go for it, right?
Yeah.
Now, there's no doubt whatsoever that there's different optical responses that happen in that single layer, but it's not refraction. Refraction is defined as refraction. Snell's law is defined as the movement of light in two different media. Now, you can call whatever you want the other stuff. There's no doubt that the other stuff happens, but it's just not refraction. Call it whatever you want.
It is refraction. It literally, by the definition of refraction, and Snell's law is refraction.
Exactly.
Anything that has a different refractive index is considered a different medium.
Yeah, you can actually apply Snell's law to this as well, right? From the research I've been doing, you can apply Snell's law to this type of refraction in one medium, right? You can find citations that say it does require two different transparent mediums, right? With a specific point, right, where one medium changes to the other, but you can have the same thing in air, right? It's called atmospheric refraction, right? There's literally citations in the side chat and definitions of it. That's what when we have sinking, right, or looming, that is a type of mirage, right? Looming's a type of superior mirage, sinking's a type of inferior mirage, and they are types of refraction, right? Because they're mirages. Mirages are refraction, and there's a link above it from Stony Brook University, right, where they say that clearly. That is a type of refraction.
Anti-globalists, you're making it confusing when you say, in the context of Snell's law and refraction, when you're saying that the air is a single medium. That's not the case.
It is one medium, but it has. Okay, so what I wanted to touch on.
In the context of refraction and Snell's law, air is not like a single holistic medium, because in it there's a bunch of different stuff that have different refractive indices, and so it's composed of like the light is going through a lot of different media.
Yeah, so the way that these effects are defined or explained, right? Have a look at the links that I just put in, right? This is the American Meteorological Society, right? And it explains exactly how it works, and it's to do with the vertical temperature gradient, right? So if you have sinking, it means you're going to have warmer air closer to the surface, and then you're going to have a layer of cooler air above that warmer air, right? And the cooler air, the cooler air is going to have a higher refractive index, right? And then you're going to have that sinking effect, right? Which is literally defined as something that would normally be visible on the horizon, and it looks like it's sunk beneath it. And then
we agree on this, but you have to find me a citation where it says the cooler air and the hot air are the same medium. That light is refracting through a single medium. I challenge you.
Yeah, so it's the same medium, but there's a difference in temperature, right? And the difference in temperature creates the.
No, that's not what
the same medium. Okay,
no,
so
it's not.
Made up
it has a different refractive index. It's like, that's what's needed for Snell's law. It's a different medium is needed, right, with a different refractive index. So when the index of refraction is different from the hot air to the cool air, it's considered a different medium.
Is it? It's the same thing, right? If I said, "What is this?" right? If I handed you a handful of air from the cooler layer and said, "What is this?" It's comprised of the exact same thing as the warmer layer of air. I do get where you're coming from, but they're both just
So you're taking
air,
it out of the context
right?
of
One of
Snell's
them
law
has.
now. If you're just handing me a balloon with air in it, and you ask me what medium is in this balloon, I'd say air, sure. But that's out of the context of Snell's law. In the context of Snell's law, there's a difference in like what determines whether it's medium is the refractive index. If it's a different refractive index, it's a different medium.
Okay.
Not provable, bro. You can't prove that shit. Man.
Well, I mean, these are known
It's in the
effects,
equation.
right? We're not disagreeing that these types of effects happen, right? We're just disagreeing on whether the two density layers are considered two different mediums. And what he's saying does make sense. And I would like to see like some literature on that, so I can have a look into what he's saying, right? So I can better my argument on it. Because what he's saying does make sense, but it is the same medium, just two different layers of.
Yeah, just look like it's in the equation of Snell's law. The incidence angle, the refraction index of the incidence angle versus the refraction.
You need I gotta elbow my way in here, man. Like, what the fuck? Like,
come on,
bro. I'm not trying to be rude. I'm just saying, like, percent is right. They're not like Snell's law is not equivalent in a gradient index medium, and I can post a citation for that. Someone's actually worked it out. Snell's law is a special case. So it has to be two different mediums with a well-defined boundary. Obviously, the case with mixed air, even though there's a temperature gradient, it's not a well-defined boundary. So you would model that using different mathematics called Fermat's principle. Okay, it's called the Fermat's principle of least time. It's not equivalent to Snell's law, and the paper I'm going to post shows that it's actually not equivalent. I mean, this seems like a stupid detail. So I think something that people get fucked up about this is mirages. When you say Fata Morgana, inferior mirage, stooping, towering, those are qualitative descriptions. They don't mean anything. You're just describing what you see, what they look like. Hey, here's a mirage. Oh, it's an inferior mirage because the bottoms of those buildings, I see a double image and they're touching each other. Although the tops are touching each other. Oh, that's a superior mirage. Now, the causal mechanism for that, they'll say, is hot air layer, cold air layer. There's actually no experimental evidence of that, and that's actually in dispute in the scientific literature itself. In textbooks and on the internet, it's not in dispute, right? So, like you posted, it's Stony Brook, right? So you can go anywhere on the internet, what causes strict and superior mirages, and they'll show a diagram of light rays going in, bending down, going into cold air and coming up and forming a mirage. But this has never been, there's no experiments to actually demonstrate this. Right? It's just how they thought it worked. But there's no experimental evidence. There's alternatives, ideas of what causes mirages, that they're actually reflections and they're not refraction. Because typically they're far away, right? So you have this thing called, so when you have a lesser dense medium and a higher dense medium, if the angle is beyond some critical angle, it'll reflect off of it instead of refracting into it. So, this has been experimentally demonstrated to cause the visual that we cause mirages. This has actually been experimentally demonstrated. And I'm going to post all that shit in the chat. But I don't know if you're a flat earther or Glover. Which are you? What are you trying to deal with?
Me?
Yeah, you. You're a flat earther.
Oh yeah,
right?
I've been in 24/7 since 2020. I'm a mod.
Yeah, I just I should have known better. You're arguing with percent. He argues with everybody. Love you, brother.
I'm trying to keep us.
I mean, it's good though, dude, because he keeps people on their toes. It's not a bad thing, dude. It's fucking good.
Yeah. No, what you're saying about the reflection is exactly what we see, and I always did find that
the mirroring thing, right?
The mirroring thing, because we can reproduce that on a smaller scale, and it does make sense because it usually happens on a hot surface.
That's exactly what they tested, and that's exactly the name of the paper.
Yeah.
Is they tried to validate what the cause of mirage was on a hot road surface. And they
On a
did
flat-
validate that it was caused. It was caused by reflection and not refraction. So I'll post all that in the chat, dude.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to reading that, actually. I've been looking a lot into refraction the past week or two, so definitely looking forward to that.
Yeah, there's a lot of bullshit out there, is all I'm going to say. Like, a lot of what you'll see are like, there's a lot of the shit is models that aren't, but like they'll say, it does this, it does that, it does the other thing. Here's our model. This is what it predicts. But the thing that's always missing is the experiment that goes along with it that shows that whatever model they concocted actually is the case, right? In reality, like that's never there, ever. Very rarely you'll see actual
ever
experiments. I've seen one set of experiments where they tried to validate the standard explanation for what causes refraction. They used like a hot plate and like a laser and like a bunch of other stuff. And they got it to replicate like only in like these extreme situations or where the temperature gradient is like freaking 20 degrees in like 1 centimeter, which is unrealistic in like reality.
Yeah. So there would be absolutely zero practical demonstrations or experiments that show the type of refraction that the globe earthers are talking about when they're just saying the word refraction to explain like the black swan and things like that, right? So being able to see 10 times past a geometric horizon, right, to try to set that up.
There's really no justification. There's no justification for that, dude, like at all.
But
I mean, seriously, like, have you ever seen anybody ever? All the videos they've ever posted make a curved surface look flat. Like your refraction would have to be perfect, right? The refraction would have to increase perfectly with the distance to negate the curvature, so that it would look flat. Like that's retarded, dude. They're like the idea is retarded. Like the air just knows to be the right, like, so it would have to change with distance. So it would even have to change horizontally.
So you will have to change the definition of refraction as a phenomena that causes balls to look flat.
Dude, I'll give someone $100, dude. Take a yoga fucking ball, do whatever the goddamn you want, and I want to see you make that look flat.
Percentage, which refraction is happening in the black swan that you said that is refraction happening?
I didn't say that. They were speaking about refraction, and I piped up when someone said that the refraction it's not refraction because refraction needs two medium, and this is one anisotropic medium, and that's when I piped up. I recognize that refraction, that Snell's law deals with refraction, and that Fermat's principle encompasses that, and reflection and transmission, whatever else, right? But I was correcting whoever said that, that it can't be refraction, and then at the same breath, saying that there is refraction, like refractive effect.
So, is there refraction in the black swan?
I imagine so. There's refraction, like in everything. We don't have a perfect vacuum, so.
I guess that's why the horizon would be defined as an apparent location, right? Because there's always some type of, temperature gradients taking place, right? So there's always some type of displacement of what you're looking at, right? That's why when we look at things like Skunk Bay, we see everything like jumping up and down constantly. We don't see it all of a sudden 10 times further than it should be, but these effects seem to make things rise, higher than they should or lower than they should, and compress and stretch and things like that, but definitely not 20 times further away or 10 times further away all of a sudden.
Yeah, not just that, but the horizon's observer dependent. So as soon as you close your eyes, it's gone.
I dispute a lot of this shit because the air is not layered. It's not fucking a bunch of horizontal layers. It's nothing like that. So you got to think that, but the light could, Okay, say the light, like say we have pockets of air. That's the way they actually model it. Is that there's like say between you and a mile away. Between you and there, it's not one continuous, temperature, right? There's variations of temperature that are random. So sometimes the light will go up, sometimes it'll go down. But across the average across that entire distance, it'll just, it's called scintillation, where like when you look at a star, it twinkles, right? So you'll see things shimmer in the distance because the object is moving around, but it isn't being displaced like, 40 feet into the fucking air, right? It's just shimmering around. So that will always exist. That like you're not going to get rid of that. You're going to have to be like, I don't even know what place on earth it would be where the air is fucking completely still and the temperature is completely uniform. Like that would be like and not moving. It's also got to be completely still and not moving, homogeneous. So good luck finding that place.
But Andy, let's say between you and the place is a bunch of water, and it's on a hot day with that water evaporating. You would expect that you'd have closer to the surface a layer of hotter, less dense air, right? And then above it, colder, more dense air.
Yeah. So I mean, well, it depends on which is warmer, the water or the air, right? So there was a guy back in the 70s who was like, what would you call it? Fucking surveyor. He used to go to surveyor conferences. He tried to come up with a completely different model from what they use, like the model that the Clovers try to force down our throat. He thought you could model it based upon using how the air was moving vertically. It was called heat flux, right? So say you have the air 70 degrees and the ground is 69 degrees, right? You're going to have a temperature. So the temperature of the air is trying to go into the water, right? Entropy, right? Hot to cold. So how that air convects is going to be completely different from, the water's warmer and the air's colder, right? So like what you said, right? If the water is extremely warm and the air is cold, right? You're still going to get evaporation and shit.
So a lot of the time when we see some of the globe earthers, right, they'll post like a big giant battleship or a cruise ship or something, and it will look like it's half hidden, right, unnaturally behind the horizon. That does seem to conform in some way with what they would describe when it comes to sinking. Which is a type of inferior mirage, right, according to the mainstream definitions and whatnot. Do you agree with that
you almost
as a possible?
Hold on a second. You almost always see mirroring on whenever they post those, literally every time. If you look at the horizon closely and you look at the object, you'll always see some sort of mirroring where it's mirrored. Yeah, so then, if you see a mirrored image of the object, where is the horizon? Is the end of the water the horizon? Is the dividing line of the mirrored image, is that the horizon? Where's the horizon? Where is it? Because, think about it, you have a mirror, the mirroring that's at the horizon, right? So you got the water line, then you got the inverted part of the image, and then above that is the actual object, like a boat, right? So between the dividing line where the mirror is, that cuts the mirrored part in half, down to the water, what's behind that? Is that boat?
Yeah.
Is that water? Is that sky? What is it? What's behind there? You can't obviously see what's behind it because you're seeing an inverted image or inverted reflection. So is the water higher than it looks? Is it lower than it looks? That's what I'm saying is whenever they almost, I'd have to say, I can't even think of one where I haven't seen it. Put it that way. If you zoom in on them, you'll see it every freaking time, dude. I've never seen one quote unquote ships cut off by the horizon where you don't see a mirrored image of it.
That's a good point. Every surface, even if like cement or concrete, every surface at a minimal angle will have a reflective property to it, especially something that would be highly reflective like water, or so you have to deal with the reflection as something, some optical, the thing that you're seeing with any given observation.
And to add anti-glows, I would sooner say that there's towering in the water more than there is sinking of the ship. I would say like there's probably a refractive effect of the water towering and blocking some of it, but who knows? It's all kind of like speculation because we don't have.
Yeah, even in that video. So if you watch that video, especially when it's I'll tell you what part. Because like Goldberg's posted this on X, man. So let me show you what part. You see the mirror. I gotta find it real quick.
I really appreciate, Indio, that you can recall source information at any given point. Like this guy from the 70s.
Well, I mean, because I read like all the shit on refraction, and the only thing I found that was like what do you call it, heterodox to like the main thing. Because as you like read through the literature, you're like, these guys don't know shit, right? They go out there, do experiments, they'll come up with models, none of it works, and then in the 70s there was it really started where they were trying to model it. There was a guy in Eastern Finland or something, and then like people other places tried to replicate it, and then they're like, well, Finland must be some fucking unique place because it's very far north and the air is drier. So then they made they tried to come up with their own model, and like it gives like I've read like all the papers going back quite a ways, so I can see the evolution of how if you want to call it a science, whatever, how their models for refraction and surveying like changed over time, right? And there was like a little thing in the 70s where this guy stuck his head up and he's like, "Oh, I'm just going to propose a completely different thing," and you know. I think his problem was he really didn't get the funding because it's a very hard thing to test for with the technology they had at the time, right? Because you have to measure two different angles of arrival of a light source so that you can quantify refraction, right? So, like, say I have a light, it's out there in the distance. So, I'm going to record the light over a period of time, and I have to be able to measure how much that light moves up or down. And all they had back then, they didn't have digital image processing. They just had telescope fucking theodolites. They had really no way to actually measure how much it moves around. They really couldn't quantify it. To come up with a model to to do anything, because his model is like a hypothetical model. And then when you go out test it, you'd get data and then you'd refine it. But he couldn't even test it to go get data to refine it, so it just like died on the vine.
Yeah, I'm just saying I can really appreciate the ability to do what you do. That's why I call you a genius in your own right.
I'm glad Indio popped in because we were having a long conversation about this yesterday, and I was wishing Indio was there to say all this stuff. So I'm glad he popped up today. But yeah, Indio, have a look at that. That's just another screenshot from that same video with the ship that looks like it's sinking. And when he pans over to the right, look at what you can see in the sky, right? It's like the background land, but it looks like looks like you got meadows up in the sky and things like that.
Yeah, it's like a structure on the ship, right? And then it like doubles in height.
Yeah.
So it's at like hold on, let me find what frame because I just had it. That one. Yeah, right there. Come on. Yeah, just give me a second. I'll take a screenshot. This thing.
Does anyone mind if I pop in with a bit of information?
Yeah.
Just while you're doing that, India, we come over and over this time and time again in relation to refraction in a single medium. So, in the atmosphere, there's individual water droplets, individual water molecules. So when light hits an individual water molecule, it separates into 7 coherent structures of light. That can't refract a single image. So that's why Snell's law come into effect. So I just want people to understand that you can't refract a single image in an atmosphere. That's why refraction is defined the way it is.
Did you rephrase what you just said?
Yeah, I just side by side the 2 screenshots. You can see that there's something going on right there.
Oh yeah, for sure. Mm-hmm.
And there's other things like there's a couple little lights on the end of the boat, which like they double for a second and they disappear. Like there's just like, so I see these all the time, like because Glover's post them. They don't really look at them carefully. They just go, look, I can't see the bottom of the boat. Where's the ball? Right? That's like the limit of their analysis. But they don't look for other things. Like one of them is the windmills. So they post those windmills that were taken. The picture that's on Wikipedia, taken by a dude who says he speaks fluent Klingon off the Belgian coast. And if you look, I'm sure you've seen it, right? The windmills. Grover's post those.
Of course, yeah.
Here, I'll show them. You'll recognize them as soon as I show it to you, dude. See if I got the original one. This one.
It's actually hilarious how you can just like debunk the claim that it's a globe, like the curve, by just literally getting a screenshot from elsewhere in the video.
This one, this windmill picture. I'm sure you've seen this, right?
Oh yeah, of course, yeah.
There's a problem with this image. Problem is, there's a windmill that's further away that appears higher than the one in the foreground. Well, obviously, that don't work because of perspective, right? Can't have something, if they're all the same height, the one that's farther away can't appear higher than the closer one, right? So we'll show you an image of that.
And probably if you were to measure, like I'm sure the arms of the windmills are all the same, but I'm sure if you were to measure them pixels, you'll find that they're different.
Oh, certainly, dude. I mean, but like if you put this in I probably got a picture of that somewhere too. If you put this in what do you call it? I do have a picture of this. Actually, I know where it is. If you put it in like photo forensic, it actually looks fake because the horizon is so. Like photo forensics will tell you like pixels that seem like their color is out of place, and the place where it seems like they're out of place is the horizon line. So it'll highlight what it thinks are fake or altered pixels. And in this image, if you take the original and feed it into photo forensics, it shows that the horizon is fake. Though I don't think it's a fake picture. I just think that's a false positive. But it shows that there's something like odd about this image. And it's very sus that a dude that took it speaks fluent Klingon. I'm sorry. When you tell people on Wikipedia, when you edit Wikipedia and you tell people, I'm one of only the 3 people in the world that are fluent in Klingon, and I'm going to post globe evidence. Sorry, it's hard for me to take you seriously.
I bet he has a high voice too. Has anyone else noticed that? Like that Globers,
look, bro, the people that played Klingons can't speak Klingon, okay?
Would you classify these effects as types of mirages?
Oh yeah, this is some sort of mirages.
Yeah, and then how would you define a mirage? Would you call it a type of refraction or a type of refractive effect?
Well, like I said, mirage is just qualitative, right? It's not really a physics description, right? Because when did you first learn about mirages, right? Oh, people would see mirages in desert, and they thought there was water there, and they'd go riding for them, and then they'd end up, dying of thirst in the desert, chasing mirages.
You want to play it safe? Call it an optical illusion.
Yeah, it's just like an optical illusion.
Yeah, that's a good one.
It's an illusion. So like the horizons. This is like a photo from photo forensics. The horizon is like a freaking thick ass line, dude. And you can sort of see it in the original image. It's like there's like a blur line that goes like all the way across, right above the horizon.
Oh yeah, I'd love to see a time lapse.
It was hilarious how you asked him if he was a flat earther. His name's Anti-Globalist, and he's a flat earth mod. That's hilarious.
No, I just heard him arguing with you guys. Well, not arguing, you know what I mean? I wasn't sure, dude. I mean, I was pretty sure. I was 99.9% sure that I seen him around and heard him talking flat smack. And then I was like, maybe I'm confused. I'm gonna double check.
Yeah, I was just looking a lot into, trying to find some explanations for when they show these images of ships that look like they're drastically behind the horizon, right? Obviously, they look completely exaggerated. It looks like it's like flat, 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 and then all of a sudden it's like this giant ship's gone down a step. So I started like looking into different reasonings, right? And then I'd heard Drace from 24/7 talk in the past a lot about sinking refraction, so I started looking into that. And then the first thing I looked into here was Oxford reference. It says like, what is sinking refraction? And it says a refraction effect in which an object normally visible on the geographical horizon apparently sinks beneath it. And then I started looking into what's their explanations of how that's caused. And then I found the other citations that I put in the chat there. And like you said, right, the mainstream citations, just because they're .edu and mainstream, it doesn't necessarily mean that they're correct and that they have experimentation to back the claims up, which is a good point. So,
my guess would be what causes this, if they went out and measured it, I bet you the temperature at the windmill is like 20 degrees colder than where they're taking the picture from. That, like, near the coast, like where they are, the water's warm, and far away it's cold, like way colder.
Yo,
So what's happening is, so let me describe this, right? So say you have the top of the windmill to the bottom of the windmill, and you imagine that there's a duct, like a fiber optic cable, going all the way to the camera, right? So say it's 300 meters. The air, that freaking horizontal row, it's you want to call it, it ends up going through a colder air, so it gets compressed, like lensed into like a smaller shape. Now it's not a problem for the top, but when there's a limiting factor between it and the ocean, and then it and the ocean's getting compressed together. Like, it'll look like it's not going to keep the same geometric proportion, because you got to remember, wherever that horizon is, there's shitloads of water beyond that, and there's no way to tell how far this horizon is away. Pretty sure this photograph was taken from, oh, not this one. Shit. I don't think we know where this photo was taken from, as a matter of fact. But these windmills are like 56 kilometers away, if I remember right. It's called Thornton Windmills or something. Thornton Wind Farm, south the coast of Belgium.
Yeah, John, I put it in the chat. Thornton Bank.
Yeah, so Antigobas, all you can say is, hey, dude, like, I mean, this is how I deal with them, right? Hey, watch this ship go over the horizon. Yeah, we can demonstrate that on a known flat surface. No, you can't. Then I show them like the RC boats, the Nat Geo with the flag stripe that's disappeared and the horizons behind it, and demonstrations, right? And then because have you seen the RC boat videos?
Oh yeah, of course. Yep.
Yeah, I mean,
clips of all
like
of
you don't even need to be able to explain it, because whatever it is that's blocking the bottom of the RC boats, we know what it's not. It's not Earth curve, dude. Like,
too short of a distance for it to be Earth.
Oh yeah, it seems like that mirroring effect.
And then they'll try it. So one of their copes, like hold on, just want to tell you, because like I'll tell you how to go through it, because their cope is going to be, oh, it's waves, it's refraction, it's this, it's that. The boat is bobbing, or you can see fucking the whole boat for part of the time, or it doesn't disappear completely. Just ask them, why is there a horizon at all? Because there should be no horizon at all. You should be able to see completely across that lake to the other shore. In their worldview, this is what they think on a flat Earth, right? Not only is there no horizon, right? That's what they say. But on the globe, right? They say the horizon is blocking shit. At that distance, 1,000 feet, you should see all the way to the other shore. But you can't. So why is there a horizon at all at that distance? You don't even need the boat. This is like the boat doesn't even have to be in there, because there should be no horizon. And typically after that, they fucking go nuts, like Planet Peterson did when he fucking rage quit when he wouldn't answer why is there no horizon at all. They won't answer that question, or why, like, they will not. I've never got a Glober to answer that yet, and they'll refuse to answer, because once they answer, it's all over. It's literally all over. We got a horizon that's too far. We got a horizon that's too close, but we don't have a horizon that's just right. Right? We admit that the horizon's visual. When they start saying things, the horizon's physical. Yeah, good. Show us.
The moon. The moon would have a physical and optical horizon that were identical.
Huh? Anybody else understand what he just said?
Did he just say
Dude, with the moon.
horizon on the moon?
Yeah, he said the moon horizon. What's the distance to the moon horizon?
I've never done the math.
Hold on, I'll do it real quick. What's the radius of the moon?
I don't know. I can find it out if you want.
1,076 miles, says Google.
Okay.
The curve calculator here. And you can change the radius. How handy. How tall was Neil Armstrong with his boots on?
I have no idea. Why would I know these things?
I don't know. You're the one that thinks that people went to the moon.
I mean, I think that also, but this was about horizons.
Well, I was trying to use a real world example because we need someone to test it. So, horizon from 6 feet is 1.5 miles away.
Test is
so the horizon. So check this out. From the horizon from 6 feet on the moon is closer than the horizon would be on Earth from 1.5 inches above the surface. Let's see how low you have to go to get the same horizon. 1.5 miles for the horizon. This curve calculator goes all the way down to millimeters, so I might be able to do this. Are you going to tell us that these aren't valid because the moon is oblate?
Is the moon oblate in there?
Yeah, is it? I don't know. I don't know. I'm asking you. Is it?
I need to know this, bro. If the moon is oblate, that'd be cool to know that.
If flat Earth, dude, that is the perfect question.
Right. That's what I was thinking. Like, oh shit, the moon's oblate too, man. Okay, let's go.
It's oblate, but you can't see it because the dark side of the moon is where the oblateness is.
Right. It's the they call it the far side. The far side of the moon is oblate. We never see the far.
I would think it would be oblate because they say that it's rotating, right? And it remains tidally locked or whatever, but it's constantly rotating as it rotates. So they would have to say it's
not rotating. It's not rotating, bro.
The moon is absolutely rotating. The moon is absolutely rotating. It takes about 28 days to rotate on its axis.
Oh shit! We could see both sides of the moon. Is that what you're saying?
No. It takes 28 days to rotate around its axis. That's why we always see the same face.
Oh my god! It's so
Just a
amazing.
coincidence.
It's amazing.
It's called gravitational tidal locking.
Tidal locking. Yeah, I got it.
Gravitational tidal locking.
Gravitational tidal locking. Check it out, everybody. Man.
Mercury is the same way.
Mercury. What about Venus, man? Is Venus?
I don't remember if Venus is tidally locked to the sun.
All right.
But I know that Mercury is. Mercury is gravitationally tidal locked to the sun.
Far out. You got it, bro. You got it.
How do you know this?
Because we can look at it and we always see.
How do you? No, I didn't say we can look at it.
I've looked at it. I've gone and looked at it.
So you've seen the moon rotate?
Yeah.
Oh, far out.
What exactly did you see that you saw it rotate? Oh, you saw it not rotate.
No, I saw it rotate. Because it's in orbit around the Earth. So if it's in orbit around the Earth and we always see the same...
Did you see that?
If it's in orbit around the Earth and we always see the same... and we see the same face, it must be rotating.
If, but you've never seen it rotate. And you've also never seen the orbit.
I've seen it in orbit.
You've never seen the moon in orbit, dude.
I've looked at the moon.
From outside the Earth and saw the Earth orbit, the moon orbit the Earth. That's what you saw.
That's not the only way to see the orbit of the moon.
What's the other way? Jesus Christ.
Libration it's called librations. It librates because it is rotating and because of its orbit around the Earth.
Yeah, okay, that's a cool story.
I mean, it's not a story.
No, it is a story.
It's an inference. Make it true.
It's an inference. It's an inference to some other phenomenon.
I mean, it's a measurement.
It's not an inference.
It's not.
Are you high?
No, the librations are not inferences. The librations are not inferences.
No, the inference is vibrations are caused by orbits. That inference.
And rotations.
Yeah, okay, yeah. So those inferences.
Yeah, how do you know the vibration isn't
you don't know. You just believe it because it seems to you like a plausible inference.
I can demonstrate this because of a gyroscope.
You can demonstrate the moon orbits from a gyroscope.
The gyroscopes vibrate.
Gyroscopes precise.
How do you know it's the same?
That's the same thing as librating.
No. You don't know what vibration is, you dumb fuck, dude.
Yeah, librating is the apparent tilt of the moon due to its rotation and its orbit around the Earth.
That's not true. That's just your claim right now. The vibration of the moon. Vibration of the moon is an optical oscillation of like the moon. It's just it looks like a little bit like it's just like jittering in its spot. You don't know if it's caused by. Well, hold up. You don't know if it's caused by the rotation around the Earth or whatever else. It could just be like refraction of the medium in between. It could be the light refracting and like shimmering, basically.
So the moons of Jupiter and Mars also librate,
and they also have light, don't they?
I don't know what that means.
There's still light going through the medium that could be just like shimmering and refracting.
No,
it's like we have distortion with anything visible, anything of visible light. So now if you're trying to claim that it's actually if you're trying to claim that it's actually like the gyroscope where you can actually view it in person and to confirm it,
I mean, I can't
because you're there. It's a different thing altogether.
No, I can just go look at it. I can go look at it.
Yeah, listen, you're conflating the description of what you see with the explanation. You don't see your explanation. No, shut up, Donald. Shut up, Donald. Shut up, Donald.
You're lying.
No, I am not lying. Did you see the moon orbit the Earth? Okay, did you see the moon orbit the Earth? Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay, from where?
You just worked it out.
Well, from Earth.
How would you see that?
Libration.
But that's still not the moon orbiting the Earth, dude. You saw a vibration. You saw a vibration. Yes or no? Is a vibration and an orbit the same thing? Yes or no?
The orbit is causing the libration.
Cool story. Is the orbit and the vibration the same thing? Yes or no?
Don't say cool story to me anymore.
It's yes or no,
cool story. Yes or no?
Don't say cool story.
Why are they different words? Why are they different words, dude?
They're different words because they're different things, but the orbit, the vibration. Listen.
I don't need to listen to your bullshit.
Listen. The libration cannot happen without the orbit and the rotation.
Yeah, prove it.
Sure, but what did you
prove it? I did because of I did because of the orbit of Mercury and the orbits of the moons of Jupiter. They also librate.
So how does? Oh, geez. So what?
What do you mean? So what? That's a demonstration.
I have 3 friends. They drink Budweiser. That means I drink Budweiser. You're a retard, dude.
You are not a planet.
Okay, I'm a human being.
Donald, did you see the libration or did you see the orbit? Which
did you see a vibration or an orbit? Which one? I want you to answer percent questions. Wait, listen, we don't, like I said, you are conflating your description of what you saw with the explanation.
No, I can demonstrate it. I can demonstrate.
Yeah, we're waiting for that.
I did. But the orbits of
all you said is
Mercury and
these
the
two other things
moons
do
of
something
Jupiter.
that I also see. That also I don't see in orbit.
You don't see the orbit of Mercury?
You've seen Mercury orbit the sun.
Yeah.
From where?
Earth.
Oh yeah?
Yeah. It's called a transit.
Oh, you saw a transit. Is that an orbit?
Yeah. Well, once it disappears on the other side, that's how you know that it's an orbit.
Well, you don't see it when it's not in front of the sun. A transit is when it's in front of the sun.
You see it when it's not in front of the sun. We just don't see it when it's behind the sun.
Oh, you see it when after the transit's over, you still see Mercury.
Yes.
Now you're lying, dude.
No,
so you're looking at the sun.
It with your naked eyes.
You still
can
see
it with your naked eye, dude. Just look up at the sky.
Donald. After a transit, you see Mercury, a black spot.
It's not a black spot. It's a very bright spot.
Oh, Jesus fucking Christ, dude. How would Mercury be bright if the sun is behind it? Are you a retard,
Okay,
Donald?
while it's transiting, it's a black spot, but before and after, it's a very bright spot.
Well, how's that possible if the sun's on the other side? What's illuminating it?
Dude, I said during the transit it is dark. Before and after the transit,
right after that, 1 minute
before and
after the transit.
Before and after that, it is very bright.
How could that be possible? Because the sun is behind it.
Holy crap. But that doesn't mean that it's perfectly...
That means you're looking at the shadow side of Mercury, right?
Can you listen to me? That doesn't mean that it's perfect. That doesn't mean that we are perfectly in line with the transit. All we are...
It's 93 million miles away. Well, it's 93 million miles away, Donald. No, Donald, you're just in full cope mode. You're 93 million miles away.
Dude, you haven't let me finish a single fucking sentence to explain what I'm trying to say yet, so you don't understand.
Because I don't care about your cool stories, dude. You're just trying to tell
Stop saying that to me. Use that on someone else, but not me.
Yeah, I'm saying it to you.
Well, you're lying.
Start saying
it's
it
not
even
a
more.
Story. You can just go look at it. You can just go look at it.
Yeah, but you're not describing what you're looking at.
Yes, I am.
No, you're not.
Yes, I am. So listen.
I said it's a black spot.
Listen.
Look, I said it was dark, and you said it was bright. So you're not even clued in.
I am. If you'd let me explain, you won't listen.
Yeah, let me explain. So explanation.
No, let me explain my statement. My statement. You misunderstood my statement.
I'll ask you. I'm going to ask you one question, and then you can talk. And then you can talk for 1 minute. Listen, you're going to answer my one question. Are explanation stories, or are they descriptions?
It depends.
So an explanation can be a description.
Explanations are descriptions. You can use a story to make. You can use a story to make an explanation also. But explanations are descriptions of things.
Explanations are descriptions.
Yes, mathematical equations are descriptions.
So my shirt is red. That's an explanation.
Mathematical equations are also descriptions.
My shirt is red. Is that an explanation?
No.
Okay, descriptions are not explanations, retard.
Dude.
No, you're a retard, dude.
Oh my god. Mathematical equations are also descriptions, and those are also explanations.
No, they're not. You're a retard.
What is an equation?
Well, it's an equation. It's math.
So that's a tautology.
Mathematics can be used to describe. That mathematics can be used to describe phenomena. But they don't explain
it's a
anything.
description. Thank you. It's a description.
Yeah, not an explanation.
Descriptions are explanations. Explanations are descriptions. They're
okay, could you? I'll prove this. I'll prove this false in 1 quick second. Real simple. Could I do? If I didn't know anything about what the variables mean, can I do the math?
Do the math of
I just
what?
have a set of equations, right? So I just see the set of equations. I don't know this variable means gravity. I don't know this variable means air pressure. I don't know this variable has other meanings. Can I still do the math without knowing what the variables mean?
Do you have the numbers?
Yeah, sure.
If you have the measurements, then yeah, you can still do the math as long as you have the
I don't
unit.
even need to know. Do I even need to know their measurements?
Yes, you have to have the measurements.
Do I need to know their measurements?
Yeah, you don't have to know that they're measurements, no.
I just need the number in the variables, in the equations.
Well, the number has to be
What
accurate.
does that explain?
It's the process that is the explanation. It's the way that you come to the
No, you need to know what the variables mean.
No, you don't.
Dude, pretend you talk to this dude. This is fucking funny. I don't know if he's drunk or fucked up or something. Dude, I can't believe you just said that.
Perfectly sober.
Bro,
so
you always define your variables.
Oh, really? That's even fucking scary.
I have not gotten to finish a single fucking sentence, so I'm done.
Lie about it.
Y'all.
Leave then.
I'm not gonna leave. I'm just gonna deafen, and I'm gonna wait until y'all are gone, and then I'll try to talk to a reasonable human.
Donald, like, take it easy, man.
Oh, someone that's gonna buy. Oh, he's gonna deafen protest. Protesting. Fuck that guy.
Kind of crazy how I didn't realize when he was like, you know.
No, he knows he's lying. Dude knows he's lying, bro. Do you seriously think he doesn't know the difference between an explanation and description, and that he's never observed the orbit, and that he doesn't, and that freaking you can't see Mercury after it's transited the sun? You don't think he knows all these things? He does.
Yeah, it's so funny that people don't know the difference between explanation and description. But it reminds me of when I had to do essays in school, how you have all the different types of essays that you can that you'll be assigned, like a descriptive essay or an explanatory essay, a narrative. Like all the different types.
Yeah.
The reason why they're different is because they're not the same.
Yeah, well, when he didn't want to go to mathematics, right? So I could just take Maxwell's equations and just give them to somebody and give them all the values, and they could do them. And I don't have to tell them anything about the explanation. I don't have to say this means polarization, this means electric field, this means, you know what I mean? I don't have to tell them any of those variables, and they can still successfully do the equations without the explanation. The explanation part is for our human edification, to make ourselves feel better. They're for no other purpose.
Well, with the explanations, it's always good to have a demonstration. So, if you can't demonstrate what you're trying to explain, it is just a story.
Stop saying that. Stop saying it's a story, Platsy. I'm going to unfriend you on Facebook.
Joke's on you. I don't have Facebook.
Joke's on you. If you don't have Facebook, you're missing out. You could get, steal the deal from a Facebook Marketplace.
My husband has Facebook, and I don't do any of the buying or whatever because he makes all the money. So I ask before I buy anything.
That's how it should be. Yeah, you ask for it, and he just gets it. Whatever you want, he'll.
I don't really ever ask for anything, so if I ever do, I do get whatever I ask for.
You ask for the curve.
Well, I did, and I'm still asking, so therefore I didn't get an answer. My husband isn't trying to have that conversation though. He's an I don't care earther, but he definitely isn't a glober.
He's just trying to keep the peace.
That's my job.
I don't think a flat Earth, globe Earth household would work. That'd be awful. It would just be arguing all the time. You'd always be like throwing sources in each other's faces and stuff.
Nah, it's not like that. You don't have to bring up these things. And the only time I ever bring up anything to him about the topic is if something funny happens or something significant happens that I want to share with him about it. I'm not trying to argue or anything. Not that he would argue with me. He actually was being silly earlier. He was like, "Yeah, that giant ball in space, keeps us warm." Just trying to pick at me because he was just kidding. And he made some funny comment. He was like, "Yeah, that space that keeps just growing and growing."
Dude, nobody in a flat Earth, globe Earth relationship would fight about that. Plenty of other shit to fight over.
Exactly. And we don't have that anyways. It's not a globe Earth, flat Earth household. It's just a flat Earth household. And an I don't care Earther. He says he don't care, but he can argue my points for me, and he has in the past. So, and one of his like best friends is also a flat earther, so he's not getting away from it.
He's a flat earther.
You know those signs people put out in front of their yard, like, in this household we believe in science, in this household we believe in love. You should add the flat under that. In this house we believe in flat.
We know it's flat.
I mean, how ridiculous is it to say I believe in science, dude?
I know. That's just I don't like that stringing of words together.
I believe in the study of the natural world and things in it. What?
Science is a process now. It's not only the study of the world, it's also the process by which we come to the conclusions that we make.
Oh, he's over his strike. Okay.
What made you an authority on what science is? I just go by the definition in the dictionary.
I mean, science is more than a dictionary. So there's things called context, and in the context of science, there's more than just the dictionary definition of science.
What made you the authority on this subject, dude? Why should we listen to you?
Well, I mean, I'm not.
Well, you don't know the difference between explanations and descriptions, dude. Which was like creative writing, 7th grade. Which class you reminded me?
So are you
right,
actually?
You do remember, Donald? You do remember in 7th grade that you had a creative writing class. They said we want this story to be an explanation, and we want this story to be a description. You remember those are two different tasks, right?
Have you ever actually Googled the definition of the word?
Why would I Google anything, dude? Why are you asking me to Google shit?
You are an aggravating human to have a conversation with.
Well, so, dude, because your train of thinking, dude, is so NPC. Sorry, it just rubs me the wrong way, dude. You're legit NPC.
So I was asking you to Google the definition of something. Google is not the source. Google is the collection of sources. So
okay,
I wasn't asking you to Google something. I was asking you to Google the definition of something, of description. And I wasn't asking you to do it. I was asking you if you had ever done it.
I don't need to.
Okay,
I know the English
what's
language.
the definition of the word description?
Well, it's hard to use that. Hard to find that word without using it as the definition.
So you're using a word that you can't define.
Well, I mean, I can't formally define it.
And you're telling me that I'm wrong about a word that I can define, which is the same word.
Which word is that?
Description, same word. Just said that.
Yeah, so Oxford Dictionary says a spoken or written representation or account of a person, object, or events.
Oh, now how about we look up the definition of explain?
Dude, prove the Earth is a ball. Why are you like having a dictionary contest?
Well, because he told me that I was wrong about this.
Yeah, so the art or process of explaining.
Okay. How about you look at more than what? Where did you get that definition? Where did you get that definition?
Webster Merriam Dictionary.
Webster Merriam Dictionary. Okay.
The explanation, the details or reasons that someone gives to make something clear or easy to understand.
Oh gosh, sounds like a description to me. Sounds an awful lot like a description to me.
Okay, what's the explanation for my shirt is red?
It was dyed red.
Okay, so that's an explanation, but it's separate than a description.
And a description.
It's not a description.
It is a description.
The shirt. No, it isn't. Red shirt is the description.
What is the
Your
definition
explanation of how it got red is the story you're telling about how it became that way, right?
Oh, so is it not a spoken representation of an account of an event?
No, okay. I don't know why you're really having.
Representation
No, it is not.
Of an event.
No, it is not.
Is your shirt being dyed an event? Is your shirt being dyed an event?
Yes, but that would be a description.
Okay, did I use a spoken representation or account of that event?
Yeah, but it's not the event that you.
That's a description, motherfucker.
Okay. No, it's not the description of the shirt. Now, is it? Is it a description? Oh, you're gonna fucking mute protest? Bye.
Yeah, that guy has problems. What the hell?
Dude, I swear he's on smack or pills, dude. I don't even know if they sell smack anymore. I don't know. Whatever he's on. He's on something.
But honey, I can explain.
Poor little old feller, all tuckered out. But honey, I can describe.
You know, if you go to court, right, and you're a witness, they only want you to describe what you experienced. They don't want your interpretation, right? And that's what he's missing. I mean, maybe he was just slow. I don't know. I think he's handicapped. He has problems with distinguishing certain things. He also failed doing a hypothetical test when I gave it to him. So Donald has issues.
Know how he'd feel if he didn't have breakfast?
Say that again. Oh, I think I turned you down.
He didn't know how he'd feel if he didn't have breakfast.
Yeah, he didn't know how he'd feel if he ate. Yeah, he didn't know how he'd feel. He'd be like, he said, "I did eat this morning" or something. So you go, if you didn't eat this morning, how would you feel? And if they say whether they did or didn't eat, they can't entertain hypotheticals.
They failed the hypothetical test.
Yeah.
Because it's so easy. I would feel hungry.
Yeah, I would feel hungry, or my stomach would be growling, or I'd be in a bad mood, or something.
Yeah, that's right.
Or maybe I'm
Need a Snickers.
fasting. Or maybe I'm fasting, and I've hypothetically I've been fasting for 2 days, and I missed breakfast, and I'm starving.
Yeah, but you go to court, you get up on the stand. They're like, okay, so it's on January 21st at 10 p.m. Where were you? Walmart. They don't want to hear. Well, I had to go to Walmart to frickin' buy myself some underwear. Like, they don't want to hear that. Like they don't care about why you went to Walmart. They only want to know what you experienced, the events with your senses, right? What you saw, what you can testify as to, like, your impressions, right? About what you saw. Like, oh, I saw that dude punch you in the face. It might be relevant or not. Sometimes it isn't. If they're like, "How'd you feel?" and you're like, "Oh, I felt scared," that might not fly. They might ask impressions like, "What did it seem?" I mean, even that's tough. Yeah, they try to keep it really locked into you, just like very methodically, just saying what occurred descriptively without any freaking narration.
That's what I'm there for. I'm not there to hear their narration and their commentary. I want the facts, like the description.
Yeah, man. Like, listen, if you can't even like describe what happened, like as you saw it, right? Like, hey, dude, you looked at the moon, you saw X. If you can't like just simply describe it as it happened, like, I don't know why I'm talking to you, dude. You're fucking like in a cult or something. You see what you want to see.
That's the problem with a lot of these Globers, that when they come in here to argue with us, they can't, like, they can't block out all of the preconceived notions to something that is purely descriptive. Like, we're trying to get down to the description, and they have like a filter of when they're describing something, they say something that they don't see because of the explanation behind what they see, being so married to their observation. They can't even divorce their preconceived notions to have the conversation.
They say I saw the moon go in front of the sun during the solar eclipse. Like, bro, you didn't see no moon, man. Like, I looked at the moon. One my favorite one is the stars rotate. Ain't no one ever seen a star rotate, man, ever.
That's exactly something that I keep trying to get flat earthers to realize, because you can tell that some of our folks on our side will have that idea of some sort of rotation, and I'm like, actually, you don't see that. But that's another story, I guess.
I mean, I guess you could say you see the sky rotate, kind of, but you don't actually see the full rotation. And they don't realize that the star trails are overlapping each other. And that thing I've been saying about that they would make spirals, I actually put that to a different AIs, because the dude was saying what I was saying was ridiculous. Then so I put it before two AIs, and they said exactly what I said, and the person quit the Discord because you know what I mean.
Yeah, I've kind of had sort of heated conversations about how I don't really accept a time lapse of the sky as any evidence of a rotation, because it's kind of distorting the way that we actually observe the sky.
Exactly.
Yeah. So what you were saying is spot on. Exactly the point that I'm trying to make.
look, you're taking like a time lapse, right? A portion of it, a portion of an observation time lapse, and they're running it just long enough so that the star trails intersect other star trails, and then they're stopping the time lapse, and they're saying, "Look, it's circles. We must be spinning."
Exactly.
But they're not.
I'm like,
But it's not
no.
actually circles.
Exactly. I'm right there with you.
And like I said, they should make spirals, and it's really easy to prove because the constellations process through the seasons, right? So if it made circles the whole time, right? So I got the Big Dipper, and it's just going in a circle around Polaris. How does it get to one side from the other side in 6 months, right? So it'll be on the east side of Polaris, and then it'll be on the west side of Polaris. Like, how did it get over there if it just did circles the whole time, right?
Yep.
So at the same time at night, right? So at midnight, it's on the east side, and on the midnight, 6 months later, it's on the west side. How to get over there? Can't happen. Has to make spirals. It's the only way for it to happen.
Spirals. I got to remember that because that's a good one.
Yeah, so it would go in a circle with just miss, right? By 103/65th of a degree, or 103/65th of a circle. Like almost 1 degree it would miss by, right? So it would just miss, like intersecting. So where, like say you did time lapse, right? You'd have where the star started. You'd have a tree, you would trace an arc, a loop, and then when it came back to its starting position, it would miss by a little less than a degree, and then loop around, like make a circle kind of, and then just miss again, and then just miss again, and then after 365 days, it should meet right back up where its starting position. But the starting position isn't going to reach that in a 24-hour period. It would be a 365-day period where it would reach that starting position because of the tilt of the orbit, right? And then the tilt of, and the tilt of the orbit and the rotation. And I didn't even freaking include like precession of the equinox. Then it would get even weirder. If you could do a 12,000 year fucking 12,000 year time lapse.
Yeah, I don't ever use time lapse footage as anything to make any kind of points because I don't think that it's. Yeah, just like you said, it's they wait until it loops and the other stars and the loop get caught up and then they stop it. It's totally not the way that we actually observe what's going on in the sky. It's not good evidence of anything actually. It's what you would it's doctored footage literally. Time lapse is something, it's really good for something like Skunk Bay and seeing how the optics change with any given temperature changes and throughout the day. That's a good use of time lapse, but not of the stars.
Yeah, I think it's a good use of time lapse to just see if something changes over time. But then, like, trying to say, because this is just, that's simply just a yes or no question, right? Does this change? Does it not change? That's it.
Yeah, like the time lapse footage of decomposing food.
Oh, yeah. Good thing you can't smell it. Good thing they don't have time lapse smell vision.
I'm surprised that when he doth protested the first time, you didn't boot him, but I knew if he did it again, you were going to boot him. He deserved it.
Dude, imagine being a grown adult being that cowardly.
I don't know. Like, if he's a grown adult, he doesn't sound like it. He talks like he's a whiny kid. Like my 6-year-old when he gets an attitude.
Dude, like sticking your fingers in yours and going, nah, I can't hear you. I mean, seriously? Like, seriously? Are you gonna hold your breath? Is that gonna be next? We're gonna hear Donald C. hit the floor because he held his breath.
Yeah, Booger isn't even like that, man. Like, it's funny. I bet CB's about to pop in here. It's about that time. I've been, if nothing's going on, I'm like, you want to play Sudoku? Because I've got this really difficult book of Sudoku puzzles. It's like an extreme version, and all of the levels of difficulty are all like hard. Like they're hard, demanding, and then ridiculous, extreme. Man, you missed it earlier. That David guy that was in here was really cool to talk to. I think he is a Glober, but he's not like a staunch Glober. He thought that our questions were pretty profound.
Well, I mean, that's a weird psychological thing I've noticed about this topic. Because I'm sure you heard a lot of flat earthers say, I became a flat earther because I tried to debunk it. Like, why did you try to debunk it? Like, that's what, like, and then the others ones that are, the staunch Globers, then there's other people that are just like, yeah, they're open minded as possible. Then there's people that there's things like some curiosity, they don't really care. They genuinely don't care either way. Some people, I think, just genuinely don't care either way. When I looked into it, I didn't have any attachment either way. It wasn't an emotional issue for me.
Me either. I didn't try to hang on to the globe at all. I didn't try to go out of my way to debunk it either. I just learned both sides of the argument, and it was pretty much easy. Like it was a very easy transition for me. I didn't have some emotional attachment to any of that. So that's, I mean, I had thought about things like thinking about outer space and stuff like that, but just like anybody would normally do. And then now that that's all just not a possibility, I don't have to have my mind wander about shit that doesn't even exist.
To be completely, I never once, when I first started looking, I never once thought, oh, but what about space pics? I never thought of that even once. It never crossed my mind.
Me either. Me either, dude. I was not like, well, what about pictures from space? Like, I never once thought that.
What about the satellites? What about the, never thought of any of that. Like,
me either.
Because that evidence is so, on it, it's completely based upon trust. Completely, 100%. It really just comes over a screen. Yeah, this is happening. Oh, okay.
See, and you should intuitively know that. So, if you're coming into this conversation and hearing it for the first time, like in your own mind, in your own reasoning, you should be able to be like, oh, I can see why that's not good evidence for that. Just kind of work it out on your own and don't say it out loud because it's clearly not a good argument.
Well, I also know how shitty, journalism in America's got to be the lowest form of fucking occupation or something. Because I was involved in a news story once. I wasn't in the news, but I knew all the details of what they were reporting. Because I was there. Fucking everything they said was wrong. It was all just made up bullshit. Because they don't know anything, right? They got to interview people to get information, right? And they're interviewed people that are 5 people removed from what happened. And what the fuck, bro? You're so wrong, dude.
It's bad because I have a friend that used to come into the bar that I worked at, and his name's Jacques, and he's got a thick, heavy, French accent, I think. I can't remember. Anyways, he was like, I was in South, because he was in the business of building water systems or something like that, something about water, and it had something to do with building it, the infrastructure of it. Anyways, he was in South Africa sitting at a bar there with a friend, and they watched on the news that their area was being bombed, and they look outside and they're like, nope, no bombing here. So it gets bad. You hear a lot of false reporting, even things that are just blatantly wrong. It was fun to talk to Jacques about Flat Earth, man, because he's been all over the world. So it was really fun to talk to him about this topic. I really made him think. He would come to the bar.
Jacques?
It was just a friend that I was telling you about with the false news report of bombing. He was so much fun to talk to about Flat Earth and other topics about what was going on, like the propaganda and stuff. That's why he even told me about that false news reporting, because we were discussing a bunch of stuff. So it's just really fun to talk to. He would come up there to the bar just to have conversations with me after that. So It's nice. Sorry, I'm just kind of reminiscing online in public to all of you.
I mean, I don't know if I don't know if I want to say my circumstances of what happened. I mean, I've told people before on here. I just don't know if I want to do it in this fucking in politics.
I wouldn't. I get your reluctance to do so. Well, actually,
it's nothing against me. It was just the circumstances of events that I was in. Like I said, I know exactly what happened, and like they literally just made up bullshit. It had nothing to do. Like they were so far away from the truth. It's like, and it was like they never corrected it. They never changed it. It was like on TV news, on multiple news stations. It was just all bullshit. Had nothing to do with what happened. It was just a complete fiction. Complete fiction. The only thing they got right was like the like one like the main detail, but every detail other than that one main detail was wrong.
I'm not surprised.
Well, let's put it this way: there was a murder. That's the only thing they got right.
The whodunit, classic.
Yeah, that's it. They just got there was a murder. X shot Y, and that was all they got right. Other than that, everything else was wrong. And I missed being there by like literally 1.5 minutes. I had just left, so I knew the whole situation. I walked out while that person was walking in. So, but I knew all the people that were there. I knew what the situation was. I knew like why it happened, and they just made up some whole fucking other goddamn story, dude. It was just.
That's nuts. You missed a murder by like a minute, dude. That's crazy.
Yeah, dude. Like, put it this way: I walked out the back door. They came in the front door. So there's a back door that walked down like a really steep driveway. I was fixing this person's computer, and I walked out the back door, because the computer was on that side of the house. But they had another door. That person was coming in that door as I left and was walking out the other side.
Oh, so you were?
They immediately came in. No, I wasn't a suspect at all. No, not at all. They knew who did it.
I gotcha.
Dude, it's fucking really. So he was coming in as I was going out. I didn't even know the person was there. I didn't see him, because the driveway's on one side, on like let's say the south side of the house, and the front door is on the north side of the house. So I didn't know he was there. I didn't know anything. Like I had no idea that was going to happen at all. But I knew, like, because I had just left, I knew that like every single person in the house, and I also knew who he was, and I knew like some shit had happened between them and him, like a week before. I didn't know he would like. I thought whatever beef they had was over. Apparently, it was over for them, but not over for him.
That's nuts, dude. And you fixed his computer for nothing. I mean, goodness.
No. It was the aunt of a girl I was messing with. So this happened a long time ago. So it was the aunt of a girl I was messing with. So my aunt has a computer problem. Okay, I'll go fix it. And then I actually couldn't fix it. She just needed a new fucking computer. It's just a piece of junk. But like I said, I walked out the back door, and like they're literally at opposite corners of the house. So this house was like a second floor, but the front went down a set of stairs to the front door. There was an apartment underneath. The back door, because it's on a hill, came out at ground level, and you have to walk around the house and come down a driveway, right? And the driveway goes down like, it's like a 40-foot fucking drop. But so I'm walking down that driveway. He was walking up the stairs on the other side. And because it's an indoor staircase, I didn't know the person was there. So it was really fucked up because the dude one of the people that lived there, he shows up. I just get home, right? It's like maybe a half a mile walk home. I walk home, I get inside, take off my jacket. Boom, my door opens up. And dude's carrying his daughter, and he goes, so these dudes had nicknames because they're drug dealers. So I didn't use their real names. So dude comes into my house and says, half shot face. And I'm like, what? Fucking didn't register, dude, at all. Half shot face. I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about? That don't even make sense. Like, he's all panic carrying his daughter. His daughter's like fucking 6. Right? Like, half shot face. I'm like, what the fuck does that mean? And he kept saying it, half shot face, half shot. One dude's nickname was Half, and the other dude's nickname was Face. So he's telling me half shot face.
Was also the face of the person who was murdered halfway shot off? I don't know. I'm just kidding. I'm kidding.
He was shot under the chin with a rusty .32 revolver pistol. He had beat him and 2 of his friends had beat him up a couple weeks before or something. I didn't know like the specific details, but the way the media made it like it was a fucking drug gang fucking assassination hit. They like turned it into this whole fucking bullshit story of it was like some fucking gang related fucking warfare when it was just really 2 dudes whose fucking beef got out of control.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, I got you.
It didn't even have anything to do with drugs. It didn't have anything to do with anything. It was just like 2 people that didn't like each other. They fought. One dude didn't like getting his ass kicked, so he came back and shot the other dude. Like,
people are crazy. But false reporting. NASA falsely reported the weapons of mass destruction, and then had to apologize for it. But we still all think that they had weapons. That's why we went to war, right? So if they didn't have it, why did we go?
yeah, good question. Well, I'm just saying, dude. Like, even if they can fuck up a story that doesn't mean anything, right? Like that bad. Like when that happened, like when the news came on that night and the next day, in like a couple days, and the way you're reporting, I'm like, dude, this is a bunch of bullshit. And I'm like, this story don't even mean anything. It's just like, imagine what they would do with a big story that controls the narrative for a whole nation. Like, they'll do this shit for like a little story in a fucking podunk fucking town, dude. Like, what are they gonna do for a big story? Anything they want, right? They'll tell the biggest lie they could possibly think of.
Well, and a way to justify that is views. They like having a lot of views on their news workstation, but I don't know. All of
Yeah, they got minutes to fill, right? So if it's a slow news day, man, you just throw anything in there. And then, like, I knew at that time, so a story had come out. They had done like a survey of like this is in the end of the 90s, and so they did a survey of all the newspapers back then when there were newspapers and all the television stations, and they asked like the editors and managers like, where do they get their stories? They said that 80% of their stories are initiated by a business. That some business PR person calls them and basically makes the news story, and all they do is like act in it, like the reporters. Right?
That makes
so grand opening of Raytheon factory in fucking Acton, Massachusetts, right? They didn't find out about it on their own, right? Raytheon PR person called them and said, hey, we want to, like, here's a thing you could do a story about. And they said 80% of their stories come from that. Someone calling them and saying, "Here's a story. Please do a story about this." And sometimes the other people would actually make the entire story. And the reason I'm bringing this up because this is the same time around the Gulf War. The stories about the Gulf War, the Army stories, all that shit, like the stories they were doing about soldiers during that time period, right? Soldiers in Iraq, they're taking fucking, they're writing, like, kids are writing letters to the fucking soldiers, like all those stories. They were entirely produced by the Department of Defense. Like the news that, like, the story themselves, like, didn't even originate in the news department at a particular TV station. I'm sure you've seen the video where, like, all their stories are the same, like for Easter and for, like, Valentine's Day.
Yep.
Yeah. So all that, like, that's how it, like, that it came to a head. But this whole thing where, like, the news stations aren't the ones creating the news. It's like it's not even news. It's just propaganda. That's all it is.
Exactly, and advertising.
Stopped being news a long time ago.
But that it's utilizing propaganda as a tool of advertising in a way.
Dude, you should see some of the holy fuck, dude. They have some on YouTube, right? News reports from the end of the, like, late 70s, mid 70s, right, from TV stations. Dude, it's totally different. They're going like a man on the street, like, interviewing them, like, yeah. So, like, how you think the mayor is doing? He's a fucking bomb, and, like, like, they're stealing all the money. Like, they were just coming, like, they're not cutting them off, right? They're not, like, censoring them or anything. They're just letting the person freaking ramble live on the air. Crazy, man. And they would actually go investigate government officials, right? Like, following them around, doing, like, stealth reporting. Dude, they were actually good. Like, now it's just like, it's just crap.
I agree.
Dude, I sat there for like 4 hours one night. It's some YouTube channel, and it's got like so it's like a television station that was in New York City, and they got, like, every day. I was just, like, watching them, dude. It's, like, so riveting, like, watching their news because it was, like, so different, like, from what we watch. Like, I was just watching it just to, like, dude, because they were fucking, like, they were not pulling punches, dude. They were going right at everybody. Right? This wasn't like the news where there's, like, kumbaya news. They were like, sitting there today did this, like, and they would, like, dude, it's just so different, man. Just, like, so different. They weren't
They're
parroting the
supposed to
government
be
line. Basically, anything the government said, they were like calling them out. Like, any fucking thing the government said, they were calling them out.
It's supposed to be objective. They're supposed to be that way. It's supposed to be your objective source of information of any given event.
But especially local news, you know what I mean? The local news really is supposed to hold their feet to the fire.
Well, that's so true because locally you can verify some stories. Like if they report on something, that's where you can go and verify what they report on. And the news is supposed to be a source that's unbiased and objective, and only giving out descriptions, not explanations. By the way, I want to know who pulled the trigger on unbanning QE from here. I think it's awesome, but I also find it funny when he's banned.
King maybe just expired, right?
Oh man,
Did he
I
have a
hope
server
so.
ban?
He got banned, server banned from politics. Yes, so I think somebody had to appeal for him.
Oh, he's been pretty calm, so.
I love it when he gets on one of those wild hairs and he's just coming in here wanting to fight. But also don't like that all the time. I just think it's funny sometimes, you know.
What's good, chat? Are we
Fucking late
live
again?
or what?
Yeah, I told
You're
you.
fucking You're late again, dude. This is the third time this week.
Yeah. Listen, man. You know we got important shit to do.
You want to play?
But we are live.
I'm just kidding. I'm kidding.
It's
Maybe
not
in a
more
little bit.
important than this.
Hey, man. Listen, man. You got to get the bag, Indio. All right. I'm over here getting the bag. All right. So
Fucking starved, dude. Be here more.
nah, we're trying to keep this California dream alive, fam. But anyway, it's good to be here. Are we cooking tonight or are we just chilling?
Well, we had Donald C. and he had a meltdown.
Oh God, Duro.
It was a meltdown. He doth protest with deafening.
Oh, of course. Classic. Expect nothing less from Donald C. We need to come up with a nickname like freaking, I don't know. We'll come up with something. But dude is just.
I still remember that clip we got of him. It was like he said something so funny, but he's
the planet. I remember that shit.
That is, yes.
You remember that?
Yes.
You don't think it's a planet? Like, bro, no, it's not a planet. What the fuck? Oh man. Donald C. He's one of the most worked up, high strung people I've ever heard in here.
Hello. Hey, do you believe in the moon landing?
Oh God, here we go.
Should we?
No.
Yeah, we don't.
No.
Oh, okay.
Hell no.
Yeah, I don't. Yeah, what the fuck? Of course not.
Of course not.
Well, it's not land to land on anyway.
That's true. That is very true. What would you call it in that case if it were real?
Well, the moon's real, but there's no land in the sky.
Yeah, do you think it's stardust? Do you think you can even land on so you're saying you don't land on it? Like it's impossible to land on?
Stardust.
Well,
I don't know.
I don't, we don't think things, right? So we just go by what the evidence says.
No,
what does the evidence say?
No, you just said it wasn't you can't land on it because it's not land. So I didn't know what.
Yeah, that's what he said. I said there's no land in the sky. He also said that.
Yeah. No land up there.
Well, no, I'm just trying to hear.
Why did you even start with that? Why did you start with it? Because even like Globers, some of them they don't believe in the moon landing. That's not an exclusive thing for flat earthers to like. Not
No, true.
rock with the
Yeah,
moon
I mean,
landing.
I'm just kind of I don't know. I just tried to stir something up, I guess.
Are you new here?
You know they lost all their evidence.
I am new here, but I am a flat earther.
You know they lost all their evidence, right?
They lost all their evidence of landing on the moon.
Yeah, you never heard of the missing Apollo tapes?
Oh no, yeah, I've heard of that.
Yeah, so so it's 2,600 bankers boxes they lost in the couch.
Right.
So if you could there's a calculator, right? You can use a calculator. How many tractor trailers does 2,600 bankers boxes fill up? It's 33 pallets.
Yeah.
Illuminati confirmed.
Yeah, how do you just lose 33 pallets of tapes? Like, I don't get it. Like,
a fire?
A fire.
Wow.
I mean, that would be a very easy way to lose that.
So other than imagery, other than the imagery, which would be, not great evidence, the actual evidence, which would be a telemetry data where the rocket went, that's what they don't have.
You know, it'd be more legit if you just said the dog ate the homework. That'd be more legit.
They destroyed the technology and then they destroyed the evidence too.
Yeah, and didn't a woman like calculate the plan for the spaceship on like a 5,000-page book that doesn't exist?
Oh yeah, that movie.
Yeah, that's.
Yeah, they did all these calculations with a slide rule, right?
Yeah, I knew it was fake when I heard a woman did anything because.
Yeah, facts.
Misogyny. Oh my gosh.
That'll be misogyny in the chat, guys.
I'm dead serious.
Me too.
Oh, good.
I am
You saying women are good for nothing? Come on, dude. They're good for
facts, bro.
things.
Of course, they're good for something. I didn't say they were good for nothing.
Women are people too.
No, they're not. Wait, just kidding.
Yeah, they are. They just suck in general.
At everything.
Oh man, okay.
Who hurt you?
No, it's just true. Like, look at the average woman nowadays.
All right,
They
we're
just
going.
suck.
Well, I grew up in a different era, so I can't relate, man. Though I do feel for you because I've seen some of the skanks that are running around.
Oh yeah, you are unk status. You don't even know. You don't even know how bad.
I feel like he does know, but yeah, like, bro. Oh, we definitely put him on notice, bro. Like the 304s out here, bro. We're cooked.
Well, how old are you?
I grew up in the 80s. Let's put it that way.
Prime dating age. Prime dating age.
Okay, so, well, I'm 20, and the women are going to be are getting worse, and they're going to get even worse.
What's the worst thing, bro?
They're almost just. All they're good for is Instagram, making weird faces.
Yeah, Instagram. Yep, TikTok dances.
Yep.
Yo,
Dude,
man,
go to church.
I'm trying to get
You're not
information
going
here,
to
dude.
You gotta go to church.
I'm trying to get
You're not in the church. No, they're not in the church.
Yeah, they're not. But they live for Halloween. They live for Halloween. Dressing up like sluts.
I don't.
Going out. Well, you're fucking 70. I don't know. Of course
I'm
you're
not 70. What?
Well, you're old. You're old.
I'm 33. Okay,
Yeah.
and I'm happily married with a family.
Yes, you're married. You're 33. I'm talking about my generation.
Okay, can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
What do you expect a 20-year-old girl to be doing at her age?
TikTok. Being married.
Yeah,
that's actually a pretty good fucking answer. Yeah.
Get married, bro. Okay.
They should not go to college.
Kids ASAP.
Women
No-
should not
no
be
job.
going to college.
You're robotic, CB.
Yeah, you really are.
No, they should go
Yeah.
to college after they've had all their babies. After they.
Oh yeah, sure. Yeah, when they're married and bound by wedding to their spouse, then sure you can go to college.
No,
fuck off.
why would you
be
want
your
them to go
fucking
to
music
college?
major? I agree. I don't think they should. I don't think it's necessary.
To
What
get 'em
jobs
out.
are they good at? I mean, what do they do? Therapy? Like therapy is a lie.
Yeah,
Go to your
no.
priest.
I'm
Therapy. They're what are they?
college
School teachers. Half
I'm
of
a
the
college-
like what are, all the women are like teachers, grade school teachers, autistic children teachers, like just nonsense jobs that are like that we could
Women
give
do
to
the
the
same jobs. They do the same jobs they did 100 years ago.
right.
I'm
They're
a
not
college
fucking
dropout myself. I went to school for
astrophysicists. They're not
music.
doing anything of value. They're not financiers. They're not what do they do? They're not.
No, they do things of value, right? So they're usually in they work in hospitals, they work in elderly homes.
Nursing. Of course.
They
How
work-
could I forget?
Yeah, so they like, do you want to be in the fucking elderly home wiping some old dude's ass? Okay, someone's got to do it. Or
No,
we gotta
but maybe.
euthanize
Hey,
grandpa.
but
hold on, dude. We either
could
got to
give those
euthanize
jobs to
grandpa.
the 10 million immigrants that came in the last 4 years. We could give those horrible jobs. Actually, no. Would you want fucking
No, because they
Mexican
abuse
wiping
the
your
elderly.
grandma's ass?
No, those the immigrants abuse the elderly because they don't have the same standard.
Yeah, that's
so
true.
we can't use them. We need to have normal
That's
people.
totally.
Otherwise,
totally
we got to
correct.
fucking off grandpa. So we don't want to off grandpa. So we got to let the fairer sex wipe ass.
Totally true. Actually,
Women are also more I find women less squeamish when it comes to bodily fluids.
Oh. Squeamish? Is that what you said?
Yeah,
it's because of our menstruation. This is why we're less.
There you go.
Ew.
Gross.
It's a fact.
Gross.
Look, you're like, menstruation's gross until you're with a girl and she ain't menstruating, and then you're like, fuck, I'm screwed.
Oh, I hate that. God, don't even
Dude,
say
you're going to
that.
hate not menstruating even more because that means she's going to be going through pregnancy.
Oh, I know. I'm saying I hate that. That's just...
Or menopause.
Yeah, menopause is better though. I think a lot of post-menopause women are better than pre-menopause women. You know.
And the thing is about when a woman's pregnant, like her hormones are 10 times worse than when she has her period, and she knows she can just let it loose because you can't kill her because then it's a double murder. So she just fucking does whatever the fuck she wants.
Right. Yeah, man, I hate it.
God damn it.
Dude, getting married is like a humiliation ritual, but it must be done.
I'm going to Andrew Wilson, man.
No one must.
Marriage, secular marriage should be abolished, and it should only be religious marriage, governed completely by the
church. True. Agree. Like walking down the aisle at your girlfriend's dream wedding that you're just bound to do, like you can't do anything about it. She takes a picture of you, your hand with the ring on it, all the fucking girl pictures of them making retarded faces, pounds of makeup on them, sticking their ass out.
Disgusting,
We didn't do any of that. I still have
Disgusting.
a silicone ring on my finger. I don't have like a wedding band or anything. And we didn't do the whole wedding thing. We just got married, with signing the papers and notarizing it.
Listen, we ain't talking about.
Are you a Christian, ma'am?
I am a Christian, yes.
That's awesome. I'd like to hear that. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I think my family would be pretty pissed if I didn't have a wedding.
My family's okay with it, and his family's okay with it. So nobody had any contention with it.
That's
Hey
lucky.
man,
I
are they
think
gonna
that's
be
pretty
more
rare, though.
pissed when you get divorced and she takes your shit? Yeah, I don't know.
If Sterling decides he's gonna pack up and leave, I'm gonna pack up my stuff and ask him where he's
That doesn't happen.
because I'm going with him.
Yeah, yeah. Men don't really.
Don't hate on her. She seems like a loyal, good woman.
Oh, we rock with Fati, bro. She's all right.
Look,
She's just not this generation.
TV, dude. You're fucking up TV. She doesn't know that
No,
women
I'm
initiate
not.
most divorces and get all the shit. Don't tell her.
Yeah,
Oh, yeah, forgot.
Woman, but what you're not getting is women don't know anything. So they have to, if they're brain dead in a good way, then it's fine. Like her, she's brain dead in a good way, completely psyoped in a great, in the way it should be. That's how it should be. But other women are brain dead in the bad way.
This is funny.
So don't hate on her. You know?
Hey, let me ask this question. Realistically, what are the odds of getting rid of no-fault divorce in the United States?
0%. Unless we get unless we get a president not owned by Jews and is Christian, and we get a theocracy, perhaps.
Okay, dude.
This dude's based as fuck.
My fault. I didn't mean to say that.
We are so cooking tonight, dude. We're going full
And the only
misogyny.
reason
We're going
Jews own
JQ.
Donald Trump is because they were the highest bidder.
True.
100 million from Miriam Adelson, 300 million from Elon Musk. He's backed by all the tech oligarchs that hated him in 2016 and 2020. That all of the sudden changed their mind in 2022 when they realized this is the way, and they had Trump in their back pocket. So I mean,
Elon Musk. Don't have loyalties. They're loyal to their fucking bank account. Whatever way the wind's blowing is with the way they're going.
True. And they get their way. We need a fucking leader. We need a dictator. That's what we need. Otherwise, we're never gonna get what we want. You know?
Hey, dude, I got the perfect. I have a friend. His name's Adolf.
Is he still alive? I thought he
yeah,
quote unquote killed himself. I don't know.
So not even a monarchy, just like a straight dictatorship.
Yeah, we're gonna put these bitches in fat camps and all kinds of shit.
All women are required to ride on their Pelotons for 4 hours a day.
There it is,
Exactly.
dude.
You have one
Stevie's
job.
got the idea.
Yeah, facts. You have one job. Just stay hot. Like that's all you gotta do.
It's
Women will be
no
allowed
divorce.
to electric
So we're gonna put it on the
handcuffs that
referendum.
shock them if they get off their Peloton for more than
Shock.
30 minutes.
Shot callers. Yeah, facts.
And they are obligated to have sex with their husbands 3 times a day.
Are you a Christian? I have to at least ask if you're a Christian.
That's gonna be the worst sex. Dude.
I am. I'm just kidding.
Oh, yeah,
around.
Okay, I was
Dude,
gonna
who the
say, you're
fuck wants
supposed
to have
walk
duty
in love,
sex?
dude,
Fuck.
and you're not at all displaying that.
Dude, why are you getting triggered? It's all
Oh,
jokes.
I'm not triggered. I was just saying.
No, I'm dead ass.
Flatsy don't get triggered.
I mean, only sometimes. No, actually, Flatsy does it. Flatsy's base as fuck, dude. We tell her to make sandwiches for us, and it's all good.
She never does though. It ain't all good.
You know.
Yeah. As soon as I can figure out how to
We need digital
transmit
sandwiches.
this sandwiches, guys.
Yeah, we need
Instant transmission sandwich.
What is that? What is those little digital cards called? NPCs or NFTs? Yeah, we need some NFT sandwiches, Flatsy. That's what we need.
Oh gosh.
Me to, ruin anyone's parade, but if you ever dated a Samoan girl, I mean, it's not really the same.
Oh, what do they do? I'm an all Walt, bro, so they're all the same, bro.
Yeah. I mean, they do everything. Cook, clean, everything you want. They also, throw you over their shoulder and throw you in the bedroom and shit like that.
Oh,
I mean, you don't really
hell
have a
no.
choice. If they want to fuck, you're just
Like
gonna have to
Amazon
fuck. It's
women.
like, well,
Hell no,
it's
fam.
bigger than you, mate. And you're marrying the whole family, so it's like, you really want all that?
Nah, we're good off that.
Now we know how
family
Vaughn
and
got off
community.
Samoa. He literally fucking swam away. He was like, I'm fucking out of here. If I have to swim to Australia, I'm swimming to Australia.
I think your
after
family
you
and
have
your
your
community.
first kid,
Sorry, go ahead.
if you don't like big bone women, I'm just saying.
Hell no.
I think that your family and your community should be some cohesion to your relationship. No one should your girlfriend shouldn't be over there, like a female's girlfriend shouldn't be over there. You should leave him. You should get and we'll go wild. And they shouldn't be doing that. They should be encouraging you
Yeah,
to stay.
but they do that. They do that
I
because
know.
single women keep women single. That's why you don't listen to women.
I've had my friend, who I thought were my friends. I've had them do the same
Exactly.
thing to me.
Okay, so what's the
telling
end
me-
goal?
They just give out dog shit advice. It's called dog shit advice.
and I'm like, no, I'm not leaving.
So
Sterling.
what we need to do is bring back the right of hitting our woman. We need to be able to slap
Yeah,
our
my
woman
husband
across the
would love
face
that right now.
and control them.
No, I don't know. This is disavow, bro. I don't know. You might not need to do
My
that.
husband likes to kid around about beating me
Oh
all the
my
time, so he
God.
would love having this conversation with you guys.
You know what? Maybe he's right. I don't know. I could be convinced.
No,
Okay,
nobody
hold
should be
on.
beating anyone.
No, I don't
No,
condone.
hold on.
Disavow,
Hold
bro.
on.
Disavow.
You couldn't just
Disavow.
beat your wife.
How else do we defeat this pandemic of snobby bitches? How do we defeat it?
Just let
Like
them sit
someone
at home with their
can't get
cats,
laid.
bro. Let them sit at home with their cats, and that's
Oh,
it.
don't marry
Yeah,
them?
that's right. They'll die out on their own.
Exactly.
It's
They
like-
already fucked up. Just leave them alone.
Yeah, but the white race is already taking enough hits. We need to reproduce with all the white women.
Not with the blue hair bitches, bro. No.
I guess.
Not with
Yeah,
the
I
blue
guess
hair
that's
cat
what-
ladies.
Yeah, they're
Dude,
a loud
fucking
minority.
sissy,
You're
dude.
right.
Listen, a real man will break a blue-haired bitch.
Actually, that's true. I've done it before.
What?
The fuck,
Let's
dude?
hear this
You give
story.
it up, dude. No wonder why they don't want you. You give up
I
too
fixed
easy.
a couple. I fixed one before.
Dude, I'll take a blue-haired bitch, dude. She'll be wearing flannel and Timberlands in 2 weeks.
Exactly.
Hello, everyone.
Buck,
Yeah.
Sorry, what is it?
I didn't know
It's
you were Timberlands, India. Okay.
You got to like that Duluth Trading Company.
That's not what I wear, but that's what she'll be wearing. I'll have her totally fucking conservative redneck from fucking Wyoming.
I recommend buck naked to everyone. By the way.
All right, bro. We can get back on track, bro.
Here to save you from the flat earth.
There's nothing to be saved from, bro.
Oh, we have a savior. Hallelujah. Are you Space Jesus?
Yeah, Globe Jesus over here.
Hallelujah. You can give me whatever label you like. I'm here to prove the globe and prove things like basic
That's
physics.
cat, bro. That's cat, bro.
Is your proof going to point away from the thing in question, or is it going
Yep.
to address the thing in question specifically?
Nope.
What the hell is the sun
Is
doing?
the thing in question the shape of the Earth, sweetheart?
Not really the shape, but the surface, whether it's curving or not.
Exactly.
The shape is unknown.
surface. Yeah.
What's the syllogism for the proof?
Ooh.
Oh God.
Syllogism for the proof.
Oh God.
You need
that might be a bit high,
deductive
too.
arguments.
What was the syllogism?
Well,
I missed it.
I don't know why you need a deductive argument, but I can give you an inductive one.
Just so that it's
Evidence
like,
we have.
just so that it's actually proof.
Okay, I don't know if you know this, but most arguments can't be formalized with deductive logic. Not even modal logic.
That's too
No
bad
matter
for
how
you
many
and your
logics
proof,
you
I
have,
guess.
most arguments.
It's
Okay.
not possible to prove a shape. So I'll give you an example.
It's too bad for you.
Is it possible to prove a shape, though?
Wait, I gotta say something though.
So do I.
Want you be
You just did.
mine again, baby. Hey, I know my lifestyle is driving.
Yeah, why are you fucking interrupted for no reason?
Yeah. By the way,
Frickin'
deductive
sped.
is a type of induction. So you need to be more specific.
No, it's
Do
not.
you mean? Yes, it
No,
is.
it's not. You're already getting basic logic wrong. This is the basic flat Earth shit. Come on, get right.
Oh, well, different type of inference. You're right. I was wrong. There you go. So the types of inference you've got: deductive, abductive, and inductive.
That was very mature of you, admitting your mistake. Most flat earthers wouldn't do that.
How do you know what most flat earthers do?
What?
Because I used to live with one.
Oh,
yeah.
So that's why you're
Once is
triggered.
not a trend, dumb fuck.
Well, you meet one black guy, you generalize them all. So I'm just doing the same thing with y'all.
It's okay, bro.
That's a logical
Just
fallacy.
saying, man.
Oh, man.
Stereotype fallacy. There you go. So
I'm about to get
you're
racist.
already.
Yeah, racism.
Did she split up with you, Mage?
Yeah.
Oh boy.
All right, bro. So when are we gonna get to the proof? See, or I don't know.
Is Blood still talking about some kind of deductive proof? Well,
Yeah, it's a shape, though. In this particular question, it's a shape, right? So, say my claim was my table is square. I can prove that, right?
Deductively prove that your table is square.
Yes.
I'll wait. Yes, deductively prove this. I will wait.
Okay. You know what a square is, right? So, square has certain properties. All sides are the same length.
Yep.
So, I can take some exemplar, right? Something of a known length, and compare it to the sides. And if they compare identically to this exemplar, then I know they're all the same length.
Got him.
Okay. Where's the deduction?
Okay. Well, we're using the logic of if A equals B and A equals C, B also equals C.
All right. That checks out.
Yeah. Okay.
So
those
the
are the
A
premises.
the
What's the
A and
inference
B
rule?
and C are the comparisons of the sides.
I got that part, but what's the inference rule you're invoking? That's what you need for it to be a deduction.
Look, what do you mean the inference rule? What's being inferred?
Well, what's being inferred is that
I'm just
I guess
comparing
that
two things.
that it's a square. But what's the rule you're invoking? Like, for
law of
example,
identity,
Modes that's a law of logic. That's not an inference rule.
Okay, I know. I don't need an inference rule.
Then you're not doing deduction. So then it's not a deductive argument.
Okay, so, well, I mean, I guess technically it isn't. It's the identification of one thing to another, right? So this equals that.
You could be doing that, but in order for it to be a deductive argument, like it's a very particular kind of argument. It's an argument that uses a set of inference rules that are truth preserving. And if you're not doing that, then you're not doing deduction.
Okay, fantastic. Who cares? It is doing deduction.
Who cares is that somebody asked me to deductively prove.
I gave you my deductive argument. If A equals B and A equals C, B also equals C, which is deductive argument. And I can change the A, B, and C into the variables of my table of square, right?
I don't.
By using the lengths of the sides.
I'm sorry, deductive argument. I don't think that's a deductive argument.
A equals B. I said A equals B and A equals C, therefore B equals C. That's not a deductive argument. It's two premises.
Maybe it is. I'm trying to think of what. That's why it's easier if you just tell me what inference rule you're using. But otherwise, I don't. Maybe if you just type it out in the side chat, it's clearer for me.
The inference would be that we agree on what a square is.
Well, that would be the conclusion. But when I ask for the inference rule, I'm asking
law of identity.
Well, that's that's what you're trying to prove, right? That it's a square. But the inference, for example, an inference rule would be like if A then B, A therefore B, right? That would be an inference rule.
What's a square?
Square is a shape where all four sides are the same.
Awesome. So we have this identity of a shape. All we have to do to figure out what shape it is to draw a comparison by measurement like India did.
Okay, then that's not deduction. So I can just give you the measurements for the shape of the Earth.
You can give them measurements for the shape of the Earth.
That's cap, bro.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Let's go. Let's have them.
So what was the methodology?
It's a good day, Jedi. Today we get to shut down the server.
Oh, yes, we do. Nice knowing you.
And so what was the method of measurement?
Because you're never going to see.
We're just going to wait now.
Yeah. Hold on.
This is going to be great. Anybody want to predict what's the betting lines here?
Chat.
Sticks and Shadows?
Just going to give us the numbers.
Please read the link before asking me any questions.
Jesus fucking Christ.
Read the link in full before asking any questions, please.
Really? This one? Come on, dude. This is the best you got?
Is it Eratosthenes or?
No, it's
Walter Bislin.
Walter Bislin. Oh my god.
He's here just to waste our time or something, dude.
Yeah, facts, bro. Facts. Walter Bislin, dude.
Okay, so I've got a question for you, Walter Bislin thingy. How was the R value measured?
Ooh.
I did say to read the link in full before asking me any questions, please.
We read it.
We know this. So Walter Bislin.
No, you didn't.
Okay, Mage, let's ask you a real question. So a property of a sphere is that everywhere on the surface is equidistant from the center. How does this test show that?
Ooh.
Wait. Why is your question relevant?
A property of a sphere, which you said it is, a ball, right? A globe, is that every point on the surface is equidistant from the center. That's a property of it. How does this experiment show that?
Well,
it's covered by the equation x squared plus y squared plus z squared equals 1, right? For the unit sphere. So That's the equation. It's a property of a sphere that's equidistant from the center. So how does this show that?
It first of all, it's not. That's not the Earth. It's flattened at the poles. Just in case you didn't know.
Flattened at
Second
the
of all,
poles.
Yeah,
He's
that's the
really
thing you're trying
arguing
to prove.
oblateness. He's
no,
arguing oblateness,
it's not.
guys.
It's a little chubby.
Second of all, the way it does it is taking
Can I
a
determine
laser.
flat? Hold on. Can I determine flattened at the poles from this test?
Probably not. 'Cause it's not what
No,
it's
he's just
testing
saying
for.
it, bro. You got to believe him, bro. Off rip.
Right. I'm just saying.
You're just
So
saying,
your
dude.
shape
way it
claim
tests
is the Earth's not a ball; it's flattened at the poles, and now you're saying this test can't determine that. So what's the
Well, it's
purpose of
roughly
this
a
test
sphere.
then?
It's not a perfect.
So
It's not a
you
perfect
just threw,
sphere.
but you just threw this
I
test under
understand
the
that.
bus, bro. You threw your own test under the bus.
No.
You said it can't determine the oblateness.
This test would agree with measurements that it's not a perfect sphere.
Agree with measurements.
Agree with measurements. Back to my first question. How did you measure the
Measurements is not a perfect. Oh, go ahead.
It's all right. He said it's not a direct measurement, so we want the measurement. And if you've got that, you said it measured Earth curvature. You lied,
It
mate.
uses a laser to take measurements.
You uses I know it's taking measurements. You said we wouldn't be able to do this to figure out the oblateness, flattened out the poles. You said we won't be able to do this. Now you're saying he's got measurements and we will be able to do this. Make your fucking mind up.
I didn't say that first thing you said.
You did. You answered India's question.
Nah. Stop lying.
You're just wrong, dude. Are you going to wiggle? Are you going to wiggle out of it? Oh, he is. He's going to try and wiggle
You're
out of
gonna
it.
weasel your way out of the debate, are you?
What?
Sorry. These measurements, do they measure curvature of the Earth?
Yes.
Okay. Show us how.
Yeah.
Remember, you said it's a blade at the poles.
I'll be more than happy to explain out. Did you read the link? Like I said.
Explain. We don't need explanations.
Oh, okay. Well, I'll
We just need like
give
the
you guys
R
a
value
chance
and how
to
that was obtained.
read through it, and once you guys read through it, I'd be more than happy to answer your questions.
So you don't have answers, bro. We got it. We don't have the what we're asking.
That's fine. How was the R value determined then?
It wasn't.
When you provide a source, you should be able to answer the questions that are directly addressing the source you provide.
Stunned silence, ignorant silence.
Is he weaseling out of the debate, John?
This pregnant pause is what you love when they can't answer the questions that you throw at them. He deafened. Is he one of those doth profess deafen?
Let's rename him Professor Deafen.
Wow.
Poor little old feller, all tuckered out. I thought it was about to be a nice, some sort of entertaining conversation going on, but nope.
Well, he was about to shut the servers down. That was it. That was going to be it.
Yeah, that wasn't happening.
He's got measurements of Earth curvature, he said.
Well, I'm convinced. He said it. Shut her down.
Mm-hmm.
Classic. Freaking classic.
Dude, how are they still bringing this Rainy Lake stuff? Like, I don't get it, man.
Oh yeah, this is
bro.
that black kid that was on cam like months ago, and he brought exactly the same link, and he hadn't read it then, and he still hasn't read it.
All right.
Did you read it yet?
You guys read it?
No, did you read it? I read it like 7 years ago.
Well, I don't remember anything. Do you remember what you ate for breakfast 7 years ago today?
Sure.
George Hatnook, probably fucking prune juice.
Yeah, you're so full of shit.
That's who
Listen,
did it.
bro,
His
you don't
guy's
remember
name is
anything
George.
from 7
How
years
you did
ago.
it? His name is George Hatnook.
Read it again.
He's passed
Refresh your
away.
memory.
The guy's name that did this is a guy named George. Why are you talking over me, Mage? Why are you talking over me? The guy that did this, his name is George Hatnook. He has passed away. He's dead. Okay? Been dead for a couple of years now.
What's his
He's
name?
a gold psycho. George Hatnook. He was from Minnesota or somewhere. It's spelled weird. It's like H-T-U-N-I-A-K.
So the fact that he's dead invalidates his results?
What results? Look in the side chat, dude. You see the video that Clipboard posted?
Well,
what result?
That's
which
an excellent question, which is answered by
which result?
the link
Because
I sent you. So go ahead and read it.
No,
and
no.
I'll
So
be
there's a bunch of frames
more
here.
than happy to answer.
No, I'm going to talk about the evidence. I'm not going to talk about what the words say. I'm going to talk about the observations. I don't care about what the words say.
Yeah.
You broke up, dude. That's convenient.
Yeah.
Batteries run out.
I just want to know why is this moving around like that? What did he measure? What frame did he measure at? The low frame or the high frame?
Why are you asking me to answer?
Because this is his evidence, dude. Aren't we going to talk about the evidence?
We're going to talk about the evidence once you review it instead of asking me.
I've already read Mage. I already told you. I read it 7 years ago, dude. The first time I seen this was a long time ago.
If you remember what it was from 7 years ago, which is impossible, what was the observer height that the Rainy Lake experiment showed?
Doesn't matter.
Okay, yeah, see, there you go. Debate over. I win. Doesn't matter.
The reason it doesn't matter is because what he's looking through the optic is moving around.
Ooh.
He declared victory and left.
He
What
left?
a coward.
Wow.
Well, he already lost when he said he can't actually measure the Earth with using this.
Yeah, true.
Yep.
Bro. It sounded like bro was lit too. You guys didn't read it. Like, bro, shut up, bro. Make your presentation, dude. Don't elephant hurl your fallacies at me, boy. So who's next, bro? Let's keep cooking.
CV, the perfect hot man of the chat.
Bro, you know what time it is, man. That's what I do.
Every time I
mean,
think about that, I'm always thinking about when you're looking at or when you're going to a show and the guy that's the main rapper and he's got his
Yeah.
hot man up there. His hot man's
Yeah.
just doing uh-huh.
Yeah, exactly, Flatsy. Exactly.
That's you.
Exactly. Yeah, put them hands up.
Put him up.
Exactly, bro.
I love it. It's great.
I love what I do. Honestly, I'm a big fan. Even hot take, I think black people are just naturally good MCs. So, I'm just playing my part here. Anyway, let's keep cooking, chat. Who's next?
We're just an echo chamber right now. I'm just kidding. Well, there's only flat earthers in here. Oh, what? I don't know. Dr. Jordan B. Peterson, I don't know if he is.
Bro, are they ever gonna talk?
Pretty sure he's talked before. It's just not often.
Oh. So they're always off mute, though.
Twice now. Twice he's spoken in the last year, I think.
What did they say?
Can't remember.
Clean up your room.
If you can't remember that, then you can't remember reading that paper 7 years ago.
Oh my
Even
God.
though, it's funny is because Indio is one of those people that can recall source information on on the spot. It's
Yep.
pretty much any given time.
Yep. So what would we have said to address his thing? Does anybody want to respond to that? His post or whatever?
The Clipcord's video, man. Okay, if you look in the side chat, Clipcord shows the video. Shit moves it what the observations moving all over the place, up and down. Which one did he measure?
W Clipcord.
Did he which one was measured, right? When it was up, when it was down? When did he which one's the measurements?
Dude, that's even better than Skunk Bay. Or just as good, maybe.
All right, Flatsy, send the Sudoku.
That's funny. I was trying to last night and you dipped, and I didn't realize that you had left. And then I was like, dude, he ain't even in here. And I'm sending him everyone that I've figured out.
ACV, I got number 4. I'm not even here.
Yeah, exactly. I was like, I'm an idiot. I'm going to leave. People are just looking at my Sudoku book and chat.
Dude, Clipcord, you're funny as fuck, dude. That dude left here and went to the dating advice VC.
Oh my God, no fucking way.
Is Jaren in there? We got Jaren in there yet?
Flat Earth is probably not real.
Oh, well, can you put it in the chat so we can take a look what you mean when you say flat Earth? Let's take a look.
The Earth being flat.
Yeah, let's take a look at what you mean when you say that. I don't think you know what that means. You don't know what that means. Let's just be honest.
Do you not understand? Do you not understand what the word flat means?
I do. You don't in this context. Guarantee it. I'll put the whole house on that.
The Earth being 180 degrees everywhere you go.
That's our position.
180 degrees.
What the hell?
It's not the case.
Straight line.
It is not the case.
Yeah, so you don't know what the position is, bro. You don't know what it is you're talking about.
I just said that flat Earth isn't real, and I know
you don't know what that is. You don't know what that is.
I know what I mean by that.
No, you
So
don't.
you've been to the ocean, right, Jar?
I told you exactly what I mean by that.
Have you been to the ocean, Jar?
I told
Okay,
you
Jar.
exactly what I mean by that, dummy.
Okay, so Jar, let's move on, bro. Like, so you said it's not real. Is the ocean real?
Yeah, the ocean's real.
Okay, does the ocean look flat?
Probably
Does the ocean
it's
look
real.
flat?
Just because something looks away doesn't mean that it is that way.
But does it look flat? Okay.
It looks flat, but that doesn't mean that it
So
is
you're
flat.
saying it
dummy.
looking flat and the Earth being mostly covered in water, that water isn't flat and that water's not real.
I didn't listen. I didn't say that it isn't
the flat.
Just listen.
Yeah, but you're saying that the flat water that I see is not real, Jar.
Listen, I didn't say that, bro. Did I say that?
Yeah, you said the flat water.
I said that it's probably not that. I said that it's probably not that way, dummy.
That's awesome, dude. But you said the water looks flat, right? And you said, but the surface of the Earth is covered mostly in water. So whatever the water is, the Earth is.
I said.
And you said flat Earth is not real.
You forgot something else important that I said, dummy.
What?
Not really.
I said that just because something looks away doesn't mean that it
we're not just saying it looks a certain way. It measures that way.
Yeah.
Stupid.
So that's cool. But when you say flat Earth is not real, you're saying when I look and I see that the ocean is flat,
Earth isn't real.
That's like the fifth time you've interrupted me, John.
I never said that the flat Earth isn't real.
Stop.
I never said the flat Earth isn't real.
That's where you started.
That was the first thing you said, Clown Boy.
I said that it probably isn't real, dummy.
It definitely is real because you see it.
Just because I see something doesn't mean it is that way.
So it's an illusion?
Yeah.
Classic.
How'd you know?
Okay, go with that, dude.
It probably is an illusion.
How'd you know?
Classic, girl.
How do I know? Because of other things that I see.
Okay. But just because you see them, it doesn't mean that's what they are.
That's
gotcha, bitch.
That's true. That's very true. Okay. So
bro.
what justifies you saying that it is flat?
Is it measured that way?
What?
It measures to be so.
It measures to be so, but that's all things that you see.
No, we're not just visibly looking and then being like, okay, we're done here. We're going and measuring the surface, and that's flat.
What measurements have you done that measures it flat, dummy?
Oh, laser tests.
Laser tests? Okay, show me the laser tests.
Sure, I got you.
Let's do the laser tests.
All right, bet.
Do you know what horizontal is?
Yes.
Good. So you will agree and understand that all horizontals are parallel to the plane of the horizon, right?
All horizontals are parallel to the plane of horizon.
Yeah.
I mean, you're just kind of definitionally saying, like, because it's the plane of horizon, so obviously. But that doesn't mean that that the Earth is the plane of horizon. You know what I'm saying?
The horizon is where the surface of the water, the Earth, appears to meet the sky. It's defined and utilized as horizontal. Is where we get horizontal.
Sorry, I don't speak dumbass. What did you say?
You can fuck off.
Yeah, fuck this dude. You're a loser, bro. Did someone mute him or?
Man, you guys give up so easy.
Give up, bro. You came in here not knowing what flat Earth is. You
You're the one who gave up. You refused to answer. You're the one who gave up. What are you talking about? Projection?
I didn't give up. I didn't give up. I just said I don't understand what he's saying because I don't speak dumbass.
Yeah, giving up instead of
dumbass
asking
this whole
for
time.
clarification.
Yeah, you're
you
obviously
would rather
fluent in
give
it,
up.
No,
you're fluent in dumbass,
I
bro.
told you I don't speak dumbass. So how would I speak dumbass,
bro? But you've been yapping dumbass this whole time.
Yeah,
sorry.
this is you.
How would I? How would I be yapping?
Sorry.
How would I be? 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 How would I be?
Just mute him. Just mute him. Just mute him. Mute him.
How would I be?
We're just gonna mute you, bro.
How would
You're
I be
done.
yapping dumbass this whole time if I don't
That's
understand
exactly what you just
dumbass?
did the last 10 seconds. That's what you
If
just
I
did the
don't,
last 10 seconds.
if I don't understand dumbass, how would I be yapping dumbass?
That's exactly
Right.
what you just did the last 10 seconds,
That's
dummy.
awesome that you don't
But
understand.
I don't.
It's
But I
simple.
don't understand. But I don't understand
Bro,
dumbass.
you're useless, dude. You're low IQ. We're done.
But I don't understand dumbass. How am I useless? I don't.
Yeah, that's right.
I don't speak. I don't.
You don't understand jack shit that comes out of your mouth, hence you're a dumbass. You got it.
No, that's not true. You guys don't
No.
understand.
Nuh-uh.
You guys don't understand the stuff that comes out of your mouth. So how would I understand?
I know you are, but what am I? Classy.
How would
No, you.
This is fluent dumbass. Now we got no you. This is all dumbass. You're good at this.
Pure dumbass, bro.
How would I understand what you're saying if you guys don't understand what you're saying in the first place?
Do understand what we're saying. That's the thing. We understand what horizontal is. We understand it's parallel. Do you know what parallel means? Dumbass.
Yeah, I know what parallel means. I never said that I don't.
Good. So you understand as well as I do that all horizontals are parallel to the plane of the horizon. All vertical, perpendicular.
What do you mean?
to 90.
What does plane of the
Excuse me,
horizon mean?
Dickhead.
Yeah.
You don't need to speak.
What does plane of the
you
horizon
don't
mean?
need to speak through me. You can
What
kindly
does-
wait until I'm finished, can't you?
What does plane of the horizon mean?
Oh my
Thought you
God.
were
Like
not a
more than
dumbass.
What does plane of the horizon mean?
level.
So you're saying level is level.
I'm saying
Wow,
horizontal.
that is so
horizontal.
That is such a breakthrough, man. Honestly,
I mean, it's
that
not
is such a
curved.
breakthrough. I apologize
curved.
for everything that I said
Excuse
before
me,
this.
dickhead.
You're saying that level is level? That is
No.
just...
Yeah, well, it's
How
not
could I
curved,
not think
idiot.
of that?
No.
How could I...
All right, bro. But you think level is curved, clown. So, I mean,
He didn't say level is level, you dumb fuck.
He would say
I
that
never
level
said that.
is
I never said that
probably
level
curved.
is. I never said that level is curve.
oh, so what about sea level? Is the
There's
sea curved or no?
there's no recording of me saying level is curved.
Okay, well, I'm asking you right now. Are you saying the sea level is curved?
Is he unmuting himself?
You're
No.
wrong for calling it sea level.
I'm not the one who made that up, dumb fuck.
I didn't say that. I didn't say sea
Okay,
level.
so I'm wrong for calling it sea level.
There's a whole recording of this conversation.
Yeah, we know.
He's acting like we made up the term sea level. But I'm asking you a pointed question. Are you saying the seas are curved or not?
Did I say that? When did I say that?
I'm asking you a pointed question. Didn't say you said it. I'm asking you for clarification.
No,
Can we
I
get an
didn't
answer?
say that. I didn't say
Not
that.
saying. I'm asking you a question. Do you think the seas are curved? Yes or no? We need a yes or no.
Why do you need a yes or no? Why are you trying to?
All right, bro. We're just gonna move on. We're just gonna move on, dude. You're a low IQ. You're not adding any value to this conversation, bro. Unless you want to answer the question. You want to try one more time? Do you think the oceans are curved? The sea.
Why do I need to answer that question?
All right,
Why
we'll
can't
just
I
move
just
on.
have a?
We'll just move on.
Why-
We'll just move on.
Because they necessarily must be if the Earth's a sphere. Duh. I thought you didn't speak dumbass.
Yeah, I mean, it's the whole crux of the discussion that we're having here. And you're like, what level is level? No way. So you probably think that sea level or the sea or the oceans is curved. But you don't want to seem to answer that. So I can give you one more shot.
Well, he
Do you want to
doesn't
answer?
understand what the plane of the horizon means.
When did I say that?
We'll be asking the questions here. So we just need a yes or no. Do you think the oceans are curved? Yes or no? Or we'll just move on, bro. You're useless.
I never claimed the Earth is a sphere.
Yeah, we're not waiting for you to make that claim, clown boy. You came in saying that flat Earth isn't real, so
That doesn't mean that I think it's a sphere.
He said it's
Yeah, you do.
probably not real.
That just
Phoebe,
means
Yeah,
come on.
you do.
that just means
It just means you're a bad actor and a bad liar.
He's giving up on the globe. He's afraid to defend it. Knows he's going to fail. And he's running away from his belief. I like that. That works for me.
Me too. I'm
We'll take
cool with
that.
it.
We'll take that all day, bro. We'll take it all day. You don't know what flat Earth is to then go against it. So we already addressed that. Now you don't want to stand on your globe. That's fine, bro. It's fine. But I didn't say. But I didn't. We're not waiting around.
You guys
for you
don't even know what my belief is.
But
You
yet,
guys,
we do.
you guys don't even know what my belief is.
We don't care.
And yet you're afraid to defend this claim that should be so trivial to prove, that everybody has understood for so long. That's weird. Maybe you do just speak dumbass.
Yeah, that was some projection if I've ever heard it. I don't think we're gonna get anything out of this one, guys. I mean, do you guys have any other questions for him? Just too low IQ.
The Brenlet in a jar.
What claim did I make?
I'm not waiting for you to make claims, buddy.
Flat Earth.
The only claim that I made is that flat Earth is probably not real.
Okay.
That's the only claim that I
probably
made.
not real. So what we're trying to explain to you is you might have a misconception. We have to agree to some terms. What horizontal is, for example, what the surface of the Earth is, for example, and how we measure the surface of the Earth. We measure the water to lay horizontal. That's what we're trying to get through to you. So it's not impossible. It's a fact of life.
I haven't seen that. I haven't seen it that you've measured the Earth to be horizontal.
Excuse me. You understand that water is a leveling device, right?
On a small scale, maybe.
No, on all scales. That's the thing.
No, I don't understand that. No.
You don't understand that. Okay. Well, you should stop.
Wait, do you understand that physics is scalable?
What does that mean?
That you can scale these things up or down and they'll still remain true?
Have you heard of quantum physics?
Yes, dude.
Wait a minute. You're saying that on different scales, water does different things. We asked you about the ocean earlier. Can you finally answer no or no?
I told you I didn't make a claim one way or the other.
That's why we're asking
not
you,
what I'm.
dumb
That's
fuck.
not what I'm here
Oh
to
my
do.
God.
I'm not.
Yeah, well,
I'm
you'll
not-
do what you're told. You're gonna do what you're told, or you just go on mute and leave. So, or you're saying that water
put me
behaves
on.
differently at different. You're saying that water behaves differently at different scales. So that's why we're asking you pointed questions.
I didn't say
Like,
that.
how about the scale of the ocean? What do you got?
When did I say that the water behaves differently on different scales?
You just implied that.
Do you have a recording of me saying that explicitly?
On the small scale.
Okay, can you send me the recording?
Bro, you're such a waste of time. Okay, you said on a small scale this is happening. So something else must be happening on a larger scale, right?
No.
Right, you're useless.
No,
just because something happens on one scale doesn't mean that it happens on every scale.
So why did you feel the importance to make the point that, well, on a small scale that happens? So what about on a large scale? Is the same thing happening or something different's happening?
Does my dog exist on every?
So we just need answers to the question here, sir. If you're saying it's something happening on a small scale, is something different happening on a larger scale?
Does my dog exist on?
Not
we just need an answer. We just need an answer, dude. You're wasting time. So
I'm trying to give my answer, but I keep getting muted.
You don't need to try. We just need yes or no. Yes or no. So you said on a small scale, this happens. So on a larger scale, does something else happen? Yes or no?
That's not how conversations work.
This is how physics works.
Yeah.
You understand physics, right?
Does your mom exist on a small scale and a large scale?
My mum's not physics in this interest, dude. This is a complete red fucking herring.
She's a part of physics.
Red herring, dickhead. This is a red herring.
Your mom's a red herring.
Again, no, what am I? My goodness me, are you 5? Are we in a playground? Maybe you should just go play somewhere else with your colouring book, Sunshine. Fuck off.
Fuck you, bro. Useless. No value.
I'm gonna play somewhere else. Jedi, that was gold.
Thank you, man.
Golly, this is what we have to deal with on a daily basis. Just low IQ retards, dude.
Hey, y'all are the one that decided to talk to me for 30 minutes, okay?
Yeah, I think we're done here, though.
It's true.
If I'm on a playground, then y'all are on a 24/7 playground, okay?
Facts.
We did entertain you way too long. Absolutely. You are the only Glober that popped up, though, so.
Why do you call me a Glober? I never made any claims.
You're a globetard. Globetard. Globetard.
You don't know my position.
Globetard.
I think he wants to become a spiritual.
For all I'm concerned, the Earth could be a donut, okay?
Wait, what was that, globetard? I'm sorry, what?
The Earth could be a donut.
So curvature then.
The Earth could be a Pringles chip, okay?
Do you understand the difference between curved surfaces and flat surfaces?
Of course.
Of course, right. So for you to invoke donut, you're invoking the curved surface.
I also said it could be a Pringles chip.
I haven't finished. You said it was probably impossible that the Earth was flat. Understanding.
I also said that it could be. I also said that it could be a Pringles chip.
Okay, good. So we've got some more curved surfaces then, haven't we?
It could also be.
You keep invoking curved surfaces, dude.
It could also be a triangle.
Oh, okay. So flat sides, straight sides, right?
It could also be that, yeah. I don't fucking know.
So you understand that you've got yourself within a dichotomy. It's either a curved surface or a flat surface, right?
Listen, I don't know what it is. I haven't made a claim.
You've made claims of what it could possibly be. And within your claims, you isolated that there's two surfaces. Remember the Pringles chip and the triangle, the curved sides and the straight ones, your donut with curved sides? You understand the difference,
How is it a contradiction to say that it could possibly be one thing and it could possibly be another thing?
So, understanding the difference between a curved and a straight line.
Yes.
Okay, they're not the same thing, are they?
No.
No. So it'd be a contradiction, wouldn't it?
Not if I'm saying that it could possibly be that way, or it could possibly be a different way.
When you say that it couldn't be straight, flat, then you're saying
I didn't say that.
That it's got to be curved.
I didn't say that.
Remember when you came in, the Earth is probably not flat. Remember that?
I remember that.
Good. So you understand that probably not flat is putting you in a position of curved.
No.
Yes, donuts.
Retarded.
It could be pointed.
You're retarded.
Yeah, you suck, dude. You've got nothing. It's obvious.
Your mom's got nothing.
Do you understand what a dichotomy is, sir? I don't think you do, but I'm just going to ask. Okay.
Yes.
Can I present you a dichotomy where surfaces can either be curved or they aren't? Or you can offer me a third option. What do you got?
Pointed. I just said it.
Give me an example.
If it's a triangle.
Yeah, that would be a non-curved surface, and that's triangle. By the way,
it would be a non-curved pointed surface.
Okay, first of all, triangle is not
a vertex. So 2 straight sides here.
3. Do you not know what a triangle is?
Right, you are correct. Yep, talking about an angle and then triangle. Yep, 3 straight sides. Yep.
And then 3 of them are pointed, right?
So not curved.
3 of the parts are pointed.
Sorry, excuse me. Is a point surface.
I'm sorry that I need to explain geometry to you guys, but
we asked you about a surface, retard, not a 2D shape.
Not a point. Point's not a surface, is it?
It's a part of a surface.
Point is where surfaces meet.
A point is a part of a surface.
Yeah, it's the point where 2 surfaces meet.
Exactly. So it's a part of a surface.
Yeah, 2 straight surfaces.
Sure.
So 2 flat surfaces. So either
what's your
curved
point?
Or flat.
What?
Either curved or flat. Just because you got curved or flat lines meet at a point doesn't change. They're either curved or flat.
I mean, if it's a triangle, then it's flat at some points and then pointed at other points.
So not curved.
Thanks. Dude, not points. surface description.
Part of the surface is pointed.
Take a moment to look around your environment. Where you currently are? You in your room right now or outside? Where are you?
I'm
What
in
does
your
matter?
mom's room.
Yeah, classic. So just look around here and tell me if you see any surfaces that either aren't rounded and they're not flat. See if you can point out a third option. Because I'm presenting to you a dichotomy. If you even know what that means.
Yeah, I know what that means.
Okay, great. So then if you can look around your environment and point out a third option, give us an example and we'll go from there.
What about a surface that's curved and flat?
Give us an example and we'll go from there.
Well, like my hope chest, okay? It has points that are curved, and then if you go along further
So
on
those are the two options then, huh?
Then it's flat.
So those are the only two options, right? So there's no third option. Got it.
When did I say
dichotomy validated?
When did I say that there was a third option between flat
there
and
is a
not
dichotomy. That's what we've been trying to point out to you. There's a dichotomy here. So if it's not curved...
when did I say that it's not?
Well, sir, you said it's probably not flat, and Jedi said so curved then. Your Pringle example, your donut example, both involve the curvature. There's no third option here.
That doesn't mean that I think it's a sphere.
Okay, bro, but you think the surface of the Earth is curving? Yes or no?
Probably.
Probably. Why do you say probably?
Because I don't know everything.
You're not required to know everything, but why are you saying probably it's curved? For what reason?
He is having a
Because
problem.
I'm saying probably because it's possible that it's flat.
What's the probability that it's curved?
He's a troll.
Like 95%.
Okay, how did you arrive at that figure?
Well, I mean, to be honest with you, it's just a guess. It's an educated guess.
You're just making shit up. I got it.
Facts.
Well, I mean, I think everything's an educated guess.
Who cares what you think? You're just making shit up. You just pulled a number out of your ass. It's not based on
your mom's made up.
Yeah.
Classic, bro.
No, that's what you go to every time. Your mom, your mom, your mom.
But she is, though.
Yeah, you're brick, dude.
Your mom's made up.
No, she's a necessary antecedent for my existence.
It's possible that you're made up, too.
Should we just remove the chart?
I think we're bored. I think we're not this bored, guys. We're not this bored. I think we're done here. We've been done. So they're on mute. Don't unmute them.
I think we found the jar without the brain in.
Yeah, man. Thanks a lot.
Without the brain in it. That's funny.
We come to a point like it's like they're going backwards. Like instead of getting smarter, they're going backwards.
Wait, did you say we're coming to a point? I see what you did there. Way to bring it full circle there, amigo.
Oh, note to a point, which means two flat surfaces meeting at a vertices.
So jar, man. Seriously.
I like how you said bring
Get
it
off
full
mom's,
circle.
dude, because we all just got off yours.
I like how you said bring it full circle. Because it is a circle? Because you think it is a circle?
What's a circle?
Your mom.
Guys, we're not this
How
bored,
is
guys.
he becoming unmuted? Who is unmuting this guy?
I think he can unmute himself, so I banned him.
Yeah, we're not this bored.
Yeah, that guy sucks.
I know that
You're supposed to clip them, not break them.
How does someone like that get a politics leader role?
They have a leadership role in the server?
Yeah.
My God.
That's actually a pretty low roll. It's just called leader.
Oh. God, it's still, dude. What's he leading?
Yeah.
What's he leading? He's like the blind leading the
I
blind.
wouldn't follow him anywhere.
The age of idiocracy, it's coming, man. It's like crazy.
Fucking incredible.
I had the legendary role for a while, and then I lost it. Now I'm just back to what I'm at. I don't know.
Why'd you lose it?
I gained it for winning that or not winning the singing, coming in second on that singing contest.
Yeah, but why'd you lose it?
Because it was supposed to only be there for a month.
Well, it's the next one anyway. After this one, you have so.
I'm getting
I don't know
there.
if it really matters, but
Yeah,
makes your name a cool color.
I know. I like the color, and the status also.
All right. There we go. Man, it'd be nice to just deal with like a regular Joe Blow. Oh, hey guys, what is all this flat Earth stuff about? I mean, I just never heard of it before. But instead, we deal with this. Fucking incredible.
If you have the time and the ability, you should go and look at the ban appeal chat and see what Star Life posted in there. It's hilarious.
I think I saw it where they're like, I'm close to getting you all locked up. Is that what you're talking about?
Yes.
Oh my
So
God.
triggered, dude. People that we live rent free in their brains.
Facts. Who hurt Starlight though, honestly? Which one of you did it? Was it Crit?
Crit.
It's totally crit.
Yeah.
Absolutely crit. His name is changed to something about crit, dude.
Incredible, bro.
Called Crit's worst nightmare at the moment. He's really upset. So yeah, it was definitely Crit.
It's projection
What did you
because crit's
do?
literally his worst nightmare. Crit's triggering folks, man.
Above it.
God, dear, he's really upset. That's hilarious.
He thinks that he's got a way to lock me up, dude. What? What?
Lock us up. That's so funny. And they also say stuff like, "Oh, I'm gonna get a tattoo of a globe." Like, all right, bro, go ahead. You ain't doing shit. You're not hurting anybody.
That's like a good way to make fun of someone. It's just reasserting how much of like a religious belief it is that they would go to such an extent.
Sorry, Fatsy, to interrupt you with my laughter. He's clearly listening on YouTube.
Oh, really?
You should check out, yeah, you should check out the Ban Appeals room, Fatsy. He's yeah, you might want to take this further, mate. That's some low blows. I don't want to read it out. You can go in the chat and read it yourself. I reckon.
Can you imagine?
Karen.
Can you imagine somebody that he's calling at a police station?
There's no way it's real, bro.
They're
That's
like,
not
"Oh
real.
my
I don't
god,
believe
it's
that
this
shit.
guy again."
I do not believe that shit.
Holding the phone about 10 inches from the rear. Yeah. All right, whatever.
It's just funny that they think that that would like do anything. Like, which flat earthers gonna be like, "Oh shit, fuck, they're gonna call the cops"? Like, yeah, okay, bro, we believe you. Not.
These people keep saying levels, not curved. I'm gonna call the police on you.
I'm gonna call the police.
Like we're asking for the light to shine on us, but the Globers, when the light shines up, they scatter like cockroaches.
Oh my.
I was metaphorically speaking about the light, You know what I meant.
Yeah. All right, so who's next?
Don't know who's next, mate. I think it's just us.
Ooh, Starlife, get in here right now.
He's clearly banned, which is why he's texting us in the ban appeal.
He never speaks in the voice chat. He just skanks up and down in the chat room. That's all he ever does.
Oh, I bet it's the same guy from X. What's his name again? I can't remember.
Yeah, the one with the mask or whatever. Get vaccinated.
Oh, get vaccinated.
What? The French guy? Is he French?
I don't know. The one that
They don't
always
speak.
blares. If you let him up on the speaking panel in X, he'll blare the alarm thing.
Yeah, I know you're
Like,
talking about.
yeah, I bet it's the same person. Or the same archetype of person.
Archetype. That's funny. There's only so many Glober archetypes as well. It seems like. Seems like we've hit them all too. Pause. Is anybody else in the YouTube chat or just them or? Okay.
That was funny, DJ. That's a funny conversation, man. This happens too often. Oh man, how funny!
What happened? What'd they say?
In chat, DJ he put a conversation with the French guy that Jedi was talking about. His name's Blueprint. His conversation with DJ was so funny.
More like blue pill. What?
He's been spiraling in my DMs. It's hilarious. I didn't even ban him. Someone else banned him, but he's attacking me.
He's the French guy, right?
Yeah.
Right. He's also called Misinformation. He's got a load of accounts. Yeah, no, you say it probably is him.
I don't like French people. Wait, am I on mute?
Are we live?
Am I French?
Oh. I don't know if I've met a French person that I liked. I'm just gonna say that. I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, that's right, man. Me either.
Is Jacques a French name?
Yeah, I think so.
So yeah, I know a French guy that I really like. He lives here where I live, though. So, of all the places he could live, he chose Alabama. So,
Interesting. Well, women are less what's the word?
Quite far away from other French people, so he's got some sense.
that's right. He's here talking to me. Well, I haven't seen him in a while because I don't bartend at where I used to work. But I mean, I would talk to him. I was just talking about him earlier because India brought up how the news will report, like, they'll have like those false reportings, and it happens a lot. There's one instance where he was in South Africa at a bar with a friend, and they saw on the news where their location was being bombed, and they look outside and they're like, nope, no bombings going on here. Just the false reporting that the news will do, they'll be completely wrong about a scenario. And we were talking about that because we were discussing how when we heard about flat Earth, we never once thought, pictures from space, dude, what about that? Never once did that cross my mind as some sort of refutation to anything that was ever brought up in this discussion. So my mind never went there, and it's so funny to hear so many people go there. They're like, my evidence is pictures from space, dude. I never thought that way. So it's funny that Indio was saying the same thing. He was like, I never thought once, pictures from space, dude. Nope.
Oh. You talking about when you were a Glober, or?
Yeah, when I was introduced to the conversation of flat Earth, I never once said anything about pictures from space or anything. Like, that wasn't my train of thought. I already had dismissed that as some possible refutation.
Yeah.
You know, I can figure that out in my own mind before I say it out loud. And these other people, they can't. They don't realize that they don't have the ability to think through anything that they say. They just say it. And man, it's silly too, because I'm like, did you just listen? Like, most of the time, even when it's not about pictures from space, I'm like, can you just like repeat what you said and really think about everything that you just strung together there in some sort of reasoning? Like, see if that really makes sense to you. If you really critique what you just said. I don't know. Most people don't have that internal critique of, they don't think on their own. They think as a collective.
It's interesting you're kind of speaking about that stuff. Do you guys watch the Flat Earth YouTube channel called John Thor? You guys watch that?
I've heard of John. Yeah, I
nope.
Never really sat down and watched it hardcore, but I do know who you're talking about.
He dropped two really interesting videos today. I posted them both in the side chat for you guys if you want. One of them is called "How to Watch a Site, How to Spot a
Oh
Psyop."
my gosh, yes. I
Insane.
gave the PSYOP video to Nathan to review tomorrow. Yes,
Yeah.
I just saw it today.
Good videos, both of them are.
Yeah, it was what was it? I think you probably posted one that I watched. No, those don't look like the ones I watched. But it was like how to spot a PSYOP, but it wasn't labeled that. I gave it to Nathan to review tomorrow, so he may or may not, but I can go back and see which one I watched. Oh yeah, real or staged is the thumbnail, and once you know this, every PSYOP becomes, I don't know, it cuts off there, sorry, but it's one of his videos. I like that. Is he a flat earther?
John Thor, yeah.
I didn't know he was a flat earther. That's cool.
Yeah, he's posts loads of Flat Earth videos. He does other stuff as well, but primarily Flat Earth.
I didn't vet him at all, so the video that I watched, it was just like an 18-minute video, and I was like, oh, this is nice. It reminds me of the Deception Detective that Nathan reviewed on one of his episodes, and he refers back to him, and that's why Nathan says that's a non-answer, is just kind of like learning from the Deception Detective guy.
Yeah.
And how people will, when they give you a response, it'll be a non-answer, and how that's a way of spotting when someone's just being deceptive and they're just wanting to say things. They're not really wanting to have a discussion about or learn anything. You know, like you can tell.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about, mate.
Please forgive me. I know I'm being a bit over talkative. I can tell that I am.
You on that taco latte tonight?
Yeah, I'm a yappuccino.
It's cool. We appreciate people that drive content here. It's not easy to do, so shout
I
out to you,
know,
Flat.
but I feel like I'm talking too much. Like,
We'll let you know when it's time to make some sandwiches, but keep cooking, bro. You're doing all right.
okay.
I'm just joking, but there's no Globers in
I
here.
know.
What the hell?
It's funny. It's funny because I don't necessarily talk all the time. Yes, I guess it's yesterday now because it's a different day. But while I was driving to go pick up Booger from his Mimi's, I asked somebody in the room to server mute me because if I got a call and I'm driving on the interstate, like I'm not going to be able to mute myself, or I can, but it's kind of dangerous, you know. So
Yeah.
I asked to be server muted, and they got so much joy out of server muting me and me asking to be, and it was for a legitimate reason. And then somebody unserver muted me, so I had to be careful that if I made a call or somebody called me, I'd just exit out of the call here.
I don't think it's somebody unmuted you. The mutes only last for 40 minutes, don't they?
Oh yeah, because it is a bit. It's like an hour drive. So, and
Yeah.
I asked to be server muted when I was still pretty close to home on the interstate.
Yeah, it's about 40 minutes to unmute themselves.
Mm.
We have that trouble with Alpha Veritas all the time.
Yeah. Well, I have an iPhone, so if I get a call and when the call ends, it'll unmute me, and like I'm not trying to scramble for the mute button while I'm driving. So. But I think Radwin enjoyed it way too much. Like he was like, okay. He was like, instead of just doing it like, okay, I get you. But he was like, you got it. I'm gonna do it. Like he got way too much enjoyment out of it.
Radwin's my guy.
I know. I was laughing, like because it was just funny.
Dude, last time he was in here, he had me cracking up, bro. He's funny. I like his style.
Same, I do. I tried to propose something to him. I think yesterday or the day before. Some Glober was in here complaining about being insulted, and like they were telling him that all he was doing was insulting the people and not the argument like they normally do. And I was like, I think we should make a rule for every smart or clever statement that a Glober makes, they can have one free insult. I think that's pretty fair because we don't. Yeah, we don't normally hear them make any kind of like clever, intelligent statement.
Yeah, very rare for sure.
And man, if they do actually succeed in making one, then I would love for them to have a free insult to anyone. I'll be the one on the receiving end, like happily.
W submissive.
I guess. Just I'm not offended, so it's not really submission, more like better be me because I'm not offended by the things that these people say. They don't affect anything in my life.
There you go. Have we spoken? Has everyone here spoke before? Is there anyone that hasn't spoken here? Seems like pretty much everybody. Also, just want to give a quick shout out to Flat Lloyd Wright. Bro's been running a backup YouTube bot And at this point, it's not even backup. It's like sometimes that's the one. But the fact that he does that is amazing. You know, we don't have too many people doing clips or making videos or content outside of our live streams. So, you know, shout out to Clipcord. But yeah, the fact that we have somebody who can sit here and record us, such a W. Like, it would not be the same if we weren't live. You know, I don't like speaking into a void necessarily. I mean, so the fact that we're live, people can hear us, go back and listen is great. So shout out to Flatloid, right? Thanks for doing that. And then Helio Skeptic, we all know, we all love. But you know, shout out to you guys, man. I'm not the guy. There's no chance I could ever run a setup like that. I don't have a setup to be recording us all at all times. So the fact that they can and do, man, we like owe them some money or something. Like, drop a link in the chat. Drop your
Props
cash
to
app,
them
bro.
for sure. They don't
Yeah,
expect money. That's the beautiful thing about it is they do it because they want to, and that's
yeah,
precious of them. They're stinking
it's
precious.
precious.
Yeah, but Jedi. So does he have flat Earth content? This John Thor guy, or does it make it explicitly clear that he is a flat earther, or does he cover a lot of flat Earth content?
He covers a lot of flat Earth content. Some of it is his original stuff. I would say he's a flat earther. Yeah, I think he's even put Nathan Oakley on his show a couple of times as well. Like cut a couple of
Oh
clips out.
snap! So I was thinking that I found a nice little gem to show Nathan Oakley that maybe he could review, but never mind. I guess he's probably already aware of him. I'm just late to the game.
You're all right, mate. The video's probably worth reviewing anyway. That's for sure.
Yeah, I liked it because it really lays out a lot of the things that you see in this arena. You know, like us talking about this topic. You can. It really does put it more into perspective because you could. I was even talking about this with TV shows and movies. It doesn't even necessarily have to have anything to do with the globe or outer space, but there's always some sort of worldview that they're trying to push out onto you. And if you're clever enough, you can spot it where they're doing it. And it's all over the place. It's just riddled throughout any TV show or movie that you watch. Like if you're not smart enough to, well, not necessarily, or informed enough to know when it's happening, it could be affecting you. And even if you are aware, it could still be affecting you. So
Oh yeah.
I don't know.
But yeah, I found both videos really informative. Shows the little logical tricks and fallacious arguments that go on right in front of your face and to watch out for them and all sorts of stuff.
Yes, because the end of my video that I shared, he's laying out a lot of logical fallacies and how he just kind of just lists a bunch of them that are used, and he's got experience in creating psyops or something. Like he worked with psychological operations in some military. Like I'm not sure. I didn't vet him, but he stated that at least at the beginning of the video.
Yeah. It's kind of obvious, really, right? They've been watching us for a long time and they've been studying how we behave, and they get to dictate how we behave just by suggesting things.
Just
by saying,
suggesting it. Yes,
yeah.
the power of suggestion is real. Like it's a problem if you're not aware of it.
Yeah.
And even if you're aware of it, you have to see people can kind of know something, but they don't know it in depth. So they think that they know more than they do just by knowing like a surface a knowledge of something. But you need to be able to I wonder why people don't, even if it's something so simple, learn every single aspect of something that they propose to know about. Like, don't you want to know every like angle that you could come at this. Like, it is really important to. He even lays it out in the video perfectly. The way that I would say it is being able to. I've lost my train of thought. Just knowing about the subject and understanding it more. I've already lost my train of thought. Please forgive me.
It'll come back to you in just a bit, probably. So don't sweat it.
I won't forgive you.
Okay. Have we ever gone to any other calls in this server? Have you guys moved like as a unit to any other VCs in the server?
No.
Yeah.
No, they've never done that. From all reports of other people that have gone to other channels, as soon as one of us Flat Earth moderators go in there, we just get shouted at and muted. So.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So I've heard anyway.
Wow.
I've not heard of.
Sounds like we got some haters.
Oh yeah.
I
Definitely.
feel like Crit has the best. Crit be coming back with the stories, man. He's one of the people that goes around to different calls and stuff like that. I love that. I don't really do that. I just hang out with you guys.
Oh yeah, I just remembered what I was trying to say.
Yeah.
With any given subject or topic, to always look into the rebuttals of the topic. Don't always just take every source of information at face value. Go and look at who is rebutting it and get all angles of a subject or topic.
I remember when he said that. I thought of us. We're the ones rebutting the subject.
Right.
Mm.
Yeah, exactly. So it's really, it's supposed to be some like informative here. We're giving the side of the argument that rebuts the globe and the whole shebang that goes with it. So the outer space, planets being round balls, and the sun being a big round ball, like in being the center instead of how we observe here on Earth. Like the Earth is our only perspective, and that's what we are. We argue that point, and we try to get people to divorce these preconceived notions about their observations. It's like they can't seem to step outside of what the whole belief system of the globe and being in outer space and whatnot. It just kind of divorce that whole idea from what you observe and just give us a description of what you observe and tell us how you think that there's some sort of superhumans back in the past that were like, oh, what we observe is actually a globe. Like, how did they do that? What did they have that we don't? Because we don't have that. We don't see that.
I dropped 2 videos, Flatsy. I don't know if you've watched both of them, but the other one's worth looking at as well. It's along the same type of lines, says the same type of thing, just from a different guy.
Yeah. I need to watch both of those that you posted because the one that I watched was a completely different one, but still covering the same topic. Oh, maybe the realer staged is the one that I did watch. Never mind.
Gotcha.
I did watch one of them, so I don't know. No, I don't think I watched that one, but I don't know. I'll have to go and watch them. I'm on my phone. I'm gonna get on the computer.
All right, mate.
Oh, that chair is cold. That does not feel good. You ever sit down in your computer chair and it's freezing cold?
I know what you're talking about, mate. Yeah.
I'm not a fan.
Not a pleasant experience.
And we are still live. We have Nabil Itachi the Uchiha. I feel like I've seen that name before.
How do you say it?
How do I say it? Let's see. Nabil or Itachi the Uchiha. Is that right or what, dude?
You do better than I did. I'm still struggling with the first one.
Hello.
You know, I'll be watching that anime and shit, Jedi. This second
Hello.
nature at this point.
Hello?
Oh, what's up, dude?
Huh. What's up? You're calling my name.
Yes.
Yeah, man. Tell us about the name, bro.
Is there anything I can help?
Huh? What did he say, Jedi?
Oh, I didn't say anything.
No, what did he say? I mean,
Oh, what did he say? Have you tried turning it on and off again? I don't know.
All right, maybe he's shy. I mean, Nabil, feel free to chime in, bro. Just, I don't think we spoke before, so I just wanted to welcome you. Mostly.
Thanks, dude. I'd like to meet myself.
Okay, yeah, no problem, bro. Go for it. Sounds good. Tonight might not be the night, Jedi. I mean,
It's been a long weekend, mate. Can't be happening longer.
true. Yeah, you're right. You're right. I guess it's people's Monday now, so I guess people are getting back on the grind, perhaps.
Yeah, more than likely, mate.
All right.
Well, Nathan Oakley will be going live in less than 4 hours.
That's funny you say that. I was literally just thinking that. I was like, I wonder when Nathan Oakley's going to go live. Although I haven't tuned into any of his shows in a long time. No disrespect, I still rock with Nathan heavy. But I did grow up. That was like my camp. I came up under Oakley's camp, and no one else's really. I mean, when you first get involved, people talk about Math Powerland, or they went to Eric Dubay and stuff like that. And I'm like, I never
came
really.
here.
I don't. You came here
My-
straight.
But
Damn.
24/7 flat. This is my stomping grounds, guys. Other than the Fact Hunter, like I was into the flat Earth topic back then when I was listening to his internet radio show. But my stomping grounds are initially 24/7 because of the Witsit and Kai debate that they shouted it out. So I came there for the ladies' night. And buddy, that night, and I guess Earth Awakenings was also suggested to me, so I had, I got an invite to that place, and I went there too. So the same day, I went, first to 24/7 for Ladies' Night, and then Earth Awakenings.
Well, there you go.
I didn't have any social media, so Discord was the first thing that I downloaded other than like YouTube, I guess. So social media wise, this is the first thing that I did, because other than that I was doing an internet radio show.
You were still writing letters, weren't you? Yeah.
emails, but yes, and formally too. I was being very formal, with the dear and the sincerely.
Oh wow, that's so sweet. Bless you.
Bless my little heart. What we Southerners will say, "Bless your little heart," kind of being facetious. So
Yeah,
it's not
I
a
know.
compliment.
I know. I've been taught that. Oh, I guess all of our toys have run out of batteries for the night then. That's a shame.
I was a mod in Mickey's YouTube live stream channel for like probably months before I even joined the Discord. And then I joined the Discord and Mickey's like dragged me into the voice chat and he's like, yeah, this is one of my mods on my YouTube channel. Yeah, I'm just going to give him all the roles, right? I didn't have to. He's just like, hit me up. Yeah, well. And then I barely spoke. I was voice shy. But I spent most of the time in the lobby, and first day in the lobby, I just had so much fun, man. The triggered trolls in there were just crazy. I had death threats in my DMs.
Dude, you know what's funny is that I'm still silver and 24/7, and people
real?
that have entered in way after me have gotten up to gold already. But I'm not really. I don't
We are.
care if they
We're
up me to
fucked up.
gold. But it's so funny because a lot of people keep
Misogyny.
advocating. Yeah, exactly. They keep advocating for me to be gold, and I'm like, it's whatever. But yeah, it is kind of funny how I'm still silver over there in 24/7.
Sasha's silver. It's not all bad.
No, of course not. But I'm
Bro.
already a mod in FED server. But then again, just outside of the flat Earth topic, I also am in fellowship with Righteous. He's the one of the owners of the server. So
Are you name dropping or something?
Oh, okay.
Yeah, your name
dropping. What do you mean?
Yeah.
Facts.
As in just saying people's names of kind of stature to attach yourself to that stature.
Yeah, sure. My husband gets he makes fun of me because every now and then, just because I'm human, okay, and I'll fish for compliments. He'll be like, "Okay, put up your Zepco, like the fishing rod," because I'm fishing for compliments.
Listen, people, I am a 24/7 flat Earth mod. Okay.
Hey, you guys made me a mod over there in the PNR, but nobody's ever over there.
If we made that place just for you.
It's funny.
We're gonna have to raid that channel.
Right. I mean, we just need to pick days. Like do like Tuesdays there, Wednesdays at 24/7, Friday. I feel like we just need
there's some
to pick
problems
days
over
and
at
go do it.
PNR. There's some problems over at PNR. They don't give the mods of the channel like the abilities that they have here, like in politics.
Get overrun with trolls, and they're just like, "Sorry, that's the system." Like, can we get rid of them? Nope, sorry. We'll just go somewhere else then. Thanks.
Yeah, we need troll control.
Yeah.
We're flat earthers, for fuck's sake.
Deal with these trolls over and over.
They follow us around.
Yeah, no, as soon as we're in there, they just raid the place, and there's not much. I mean, there's a few things you can do, but like, there's nothing to get them out completely.
I mean, I do like those X shows too. It's like a different feel over there. Slightly. in a
I'm a
probably a
mod over
different
there
crowd.
usually too.
Yeah, we should do that
Look at
more
me.
often. Where's Miggy been, bro?
Look at
Not a
me
mob
fishing.
flex.
I know.
Listen.
I'm fishing again. You guys, you gotta. I don't need to help you. You can call me out. You know when to call me out. It's funny. My husband does too. It's hilarious.
Flat. Yeah, I can't even be a moderator on X. So you one above me.
You're
there,
cutting
mate.
out on us. You're cutting out.
I can't even do that.
Wait, why can't you be a mod? Oh, he's gonna
Because
rejoin.
of his internet issues. That's the only reason why he can't be a mod.
Oh, for
Or
real,
else,
dude. X is trash sometimes.
Oh yeah, that's true. Sometimes I get in there and he gives me the roll, and then it bounces me down to listener or something.
Yeah, dude. It's very buggy still on phone and computers. So, but still, when it works, it's nice, but it doesn't
it
always
works.
work.
It does work better on your phone than it does on the computer.
The computer.
Yeah. Or PC. So yeah, it does work a lot better on your phone. It's more phone friendly.
Yeah, still has issues though. Sorry, go ahead.
Nothing. Everything I've been saying for the past 5 minutes is stupid. Continue.
Just talking. Didn't mean to talk over you there, but yeah, no. Honestly, we should go live on X more often. Where is Also, who is abstinent? You're welcome. Pop
Hi.
star fan. How are you?
Good. How are you?
I'm doing well. Is this your first time here? You've been here before?
I've been here before, but I'm mostly just a listener, and that's in most VCs, not just here.
Okay, well, we're doing this whole like no listening panel tonight, so I just want to say what's up.
Okay.
It's all- I'm joking, dude. I'm kidding.
Okay.
But yeah, you just gonna ask you just a couple quick questions, and you can dip out.
Sure.
Yeah, thanks. Are you a flat earther or no? I'm just curious.
No.
Okay. Do you know a lot about the globe, or like a little bit? Is it something you're still learning about?
Yes, I'm still learning.
Right on. What about flat earthers? Have you ever talked to flat earthers before? Do you know what they
That's
say?
why I'm here.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Well, I can give you some ideas or just some way to think about it, because I think people struggle with thinking about flat earth or what that is. And so I feel like my job in this thing is to sort of help people understand what our position is, at least so you can leave here with something to chew on.
Oh, you black, like nigga.
Anyway.
Yeah, let's just talk about some characteristics of like the worldview of a person who believes in the globe. Like I used to be one of those people, of course, but the entirety of the reality that we would exist within doesn't end at just the globe itself, because the globe's in a big place like called the universe. And so like the characteristics of that universe are very similar, in my opinion, to flat earth. Let's talk about it. We're like the shape of the universe. Do you think that's something you could say? What shape is the universe?
I think it's round. Sorry, not the universe. I'm sorry. The Earth is round. The universe is probably. I don't want to say flat, but it probably is.
Okay, well, I don't know what the shape of the whole thing would be. It's not like we could leave the universe. We can leave the globe and go into space, but how do we leave that place? I don't think that's something you could do. And I don't in the lore, where does a black hole take you and stuff like that. I don't know. We don't have to get too deep with this, but I don't think you can like leave reality per se, and then look back at it and say, "Oh, okay, well, it's shaped like this blob here," or like you said, like something flat or whatever. So the shape of the reality is not known. And then the boundaries haven't been reached either, in my opinion. So it's a very large place, not fully explored, shape unknown. And so when people think of flat Earth, what they typically do is they think solar system, Sun, Mercury, Venus, and then some sort of flat thing. There's a lot of objects in your room probably that you could pick up that could represent some sort of flat object, like your phone even, or a plate or frisbee or something. That's actually the wrong idea. So our position is more like, I always say flat Earth is not a thing in a place. It is the place. So kind of like the universe where it's very large, the boundaries have maybe not been reached, and then the shape of it isn't really something you could know because this is the reality you're in that you can't leave and say what shape it is from some outside area. So, I mean, there's no object that I could pick up that would represent reality. And I would say that about the universe too. I don't think there's any object in your room that you could grab that says, okay, well, this represents the universe. So that's how I typically present flat Earth. It's not like the globe, some flattened into something like an object flat. It's more like the universe where there's a lot of questions and unknowns about the boundaries and the shape. Yeah. Because you'll get people who come in with questions like, well, how do I jump off the Earth? What's on the bottom of the Earth? Why doesn't the light shine on the Earth in all areas and stuff like this? But they're asking about some sort of flat object in the solar system. But no one thinks about the bottom of the universe. What's underneath the universe? So, yeah, flat Earth is more like the universe and not like the globe.
So there was this conversation I had with another flat earther, or started to have with another flat earther. There was this website I found that basically you could use a calculator to experiment to find out what the shape of the Earth is. And he said math doesn't measure things, and at that point I dipped out of the conversation.
Math doesn't measure things. Well, I would say math can help you calculate things, but you actually have to go into the field and collect like raw data, I would say. So that's probably what they meant. It's like you can't just be in a basement crunching numbers. You actually have to go to the field and do something.
Well, this website apparently says that you don't have to do that.
Well, you have to have some sort of raw data to input into your calculations. You don't
Yeah,
just
and this
have
website apparently has it.
but they would have had to get it from somewhere, like the Earth. And I don't think anyone's actually
Yeah,
done it.
hold on. Let me see if I can look at the website again. It's been a while.
All right.
It's probably Walter Bislin's.
Here we go. That would be crazy if that happens again today. Also, welcome equalizing the game. And Jedi's lining up for me, but they're on mute as well. So
Yeah, it's fake. Fake light up.
It's lighting up for me
Yeah.
too. It is a fake light up.
We've had some people join, like Froggy, Bree, Bam.
Here it is.
Yeah, go ahead. Post it in the chat.
It's Omni
Here we
Calculator.
go. Select an
It
experiment.
is quite a bit of
And said
reading.
twice, disappearing objects, stick shadows. Okay, we can talk about that. Oh my gosh.
This is quite a bit of reading.
This is fucking incredible. No, we've all heard it literally a million times, bro. Like I saw this in the first 3 seconds. I know exactly how to address all of this, but
Hi.
yeah, incredible height. Who's this?
Me, Bam.
Bam. What up, dude?
Pretty good. Are you a flat earth?
Am I a flat earth? I'm a flat earther. Yes. Are you new here? Is this your first time, or you've been here before?
I've been here before, but like I just want to listen.
Well, we're doing the like a no listening panel tonight.
There's so many people here muted.
Yeah, but they're just being respectful and listening in case they have background noise. We're running a live. You know, we're live,
Oh, is
bro.
this like live on YouTube?
Hey, bro. Yeah.
Damn.
Hello, Creation Bear. I wanna ask something. Can I ask something?
Oh my god, we got
You
a
just
frog.
did. But yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so I just like new on this server, but it's a flat Earth channel. I wanna ask, but in Indonesia, I'm from Indonesia. In Indonesia, science books say that Earth is not flat, it's round, it's globe. But why you say that it's flat? I don't know.
Because
Jedi,
it
you want to take
measures.
this?
Because it
Yeah.
measures that way. Go ahead, Jedi.
No, you said it already. We understand that different people from around the world say that the Earth is a globe. We understand that. Whether you be from India, Indonesia, South America, South Africa, Europe, the Western world, the Eastern world, wherever. But we say that the Earth is flat because it's measured that way. You understand that if you want to figure out the dimensions, the grade, the surface description of an object, you measure the object. So when we measure the object, the Earth, we measure the Earth to lay horizontally. That's why.
You measure the Earth horizontally?
Yes. So you understand what water is, right?
Water?
Yeah, water.
What do you think about water? Like,
You understand that when you put water into a container and it's at rest, it's level on the surface, horizontal.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Now you understand that horizontal is not curved. Yeah?
Yeah.
Good.
But why? But why with water in the glass? But it's not like it's not.
Okay. I'm just giving you a small example so I understand that you're following the words that I'm saying. So we can use all water as a horizontal reference datum. Do you know what the horizon is?
Mm-hmm.
Awesome.
I know.
Good. So you understand that the horizon is horizontal and it's the surface of the water where it appears to meet the sky. So observably and measurably, the surface of the water lays horizontally, not curving. You can pick any distance of water you want. In your cup of coffee, in your swimming pool, in your pond or your lake, your sea or your ocean, the water will lay horizontally.
Yeah, but there's a water, not an earth.
Pardon?
But there's a water, that's not an earth.
That's the surface of the earth, isn't it?
But also, there's a reason why we would talk about the water, because it eliminates a lot of variables. Like the water doesn't have mountains. The water doesn't have valleys. The water doesn't have slopes. So and then there's also a lot of water. Even, I mean, they say there's like 70% of the Earth's surface is water. So it's mostly water. And then if the water can only be doing one of two things, the surface is either curving or it isn't. Period. And so when you test that, only one answer comes out. And then again, the reason why we talk about the water is because when you go to the earth, you might be dealing with a mountain or some crazy hills or slopes. So that's why we talk about the water. But yeah, we have some bunch of people joining, dude. We got
Yeah.
Oh,
hey, go
thank
ahead,
you.
Liam. Wanted to ask you a question.
Yeah, you can look in the
Thank you
chat.
for telling me that.
You can look in the chat. Jedi posted a lot of citations in the chat.
Let me see it. Let me watch it.
I have a question while she's reading the side chat.
Yeah, go ahead.
So if the Earth is flat, there should be an edge. Why can't we just go to the edge and see?
Here we go. We just talked about this earlier, man. But can you go to the edge of the universe?
But the universe is really big. Earth is like
Yeah,
limited.
yeah. No, no. The Earth is really big, also. This.
Wait, is there
So,
like undiscovered Earth?
is there undiscovered universe?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, well, it's really big, right? And then have you
Much
reached the
bigger.
edge? Have you reached the edge?
Wait, how big is the Earth?
It's big. It's not this little thing like you're thinking like that the globe, or you're thinking flat Earth is like a globe that just got flattened into something,
Wait,
which has an edge that you could go to.
where does the observable Earth end?
We don't know. We've not been
Bro,
there.
you just asked that question.
Yeah,
But
we don't. We don't know.
how far have we gone? Like humans should have like how far have we gone?
How far have you gone, sir? Have you gone pretty far, you think? You think you're Lewis and Clark?
I think Australia. Like I've been to Australia. Is that the like known edge of the
Okay.
Earth?
No.
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 Huh?
We're not going to be able to make claims and tell you stories about places that we've never been to or experienced. So the answer to your question is we don't know.
So
Just
wait,
know that.
if
Just
you
know this, bro. The
wait, if you guys
flat
don't know how
Earth.
big, if you guys don't know how big the Earth is, how do you know it's flat?
Because all of the water that we measure, sorry, CB, all of the water that we measure every single place that we go, at all times, in all practical purposes, for engineering, for aviation, for navigation, for charting, and for mapping, the Earth is measured flat. So all of the water that we know about is all measured flat.
No, but hold on. Let's just this like it's just like with the universe. If the Earth is big enough and your measurement is too small, it could appear flat to you. But if you zoom out, it could be a globe. Yeah.
You can't zoom out.
So do you think, for example, 5,000 miles is a small distance?
I mean, if the Earth is like 1 billion kilometers long, it could be a really small measurement.
Okay, but you understand the claim that we're testing is the globe Earth claim. We're looking for that rate of curvature that they claim because of the radius of the Earth that they claim. When we tried to measure, oh no, go on.
But if you don't know the size of the Earth, then any measurement you make could be infinitesimally small, and it
No,
could
no,
actually
we're
get
not measuring the size. We're measuring whether the surface is curved or not. That's it.
I know,
It
but
can
like
only
if
be
you
doing one of the two options.
No,
Doesn't
but if
matter
you
the
do
size.
no, but if you do a small enough measurement, even on a curvature, it would appear flat.
No, no, no. There's the nature of the surface can only be one of two options, regardless of size. And I'll pass it to Jedi.
I think you have comprehension issues.
All right, my friend. You don't. Hold on. You don't need to be rude. We're trying to explain this point to you, and what you're saying to us when we're explaining this point is, yeah, but the Earth could be bigger. We're testing the claim that the globe Earth make, a rate of curvature of 8 inches per mile squared. So you understand from point A to point B.
Yes, I
if it's
do.
Good. So you understand that we're not measuring that curvature. You're coming back and saying, well, maybe if it was a bigger ball, you wouldn't measure curvature, but it would still be there because it's a bigger ball. That ends up with a whole host of other problems, like the distances of sizes of objects in space. I'm trying to help you understand that. I'm trying to help you understand that water, wherever we go, no matter the distance measured, lays horizontally.
Yeah. Okay. Can I explain more, or if I explain, I get muted?
You can have a conversation. You don't need to have an attitude. I'm trying not to have an attitude with you.
I'm not trying to have an attitude.
Good.
Like, I just said
Good.
that you're not you're not understanding my point of view.
We do understand you, bro. Just want you to know that.
Okay. So
I gave you a distance. My friend, my God, I gave you a distance of 6,000 miles. Right?
Yeah.
You said, well, maybe the curvature is so insignificant over 6,000 miles.
Yeah.
Wasn't that we understood your point?
So, but you didn't give me like a retort, like, why, if the Earth is
Sorry.
really big.
I did.
Yeah.
I did. I told you that we were making our claims against the globe Earth that tell us the size of the ball and how much curvature we should measure. We don't measure that. I also retorted by telling you that you're making a whole load of other claims if you're saying the Earth is bigger than what we've been told, a bigger ball. So I did. You're not listening, are you? Have you got comprehension?
You made the claim that the Earth is bigger. I didn't.
No, I didn't, dude. I gave you a flat Earth measurement of 6,000 miles.
No, bro, you said that the Earth is bigger than the one I know.
Oh, God. No, you're getting confused in the conversations you're having with people.
Okay.
Right. We're not making a claim to the size of the Earth. We're not making that claim. We've not reached any limitation edge that was asked about earlier. We couldn't give the size of the Earth, but we're told the size of the Earth, right? Its radius, diameter, and circumference. So when we go and test for that curvature rate over distance, we don't measure that. You understand, right?
I understand, but if you don't know where the edge is, if you don't know how big the Earth is, you should be agnostic about the shape. Then
we're not making a claim about shape. Hold on.
You are?
We're not making.
You're agnostic?
Excuse me. We're not making a claim about shape. You understand that flat is a surface description. Horizontal is an orientation, not a shape.
Okay. You're saying the Earth, the surface is horizontal, not flat?
Well, you got the first half of that right.
Yeah. Horizontal, flat. Vertical walls can be flat, can't they?
Okay.
After reading what JD sent in the chat and understand what he said, but I think the Earth is flat now.
You believe the Earth is flat now?
Yeah.
Just from one fucking paragraph?
Yeah.
Okay. I see.
I think it's horizontal because because I just drinking water and it's flat. It's not curved.
Okay. I'm gonna mute myself. If somebody else has a question, please.
No worries, buddy. You can join in at any time that you want to.
I mean,
What did you put in the chat, man? I gotta say, what was that convincing?
Water seeks its own level. That's one of the realities of life. That's from the physics hypertextbook. This effect is part of folk knowledge, as is witnessed by the commoner saying that water seeks its own level. So that was from Understanding Physics. Just 3 citations. I won't read the last one because I'm struggling. Just 3 citations about water being level.
Water does it. Water, man.
Facts.
Water does it every time. Be like water, my friend. Level on the surface.
Exactly. Bam, you said something about zoom out. And I wanted to just address that real quick because people say this from time to time. And I have a response. You can zoom in, but you can't zoom out and see the whole Earth. Well, hold on, let me finish. You can't zoom out and see the whole Earth. And then 2, you can go up, right? You can go up in the sky, but you can't go out. So that is to say, there's no such thing as seeing the whole Earth, just like you can't see the whole universe. So you
Could
talked
you
about zooming
elaborate?
out. When you say zoom out, you're talking about seeing the whole thing. You just zoom out to see the whole thing. Even if the Earth was a globe, you wouldn't see the whole thing, by the way. But
No, could you clarify why can't you go out of the sky? You can go up but not
for the
out.
same reason you can't go out of the universe.
So the Earth is like the universe?
Earth is like, yeah, that's what I typically say. Yes. But it's like you
But
could use other words like reality. This is the reality that we're in. How do you leave reality, right?
okay.
You can't think of it like an object. I typically say the flat Earth is not a thing in a place. It is the place.
Is this supported by a scientific theory or
Yeah. So if you're talking about going to a place far away from the Earth to turn around and look at it, like we're told that what NASA do, go into the vacuum of space. Yeah, that's not real. That can't be real. That breaks fundamental laws of nature. Second law of thermodynamics, Boyle's law, Avogadro's law, a few laws to do with gas behavior. You can't have gas pressure without a container. The Earth's an open system, so no container, no way to achieve pressure. No container stopping the entropy, the gas will continue to disperse into the available volume. So no space to turn around and look at the Earth as a ball. Vacuum of space can't be real.
yeah, and gravity?
Sorry, all I heard was gravity.
Wait, G word, I get muted?
No, all I heard was gravity.
No, somebody was muting me.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Hey,
Yeah.
so gravity doesn't exist, right? Because if gravity existed, it could hold the gas in the container.
Sorry.
Who
All right.
DM'd you that?
I'll address you as politely as I can. The second law of thermodynamics is valid without exception in all space and time in open and closed systems. I can give you gravity. I'll give you gravity, but it's not going to stop the rate of entropy change.
Uh-huh.
You understand how a law of nature works, right? Laws of nature work like this all the time without exception. So I can give you gravity. It's not going to change the without exception.
Okay. I just wanna ask, like, how did you come up with all of this? Like, where did you research it on your own, study it? Like, how did this happen?
Yeah, so for myself personally, kind of 11 years, 10, 11 years of personal study with groups, loads of research that I've learnt from other people. Just lots of stuff, mate.
Okay. Is this connected to religion in any shape, way, or form?
I'd be honest with you, a little bit, but not in the way that you think. People aren't flat earthers because a book says so, right? But we would say that some flat earthers understand that there must be a creator to have created the environment. So maybe the term theist might be a better idea than religious. Most people would say creator.
Okay. Yeah, no, finish up.
No, all I was saying is I would say most flat earthers understand there is a creator. You might term that creator as God, but I wouldn't say a religion, because lots of different people from lots of different backgrounds, different religious backgrounds, also say the earth is flat.
Okay. Just so I know, you guys are agnostic about the shape. You're just dismissing the globe Earth theory.
Yeah, agnostic about the shape. We're not making a claim about the shape. We're describing the surface. If the surface was a curved surface, then we would measure curvature. We don't measure curvature. We measure the water to lay horizontal. So definitely not a ball.
I know this is a bit off topic, but do you believe in climate change?
Yes and no.
Okay, it's gonna go on a tangent, so let's not start climate change.
Okay.
I'm finished with my questions. Thank you.
You're more than welcome, my friend. Well, you're welcome back anytime.
Spasiba.
That was Russian. CB, who's next?
Yeah, man. Panel is popping off. I was just thinking, like, we got another round out of this one. Nice. I think Abstinent is still here, and Froggy still here as well. They said we have a spaceship in the chat. I said there's no way to see what I said there's no way to see what it looks like as a whole. And they said, why? We have a spaceship. And so, yeah, no. That's what I mean. You can go up with some sort of flying technology, but you can't go out. So there's no way to see the whole thing in one shot. Then you can't zoom out.
You wouldn't see the whole.
Zooming out.
Even if you could, you wouldn't be able to see the whole Earth because part of it's in darkness. You wouldn't be able to see it.
Right. It's like looking at your face and trying to claim I can see your whole head.
Uh-huh. But
is it because the water barrier? At least a barrier.
Let's start talking about atmospheric fences again in a minute. Do you know what an atmospheric fence is?
If you're asking me, no.
Okay. So it's basically a nice term for the barrier that the atmosphere creates at distance. So we know that the atmosphere is not transparent, it's opaque. At a certain distance, it becomes too opaque for you to see at a distance of 300 miles and expressed as an atmospheric fence. Oh. So that's what you can't see from, say, New York to fucking God knows whatever, Timbuktu. After 300 miles, the atmosphere becomes too opaque for the light to travel through. It's like a fence.
Interesting. Cool. That's cool. Yeah, that does make sense, though.
Make sure you remember that for when AI gives you questions later.
I have a question. It gave me like a warning that my voice might be clipped. What software is it? Because I'd like to use it. Sometimes there's some pretty funny things that happens here.
We're just live on YouTube.
Is that? Oh, I wonder what software they're using. And I'll look it up later.
You can, if you need a link, you just click on the name. It's in the description there.
Check it out.
Have you been here before? This is your first time?
In this, I don't hang out in the flat Earth section, but yeah, I've been in the server not long.
Dope. What brings you here tonight, friend? How are you?
My friend invited me here, mentioned it. I joined, I looked around, and my favorite part of this place is the fact not everybody's nice, because that allows me to be myself and be nice and set that standard. So it's fun.
All right, cool.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, there's a time and place for everything.
Definitely.
Go ahead, Tito.
Mm-hmm. There's being nice and there's being kind.
I'm just kidding.
I mean, listen, man. I from time to time, I like a little bit someone to bring the smoke. So,
definitely, that's fucking fun.
Yeah, but it's like being in a courtroom. I'm sure we're trying
definitely.
to win. Being nice isn't going to help you win all the time, but I do understand. I do like being like nice to people.
Yeah. Love is both a good. Well, it's a light force and it's a dark force, right? It's very powerful. And if you love somebody, you're going to push them. Sometimes it won't be comfortable.
Facts.
Well, one way to piss people talk over the top of others, or
that's
or be dishonest.
Oh, the dishonesty. See, what happens a lot on the server is they're like, okay, so you're not going to defend your point, yeah? And I mean, they just argue about the specifics of something because they're not agreeing upon a definition. And like, who cares? Both of you understand it. It just is what it is, but you're just not agreeing upon it. So don't go in circles for 20 minutes insulting them. I mean, that's obvious, but some people do it for fun.
Awesome. So, do you feel like you have a solid understanding of Flat Earth's position, or is that something you're still learning?
Well, I mean, my position always changes based upon new evidence. But yeah, it's just, experience, it's growth, it's compassion, kindness, all that good stuff.
Yo.
We really, really like to complicate things as human beings.
So what do you think the Earth is then, my friend? Right now.
It just is. Just the Earth. About it.
Yeah. What
it's like
is
a playground.
I get it. Yeah. It just
like
is.
It's a celestial body?
Oh, a celestial body. Now we're getting closer.
Right. Sure.
Cool. So a sphere that moves.
Sure. Yeah.
Cool. Awesome stuff. Now, how do you want to go about this? Do you want to provide me with the evidence that measures the curvature and movement of the Earth?
I mean, I can give you my belief, but you don't have to believe me. I don't care if you do, but I'm not here to argue about it.
Okay, fair enough. I mean, I understand you've got your belief,
sure,
and you can keep your belief, my friend. That's fine.
You too. I don't feel the need to change anybody.
Cool. Do you want to understand opposing beliefs and opinions?
Yes, because that helps. That brings understanding. That's communication. That's important.
Cool. So, do you understand why us flat earthers say the Earth is flat?
I think it might be a little bit different for it differs from person to person. But what's your perspective? Yeah.
Well, I say the Earth is flat because it's measured that way. Water, mean sea level, is a horizontal reference datum. We know what horizontal is, right? So left to right, straight line. Yeah. So that's why I say that the Earth is flat. It's because it's measured that way. The waters of the Earth, which is 70% of the surface, are measured to be flat.
Right. Yeah. You're measuring it using flat data, not flat data, but
Yeah. So it's kind of logical syllogism, right? If
it's simple.
Of the Earth. Yeah. So that's why.
But some people might come in here and be like, "Oh, you're a flat earther. Oh, this," and they just project onto you.
Yeah, of course. People do lots of crazy things.
Oh yeah. Some of it's really fucking funny though.
This is probably one of the most entertaining rooms in this server. Yeah.
This is a circus, and I love it.
Well, as long as you're entertained, my friend.
Definitely.
I guess that's the most important thing.
I'm not here to just be entertained. I mean, I'm here to just be myself. It's kind of it. And hearing other perspectives, meeting different people, talking with them, that helps me grow as well. Like learning is a two-way street. And if I'm being honest, I see myself as a guide, yeah, sure, but also a traveler, because it just goes both ways. Forgot I had that button key bound.
And have you ever had a critical thought about the proposed story we have been told about the spinning wobbling into the space both phonemic spinning wood of darkness since childhood?
Have I questioned if the Earth is round?
Exactly.
Well, yeah, it depends. I mean, just look at the data. Like, how are you going to measure it? Just stuff like that.
But my initial question is: have you ever questioned the whole scheme of that story? And did you? And furthermore, did you come to a conclusion?
I didn't feel the need to question it because I trusted it.
Okay. And do you think trusting something is good, or
it can be good?
Okay. So what if somebody tells you that what you trusted might not be the truth, or self-evidently isn't the truth?
Then if they know the truth and they're trying to show it to me, they're doing me a service.
Okay. So you think currently what you're thinking or trusting in is what they have taught you, which is the complete opposite of what reality presents itself, right? When we go outside, you would agree reality presents itself to be a topographical, stationary, planar surface where horizontal horizons and sea level water exists. And the only way to utilize any map on this earth is going to be a planar grid system. There is no such thing as a practical utilization of a globe in any scenario, daily life or what other scenario, right? So the point is, everybody points to Earth being utilized as flat, measured as flat, and observed as flat and stationary, right? So question is, why would anybody ever invoke the complete opposite, which is the heliocentric model? The heliocentric model is the one that claims the opposite, the direct opposition, the inverted, upside down image of creation and its story.
What would that look like?
So
what is the opposite of it?
The opposite would be to say, well, Clay, you have gone outside. You say you trust your senses. You see a stationary topographical planar surface with horizontal horizons and sea level waters, and you think the Earth is standing still. But actually, you're out of your mind and you can't trust your senses. You should trust these professors and priests that we have, and they tell me that it's a spinning, wobbling, tilted spaceboat flying from every spinning world of total darkness, and you come from Ponskamp. You're not made in the image of some creator, and you're not wonderfully, fearfully made. No, everything around you is just pure coincidence, and you're on the swirling, wobbling, tilted space ball, and this is what you need to believe. If you don't, we're going to scrutinize you. We're going to use algorithm to make you look dumb. We're going to create some fake society to make you stupid, and we're going to misrepresent you every way we can on the internet. Is this what the truth sounds like?
That's not loving of them. Yeah, they're trying to force something onto you. And that doesn't work.
Is that walking in truth? Do you think someone who walks in truth needs to be so dishonest, so deceptive, so pushy?
No, if they, of course. No, they don't need to. Because if they are confident in the truth that they have, why would they feel the need to force that onto others? Because it just is simply true.
Exactly. Why would they also feel the need to prevent people from figuring out themselves and say, oh, well, you just can't figure it out. You just can't trust your senses.
Yeah,
you
why
got
would
to
they
trust that some
scrutinize
other guy figured it out.
If they're trying to discover the truth, why would you scrutinize that?
Exactly.
Mm-hmm.
So what would you... Oh, I see you have a Bible verse, which is beautiful. If I preach voluntary, I have a reward. If not voluntary, I'm simply discharging the trust committed to me. So question is, in the face of someone who probably reads the Bible, biblical cosmology, which says the earth takes shape like clay under a seal, which is why I chose the name I have, obviously. Why would you ever think that when the Lord tells us that he made a enclosed system, a perfect dwelling place for his grasshoppers, why would you think that any other story straight from the pit of hell, which is Satan's creation story, would ever be able to replace this?
It's a good question. Why would you trust that instead of the truth or of God, right? The creator.
Exactly.
Source.
First page of the Bible, right? This is why I actually came to Christ. This is why I actually started reading the Bible, because I was a flat earther 2015. A few years later, I was sitting down, literally open the Bible, reading the first page of Genesis, and because I had this flat of knowledge, I was like, what the heck? This makes sense. He created a firmament, separation of waters, water is sea level. Then I read Job. It's the earth is firm on its foundation. It can never be shook. It doesn't move. The hosts of heaven, the sun is separate from the moon. The moon is the light that rules the night. The stars are separate from the sun. The stars are not suns in itself. the whole creation order is different from what they tell you about heliocentrism. So I was like, wow, this is true, you know. And see, now we have people out there going around, especially Christians, which breaks my heart, right? Who wanna,
I know what you mean.
Who wanna push a creation story into the word that is not there, right? They wanna take vain philosophy and the wisdom of this world, which the Bible, which is right here on my desk, says it's vain wisdom. The Bible says the wisdom of this world is foolishness in God's sight, right? And He taketh the wise in their own craftiness. This is what the Lord does. And he laughs about the fact that people think they live on a spinning ball, because it's not what He told them in his word, right? If anybody thinks that they can correct Moses or correct Job or any other people in the Bible, like, oh, you weren't just specific, you were just using old language, you just thought, you're geocentric, but actually it's all about, the sun worship of Helios. That's what it's about. By the way, just so you know, if anybody in here listening to this, if you're still on the fence, read in the Bible about the past civilizations, especially the pagans, which is always paganism, that have worshipped the hosts of heavens, that have literally worshipped the sun, right? This goes back to the Egypt times. It's nothing new under the sun. The heliocentric religion is something that the Lord has dealt with since the beginning, where people have fallen astray, creating their own vain ideas of what this place might be, right? So the people worshipping the hosts of heaven, worshipping space, worshipping heliocentrism, which is like space worship, sun worship. It's just the same old pagan scheme, just in a different package. It's an abomination unto the Lord. And and then the Bible tells us as a Christian, prove all things, hold fast, which is good, which means if you hear this as a Christian, what I just said, and you don't go out and you reread your scripture and you don't reprove what I said to come to your own conclusion, you're going against what the Lord commanded you to do, obviously. You can't just be ignorant and say, well, I'm just going to go with sight. I'm just going to go with the wisdom of this word, which the Lord tells you is foolishness. You can't do that. You can't be on the fence of dipping one toe into the wisdom of this world and saying, well, that's something I'm going to grab from. And then you put the other toe into dipping into the cherry pick whatever suits you from the Lord's word and dismiss the other things that just sound way too old because they don't align with the science, right? You can't do that.
Jesus kind of says that you can do that to some extent, right? He says, render unto God what is God's and render unto Caesar what is Caesar's, which you could see as like, okay, give unto earthly authorities what they deserve and give unto godly or heavenly authorities what they deserve or what they need or what they demand. Which
the last time I checked... Okay, sorry, I thought you finished. So.
Well, I mean, you could see science as part of... Yeah, sure. Go ahead.
Okay, so as last time I checked, I take scripture very serious, and it was actually Jesus. We were talking to Pharisees, and the Pharisees wanted to create a trap, right? A trap to see if he's able to respond to this. And what this was talking about was just the money, right? They were asking, so what should we do with paying the tax, I think, right? And he said, you see what face is on the coin, and give what belongs to Caesar. That's it. But it wasn't talking about signs or again. The Bible makes discreet, precise statements.
I mean,
it says,
agree with you. Sorry.
It says, again, the point is, it says, the wisdom of this world is foolishness in God's sight. What is the wisdom of this world? You gotta ask yourself. Is it the spinning, wobbling to that space? Sure.
This verse goes as such. Why do you look at the speck of sawdust in your brother's eye, and pay no attention to the plank in your own eye, how can you say to your brother, let me take the speck out of your eye, when the whole time there's a plank in your own eye?
Okay. So I already mentioned reproof, right? So I'm open for correction. I love correction.
Yeah,
I would love if people would correct me.
That's the best part of it, is that when people see we might have something wrong, or there's a truer way to look at it, they tell us, hey man, I see this thing. And if they've seen truth or they've seen the light, they know the difference, right? They know what it looks like, and they're trying to show that to you.
So then I would just say, please show me the blank in my eye, because as far as I know, I can back up everything what I just said with the scripture, and I was also just mentioning scripture.
Yes.
So if it says the earth takes shape, if the earth takes shape like clay under a seer, what do you want to, like, what kind of vain philosophy want you imply? Or, I'm not talking about you specifically, but any Christian, to make that sound something else but the earth taking shape like clay under a seer. What else do you, it's not a ball. That's it. No further discussion. You don't even need to mention all the other verses. This is literally showing you what it is in Job.
I mean, the passage about the dust in your eye or whatever sounds like it's about that you shouldn't judge your brothers and sisters or whatever.
Yeah, it encourages people to examine their own flaws before they judge the flaws of other people.
Yeah. But like, I'm not sure it relates much to.
It just made me think of it. I wanted to share it.
Yeah, I'm just I'm not sure what passage in the Bible exactly says the earth is flat as opposed to round. Like, is there any? The clay.
There's a whole chapter.
Okay.
There's a whole chapter where Job, it's Job 38, where the Lord Himself talks to Job and corrects him, right? Because the previous chapters, the Job was saying he hangs the earth upon nothing, right? Job 26:7. This is Job speaking. He says, he stretches out the north of the empty place and hangeth the earth upon nothing, right? And then later, when the Lord finally talks to Job and he's literally correcting him, listen to what the Lord starts to say with him. This is how he starts talking to Job, right? And you got to see yourself in this too, right? If you're Job and you have all these vain ideas about his creation, listen to what the Lord says as a rebuke. The Lord says, then the Lord answered Job out of the whirlwind and said, who is this that darkeneth counsel by words without knowledge? Gird up now thy lions like a man, for I will demand of thee, and answer thou me. Where wast thou when I laid the foundations of the earth? Declare if thou hast understanding. Who hath laid the measurements thereof, if thou knowest? Who stretcheth the line upon it? Whereupon are the foundations thereof fastened, or who laid the cornerstone thereof? Right, and so forth. And later on you can read, and I don't want to read the whole chapter, but you can read right here in verse 14, or let's take 13 and 14, that it might take hold of the ends of the earth, that the wicked might be shaken out of it. It is turned as clay to the sea, that's the King James Version, and they stand as a garment. Other translations say the earth takes shape like clay on the sea, but it all points to the same meaning. So, point is, Job was wrong about his assumptions, right? He made vain assumptions, and the Lord literally rebuked him and corrected him by the way he answered Job directly. And I think if the Lord takes so much emphasis, and also read Job 39, so 38, 39, because the Lord literally goes through all the things in regards to how he established this place, right? And I can tell you, this is not a ball. A ball doesn't have foundations. A ball doesn't stand still. A ball doesn't have ends to make the wicked fall off the ends. A ball doesn't turn as clay unto a seal, and so forth. So either you want to be like Job, well, actually you can't, if you want to be like Job, you're gonna take the correction and then you apologize, which Job later on does. Actually, he acknowledges his wrong things that he said because he realized that the Lord has much greater wisdom. And again, the Lord started talking to him by saying, who is this that darkeneth counsel by words without knowledge? So literally, the Lord himself taught Job that he was using words without knowledge. And this is what I see commonly also with many Christians that not seem to read the Bible correctly because they think that biblical cosmology is heliocentrism. But even in this paradigm of this word, if you go to Wikipedia, which I would say is mainstream information, is the wisdom of this word, they also confirm that biblical cosmology, Hebrew cosmology, is a flat earth cosmology. It is not in alignment with any heliocentrism. There is no debate about this. Anyone who wants to debate this, wants to pervert the word into anything else, is wrong. That's it. You're wrong. So be corrected.
All right. Well, look, I mean, I'm not sure, like, did Job specifically believe the earth was flat? That it was just a belief of his exactly that God was like, no, this is wrong? Or is it like, because I don't, when I hear, oh, I build the earth on foundations of this and that, and I will drive the wicked off the end of the earth, I don't necessarily think, oh, that just means the earth is flat. It doesn't sound like a description necessarily of the geometry of the earth to me.
Okay, what shape? Question. Okay. What shape is clay under a seal? Oh, sorry, Jedi wanted to comment. Go.
I do apologise. So when we look at the very first chapter and verse within the Bible, his face was upon the deep. Now that's water. And we understand how water lays upon the surface. That's horizontal. So straight away he's talking about water, which lays horizontally.
Well, water famously takes the shape of its container, right?
And will be laid upon the surface.
Yeah, I mean, sure, fine.
Cool.
but if you take into account how gravity works, that description is not at odds with.
Do you think Job was thinking that? Do you?
Like, well, no, but I don't know what Job was thinking, but
exactly. So this is.
I would say that if you wanna reconcile, I don't know how familiar you are with general relativity. But if you want to reconcile, like, an understanding of the Earth that is like it lays flat onto its surface or whatever, and you understand that, like, in general relativity, the fabric of space-time has a geometry, right? And when there's a mass somewhere, it bends that geometry and it creates essentially a container in which whatever is attracted to that gravitational pull it falls down into. And so I could say, like, yeah, sure, the Earth is quote unquote flat, but in a geometrically kind of abstract way. In the ways of being described by physics in such a way, and it's, I don't know, it's not necessarily contradictory. I think, like, if the Earth wasn't flat, I might still believe in Jesus and the Bible, right? Like, it wouldn't necessarily destroy everything to me.
No, to you, that's personal to you, yeah.
But go ahead, yeah.
No, you're fine. I just wondered why you came in with this gravity idea. When we were talking about level water.
I studied physics, so maybe that's why.
Oh, okay, cool. So then you'll understand that. So you'll understand that physics and Newtonian mechanics, mathematical reified conceptions, well, that's not natural science, is it?
Yeah, I guess. I mean, if you want to phrase it that way, if you want to say that, like,
I'll phrase it that way. Space, time,
I mean,
and physical.
okay, but you're saying that it's a mathematical reification, and that's an issue in and of itself to you.
Yeah,
you don't like that.
You understand what I mean by reification, don't you?
Yeah, I understand. I understand what you mean.
Good. So that would be non-physical things. So you understand that when we've got the claim of physics and science, which is dealing with physical things, and we've got space-time, which isn't a physical thing, you can understand why I've got a problem with it.
Yeah, I could understand that. I would say that, like, well, I'm not in academia, to be clear. I don't have a PhD in physics. I just have a master. But what I would say with my physics brain is that there's a point where physical reality becomes so far from our ability to perceive with the naked eye and with our raw, let's say, intuitions, that physics and some parts of science rely on admittedly non-physical, admittedly abstract and probably non-existent entities, mathematical notions, to keep describing past their own ability to say it with intuitive words and to point it out with their senses. That would be the response, and therefore, yes, I guess you could blame their reification of mathematical notions, and in some sense you'd be right. In some sense, even I would say some physicists agree with you. For example, in their criticism of string theory, there are physicists that say, "Oh, this is just math. It's not physics. It's not. You're just taking math too far." And thinking this points to something real, and it doesn't. But yeah, obviously, most physicists would say that the Newtonian and Einsteinian mathematical reification is legitimate, and you don't, right? Like, I understand that.
Yeah, but physics will deal with the physical, won't it? When you're saying space and time as a concept, that's not a geometry. Saying it's a fabric, that's the reification. So none of it works in that way.
I mean, yeah, you could reject. The thing with physics is there's many different philosophical perceptions of physics. One of them is a very experimentally centered one, where physicists say the math, that's bullshit. Like, we just make calculations. At the end of the day, if we don't check the math with experiments, then it's all worthless. It's all mathematical fancy. Before there's an experiment where we check something highly specific and we have made good predictions, then the math is and there are some physicists that just will deliberately not try to assign physical reality to mathematical entities. Famously, this is called Copenhagen interpretation for quantum mechanics specifically. Sometimes it's summarized as "shut up and compute," to encourage physicists to just don't worry about what metaphysical entities you're dealing with. This is not what it's about. What it's about is making predictions and then verifying them, and that's what it hinges onto. And I think that kind of agrees with your perspective, obviously in a more kind of liberal way.
Yeah,
but
There's nothing wrong with having maths, but maths is only a description. But as long as it's describing what the physical thing is in measurements, that's fine. But using the maths alone as the physical thing, that's the fallacy right there.
I mean, yeah, you're right. You're totally right. But the question is, how many physicists commit that fallacy to such an extent that they are misperceiving reality completely, right? As I said, like, I think if you look, even if you're not a Christian or a flat earther or whatever, if you're just looking at the philosophy of what mathematics is, many I think will agree that yes, math is an abstract game, and it doesn't necessarily have to do with reality. And insofar as we use it in science, we must be very careful. It's a tool, but it is not it's not the foundational basis for science. Exactly, the foundational basis for science would be experimentation and verification.
Bingo.
Yeah.
Sorry to interrupt. You've hit the nail on the head. So we're talking about natural science, which is hypothesis-based and experimentation, like you pointed out. So when people come in here, like yourself, but I'm not picking on you, I'm just using you as an example. When people come here and say something like gravity, then we're going to assume that they think that that's been scientifically proven. And if we understand what the scientific method is, well, we've already pointed out that Einstein's general relativity, that's not natural science, that's mathematics. So there's no empirical proof here for that claim.
Yeah, I mean, okay, Einstein, I'll give you the fact that modern physics, like let's say 20th century physics, so quantum mechanics, quantum field theory, and general relativity, these are extremely abstract theories. They point to a very seemingly unintuitive reality. I would argue that Newton is far more grounded in the way you would want to.
Explain gravity.
And well, Newton doesn't explain gravity. To be honest, Newton doesn't explain much. Newton is very Newtonian theory is very highly descriptive in a sense of like it doesn't explain gravity. It doesn't even explain what is a force.
No,
it actually only explains how the notion of a force relates to the notion of velocity and acceleration in a philosophical / mathematical sense. But so,
it's sorry to interrupt.
An idea.
Yeah. Somebody want to jump in?
Yeah, someone had something to say, or you can continue.
Okay. You know. So it was interesting that you said. Oh, try again. You're chopping in and out. One more time. Okay, maybe not. Right.
Sorry, I'm losing signal. My bad.
Right, no worries. You're fine. So it was interesting that you decided to go from Einstein to Newton, as that was going to be a better way to explain gravity. But then when you started speaking about Newton, you kind of realised that, well, actually, he doesn't really do much. Doesn't really explain anything. Definitely doesn't give us a mechanism for how the acceleration is caused because of mass. So there's also no science here. He doesn't give a hypothesis in his Principia, does he? There's no hypothesis.
Yeah, but like I didn't just realize this. I knew this, right? Like I know this. I know Newton is very. It's a far less involved, let's say, set of definitions. Most like the Newtonian axioms are really pretty simple, and it's like action reaction. It's steady, constant velocity movement is indifferentiable from no velocity movement or whatever, and then there's F equals ma. That's it. That's how Newton is, really down to it. It's a very it doesn't describe what is a force. It just says, it relies on an intuitive understanding or semi-intuitive understanding of what velocity and acceleration is. It defines it pretty specifically in a mathematical sense, and it says, okay, this is a relation to the notion of force. And then force, this is a very intuitive notion. It's not clearly defined in Newton. It's like, okay, force are applied onto objects, and we if we want to make good calculations, we have to set up our force diagram and say what forces are applied, and then we use the Newton stuff to figure it out further. But what I was saying with that is that in terms of mathematical reification, Newton is far less guilty of mathematically reifying mathematical entities than Einstein. You could argue that Einstein or the whole quantum mechanics stuff, which was what I was saying at first, because you could imagine, okay, I'm not comfortable with mathematical reification, fine. You could argue there are degrees of intensity of mathematical reification, and I could say I'm comfortable with some and I'm uncomfortable with others. I want it to be tethered to the ground, but I accept the use of math to kind of portray reality to some extent, or extend our understanding of reality. Yeah, there you go.
Convention. It doesn't necessarily mean that our ideologies behind the math are correct. We're really just garnering like from what we observe and experience. So we measure acceleration, that right? And then we go, I wonder what's happening though. And then we come up with all these great ideas, like we think they're great ideas. But then, then it gets taught in school, and kids come out of school thinking that's definitely what's causing that acceleration. And then they come in here, defend it like there's no tomorrow, without being able to substantiate any evidence whatsoever.
Well, I think a lot of mathematicians are not very good at being philosophers of mathematics, and a lot of physicists are not very good at being philosophers of physics, in the sense that like they're good at what they do. I don't want to shit on them. They're very good at what they do, but the question of for what philosophical reason math even works, insofar as it works. I guess you guys don't think it works very well. But let's say we don't exactly know what the truth is.
Sorry,
to God. And there's a math, go for it.
Math works fine. We're not saying that math doesn't work. We understand that math has got uses. We also understand that we can use mathematical calculations and reifications to make up models that don't actually exist in the real world. We also understand that mathematics and measurements can describe the real world to us. So it's not that it's useless; it's got its uses. We're just pointing out the two ends of the scale.
Okay, but what would you say is the most quintessential example of when math is useful and you have no qualms with it at all? What,
When
like
you
economics or trading or what?
so, for example, geometry. We understand, for
geometry.
example, a triangle's got interior angles, and you add them together and measure 180. Same with a square, right? 4 straight sides. Interior angles are 4 that have 90 each. So mathematics, geometry. We can use these to measure as well if we use the principle of trigonometry to figure out the angles and sides. So measurements.
Okay. Look, I love math. I'm not gonna lie. Even outside of physics, I just think it's a beautiful game. It's a beautiful system. Personally, when I studied math, I wasn't that interested in a very complicated geometry or very complicated notion of differential, whatever, this and that. I liked model theory. I like logic. If you like, in the last, let's say, 150 years, there's been a pretty systematic effort in mathematics to really ground the tools they're using in a very fundamental way, typically by starting from propositional logic, first order logic, and then pairing that with specific models. Now, the issue is that it's very long and tedious to recover all the fancy math that people do from the simplicity of model theory and propositional logic. And I think the question is, like, if no mathematician is an expert of all of mathematics, it's not possible. It's far too broad. So they pick their field of choice. They're model theorists, they're logicians, they're differential geometrists, they're integral experts, or whatever the fuck, polynomial experts, and then there's the question of how do we use these? Where do we use these? Where is it appropriate to use all these tools, all these linguistic these formal language games? And then, yeah, it's a question. It's every time a question. Every time you use technically, every time it's a philosophical question. Every time you use a mathematical tool in science or anything, really, you should probably, well, if you're interested in torturing yourself, you might want to you might want to ask, what am I really doing here? What is it that I'm describing? Even how does this math relate to the actual reality of things? That's a necessary question, and I agree that it's not a question that is asked sufficiently, but it is asked. You know, physicists do debate about this all of the time. There's widespread conversation about the validity of using any mathematical tool, or separately from using it, interpreting it in such and such way. So I think all your criticism, they are somewhat applied. They've been absorbed and integrated into the structure of physics and natural sciences in general. So I guess for me, it's more of a case by case analysis. It's I read the theory, I read the framework, I read the axioms, and for every new mathematical entity that is imported into the description, the physical description, I'm asking myself, okay, what is this really pointing to in actual physical reality? Yeah, but like you could agree that all science is like godless and it doesn't follow the Bible or whatever, while still thinking, okay, these people are maybe they're blind, but they're trying to do something, and they're not, and maybe they already have some awareness of the issues you have, just in your understanding, not enough. I guess.
But if you're a Christian, do not lean on your own understanding. Always lean on the Lord and His Word.
I mean,
remember who the ruler of this world is, right? The Bible says there's a God of this world. Who is the God of this world?
You mean Jesus, or what?
Well, obviously He is the King of Kings. He's the God of gods. But Jesus says there is a God of this world.
Yeah, but are you asking me the question, who is the king of this world, or who is the God of this world, or what? Or are you? It's a rhetorical.
Well, remember that in 2 Corinthians 4:4 we are taught that someone is the God of this world and he rules even the air.
Okay.
So it says here, in 2 Corinthians 4:4, in whom the God of this world have blinded the minds of them which believe not. And by the way, it's God with little g.
Okay.
Lest the light of the glorious gospel of Christ, who is the image of God, this is the true God, Jesus Christ, the image of God, should shine unto them.
Yeah, so, okay, but you're saying scientists and whatever, they're captured by the little g God, the God of this world, quote unquote. And actually, you should listen to the true God, Jesus the Father and the Holy Spirit.
Yeah, you should use the word. The word needs to be the sword with how you're going to cut off and discern what is in alignment with the word and what is the vain, foolish wisdom of this world. This is the important thing. You cannot mix. You can't. The thing is, what many modern Christians, quote unquote, want to do is they want to mix the word with the book. But see, the word tells us that whoever loves this world, the love of the Father is not in him, right? So the most important thing is we cannot walk as, quote unquote, modern Christians and say, well, I'm gonna be modern and gonna please everybody and say, well, I'm gonna believe science and all that stuff, and simultaneously claim that you believe the full word of the Lord. Because the Lord tells us that the wisdom of this world is foolishness. So we got to understand what is that foolishness that he's talking about.
Look, I can agree with all you're saying in some sort of sense. Right. I just
don't agree with me. Don't agree with me. Agree with the word.
Okay, I can agree with the word. Fine, I agree with the word. But then I'm forced to ask myself the same question I ask myself with mathematical entities. I can abstractly and ideologically integrate this, and meanwhile not understanding emotionally or socially in the way I engage with everything. I may not necessarily understand all the ins and outs of what it means to discern the false the false perception of the little g God as opposed to the true God, Jesus Christ and the Father and the Holy Spirit. And I can do that. I can say, okay, there's danger. This verse, these words, they're warning us against the danger of thinking physical reality is all there is, or something, or thinking.
But Well, remember this. Remember this, right? Ephesians 2:4. Where in the time past you walked according to the course of this world, right? There's a specific meaning of what this means. You were walking in accordance to the course of this world, according to the prince of the power of the air, the spirit that now worketh in the children of disobedience, among whom also we all had our conversation in times past, in the lusts of our flesh, fulfilling the desires of the flesh and of the mind. And we're and this is very important, of the flesh and of the mind. This is leaning on your own understanding, right? Using your own mind to grasp things. And we're by nature the children of wrath, even as others. But God, who is rich in mercy, for his great love, whereby he loved us, even when we were dead in sins, have quickened us together with Christ. See, this is this distinction. We are separated from the course of this world. We no longer walk according to this course, right? Also, we do no longer walk in according to the prince of the power of the air, the spirit that now worketh in the children of disobedience. Which means the whole world is walking in if you don't walk in Christ, if you're not in Christ, you walk according to the ways of this world, according to the ways of what Satan is laying out there as deception.
Okay.
So we gotta use the words.
I appreciate it, but we've got to try and stay on the topic of flat Earth, even if it's biblically. Get it, understand that, but let's try and range it back towards the flat Earth if we can.
Okay. Okay. Let me try to do that elegantly. Look, the issue, the one issue I have with this is I can agree with all that you're saying, and that if you don't walk in Christ, which you are following Satan and the god of the air and whatever, and its delusion compared to the true notion, the true workings of the world, blah blah blah. Fine, and the flat Earth stuff is part of this, of course, because science is pretty socially successful as a contender, as an explanation for the way the world works. And of course, the description seems very different from what is described in the Bible. Okay, but
so look at this way, right? If one second,
wait, let me finish, just please. I want to give like credit to the notion that God has a plan, right? God has a plan, and it's no accident. It's no mere oops, I made a mistake, that we are in this fallen plane of existence, that we exist in material reality that seems to present to us a story different from what is told in the Bible. And it says the earth is not flat, and the Bible kind of says it is, and maybe it says it is. It's unclear to me, but I want to respect the plan. I want to think, okay, it's no accident. We are here. We are in this fallen plane of existence for a purpose, right? Maybe we shouldn't.
Of course.
Maybe we shouldn't believe that's like. Maybe the point is that we shouldn't believe that's all there is. The danger. It's very dangerous to think material reality as it's presented in front of our eyes and ears and whatever it's not all there is. But there's an underlying reality that the Bible describes, or if you're Muslim, the Quran describes, or whatever.
But of course,
but
maybe just
yes.
Sorry.
Maybe we should study that plane of existence, which is fallen to some extent, We are here maybe to observe it and understand it
Exactly.
to some extent.
Exactly.
Right?
We are called, exactly. According to scripture, we as born again believers of Christ and followers, we are actually called to prove everything and hold fast, which is good, right? Furthermore, if you go to Philippians, it says, not as in my presence only, but now much more in my absence, work out your own salvation with the fear and trembling, for it is God which worketh in you both to will and to do if his good pleasure. What does this mean? Well, we should always move on and like I said, this is in unity with the word that says obviously that we need to prove everything and hold fast, which is good, which means we are called to not just sit around and think like, well, there's everything in this world and we don't need to use any discernment because, I can just sit around because everything is already done, right? No, we're called to be active, to when information is presented. Let's say some scientist comes in here or some Glober and he says, well, the earth is this and that, right? We are called to have discernment towards this information and figure out, is it in alignment with what God told us? That's it. That is all we do. We check if it's in the Bible. If it's not there, we can throw it in the bin and that's it, right? This is the mindset somebody who follows Christ should have. He needs to throw everything into the bin that is not aligned with the Bible, right? Because we are called and taught that we should be careful. There are people out there. Don't be caught up in vain philosophy, right? Colossians 2:8, beware lest any man spoil you through philosophy and vain deceit, after the tradition of man, after the rudiments of the world, and not after Christ. See, again, we gotta see the clear separation of how the world is operating and how we operate through the word that shoots this deception wide open. It's the weapon. This is why the one who rules this world is so scared of this very thing. He's also scared of people that are flat earthers that suddenly say, let's give the Bible a try, like I did, and read the first page and be like, whoa, this is great, this is true. And then suddenly they understand who Christ is because they read the word, right? Anyways, point is, and to all dial it back to Flat Earth is very, very scary for the one who rules this world, because he has invested so much time, so much effort, so much. I can't even imagine what he has done to get this false creation story, this false view of the world. I mean, you can see it everywhere, right? It's in every Hollywood intro and every logo of big companies. It is on the desktop backgrounds or iPhone or whatever. He has put so much effort into getting this lie out there, and now to get it taken away from us people, right? Must be a huge pain. That's why it's so scrutinized. This is why it's constantly being put under the rug. That is why that Google said that it's quote unquote dangerous misinformation and needs to be censored, right? They had a whole dialogue about this. See, Satan is very, very scared of the fact that people are waking up to the true nature of this place, because he knows that this will lead many people to the ultimate truth, which is at the end of the rabbit hole. Not saying everybody. Some people delight to be still, swimming in their own lusts for whatever reason. But whoever is willfully, with all love, walking towards the truth, he will always end up at one place, which is Christ. Obviously, he is the truth personified. He's God, right?
Okay.
There's no other perfection
just
of
a
truth.
quick question to kind of understand maybe just a little bit more about your theology, and then I'll go back to Flat Earth directly. But like the word mumen, right? Beware of mumen that Jesus Christ warns about.
Mhm.
Theologically, what do you think that is? Is mumen Satan, or is mumen a servant of Satan, or what is mumen?
I think that was in context to money, to the love of money.
Yeah, but
that
like,
verse.
is there a theological entity behind it, or and if so, what entity is that? Is it Satan, or is it or not? To you?
Well, obviously, everything that is a separation from the love towards the Lord is of Satan, right? When you love the Lord, right? When you love the Lord, you not go ahead and you also love money, right? You can like money, you can have money, right? But it also says don't love the world. You can like the world, you can like people in the world. Obviously, you can. The point is love is a very distinctive definition according to the Bible. Love is a dedication. There's a distinctive way how it is being. Yes,
the Bible
right.
says
So you can right. So to put it short, it matters to whom you put your love, right? You can't serve two masters.
Okay, let me go back to flat Earth, and I'll look. I have a pretty alternative perspective on this, to be honest. I'll come out and say that on the one hand, like, I'm kind of growing uncomfortable with a lot of public physicists. For like a decade or so, I've been pretty uncomfortable with some of them. Sean Carroll, Leonard Susskind, Brian Greene, or whatever, because they go out there and they say, "Oh, there's a multiverse. Oh, there's endless universes. Like, it could be the universe is infinite. It could be like in actual physics, there's no verification for much of these notions. These are choices of interpretation. Quantum mechanics famously has 500 different interpretation of what it actually means. There might be as many interpretation of quantum mechanics as there are physicists out there, to be honest. Same for specific things about general relativity and how it would work. It becomes very, 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 very far from what you can actually check, from what seems to be a reality. And they are very comfortable with declaring, "No, I believe the multiverse. That's my interpretation." Blah blah. String theory is the way. Blah blah. And they sound a little bit like priests. Okay. And therefore, I'm like, okay, false god. This false god notion could map onto this, where same for what you mentioned about perceiving with your own mind and trying to work it out with your own understanding is very important. To me, it has to do with be careful of assigning perfect authority to anyone or anything in this world, because this is a fallen world, blah blah. Rather than the word, as you said, the word of Jesus Christ and the Bible, all of that. But on the other end of the spectrum, flat earthers are very interesting to me. And they are the ones that are religiously motivated, or they come to flat earth for religious reasons. And they are the ones that are not so religiously motivated, although they kind of move around. Any flat earther seems to me to be moving around in that spectrum. But they are very effective, let me tell you. I mean, if as you described it, the purpose of flat Earth is to undermine science and the false god of this world, blah blah blah, then yeah, I mean, you guys are pretty effective. but you're effective in a way where you are assuming a position. You might know, you might be aware. It's very unreasonable from the point of view from a scientific point of view. Extremely unreasonable. It's almost
Well, 1 second. Unreasonable means that there's no way of reasoning about this, but obviously everybody in here would be willing to reason.
No, I mean, there's a
And
way.
most of the time, the ones that are actually unreasonable in terms of responses are mostly the people who believe in the ball. They come in here and give unreasonable responses because they don't really want to reason. They just want to get their pain out, their copium, and then they move on, right? But obviously, the truth is, this is a very reasonable topic. There's a lot to reason about this because it's reality, right? This is the very important distinction you gotta make. Otherwise, you wouldn't be here, right? Otherwise, you would talk against yourself, right? That would be the irony of it. If you truly want to say that whatever we say in regards to the Earth is unreasonable, then you should actually already moved on and not be here anymore, right? As a logical consequence, right? Because you're trying to reason with it.
Sure, but let me tell you the perspective I'm assuming here. When I want to think about a topic, I tend to try to see it in a way where I assume I don't quite know what the metaphysical reality of what I'm trying to even understand is, which is to say, I could accept everything about the word and everything about false gods and this fallen plane of existence, and Jesus Christ is the truth, the way, and the salvation or whatever. Sure. I'm just still forced to ask, what does that mean to me in my day-to-day life? What are those highly metaphysical entities supposed to show up as in my daily life? And if I put a good effort into doing that, I'm forced to go into a sort of okay, let's assume I'm a scientist. Let's assume I believe the ways of science. What would I think of flat Earth? I would think it's unreasonable, and that's what I told you. From a scientific perspective, it's almost a non-question. It's kind of incredible, but from your point of view, it's a theological question. It's a philosophical question. It's almost like the very premise of flat Earth is pointing to, no, I will not accept this is all there is. There is something else, and I'm going to stand my ground on something I think you guys all understand. Like flat Earthers all understand that the unreasonable, from the perspective of a scientist, the unreasonability of the proposition the Earth is flat. It's almost like it's almost not a challenge to science. It's a social and theological and philosophical challenge to science, rather than a scientific one, really, in my estimation. And on those grounds, it works. It sort of works. I would not do it this way, right? But it works out. You guys are pretty successful, as I said. You are taking energy away from the scientific world. You are taking time away from them. You're forcing them to acknowledge you. You're being unreasonable. To me, it's pretty. I mean, it's kind of.
You do know that science just means the study of the natural world.
Yes. Well, yeah. What do you mean? The flat Earth is not really unreasonable, or that science?
I would say the globe model is unreasonable scientifically. Well, we would all say that because there is no evidence of it, scientific evidence of the globe.
Well, that's going to depend on what you call
of the globe model,
evidence, right? Like,
so what do you think science is?
I mean, I could go into that.
The scientific method.
Yeah, well, there's other things, right? The scientific method is kind of the foundational cycle. Like, make an hypothesis, create an experiment, run that experiment, put down the results, compare and contrast, and then amend your hypothesis if needed. That's the cycle of science. But then there's a cluster of other ideas around it. But I would define science as a social process more than.
No, it's a method. We would define it as a method. The scientific method.
Well, yeah, but peer review is now part of the scientific method. You could argue, and it's a social process. Replicability, is part of. You must be able, and any scientist anywhere in the world must be able to replicate your results. Otherwise, it's considered improper science. Replicability is also, it requires a social dimension to function. So science is definitely a social process, regardless of how. I mean, everything we do is a social process, right? Humans get kind of, at least partially. But then, what do you call there being no scientific proof for the globe or round Earth, let's say? I would say there's some, depending on your standards of what is a scientific proof. I would say there are some proofs, but you go.
What are they? What do you think the scientific proofs are of a globe Earth? Because there's no evidence of curvature of Earth. That would be a good place to start. Where is the curvature or the measured curvature of the Earth?
Well, I mean, you asking someone who's studied physics, right? So my view of it is that if I accept general relativity as a model, mathematically what it tells me is that yes, things are going to be round if they're floating around in space and there's sufficient mass, there's enough mass clustering in the same place, then the greater mass is going to attract ever so slightly more the smaller masses, and it's going to create an aggregation of mass, and the more there are material around, mass is going to accumulate, and from the equations and from the shape of these calculations, I can tell it's going to go spherical.
What does that mean? The shape of the calculations.
Well,
how do calculations have shape?
Well, I'm being poetic. I'm sorry, but what I mean is general relativity is a very geometrical theory. The math is pretty complicated, but it's based on a specific type of geometry, pseudo-Riemannian geometry, particularly. But
the shape only takes place when you include gravity into the general relativity. Typically, this space-time is shown as flat.
Well, I mean, no. What you mean is that that's special relativity, right? In special
That's
relativity,
general relativity. Special relativity has to do with time dilation, dude.
No, no way, please. I've studied this. You're not gonna tell me what's the what's the difference. No, special relativity is already a geometrical theory. It's just a geometrical theory that happens to be flat, although it's still strange because of time. But it's flat. And when you include mass, so special relativity is like general relativity without mass, so without gravity. So yes, in the end, in terms of what you can calculate from it, yes, it has to do with time dilation and
So time dilation,
space.
that's what we're talking about in the
Yeah,
but in the past light cone.
Yeah, but I mean the mathematical foundation for the theory is a geometrical one mostly. I mean, historically, Einstein didn't get to it that way, but then he rephrased. Someone, Minkowski, helped him reframe special relativity as a geometrical theory, and then Einstein spent 10 more years with his wife, famously his first wife, working out the mathematics of what it would mean to introduce mass in the world of special relativity. And it turns out it's pretty complicated. Took him a while. The math gets way more fucked. But yeah, it does imply that the gravity has this way of working, and it's going to make it so that matter is going to accumulate. And if it accumulates enough, it's going to be spherical. And so most stuff that's floating around in space that is big enough, the bigger, the more perfectly spherical is going to be. Like the sun is a more perfect sphere in general relativity and
But
physics.
that's like saying even small objects would be locally spherical with small masses. It makes no sense.
Well, no, there can be because gravity is very, very weak. It's a very, very, very weak force compared to the electromagnetic force, the strong force, the weak force, the other forces in physics. Gravity is extremely weak. And therefore,
minus 32 times weaker than electromagnetism.
Yes, so if the object is small enough, then gravity will have almost no effect, and it will not be a sphere actually, because gravity is irrelevant. It's not. It's not
You know what
active
scientists say? How stars form?
I mean, sure, I do.
You know, when
right?
a star collapses, it either goes into a black hole or the gases form into a nebula, which is gas spread out in the vacuum, right?
Yeah.
But then but then you're saying this small mass won't form into a sphere because it's so small, and it can only form into a sphere if it's large. So how can this nebula form into a sphere in a vacuum?
It's just a slow, like gravity is always acting, right? And if there's enough mass in a region of space time, slowly but surely, if undisturbed, the system is gonna slowly move, coalesce.
Right, so entropy doesn't take place. We're defying the laws of entropy, and this gas doesn't expand out into the vacuum. Instead, it stays place and slowly forms back into a plasma ball in a vacuum. That's what you're saying?
Yeah, to some. I mean, if there's enough mass, there's again because gravity is so weak. There are.
But it's a gas.
Yeah, I mean, there's some gassy parts to it. Like there's going to be.
A nebula is all gas.
Yeah, well, mostly it depends on what as the center of the nebula. There can be There can be rocky formations and stuff still there. It's possible.
Okay, yeah, a cloud of dust and gas has dust too, as they would say. Okay.
Sure.
Tell me, do you ever see dust on the Earth form into a sphere? And if not, what makes you think it would form into a sphere in a vacuum? Same thing with gas, which is harder to say.
Well, no, I mean, look. Again,
I'm looking, and I see no proof.
Wait. Yeah, but I mean, I understand. Fine. But I would say that that's because the Earth is there. Like being in a vacuum and being on the Earth, it's different. Being close, or if you're already close to a far larger mass, then everything around it that is of a comparatively smaller mass is going to be attracted to it. So all the dust is constantly being attracted by the Earth. And so, yeah, it will not form into a ball. If it wasn't in the vacuum and there was enough dust and it was undisturbed for long enough, it would. But here it doesn't, because we're not in the vacuum and there's a large goddamn mass just next to the dust, and it attracts it and it prevents it from engaging in the behavior that it would engage in the vacuum. That would be the explanation.
I got a question for you.
Yeah, go for it.
The moon, the gravity of the moon pulls the Earth's tides, right?
Yeah, well, yeah.
So, since you studied physics, you know how the gravitational equations work, and the closer you are to something, the higher the gravitational force. So, how can it pull this water, which is on the Earth, but it doesn't pull out the atmosphere, which is closer to the moon?
Well, everything, it's a battle between the gravitational pull of the Earth and the gravitational pull of the moon.
Yeah, the gravity battle, that's right. It's the big gravity battle.
Yeah.
One second. Can I?
Exactly.
So sorry if may I real quick interject and add something to this?
Please enter the gravity battle.
Okay, real quick. Furthermore, the absurdity is they say the atmosphere in their paradigm is expanding 2 times the distance between Earth and Moon. So 2 times the distance behind the Moon, you will still find atmospheric particles, air, whatever, gases. So this makes it even more absurd why the Moon is suddenly pulling all the oceans, right? Except for the non-tidal oceans, and what I'm focusing on with what I'm interjecting with is while all this atmospheric stuff is dispersing into space 2 times the distance between Earth and Moon, right? But the Moon is still this dry rock, right, with just some ice on it supposedly, and literally no air, nothing is orbiting around it, forming around it. This is absolutely unlogical. You can't have you can't have a picky gravity. It doesn't make any sense.
This is actually, it gets complicated there, because the answer there is not just it's not just physics. It's also biology, because there's a lot of gases.
Biology.
Yeah,
What?
because there's a lot. Just let me explain. There's a fair amount of gases in the atmosphere that where they're there because life is here, and life is expelling CO2 and absorbing oxygen, and biological systems are producing, transforming other elements into new ones. So carbon paired with oxygen gets you CO2, and it goes into the atmosphere. But the carbon originally was not necessarily in the atmosphere. It was in the ground. It was in the rocks. It was wherever. It was all over the earth, but it was not in the atmosphere. Particularly, life is transforming the chemical elements of the earth into other things, and sometimes it's transforming them into gas form, into some gassy compound, and it gets released. And there you go. That's what gets you much of the atmosphere that we have. Otherwise, it would be different. There would be an atmosphere, presumably, but it would be less dense, less varied in its gas composition. And the answer to that is that there is some very light amount of atmosphere around the moon,
Okay.
and around Mars.
You do know that atmosphere is an oxymoron.
Yeah, I guess I can maybe imagine what
And
you
also,
mean.
you're having this. Okay, atmo means air, sphere is a shape. Air has no inherent shape, it only takes the shape of its container. Now, this whole space thing you're talking about, you're saying this air is adjacent to a vacuum. You can't have gas pressure aligned with a vacuum without entropy taking place. It's a violation of
Wait.
the second law.
Can you repeat that? I struggled to hear you correctly. Can you say that again?
Sorry, I'm driving. I'll be like, can you hear me? Because my signal is
Yeah. It's just your mic is pretty low, but just
I can also repeat it if you want to, Casey.
Yeah, please do.
Okay. So he's saying that gas pressure, which has the word press in it, right, because it's pressing against the walls of its containment, is an absolute impossibility due to the second law of thermodynamics, which means you can't have gas pressure pressing against nothingness, which is space. So the requirement is a containment in order to have gas pressure observed in the first place. That's what he's saying. Is that correct, Casey?
Yeah, that's it. And I was also talking about the oxymoron within the atmosphere.
Yeah, but can you explain that? Because I'm not sure I understand what you mean there.
The oxymoron, well... Oh, yeah. Well, yeah. I know. The atmosphere, the word itself is an oxymoron because air itself has no distinctive shape. So you can't call air a sphere. Or the atmos in it itself has no... Gases don't have shapes. Therefore, it's an... what is the word called again? What did you say?
It's an oxymoron.
Oxymoron,
All right.
thank you.
It's a paradox.
But I mean,
It's a
both
paradox.
of those.
Yeah, it's not an
Okay, both of
oxymoron. It's a paradox.
Both
That
of those things
atmo
are.
means gas, sphere means shape. Gases don't have a shape.
Okay,
So you can't have
fine.
a sphere-shaped gas.
But the pressure argument is they're the same argument. You're making the same argument twice, which is fine. Look, I'll say this, right? If you accept again the legitimacy of general relativity, and you think the Earth is a fairly large mass, not huge, but it's large enough that it bends space-time around it, such that it creates, in the geometry of space-time, it does create a container. It does create a container against which.
Concepts will not create containers. Concepts will not hold down gas. So having space and time as a container, it ain't gonna work.
I understand.
That's why it's called a pseudo-Riemann.
Look, I'm not your enemy, okay? I'm trying maybe to help you because I have sympathy for flat earthers, and I don't believe
No, we
like
don't need
you. Well, you don't need my sympathy, but I know you don't need my sympathy, but I'm.
Hey, you already, hey buddy, you already broke yourself earlier. I'm surprised nobody like stopped you there or caught it or pointed you out on it. But earlier, when he made a very good point in regards to dust becoming this ball. And then how can that even happen in a vacuum? You quickly jumped to after the ball was created. But if he would have stood on you against the ropes and said, no, 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 I'm talking about in the beginning when it was created, in the beginning when this ball dust that started up, start drawing together in this gravity you think exists, and then it made a sphere in a vacuum. See, you got out of it, and they let you get out of it, but so don't go around saying you have sympathy for, dude. We have sympathy for you because you're the one that believes the bullshit story, and we're trying to point out to you logically, like, you need to understand that you cannot have this dust that becomes a ball in a vacuum, and then you hand wave that and you justify it by saying, well, anything here on earth is being attracted to the ball. So you just skipped the entire beginning process and you made it fit in your paradigm that you live in today, and you negated the fact that you would not even be able to have that to begin with. All right, go ahead.
Relax. Okay, don't be so
No,
unfair.
thank you. That's exactly
Don't-
why I was cutting in.
No, I fine. Okay, but let me answer. Don't be so unfair. I'm not. I didn't say really what I truly believed.
Hey, who is this guy? Is he from academia? Dude, are you a teacher or something? Like a professor?
No, he.
Is this guy a professor?
No.
He studied physics according to his own words.
No, I'm not. I don't have a PhD. I just have a master's degree in physics.
What's your master's in?
It's in theoretical and mathematical physics.
What did you write your thesis on?
I wrote it on something called stochastic quantization.
Oh my god!
If you know what that is.
Okay.
Yes,
I
I
mean,
studied physics.
It's just a lot of people that come from academia, they don't have any evidence that backing up their claim. It's more of like what you study, just theories. So
I mean, what I study.
At the end of the day, well, I'm just saying, at the end of the day, there's really no demonstrations you can show. Like, there's no observation. When you talk about gases forming into balls, like out in space, there's no observation of this. All of this is just something that, people in academia made up, and you're just parroting. So it doesn't really, there's no empirical evidence. That's what we're saying,
Hey, Alpha, he even hold on, buddy. He even admitted, because he was asked, well, how can you do that? Can you create that? And he said, no, because we're on Earth, we can't create it because all those gases are pushed to the ball. He admitted that you can't even recreate it, but still believes in it, bro.
Well, that's the thing.
I mean, technically, okay.
You're technically what?
Look, guys, please understand. First of all, I've constantly said, like, if I put myself in the mind of someone who accepts the premises of general relativity, then this is the explanation I would give. And I do accept them to some degree.
I don't know what your name is, because I was going to call you by your name. I don't know what your name is. But what you said, though, like twice now, is if you accept general relativity, so basically you're giving people a contract. Here, sign on the dotted line. You have to accept and everything that comes. Hold on, man. Hold on. You have to accept this and everything that comes along with it, and then you can understand. But that's not the case. What we're asking for. What?
No, that's not what I'm doing. What I'm doing is, like, I'm providing you with the explanation within the framework of general relativity as to why.
I know, but we have to accept what you're saying. We have to accept.
I just don't want you guys to be so unfair. Like, in the sense of, I agree. Wait, I agree that physics, the world of science, is unfair. to flat earthers.
It's not about
and some
yeah, it's not about being unfair, man. Like all we're asking for is for you to provide any demonstrations of said claims. Providing
Well, okay,
demonstrations
but-
of said claims.
But I can't quite run an experiment in front of you. I have to point to you to experiments that have been done. I can do that if you want, but
That's fine. But we're talking about the fundamental laws of reality. So if you said that gas are forming into balls somewhere, where can we make an observation of this?
Look,
not on Earth, where?
I can tell you that, and I already know what you're going to say to this. If I point to you to the quintessential way in which gravity was first, the way that Einstein described gravity, actually it maps into. Actually,
no, we're not imagining it. No, observation of it.
But yeah, but I can tell you, I'm gonna tell you an observation. Whether I already know you're not gonna accept it, but I can.
T-Dub, you're eating your mic. We can't hear you, man. T-Dub.
Holy shit! Have ever been witnessed?
But I can barely hear you because your mic is all fucked up.
Basically, we're just trying to point out your fallacies.
This happened.
Wait,
So the thing that you're describing has never been observed. So instead of you feeling sorry for us, we're feeling sorry for you. That's why I'm trying to stop you.
No, but I'm not feeling sorry. I'm not feeling sorry for you. I'm not pitying you. I have sympathy for you. I like you, okay? You dumbass. Just I'm not here to mock you.
Bro, you were asked a specific question, man, and you didn't answer it.
I can't begin to answer. I can't begin to answer.
No, not if we grant you this, if we consider that this on this paper and that theory was specifically asked, and just say yes or no, just concede whether that has actually been observed occurring or not. Has it been validated through observation?
Yes, I mean, yes, to some extent, but I'm going to describe the observation to you, and you're going to tell me this is not appropriate, this is not enough, or whatever you're going to tell me. But I can do that if I were let to talk for like 2 minutes.
Just do it, man. Just do it.
Okay, so the first way in which gravity, like the Einsteinian version of the general relativity, was first verified is by waiting for a full moon to occur, and then observing the way the light of the sun reaches the Earth, because there's a halo. If there's a full moon, there's a halo around the sun. And some of those rays, according to Einstein, they were going to be bent around the moon to some extent.
To be at the formation of stars.
I mean, yeah, but that's
dude, we know, bro. We know this, bro. We know the stories, bro. We know the lessons. We know we know the indoctrination, bro. What we're trying to do here is tell you how those indoctrinations are total bullshit. Let's go back to you in your creation of gravity that you think exists, where it's bending the light around the moon on the full eclipse and all the bullshit, blah, blah, blah. Let's go to the origin of that, and let's then start there. So that way you can realize, oh, fuck, like, okay, wait, I might be talking out of my ass right now because what I'm saying doesn't match up with reality or logic. Do you understand that?
Of course I can. I mean, wait. You know, of course.
Let me ask you: is there any scientific evidence of gravity?
Well, yeah, there is. If you accept some standard of what it means to be a scientific piece of evidence.
Yeah. Okay.
There is, but you don't. You guys don't. Wait, you guys don't accept.
I want to go through it. Don't tell me nothing else. I will accept it if you go through the method with me. So observe natural phenomena. You tell me that first, and we'll go from there.
Observe natural phenomena concerning gravity. Is that what you want?
Yes, you're trying to scientifically prove gravity.
Okay.
So I want to observe natural phenomena, the effects, and I want you to tell me how you get the cause.
Okay, so I'll tell you the observations. Typically, the most common observation for gravity is going to be the bending of the light that reaches us from the sun, from the stars, from this or that galaxy.
Ooh,
and how
is that mass
and
attracting
how-
mass or not?
Well, yes, to some extent.
No, light has no mass. Light has no mass.
I know.
Yeah, you're wrong off the bat. I know.
I know it has no
Keep
mass.
going,
but-
guys. Keep going. You're doing great.
God, like light has.
Yeah, you failed that one. Try again.
I know light has no mass, but it still follows a bent.
Not Newton. It's not following
trajectory.
Newton's gravitation. You got to throw out Newton if you claim that light is bending due to gravity. You got to take Newton and you got to piss all over his books. Just piss on them, dude.
Well, yeah, to some extent. Yeah, sure. But wait. You guys are turning a little unhinged. Okay, you're mobbing me a little bit.
You
I'm
don't
not
have a
allowed-
consistent definition, my friend.
I'm not allowed to respond to anything. There's like 6 dudes on me.
Yo, Amish, why you so unhinged, bro?
I know. Oh man, maybe I need my coffee. You know me in the morning.
Yeah, you'll be hinged if you have some coffee.
Don't mean to derail. Keep going. You're doing great.
Maybe I need
Fun,
you
look,
more sleepy than awake.
I'm asking you this so you can realise yourself there probably isn't any. I'm trying to help you out here. So try again with your first step. Observe natural phenomena. Try again.
Yeah, he's helping you out because he has sympathy.
The bending of the light that reaches us is a natural phenomena. It's observed. It has to do with gravity. Boom, done. There you go.
How do you know that? How do you know it's gravity and not like an actual medium that's bending the light?
So if your dependent variable is bending light, what's your cause? Are you saying gravity is the cause of that?
Because gravity changes the shape of space time, and light follows what is called geodesics. Light follows, even though light is massless, it follows quote unquote straight trajectories, but a straight trajectory in a bent space is not it doesn't look like a straight trajectory. It's called a
Holy
geodesic.
shit, dude! You sound crazy right now.
But that's okay. I understand.
It's a straight trajectory, but then you have space time is bent, so therefore it's not straight because it's going through the bendy space time. But it is actually straight. You got a straight trajectory.
Right, because you can't tell it's bent.
It's a straight trajectory on a weird geometry, but again,
you can't tell it's weird because you can't tell it's weird, right? Because you're in the same geometry, constrained by the same rules of that geometry, that geometric tensor.
Look! You guys are mocking the abstractness.
Science. We're mocking pseudoscience.
Okay, that's fine.
There's nothing abstract when you walk outside and look at reality.
Look, I don't care necessarily to defend general relativity to you guys. It's not really my point at the beginning. At the beginning, I was
But you were
I was
using it as a
concerned.
point.
Wait, your point is bendy warpy space-time with light. That is absolutely your point.
I'm providing you the in-universe, like if you accept the premises of physics, I'm giving you the explanation that you asking for. But of course, you are under. Your whole point is that you do not accept half of what is considered real physics in the modern day.
We don't accept explanations. We don't accept explanations without corresponding evidence. Okay, Starfleet Captain?
But that's fine. And
we distinguish
theoretical physics.
Hey, dude. Oh, sorry. We identify pseudoscience hiding behind the mask of science. That's what we do.
Okay, that's fine. And so
that's what you're talking about.
Okay, but
pseudoscience.
Then my next question is, when, like, let's say we start from Newton up to now, what is science and what is pseudoscience to you? Where's that line drawn? Is it at Einstein?
Yeah. No, we have no demarcation problem here. No, Einstein never proposed a single scientifically testable hypothesis in any of his body of work on relativity. What do you call that? What do you call a thought experiment? Is that actual science or pseudoscience? Because that's what Einstein's relativity is, a thought experiment.
I can tell you the whole history of how general relativity came to be. Theoretically,
I can too. I could tell you more about it than you probably think that I can tell you. I know that quantum mechanics debunked Einstein too.
I doubt it. I doubt you can tell me.
Oh, quantum mechanics did debunk Einstein. Yeah. Because his equation's not balanced, right? Because on one side he's got the continuous flowing of warped space-time, and on the right side he's going to have some either continuous flowing of matter, but it's discrete. Quantum mechanics,
but you're right.
And this led to the vacuum crisis. This led to the vacuum crisis, which is the single biggest predictive failure in all of science. Was due to Einstein.
I agree
what
with
are you representing here?
I agree with you that quantum mechanics and general relativity are incompatible. I know this. Every physicist knows this.
So can both be true at the same time?
Well, not really. Sure, no. There's an underlying truth here that physicists are not aware of. Of course, yeah.
Sounds
but
like
everybody knows that.
Science. Sounds like you're philosophizing and not doing science then.
Well, yeah, I am. Of course, every physicist does that. Of course, everybody, every scientist, every artist, for fuck's sake, does some. There's some underlying philosophy there.
Right, but these philosophical underpinnings are not supported by the science, and that's the whole point.
I understand you don't accept much.
We don't accept explanations without evidence. You have no evidence. You have explanations, but you don't have the evidence that's observable and testable in the natural world.
Well, to be clear, if you want to know my real opinion, I'm not going to go into all the details, but in terms of like how you perceive the world, how you think, if you're Christian or religious, and it's on that basis that
they're heliocentric. You can add that to the list of beliefs.
Wait, let me finish. For fuck's sake.
Okay.
Like my opinion, my underlying opinion is more that I agree more with you in a spiritual sense than I agree with
How about an empirical sense? We're empiricists. We're not spiritualists, dude.
Well, as I said, there are those who come to flat Earth through religious means, and there are those who come to it through different means.
Yeah, we're empiricists here. We're not spiritualists.
Well, no, you're not. There's like 20 fucking people.
No, we're not.
I don't know who
24/7. 24/7 is grounded in empiricism and logic and reason.
Yeah, maybe I gotta correct myself real quick. When I was talking about scripture and the Bible, that was my personal belief. This needs to be highly separated from the scientific approach that every flat earther in here does, which is based on repeatable, measurable measurements. Okay, we live in reality.
Fine.
I was talking to you 101 personally. Okay, so don't apply it to everybody.
Right.
Just so you know.
Okay. Well, sorry. I didn't know who came from what angle. Fair enough. I got into the conversation at the Christian bit. But okay, you're empiricist. So what I would say to you is that yes, if I enter your world and the way you perceive reality, like I do, where if I enter the Einsteinian world and the way he perceived reality, yes, I understand that you don't accept much of what science says is empirical evidence in the modern day.
False. That's a straw man. Absolute straw man.
But
we rely on science and empiricism.
It's not a straw man. I'm not even arguing with you.
You're making an argument. The argument is that you guys don't follow scientific empiricism.
Okay,
You're like, that's bullshit.
My argument is I agree with you in some sort of sense, and I'm trying to describe in what sense that is. And you're not letting
do it without straw manning and contradicting.
I'm not straw manning.
You can't open your mouth without a straw man falling out. Like, bleh. Come on, dude.
I don't think so. I think that's very unreasonable of you to say. I think you are misjudging.
You accused us here of not being empiricists after we told you we are, and after we can provide repeated demonstrations.
No, I didn't accuse you of anything. I thought there was a greater amount of people here that might have come to this from a biblical perspective, but now I see my.
We have that. Some of us have that, though.
Okay, well, I was arguing at the beginning kind of on that front, and now you're saying we're empiricists and whatever, and I accept that, and I was just starting to engage with that specific perspective, and then but you just keep interrupting me, man. So I would say that, again, when I engage with reality, whether I accept Jesus Christ or not, or the Quran or whatever, I still assume first and foremost I'm a mere puny human. Okay, my mind just cannot see what is true necessarily. I have to search. I have to assess carefully things, and then I hear all these propositions about how reality truly is, and I evaluate it. I try to give as much leeway to whatever story is told to me for the specific reasons that I don't know. Maybe they see something I don't fucking see.
That's how we were born into this.
The world is pretty weird. Let's be honest. It's pretty unknowable. It's pretty large. It could be God. It could be I don't exactly know. And so I want to enter your world and tell you, yes, I understand that comparatively to how you presumably in your world of axiomatics of what is true empirical evidence and what is a real physical observation, blah blah blah. Yes, I can accept. You're not going to say you are refusing to accept the way physics has been done for the last 120 years.
No, that's not true. We accept the truth of axioms.
I mean,
we accept the truth of axioms and fundamental laws.
You're half refusing it, right? At least you're partially.
What am I refusing?
Yeah, what physics did you demonstrate today that show curve or rotation of the Earth? You
but I didn't.
Everything other than that. You haven't given anything. That you said
I didn't talk about that specifically. Yeah, sure. I can do that.
Right. So, well, hold on. You did. When you rewind the clock, you start thinking about bendy warpy space-time as the cause for light bending. Yeah, and I pointed out that Einstein never had a single scientifically testable hypothesis in his body of work on relativity, which means it's not.
No, but
science.
I just gave you.
We can't
one with the full
you accuse us of
moon
rejecting
eclipse.
science when it's not science that we're rejecting. We are rejecting pseudoscience.
I gave you the first historical verification, which was the bending of the light rays around the moon during a full moon eclipse of the sun behind it, and I can tell you that those.
How'd they prove it was gravity then?
But Einstein was working on the background of a Newtonian understanding, right? Newton had already.
I agree with that. Now, what makes you believe that it's actually gravity, that the bending of warping in space-time caused the phenomenon?
Do you accept the Newtonian description of things more than the Einsteinian one, or what is your view between?
Not necessarily. I mean, that's very broad, dude. Like, Newtonian's gravitation was refuted by Einstein, and Einstein's gravitation was refuted by quantum mechanics. So I'm not claiming anything here. I'm just claiming that people's understanding and misperceptions have caused us to arrive at this entire heliocentric globe cosmology, which is testably wrong.
So you understand that, like, Newton, the original framework of Newton is not even. It doesn't even concern gravity, right? It concerned the abstract notions of force. No, wait, let me finish. It concerned, like, the Newtonian axioms. There are three of them. Again, action, reaction, F equals ma, and there's no difference between constant motion and no motion. You can't make the difference. It's the Galilean relativity principle. Okay,
right.
Free action. There's no.
I got that.
I got that. There's no gravity here. Wait. There's no gravity here. Obviously, Newton introduced gravity just by saying it's a force of this specific shape, of this specific intensity. This is the equation.
Yeah.
F equals ma. F equals ma, and then in the ma, if you want to say the a is from gravity, then you plug in this quantity. That's what Newton did. But again, Newton never made philosophical claims about the notion of force.
He was an alchemist.
No. Yeah, but in the theory, in the axiomatic, there's very little philosophical claim about the notion of force. The only one really is, there's the other two axioms outside of F equals ma are essentially philosophical framings of
right. So what's your point?
Well, my point is that which do you accept? Do you accept the Newton? Are you cool with Newtonian axiomatics without gravity? Are you cool with gravity?
I already answered that. That's too broad. What? That is too broad. You're trying to pigeonhole me into something that's too broad for me to answer. Newtonian's gravitation is not the same as his work on classical mechanics.
You said that you are a true. That you decipher between pseudoscience and science. That there's
you want to know how I do that?
Yeah. I'm asking you, not how you do that.
I don't have.
We can get.
I don't have a
get there.
Problem.
We can get there later. I'm asking you, what do you call science in between Newton and Einstein, or broader if you want? What do you tell me? One example of what true science is and what pseudoscience is in your world. I will accept anything. Just give me two examples.
Wow. Okay. I'll give you my definition, and that is science is testing
examples.
Why don't I define it so the example becomes clear?
Okay.
My example is going to be testing the presumed causes of naturally occurring phenomena through experimentation.
That's not an example.
That's science. Well, if that's the definition. Now, an example. Sorry. Go ahead.
So that's why I asked you for the natural observed phenomena. So you can try and prove it scientifically?
I want to know what you call. I want to have an example of what you call a good observation. I want to know between Newton and Einstein, or before, or fucking Galileo, or fucking Plato. Tell me one example in the world of good science.
You just asked what science was. He's just told you, and that's why I was.
He gave me a definition. He didn't give me an example.
I just
he gave me a definition. No,
I gave you a definition.
Amish, tell him again.
It's testing the presumed cause of naturally occurring phenomena through experimentation.
That's a definition. That's not an example. Example.
Right.
Please.
I said I would start with a definition so that an example can become clear.
Okay,
so here's an example.
Now,
I observe, number one, I observe that worn things, when they get hot enough, tend to burn things. So now I'm forming an inductive reasoning, to create a hypothesis. So now that I've observed all these things that appear to burn things and they get warm enough, I'm going to create a hypothesis. And I'll say, if I stick my hand into this pot of boiling water, then I will get burned. So now I do my experimental setup. I design it correctly. I have a pot of boiling water. I shove my hand into it and I fucking burn my hand. Now, what did I do? I failed to reject the null. My hand got burnt just as I had observed.
Okay,
so now
fine.
I can conclude. Now I can create a theory, right? I do this enough times, and now my theory confirms my observations. And my theory is that warm things, when sufficiently heated, can burn things. And my specific example in this case was my hand being repeatedly burned every time I tried it. All right. Now I can create a model off of this. And I can test that model with additional hypotheses. So that is a very simple example of actual science. Now, when it comes to space-time, gravity, and astrophysics, you have nothing to test because you can't manipulate the presumed cause of things like gravity. You can't physically manipulate what you think is causing gravity because you don't have any means to do it. The way you define gravity is inherently contradictory in the first instance. So you're going to be grasping at all kinds of straws and you try to come up with testable variables for the independent variable in your hypothesis test.
Okay, fine.
Yeah, because mass is conceptual, like gravity is. You can't test a concept.
I mean, I'm glad that finally, after 200 years, you finally gave me an example of good science after I pressed you for
200 years
on it. Yeah, I'm obviously exaggerating.
You pressed me? I was eager to provide this.
No,
you didn't have to press me. I was eager to provide this definition.
You weren't. Well, the definition,
what?
Yeah. Example, no, you weren't.
Yeah, and the example. Well, I wanted to lead with the definition so that the example would be clear when I gave it. And I did. I provided the definition and the example. Again, what's the problem now?
Because you're obviously being hyper defensive. If you would have given me the example right away, I would have accepted it as a proper example. But you gave me. That's
why I asked you to provide.
First.
You knew what it was as an example.
I mean, I accept most of.
I'm so sorry for clarifying my example with a definition.
No, but it's fine. I'm just having a little fun, okay? Don't be
You sound drunk as shit right now. Is this what you have to do to talk to flat earthers? Get fucking drunk and come in here and act like a fool?
I never drink alcohol, almost. I'm not.
Oh, right. You sound freaking soft, bro.
I'm high.
Monday, too.
I'm high, though.
Can you repeat back what he's told you, what science is?
Well, yeah, that's easy. So replicable hypothesis.
You're fucking right.
Let me finish.
Go take a nap.
No, wait, just
relax. Take a nap, bro, and then listen to the stream. We're on multiple streams on YouTube. You can rewind. Hear how fucking sloshed you are.
Relax.
I'm
perfectly clear.
Sober up. Sober up.
I'm not drunk.
Sober up.
I'm not
sober
drunk.
up. No, you're fucking high. You said you're high. Sober up, dude.
Well, I'm a little high. Just relax.
A little. I'm giving you. You sound like fucking Barney from the bar in Simpsons. Hey guys,
Man, come on. You're not.
I'm not drunk. All right.
You're not being reasonable here. You're not being reasonable here.
I'm just messing with you because I love messing with people that come in here high off their fucking balls.
I'm not mocking you, my man. You're being very defensive.
I'm mocking you.
Yeah, you're being very defensive.
No,
I was trying to agree with you.
Go on, try again.
Very defensive. You feel very threatened at the moment.
Just repeat what he said to you.
You should really relax. You're acting like you are a wounded animal being predated on by me. You should really relax, man.
You're totally dangerous. Come out with those claws. Roar.
Yeah, apparently I am because your whole identity,
line of the science jungle.
Whole identity seems to be on the line at the moment. You are being utterly pathetic. Utterly pathetic.
I'm a gazelle in the Serengeti. You're the lion. Roar.
You act like one. You act like a fucking prey.
Now go on, just so you know.
I'm a prey.
You can have another go. It's not replicable.
I think he's hungry, man. The high's giving him the munchies, dude. He's like looking for food. Sorry, dude.
Look,
I'm not.
All he did is point out the philosophical philosophy 101, philosophy of science 101 cycle of experimentation test on an individual level, and he used burning my fucking hand to provide an example. That's all he did. I'm not saying it's bad science, by the way. I was gonna agree.
It's not wrong. It's not wrong.
Yeah, I was gonna agree with you, you absolute dickhead.
I'm a gazelle. You're the lion.
Now that we've cleared that out, that I was gonna agree with you the whole time, and you spent the last 5 minutes shitting on me for no fucking reason. Other than you feel threatened.
There's a good reason.
Your identity is being undermined, and you need to demolish me now. Okay.
What identity?
That's what's happening.
What identity?
Your identity as a flat earther, whatever hides beneath that. I'm not sure. I don't know you, but
so you don't even know what you're accusing me of.
Probably a fair few things. No, I know exactly what
you're accusing me of, man.
I know exactly what I'm accusing you of.
No, except you said you don't know.
I'm accusing you of feeling highly threatened.
I'm not threatened. I'm having a blast, dude.
Yeah, I can see that. It's beautiful.
What did you say? All right, so what did you say that I think is so threatening?
Like a clustering cloud of dust. Transforming into a beautiful star.
What did you say? What on earth did you say that is so threatening to me?
Well, he gave you.
I don't know.
You don't know? Exactly. So you don't know that I'm threatened because you have no reason to believe that.
No. I don't know what you. I've been clear. I don't know what you feel threatened by exactly.
I'm not threatened. So you have no clue if I'm threatened. Are you a fucking mind reader now?
I know what you feel threatened by.
What's that?
Which is your identity as a flat earther, and I was clear as well
that my identity empowers me. It doesn't threaten me.
Yeah, maybe you think that. Maybe that's fine.
No, it is empowering.
I'm not sure that's true. I'm not sure that's true.
You seem really lost.
No. I don't think I'm lost. I think you are a bit lost. But we don't have to talk about that. So I can understand that your framework of like you're putting your hand in the boiling water or whatever, or in the fire. Oh, it burns. Yes, this is good science in some sense, but it's in a very
exact sense.
It's in a very individualistic, in a very
individualistic.
Yes, because that's what
you do know.
That's what a lot of science. That's what a lot of science. Modern science is like. It's like burning your hand or whatever, but just more complicated, just more safe as well. You don't need to burn your fucking hand like 200 times to verify that boiling water is hot. Maybe that's.
I know. Well, I have to break it down to the stupid so you understand it.
Modern science is a highly social process, and through this high
social
level of.
Whoa, wait. Is subject to democracy or what?
Well, to some extent, you could say that. Yes.
No,
peer review.
no. The whole
peer review
point of
is,
science. Listen up. The whole point of science is so you don't have to trust society. You can trust the data. You can trust the integrity of the data and test it yourself. The whole point of science is so you don't have to take some, societal notion of truth at face value. The whole point of science is to be skeptical and test it. So no, you're wrong again.
I'm afraid it's more complicated than that, my man.
It's not.
He ran it through you
No, it is.
as a method. There's only one method. It's called the method. So he's only run it through you the only way it can be done.
Yeah, but I'm claiming that this is the core of still how modern science works. Typically,
well, you're wrong.
I mean, it's described as such and understood as such by much of society and or maybe not much of society, but some fair significant part of society. It's understood as yes, the definition you gave about replicable, highly across many iterations, replicable results of an hypothesis run through an experiment, whatever. Yes, that is science. Yes, that is a scientific cycle. There's some bits and pieces missing, maybe, but it's the core of it. Fine. And
what's missing?
If you burn your hand. Well, like I said, there are added pieces to modern science. Peer review is one.
Peer review is not a scientific method. You don't.
Occam's razor.
Science is not.
I would say
Occam's razor. No. You can't prove things with Occam's razor. You can't prove things with peer reviews.
But where? Yeah, I mean,
have you heard of the replication crisis? Have you heard of the replication crisis in science?
I've heard.
So you know what I'm saying is true. Yeah.
Yeah,
Sit down.
To some extent,
to a large extent, 70% of PhDs awarded in psychology were based off of claims that could not be repeated.
Yeah, in psychology, sure. For
is psychology a science or no?
Yeah, it's a science. It's a complicated
No, it's a science. That's why it's so much full of bullshit.
But look, obviously, the human mind is more complicated than a pair of particles or whatever, like, or even the Earth.
Non sequitur.
So, well, point is, like, if you're going to do psychology or social sciences, yeah, there are greater chances for you to say horse shit without being able to check properly, or it takes a long time to check it because it's inherently more vague and less testable.
Yeah, it's just not science. It's correlative. It's correlation studies. It's all inductive and
but okay,
correlative.
Yeah, I guess. But that's my point.
Which is even worse.
The whole time you reject a large.
I reject the lack of evidence.
Not all of it, but a large amount of the way modern science is conceived.
No, I reject pseudoscience and the lack of evidence. You keep strawmanning my position.
I don't think I am strawmanning your position.
Yeah, actually. You're saying I reject science, and I'm telling you, you're listening to me, the accused, firsthand, that I'm not rejecting any science.
You understand, there's no accusation here. You
just said that you reject science, and I'm saying no, I resent that accusation.
I'm on the one hand pointing to the way science is socially conceived by scientists and other members of society, largely. And I'm taking their definition of what, and largely they accept modern science as what is called modern science as science, and they accept general relativity, and they accept, psychology as a decent implementation of scientific principles. And I'm saying that, and I'm saying you, on the other hand, I'm pointing in the other direction, saying you clearly do not accept. You clearly are calling.
Listen, what is that definition of science then? What is their definition that you're telling me I reject?
Well,
tell me right now.
Okay. Well, first of all, peer review and Occam's razor, you clearly reject those.
No, what is the definition of science that I'm rejecting? Stop gish galloping. You said that I reject how they define science. How do they define science?
I was about To tell you?
You went on a tangent. How do they? Can you just state? They define science as.
Mm-hmm.
Science is when you complete this.
Science is the study of the natural world, and if you include well, that's how they would define it, right?
It's not just a study.
Okay, what is it then?
If you observe, if you go to a strip club and you watch chicks jiggle their ass at you in the natural world, and you study that, is that science? Going to a strip club and watching tits and ass, is that science?
Well, it could be, I suppose. If we do, we see it. We see it the same way as you see burning your hand 200 times.
You need to fucking sober up, man.
Okay,
Anybody else? He needs to take a nap. He thinks going to a strip club could be science. There you go, folks. He's a wanker. A little wanker. No, man, you can't just declare that when you observe things that you're doing science. You have to perform experiments. You have to manipulate presumed causes of things. So if we scale back and go rewind the conversation all the way back, why are we flat earthers? It's not even a scientific question. For us, it's a geometric question. We're interested in measurements, which don't require cause and effect testing. So, I mean, this entire time, I've managed to wrap you up in a gigantic fucking category error, which I'm pointing out right now, that you've been in this whole entire time. We are rational empiricists. We don't reject science. But we're here to discuss measurements, which are not scientific inherently. We're answering a geometric claim, and the claim is that Earth is a globe with a radius of 3,959 miles, and that this globe that we're on is spinning and orbiting in a compound motion. Or if you're at the equator, you're accelerating 1,000 miles per hour into the direction of Earth's orbit around the sun during the night, and then during the daytime, you're decelerating 1,000 miles per hour from the direction of orbit around the sun. And that this environment that the Earth is situated in is a gigantic fucking vacuum that's expanding. And yet somehow gases are coalescing at the surface. They're not rushing to fill a void, but gases are somehow rushing to be condensed and compressed and heated up by something that you claim is not even a force, but is the nature, the bending and warping of space-time itself, which can't be tested by any known optical phenomenon according to Einstein. You can't tell which reference frame you're in because all reference frames are treated as equal according to relativity, which makes this entire fucking claim unfalsifiable. And that the geometric relationships observed in the sky as being heliocentric is also just a kinematic philosophical preference, which has no known testable physics in reality. Just as geocentrism and heliocentrism are two coordinate transforms of the same observation. You can't tell if flat Earth or globe Earth is real by your own worldview. So you have no reason to even be in here arguing in the first place. Especially if you don't think science proves things. All right, I'm done.
Okay, well, I was muted, so thanks for that speech. Super interesting. It didn't say much, really, but whatever. Apparently, when I'm too threatening, I'm muted. To you, anyway.
That's a cop-out.
I mean, I don't like being muted for no fucking reason. I'm engaging in a conversation. You all feel pretty threatened, it seems to me. I'm giving you reason. I don't even know what you feel threatened by. I'm kind of on your side, honestly. So
in my own way, I'm not exactly a flat earther, right? Like, it's not really possible for me to be, but I see your points. I mean, I see you guys' points. I just think you take it too far, and you don't give enough respect and leeway in your judgment of scientists. You all think they're moronic demons or something. Like, they're not. They're just trying their best. It's hard to see reality for what it is. That's all. There's a lot of, like, it took Jesus, according to whoever's Christian here, it took Jesus to tell us what reality is truly. So yeah, maybe scientists are struggling because it's fucking weird, okay? And when you have to assess, how is the Earth and the Moon working or whatever, like, you have to go pretty abstract, and maybe that's complicated and includes kind of an extension, a democratization, you could say, of the principles of the core principle of the scientific method. And it includes, therefore, stuff like peer review and Occam's razor, and it's a social process, and it's many people involved in it, and they all have a voice in defining what is a proper experiment or not a proper experiment, and they're trying their best. And much of the philosophical criticism you have as a flat earther of science is legitimate. It works.
But it's not philosophical. It's not. It's whether it is grounded in empiricism and reality.
That's a philosophical claim.
No, it's about whether what they're claiming has a basis in reality. As in, do we go out and experience, like you totally dodged Alpha's question about the formation of fucking stars.
He keeps bringing up.
You want this to be about philosophy. You want us to be talking about philosophy, but we're not.
But empiricism is a philosophical point of view, right? You know that.
Oh my god.
No, we're just telling you that there ain't no Earth curve. So unless you can find Earth curve, we ain't trying to find out what the sun's doing or the moon's doing or anything like that. So if you've got a globe claim, then present it. If not, don't need to waffle on.
Well, I have a globe claim. Sure, the Earth is a globe. Physically, it's a globe. That's my globe claim.
So, how do you know this? Was it just a basis assertion?
I've been going through how I quote unquote know this. I haven't exactly been to space, so I couldn't see it with my own eyes necessarily.
I've already told you that space is a violation of a natural law, so I know you ain't going there.
Okay, so there's no space. There's no space, so I couldn't go to it. That's fine. You can say that.
So why don't you try and measure the Earth or something like that to try and find out instead of looking at the sky?
Mm-hmm.
Aqua,
have you got anything for that?
You keep mentioning that.
Measure the Earth.
Razor. Is my fucking microphone on, guys?
It is.
Can anyone hear me? Oh, cool.
Yeah.
Okay.
You were asking the same question I am, so let's find out where Occam Razor is in the science.
I can answer that if you want. I can do that.
Okay. Which step is it?
Occam's Razor to the globe. Can you just give us a simple an analogy of what you call Occam's Razor to this globe theory that you've got, and we'll jump forward and we'll take you wherever you want to go, man.
Sure. So I'll give my perception of how generally Occam's Razor is used in science, and I guess I'll give you an example of how it applies to the globe. So Occam's Razor is just right. The simpler theory that explains the most is the one the scientific world is going to choose, right? That's
I'm pretty sure we all know what Occam's Razor is, dude. What you've said is, you said it's quite simple, and Occam's Razor is the simplest explanation. So can you please just express yourself to what globe expression is the Occam's Razor that you seem to hold so well.
Well, there's two, right? There's a social Occam's razor, which is to say that if you say the Earth is flat in a physical way, you sort of have to assume that all scientists are morons.
I'm losing the ability to count the fallacies that are going on. I'm up to 4 so far. Try again. You're not answering.
I think the simpler explanation to why scientists think the Earth is not flat is because that's what they truly believe. In an honest fashion.
Why are you speaking for scientists, dude? How about you speak for yourself instead of speaking like a third party? We're here to listen to you, dude.
I have a science degree.
Express your feelings, your emotions.
Yeah, those are my feelings.
Your demonstrations. Those are my to the world, man. Hey, dude. Sorry, man. I don't mean to interrupt you while you're interrupting, but I'm not trying to piss you off here, guys. Dude, you've mentioned Occam's razor like 5 times now. Yet you are yet to express some simple explanation to what it is. Yeah, you're trying to explain what it is, but you're not showing what it is. Occam's razor is exactly that. It is the most obvious answer. Yeah, so please go ahead and give us your obvious answer to the globe. Otherwise, sit back, relax, take it all in. Let's flow, man. Let's
be clear,
let's build this world, man, together. Yeah,
stop
living in a fantasy world. But go ahead.
To be clear, I don't use Occam's razor necessarily in my own understanding of my life.
I just said 5 times you've used it already.
But scientists do. That's what I'm claiming. Generally scientists do use Occam's razor.
Forget about everyone else, dude. What's your thoughts, man? Have you learned anything over your lifetime? Or are you just predicting everybody else's analogy of what the world should be? Can you please give me one explanation to what you see the world as? It's that simple, man. I'm not trying to ask for the world. I just want your perspective of it.
Okay, well, you're asking me for my view of the entire fucking world. Yeah, I mean, this is pretty large question, isn't it? What do you mean? Do you want me to go through my whole cosmology or my thinking?
Okay,
or do you want me to claim like I'm Christian or whatever?
Else the same question, man. Don't look so dumbfounded over the simple question. Yeah. If someone said, "Can you prove the globe?" I went, "No fucking way, mate. Bet I can prove that it's flat." Yeah. The fucking obvious fucking vision that's fucking in front of us is fucking level, dude. Yeah.
Like
I don't know how many fucking times you need to see that it doesn't curve over one fucking edge. It doesn't curve over the fucking sides. Yeah. It is fucking plain to see as far as you can, man. And the clearer the day, the further you can see. Is that pretty fucking simple, dude? That's Occam's razor as far as I'm concerned, yeah? If you want to obfuscate as much as you like about the heliocentric model, go right ahead, man, but you're going to be laughed at. I will guarantee you that. Go ahead.
Well, I mean, obviously, I don't know. I've been on mountains on occasion. Like, I've seen... at a far distance, it does look sometimes like the Earth is round. To be honest,
yeah, of course it does, man.
With your eyes,
dude. Have you actually Googled what the longest distance of photography is? And do you know the distance? And do you know the claim to the curve and how it debunks it so easily? And are you still defending it? That is the question, man. It's sort of like a dumbfounded question here. We are skipping over each other and tripping over each other to go, who's the dumbest one here, man? Who fucking doesn't see the obvious fucking world around you?
Dumb.
Who wants to live in a fucking fantasy world, dude?
Dumb.
Yeah?
Nobody's dumb.
Hey, no one's dumb, man. Everyone's fucking stupid, but no one's dumb. You're fucking right, dude. No one's fucking dumb, mate. Go ahead.
Let's find out.
No, you're not dumb. I don't think flat earthers are dumb, okay? I don't think they're dumb.
Let me ask you this question. Do you think there is scientific evidence for the shape of the Earth?
I mean, yeah, I think so. I mean, in my definition of science, yeah, for sure.
Okay.
There is.
So, first of all, we have to deal with the definition of science. Now, I'm kind of not really that interested in your definition. I'm interested in the definition. What is the definition for scientific method?
He's only got everyone else's point of view there, Jedi. You're going to have to wait a little while. Go ahead.
We went through all of this with him. He doesn't know.
Obviously, you got the question mark in a way. But you can try again.
I mean, I'm not going to waste his time if he's already been through it. Because I was hoping to elucidate the point of how easily people can be manipulated and tricked just by the use of a simple word, that word being science. Because people think that science proves things, and they were right if they followed the method. But if they followed the method, they'd understand that science has got fuck all to do with figuring out what shapes are. Natural science deals with the cause of phenomena in the physical natural world. Doesn't adjudicate.
Oh, man. I like it, man. Well done, Jedi. Sorry, man.
No worries, man. You're fine. So the answer to that question, is there any scientific evidence for the shape of the Earth? If you knew what science was, you go, no. Science doesn't deal with that questioning.
But anyway. Look. You call science what do you say? The study of the educated reasons or whatever. Like, just say that again for me.
Science, the study of the physical and natural world.
Yes.
Which deals with cause and effect reasoning.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So where you predict what causes something to happen. Now, you understand that if you know how to formulate a hypothesis, you're going to be looking for something to happen and the cause of it. A concrete noun shape isn't happening.
But but I can understand that you assume that the way in which observations are claimed to be made in modern science is improper science because it's not sufficiently adhering to the cause and effect structure in a way that would. Yeah, it's fine, the method, but the cause and effect structure you think it should philosophically adhere to, then you are unpleased by that, and therefore you say this is not science. I understand that. Again,
good.
There's no.
What sort of answer are you looking for, Aqua?
I'm just trying to see. I'm interested in. Again, I have sympathy for the flat earther community. I think
sympathy, really. Oh, we really appreciate your pity, man. Well done.
But it's not pity.
Keep it up, man. Like honestly, you're going to get a heap of support here, man. Backing up these weak fucking flat earthers, right? You're fucking pissing in my pocket at the moment, cunt.
Do you know what sympathy is? I'm not pitying. It's not pity.
No, it's not pity. Yeah, so you've got a better fucking outlook on fucking life than what I have, do
you? What I call sympathy is I'm inclined to give credit to some of the things that flat earthers are saying. More than the average person, or the average person that's been in academia or like studied whatever fucking scientific field. Okay, I'm inclined to be more charitable and truly charitable.
You're fumbling at the moment, dude.
I'm not fumbling.
Yes, you
I'm not fumbling. No.
Okay, go ahead.
And I'm telling you that from a philosophical point of view, that to me there is truth to the way in which the flat earther community attacks the philosophical underpinning of science, and I think some of that is decently well founded. I just
call that pseudoscience, dude. Yeah. So we argue about pseudoscience. We don't argue about science, man. If science is provable, we're all for it, man. Believe it or not, we're all for science, man. We want to grow the world. We want to make sure that we live in a healthy world. That's definitely worth sharing with all, yeah. This segregation that we've got going on at the moment with a out of reach reality for so many people, yeah, man. That's what we need to change. We need to get out of this fixation of this heliocentric model that makes no sense whatsoever. Yeah, like there's millions of people here, man. There's millions of people around. You might look at about 100,000. You might look at 100 people here, yeah, throughout a few discords, and going, oh yeah, these guys are flat earthers and they're tripping. But fuck me, dude. You've really got to look at what they're presenting to you, what they're giving to you, what they've actually shown in the past time. Man, there's a lot of subjects here that I'm not allowed to talk about or don't like me talking about. But believe me, man, this 5G, all the Gs, yeah, the 1G, 2G, 3G, 4G, 5G, 6G that's coming, man, it's all part of a system, man. It's all getting us used to what's coming, yeah? We are all going to be programmed into this matrix, yeah.
But
whether you like it or not, yeah?
You're right to some extent. I mean, yes, I can agree. We're going too far. We're doing too much. There's too much technology. There's too much.
You've been listening to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord 2.0. We hope you're having a fantastic day on this flat and stationary plane. If you too would like to join the debate, please click the link below. We'll see you there.
You're watching 24/7 Flat Earth Discord live.